Traversing the world of Harry Potter, Hall Weasley awakened the pay-to-win system. With enough galleons, he could continuously grow stronger, while others relied on diligence. Hall depended on galleons. While others relied on insight, Hall relied on galleons. While others relied on innate talent, Hall still relied on galleons. Chapter 1. The Sniffler of Hogwarts. Hall Weasley, what is your lives dream? I aspire to be the Sniffler of Hogwarts. The Wolf of Wall Street. Is that your justification for selling Ron to the Diggory family as a house elf? Don't worry, Mum Molly. I've made arrangements with Ron. He will find his way back. Hall Weasley, that is your brother. You cannot buy and sell him. Hall Weasley had already spent 11 years in this world. In this life, Hall Weasley was the seventh son of the Weasley family, with 6 older brothers, one of whom was his twin brother, Ron Weasley. When he learned he was born into the magical world, he was filled with immense excitement. Unfortunately, when Hall turned 9, Mum Molly and Dad Arthur slowly realized he was somewhat different. They took Hall to St. Mungo's for an examination, where it was confirmed that Hall was a squib. Since discovering Hall was a squib, the family treaded cautiously for a time, fearing he might be upset, yet it was Hall who ended up comforting his family. Aware of his squib status, Hall understood he would not receive a letter from an owl and would never attend the illustrious Hogwarts. He had already prepared himself to attend the premier junior high school in London. A sudden twist of fate occurred. An owl delivered a letter of acceptance addressed to Ron, and simultaneously, a voice echoed in Hall's mind. Pay-to-win system activated. Isn't it a tad late for the system to activate now? Moreover, what is this pay-to-win system? Do you know what the Weasley family is most renowned for? It's poverty. Compensation package has been sent. Please check. Hall retreated to his bedroom. Below the attic was Ron's room, which also housed a ghoul. Due to the acceptance letter, everyone hesitated to disturb him, fearing Hall might be upset. Mum Molly even chased the screaming ghoul away, all to provide Hall with a peaceful space. Hall sighed. He and Ron had endured the ghoul for far too long. He unwrapped the compensation package. S-Class ability, Memory Palace upgradable. A-Class ability, Disguise Magus upgradable. 1,000 galleons. Host, Hall Weasley. Bloodline, Wizard Bloodline Squib. Magical power, LV00100. Physical build, 810. Insight, 010. Talent overview. SS class ability, None.S class ability, Memory Palace upgradable. A-Class ability, Disguise Magus upgradable. B-Class ability, None. C-Class ability, None. Available galleons, 1,000 galleons, 21 nuts. 1,000 galleons. In a magical realm, the conversion rate is 1 galleon 17 sickles, and 1 sickle 29 nuts. To note, the Weasley family had merely a small pile of sickles and a single galleon in Gringotts. Hall gazed at his 11-year-old reflection in the mirror, clad in an old robe that had faded to near white. His and Ron's clothes were primarily repurposed from their older brothers. Ron's school wand was also Charlie's old wand. Although somewhat worn, it was still functional, as Mum Molly would say. After all, a new wand cost 7 galleons. With this sum of money, he and Ron would no longer have to wear second-hand clothing. They could even possess their own wands. Furthermore, they could later sponsor George and Fred's joke shop, a lucrative venture indeed. Having lived in poverty for so long, Hall had nearly forgotten what a life of wealth was like. Hall endeavored to collect his thoughts and continued reading. Memory Palace. Hall was pleased this meant he could retain everything he observed, storing it deep within his mind for easy recollection. The disguise Magus would enable him to completely transform into another persona. This was rather useful, as he could take on George or Fred's appearances to sell Ron. Hall glanced around and discovered those were the only 2 abilities on his panel. Is that all? Hall exclaimed in outrage. Is the system being a bit dismissive? And what use is the disguise Magus to a squib like me? Host abilities can be upgraded, purchased, or learned through practice. I have no money, Hall retorted defiantly. The system magnified a line of text. Available galleons, 1,000 galleons, 21 nuts. Hall, my apologies, being poor for so long, I momentarily forgot I am now a wealthy individual. Hall rested his chin on his hand while sitting on his single bed, his brow slightly furrowed. This system requires payment whether unlocking magical skills or upgrading them. It all requires galleons. Hall skimmed through the details, realizing that this indicated that as long as he invested galleons, he could acquire magical power, potentially becoming a grand wizard before reaching 30. However, the prices are exorbitant. Upgrading magical power by a single experience point costs 10 galleons, and the required experience grows exponentially with each level. Activating a magical talent costs 100 galleons, while learning a branch spell, such as the Cleaning Charm or the Scabbers Potion, only requires 10 galleons. Subsequent upgrades would enhance the power of these talents. The initial activation would be at the lowest C class. Elevating from C class to B class requires 1,000 galleons. from B class to A class is 5,000 galleons. From A class to S class, it demands 10,000 galleons. From S class to SS class, a staggering 100,000 galleons are necessary. Hall calculated in his mind and couldn't help but gasp. This system is a money guzzler. No wonder it was so generous in offering a compensation of 1,000 galleons for the system. That amount was hardly significant. However, thankfully, once talents are activated, based on their level, the spells learned would not fail and would only grow in strength. It seems imperative to earn money and to go to Hogwarts. Hall recalled from his memories that during the final battle at Hogwarts, Fred perished in a Death Eater explosion, and George lost one of his ears in the blast. Originally, lacking magical power and unable to attend Hogwarts was one thing, but now that he could protect his family, such tragedies would no longer be possible. With money earned and magical skills upgraded, when Voldemort and his crazed followers come knocking, he would be able to safeguard everyone. Hall's expression turned serious as he clenched his right fist against his left palm. The immediate priority is to go to Hogwarts. But, Hall pondered, I am a squib. How can a squib attend Hogwarts? With gains come losses. Hall, addressing the system, spent 100 galleons to activate his dormant magical power and upgraded a portion of it. The system interface changed. Host, Hall Weasley. Bloodline, Wizard Bloodline. Magical power, LV150100. Available galleons, 400 galleons, 21 nuts. Watching his dwindling funds, Hall felt as though a piece of flesh had been severed from him, causing great pain. Now that he was no longer a squib, he only lacked an acceptance letter. Yet now, the time for the acceptance letter had passed, and his previously buoyant spirits regarding Hogwarts plummeted. Could it be that he must wait until next year to enroll? Suddenly, Hall's mind stirred. He recalled something. Not long ago, during a family dinner, he overheard Arthur's father venting his frustration about old William's son, who had recently relocated from Germany and received 3 acceptance letters. Among them were the illustrious Hogwarts, the esteemed Beauxbatons in France, and the renowned Durmstrang in Bulgaria. Although old William had moved to England, his family remained staunch traditionalists of Durmstrang, astonishingly disregarding the opportunity to attend the magnificent Hogwarts. This is utterly outrageous, Arthur's father exclaimed, indignantly biting into a generous portion of stewed potatoes. Hall stroked his plump chin thoughtfully, tore off a piece of paper, scribbled a few words, and then, using a small biscuit from Molly's mother as a bribe, dispatched his letter via Percy's owl to Henry William. Since Henry William had no need for the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Hall thought it wise to simply purchase it outright. The owl was remarkably swift, and within 15 minutes, Hall received a response. Henry William was quite amenable to this transaction, generously stating that he would only require a fee of 10 galleons, a price he deemed reasonable, considering their past endeavors in dealing with goblins. Together, 10 galleons. Hall raised an eyebrow and penned his reply. 5 galleons. Chapter 2. Henry William. Henry William? Hall Weasley? 2 young boys were conversing in a corner of a pub. One with fiery red hair, producing a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket, along with a quill, which he presented to the brown-haired boy. We agreed upon 6 galleons. This is the contract. Once signed, it shall take effect automatically. A pleasant collaboration. The brown-haired boy cheerfully accepted the contract, signing his name, Henry William, without even glancing at it. He then retrieved another, similarly wrinkled piece of parchment and handed it to the red-haired boy, who eagerly anticipated using his 6 galleons to procure various prank toys. A pleasant collaboration. The red-haired boy accepted the parchment, delicately smoothing it until every crease was gone, greedily perusing every word inscribed upon it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class of the Order of Merlin. Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. William, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Following this was the list of necessities for first-year students. Hall Weasley, the red-haired boy, of course belonged to the Weasley family, the only household in the magical world known for its red-haired children. After much bargaining with Henry William, he finally agreed to purchase the unwanted Hogwarts acceptance letter for 6 galleons. Henry William counted the 6 gold galleons in his hand repeatedly, dismissing with a sneer the merits of Hogwarts. I prefer Durmstrang. That's where true magic can be learned. Hall ignored him, carefully folding the acceptance letter and placing it in his pocket. Then let us bid farewell. Of course. Henry William raised an eyebrow. The 2 boys rose from their corner, exchanging a perfunctory wave of goodbye. August 31st. Hall had prepared his luggage early. This was Ron's first separation from his twin brother since birth, and he wept copiously, even attempting to climb into Hall's suitcase to accompany him, leaving Hall in a state of amusement. I wonder what Ron will react like when we meet at the station on September 1st. He is crying so sorrowfully now. Will he even recognize me then? Molly, their mother, wiped her tears while pinching Ron's ear, sending Hall off, with their next meeting set for Christmas. September 1st. This was a day of significance for the students. It marked the end of a joyful summer vacation. King's Cross Station was the terminus of a London railway, and on this day, the station welcomed a rather unique group of visitors, unbeknownst to them. Since the 1950s, the Hogwarts Express has dutifully transported wizards between the school and London. Regardless of whether they are of mixed or pure blood, all students attending Hogwarts must board this train to reach their esteemed institution. With suitcase in hand, Hall adeptly evaded the patrolling guards and traversed platform 9 3/4. He had previously accompanied several of his older brothers to school. The vintage steam train reappeared before Hall's eyes. Arriving early, he noticed that there were not many parents or students on the platform at this hour. The advanced polyjuice potion still did not grant Hall the ability to change his height and physique at will, but he was relieved that he bore a resemblance to Henry William, making his transformation sufficient, though he was aware that his disguise would suffice. Hall was inclined to conduct an experiment to test the efficacy of the polyjuice potion. With a stranger's visage, he selected a conspicuous spot, opened his meticulously crafted suitcase, revealing several books prominently titled Welcome to the Wizarding World. Don't miss out. The first comprehensive guide to the wizarding realm, detailing lifestyle, habits, and entertainment. The limited edition books were available on a first-come, first-served basis. Standing on the platform, Hall began to hawk his wares. The guide, which he had solely compiled, edited, and printed, was derived from his past life memories, refined over years of validation, and specifically tailored for newcomers unfamiliar with the wizarding world. Even the tiniest morsel holds value. And since this was a simple endeavor, why not earn a little? Mom, can I have one of those guides? A student clad in new school robes tugged at their parent, approaching Hall. How much for this? The parent flipped through several pages, intrigued by the novel content. Having lived in the Muggle world since graduation, the magical realm felt quite foreign to her. Hall discreetly assessed the parent's attire, noting a pendant featuring Gilderoy Lockhart's photograph dangling from her bag. Since she was a fan of Lockhart, she likely had the means, given that his books were rather pricey, with a complete set costing no less than 30-some galleons. 1 galleon, Hall stated. Done. The lady readily paid and took the book. Subsequently, he conducted a few more transactions, adjusting his prices based on the customer's appearances. The lowest was 10 silver sickles, while the highest reached 1 galleon. Hall mused that had it not been for the experimental purpose, he would not have engaged in this again, as the pace of earning was rather slow. What is this? A fiery-haired head loomed closer. Startled, Hall recognized Ron. Unfortunately, Ron did not recognize him. Ron, my dear brother, what are you looking at? Welcome to the wizarding world. Fear not, for you have us. George and Fred chimed in unison, crowding around Ron and tousling his hair. I'm just looking, Ron protested, attempting to extricate himself from their grasp. Let me go. Or was acutely aware of the outcome, which was, of course, failure. He had encountered defeat time and again. Hello, you look remarkably familiar. He was startled by George, who had suddenly appeared before him. Perhaps we have crossed paths before, he replied with composure. I too find you familiar, even strikingly so, Fred chimed in. Noticing that the attention of the two was diverted from him, Ron crouched down and stealthily slipped away from their grasp. George, Fred, what are you doing? Come here. Molly Weasley called out from a distance, beckoning them to return. George and Fred exchanged a glance and responded in unison, coming, Mum. Fred then bid farewell to Hall, saying, We shall meet again at Hogwarts. Hall's anxiety dissipated entirely. It seemed that no one from the Weasley family had recognized him. The disguise he had donned, courtesy of his advanced polyjuice potion, was evidently sufficient. Now, the final trial awaited him, the white wizard of the school, Headmaster Dumbledore. As time progressed, the platform became increasingly bustling, filled with the excited chatter of young wizards and the warm, albeit noisy, admonitions of their parents. When the train whistled, urging everyone to board, Hall leisurely lifted his suitcase and brushed past the Weasley family to board the train. Percy, George, Fred, Ron, hurry. The train is about to depart. Guess who is George and who is Fred? Chapter 3. The Mermaids of the Black Lake. As the whistle sounded once more, the red steam train glided along the tracks, slowly departing from King's Cross Station. The compartments were alive with the exhilarating whispers and laughter of eager passengers. Outside the window, the scenery transitioned from the towering edifices of the city to the verdant fields and rolling hills of the English countryside. Is every seat occupied? After boarding, Hall assumed the identity of Henry William, maneuvering through the ancient carriage with his suitcase in hand. It was not long before the train's whistle blew again, signaling its punctual departure at 11 o'clock. Hall searched for an empty compartment, wishing to quietly count his earnings from the 30 books he had sold, eager to see how much he had made. Have you seen Trevor? A girl with unruly brown curls stopped Hall in his tracks, her chin raised defiantly. Trevor is Neville S. Toad. Have you seen him? No. Hall immediately recognized her as Hermione Granger, the ever-curious Gryffindor. The Grangers were dentists, a lucrative profession in England, and as the only child away from her parents, it was inconceivable that they would not provide her with a generous allowance. Images of Granger flashed in Hall's mind. He recalled her as a studious Gryffindor, perpetually darting between classrooms, navigating the unfriendly pathways of Hogwarts. Hall offered a benevolent smile, forgiving Granger's rudeness at that moment, grateful that she had sparked a brilliant idea in him. He remembered the Marauder's map he had stealthily pilfered from George and Fred's drawer. Hopefully, Granger would be willing to offer him a satisfactory reward in due course. All right, if you see it, please let me know. Granger, with her chin raised, pulled Neville along as they continued to knock on the next door. Hall shook his head, preparing to move forward, when he spotted a familiar face peering through the door that Granger had opened. Raising an eyebrow, he decided against seeking a private room. Granger had already completed her inquiries and was now dragging Neville in search of his Lefou. Hall mused to himself, I am witnessing the inaugural meeting of this trio. The Potter family's legacy is indeed substantial. Memories of the gleaming Galleons in Gringotts flashed through Hall's mind as he recalled watching Harry Potter, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He stepped forward to prevent Granger from closing the door. Greetings, I am Henry William. I have yet to find a vacant spot. May I sit here? Of course. Please do. I am Ron Weasley. I am Harry Potter. At the mention of the name Harry Potter, Hall couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Potter? He inquired. Yes. That Potter, Harry replied with a hint of exasperation, having answered that question numerous times that day. Hall's thoughts were consumed with one sentiment. A wealthy individual has appeared. I would feel uneasy if I did not seize this opportunity. Harry Potter, newly introduced to the magical world, was engulfed in panic, fearing he might be sent back to number 4 Privet Drive. Allow me to enlighten him, and perhaps earn a modest fee in the process. This is your first return to the wizarding world, isn't it? Hall lowered his voice, his tone assured. Harry nodded. Do you know how many houses there are at Hogwarts? Are you aware of who the heads of each house are? Do you know which house is closest to the kitchens, or which one is most convenient for adventures? Are you aware of which candy shop frequently has discounts? Do you know which fish from the Black Lake is best when roasted? Harry shook his head, perplexed. What is this person talking about? Is this some language only understood in a magical world? Turning to Ron, he noticed his friend also appeared bewildered, leading him to conclude that it wasn't just his own confusion. Hall, sensing no malice, entered the compartment, closed the door, and sat beside Harry. None of that is important, he said, waving his hand dismissively. What is important? Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, and Harry spoke up. What is important is that the fish in the Black Lake is truly delicious. Hall asserted with conviction. What? You want to eat Hogwarts fish? Harry and Ron looked at Hall incredulously. Ron knew where the Black Lake was and thought to himself, goodness, he's already thinking about the school's fish before even enrolling. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, mermaids resided in the Black Lake. Harry, utterly confused, wondered, what is the Black Lake? However, since it was a lake, wasn't it quite normal for it to have fish? Why did Ron's expression seem so explosive? Hesitantly, he asked, is it not permissible to eat the fish from the Black Lake? Of course not. Ron replied urgently, fearing that Harry might be led astray by this peculiar individual. The Black Lake is Hogwarts Lake, home to mermaids. The mermaid also consumes fish. This is information I received directly from the mermaid herself. Before the commencement of the school term, she disguised herself using the Polyjuice potion and ventured to the upside-down alley, where she exchanged a few words with an exhibition mermaid. Hall gazed at Harry with an expression imbued with a reassuring calmness. You may inquire about anything in the magical realm that eludes your understanding, he assured. Pray tell, how many houses does Hogwarts possess? And how does one gain entry? Harry pondered, carefully modulating his tone, though he was not particularly interested in the edibility of the fish in the Black Lake. He harbored concerns. If he were unable to enter a house, would he be relegated back to the fireplace on Privet Drive, forced to don that odious school uniform? There are 4 houses at Hogwarts, Ron interjected. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Ron responded eagerly, displeased that Hall had diverted Harry's attention. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor, and so shall I. Gryffindor embodies bravery, kindness, and justice. Dumbledore himself graduated from Gryffindor. It is the finest house, Ron declared with palpable pride. Is that truly the case? Harry's eyes sparkled with longing. Bravery, kindness, justice. Does that mean I shall not be bullied? Can I truly gain entry? Of course, for you are Harry Potter, Ron replied, his head held high, already envisioning the splendor of sharing a house with Harry. After all, he was Harry Potter. What about the other houses? What if I am sorted into a different one? Harry inquired anxiously. Hall raised an eyebrow, mentally assessing Harry's current state. He was merely a pitiful boy oppressed by his cousin, riddled with uncertainty and accustomed to dismissing any semblance of good fortune. After a moment's contemplation, Hall concluded that only a heartwarming Patronus charm could alleviate such trepidation. Host, Hall Weasley. Available Galleons. 400 Galleons, 21 nuts. Purchase spellcasting talent to learn the Patronus charm. Hall mused internally. Ding. Panel updated. See level ability. Spellcasting, Patronus charm. Available Galleons. 290 Galleons, 21 nuts. That is inconsequential. As far as I know, the Potter family has connections to Slytherin in their ancestry, Hall remarked, inciting Ron's ire. Hall genuinely believed it was of little consequence. The era of the Dark Lord had long since passed. How could Harry possibly be sorted into Slytherin? Ron exclaimed, his fiery red hair mirroring his fury. What is wrong with Slytherin? Harry inquired, noting Ron's agitation. Slytherin favors cunning, ambitious students, and only those of pure bloodlines. Many of the Dark Lord's followers graduated from there. Ron whispered, his voice laden with mystery. At the mention of the Dark Lord, Ron involuntarily shivered, for he was an unfathomably terrifying presence. Very few from the Weasley family have ever been sorted into Slytherin. We tend to gravitate towards Gryffindor, Ron explained, his words evoking a sense of repulsion in Harry, who found the house reminiscent of the likes of Dudley. I, too, wish to join Gryffindor, Harry said, his heart fluttering with anxiety. But how does one get sorted? Ron hesitated, recalling what George and Fred had mentioned about battling trolls to gain entry into Gryffindor. Observing the troubled expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, Hall knew it was his moment to step in. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Harry's ear and whispered in a tone only they could hear, I have a way to ensure your entrance into Gryffindor. Really? Harry's emerald green eyes sparkled with hope. However, Hall smiled slightly, adding, but it will cost you. Chapter 4. The Charm. Harry, don't believe him. The sorting ceremony is overseen by Dumbledore. It must be the most fair and just, Ron exclaimed, fearing that Harry might take Hall's words to heart. Hall produced an object from the pocket of his robe. A charm. Yes, it was indeed a charm from the East, though Hall had crafted it with a casual fold. Its only distinction lay in the enchantment cast upon it, designed to dispel all negative emotions and strengthen one's resolve. This was a simplified version of the Patronus charm, an adaptation he had developed using his magical talent activated by 100 Galleons. Was this not precisely what Harry needed? Give it a try, Hall tempted. As Harry accepted the charm, an instantaneous wave of tranquility washed over him, banishing all his anxieties. It was nothing short of miraculous. This sensation felt akin to a gentle breeze lifting the fog from his mind, allowing his spirit to breathe freely. His heart had never known such peace and serenity before. Harry widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Hall. Rest assured, if you pay, I guarantee you will receive value for your money. Your wishes will come true, Hall assured him. In his memories from a past life, no matter the circumstances, Harry was destined to join Gryffindor. All he needed was to solidify his own determination. This is wrong. How can you resort to underhanded tactics for the sorting? Ron exclaimed, nearly beside himself with frustration. Harry, Dumbledore will undoubtedly see through this. Harry hesitated, questioning whether this charm could genuinely secure his place in Gryffindor. Was he truly not being deceived? After all, Henry William was also a new student. You can try it first. If it doesn't work, I won't charge you. If it does, then you pay, Hall added, sensing Harry's uncertainty. But you must pay double. Hall felt rather benevolent in his proposal. Fine, Harry thought, dismissing the notion of not paying. He casually placed the charm in his pocket. Regardless of whether it would ensure his entrance into Gryffindor, it could at least alleviate his current unease, which was of some utility. As night fully descended, the trio rubbed their bellies, having consumed all their afternoon snacks. It should be nearly time. Let us change, Hall suggested, glancing out at the now pitch-black sky. The three of them rose, shedding their outer garments to don their robes. Gazing at Harry in his new, well-fitted school uniform and Hall in his tailored attire, Hall's determination to extract Galleons from Harry solidified further. It was not that Hall lacked the funds to purchase new robes. However, Galleons held significant value for him at this moment, and he did not wish to squander them on mere material possessions. Indeed, The train arrived at Hogsmeade Station as dusk settled in. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We will transport it to the school for you. Finally, we have arrived, and I feel as though I could consume an entire cow, Ron lamented. Hall followed the crowd off the train to a small, dimly lit station. The air was thick with a damp chill, causing the young wizards to wrap their robes tightly around themselves. Hall tightened his grip on his somewhat worn robe, a remnant of Charlie's old-school uniform that he had secretly appropriated during the summer. In the darkness, a lantern flickered to life, held aloft by a towering figure. Hall recognized it as Hagrid, the half-giant of Hogwarts. First-year students, this way, follow me. Hagrid called to the crowd. Many of the young wizards, seeing such a colossal figure for the first time, fell silent, obediently trailing behind Hagrid. He led them down a steep, narrow path, the damp air turning the earth into a muddy mess. At the end of the path, a dark lake unfolded before them. In the distance, a majestic castle loomed, its spires piercing the night sky, warm yellow candlelight spilling through the windows like twinkling stars. Hall marveled at the enchanting Hogwarts castle, its aura of mystery and the unknown captivating him. Hogwarts, here I come. Board the boats. No more than 4 per vessel, Hagrid instructed before boarding a boat himself, which visibly sank under his weight, raising concerns about its stability. Hall joined Harry and Ron in a boat, accompanied by another unfamiliar young wizard. Once they settled in, the boat began to glide smoothly across the water, gently rocking as it made its way toward the castle. Passing through an archway, Hall finally beheld the full splendor of Hogwarts. It's truly beautiful, Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. Indeed, it is magnificent, Hall replied, his heart racing with excitement, a fervor no one could fathom. He had never envisioned attending Hogwarts before, not for lack of desire, but from sheer trepidation. Now, he was officially part of Hogwarts. The boat soon reached the shore, and Hagrid disembarked first, illuminating the path for the young wizards with his lantern. Hall's boat was the last to arrive, and as they stepped ashore, Hagrid had already begun his ascent toward the castle. Hall hurried after him, clutching his robe. After climbing dozens of steps and traversing a ground strewn with gravel and pebbles, they officially entered Hogwarts. Before the grand oak doors, Hagrid counted the heads and then raised his fist, larger than a cooking pot, to knock 3 times against the castle door. The heavy thud echoed, and moments later, the doors creaked open. Professor McGonagall, clad in emerald green robes, emerged, her expression stern. A single glance from her silenced the previously chattering young wizards, leaving them breathless with anticipation. All first-year students are here, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid reported. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, she replied. Professor McGonagall ushered in the first-year students into the Grand Hall. The hall was immensely magnificent, adorned with thousands of floating candles. For long tables were arranged in parallel. With the exception of the frontmost positions reserved for the new students of each house, all other seats were already occupied. Elevated slightly on a dais was the distinguished guest table, occupied by the faculty of Hogwarts, with only 1 seat unfilled. At the center sat a wizard with flowing silver hair and beard. His nose, notably long and crooked, bore the marks of having been broken at least twice, a sight that evoked discomfort. This was Albus Dumbledore. Hall lifted his gaze towards him. Behind half-moon spectacles, a pair of blue eyes sparkled with an uncanny light, as if they could see into the depths of one's soul. Professor McGonagall placed a high stool at the center of the hall as staircase, atop which rested a hat. The hat was tattered and worn, its original color lost to time, now appearing a dull brown, but undeniably not its original hue. The new students, except for Hall, curiously examined the drab hat before them. Suddenly, the hat unfurled, splitting open to seem much like a human mouth, and began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by looks alone. Chapter 5, The Sorting Ceremony. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall called out each name, eliciting murmurs of astonishment among the students below. Harry Potter. Oh, Merlin above, is it the boy who lived? Indeed, it is he. My mother mentioned he would be attending this year. I never imagined I'd see him. Which one is he? The one walking forward? It must be. My mother said the Potters all have black hair. Oh, my Merlin, that's Potter. Not only the seated students, but even the newly standing first years buzzed with excitement, whispering tales of the infamous boy who had survived. Hall stood amidst the throng, observing as Harry made his way to the stage, his complexion notably pallid, as if he were holding his breath, a shade of blue creeping into his features. It appeared Harry remained unconvinced by his own enchantments. Hall raised an eyebrow. Harry Potter? A voice resonated in Harry's mind. Let me see, it continued. You are courageous, a good person, quite talented. Oh my yes, you yearn to prove your worth. How intriguing. So, which house shall I assign you? Harry gripped the edge of the stool, his heart racing with anxiety as the voice elaborated. You might become a great wizard. You possess a unique talent that others lack. Slytherin could lead you to success. Go to Slytherin. No. Harry shouted in sheer terror. Ah, please refrain from shouting. I can hear you, the voice replied within his mind. Slytherin truly suits you. Want to you consider it? Harry felt as if he might weep, envisioning countless Dursleys laughing and rushing towards him. He clutched his clothing tightly, seeking something to anchor himself amidst the rising tide of panic. Suddenly, Harry felt a warm and comforting aura emanating from beneath his hand. It soothed his restless spirit. Henry's charm. Realizing this, Harry quickly retrieved the charm from his pocket and gripped it tightly in his hand. In that instant, his heart was devoid of shadows. He felt as if his soul had been cleansed, imbued with boundless courage. He resolutely declared, I shall go to Gryffindor. What, not Slytherin? Are you quite sure? You could achieve great success there, without a doubt. Are you certain you do not wish to? The voice persistently urged Harry. Yet he had never felt as steadfast and courageous as in that moment. He internally shouted, No, I shall go to Gryffindor. Very well, if you insist. Then let me Gryffindor. The voice sighed in resignation, acquiescing to Harry's decision. Gryffindor. Harry heard the Sorting Hat exclaim above his head. Professor McGonagall removed the hat, and he excitedly dashed towards the Gryffindor table, embracing his classmates who were exclaiming that they now had Harry Potter among them. No one knew that he had narrowly avoided being sorted into Slytherin. He turned to glance at Hall, who was still in line, his palm firmly clutching the charm. Hall sensed someone watching him, turned, and saw Harry Potter wearing a grateful expression. Upon noticing Harry's clenched fist, Hall immediately understood why. He smiled at Harry, extending his right hand and rubbing his thumb against his outstretched index and middle fingers. Harry was perplexed. Ah, it seems this gesture is specific to the East. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. Henry William Hall adjusted his attire and took a seat. You have many secrets, lad. Are you certain? The Sorting Hat spoke within Hall's mind. Though you would also fit in Slytherin, perhaps Gryffindor is more suited to you. After all, the Weasleys are all Gryffindors. Do you not think that is rather amusing? Hall wore a mischievous grin. Very well, it appears Hogwarts will be quite lively this year. The Sorting Hat conceded. This year's Hogwarts would indeed be extraordinarily different, with Gryffindors suited for Slytherin and Slytherins suited for Gryffindor. However, that was a concern for Dumbledore. It was merely the plight of a lonely, pitiful hat. Slytherin. The hat was lifted from Hall's head, and he walked towards the Slytherin table. The Slytherin students clapped politely, a gesture of welcome. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. Hall took a seat towards the back. His gaze swept over each member of Slytherin, as well as the darkly clad headmaster at the main table. These were his future clients. Henry. A familiar voice called from beside him. He noticed the person who had been sitting next to him in a state of panic, hastily vacating his seat. To his astonishment, it was Harry. Harry? What brings you here? I have come to express my gratitude. Harry was overwhelmed with excitement as he contemplated a possibility. Leaning closer to Hall, he whispered, Did you use magic to swap our houses? You're so kind. How could you possibly be assigned to? No. I came here of my own accord. 3 beads of sweat trickled down Hall's forehead. Harry's gaze brimmed with emotion, while Hall felt that his explanations were in vain. Just then, a person approached, and he could collect his payment, eliminating the need for another encounter. 200 galleons. Hall extended his hand. Harry? What do you mean 200 galleons? Why is it 200 galleons? To pay double the amount, Hall succinctly clarified. Accustomed to his impoverished background, Harry trembled as he asked, What should I do if I didn't bring that much money to school? His funds were all in Gringotts. Not to worry. The daily interest rate is 0.05, calculated daily. Hall grinned deviously. Harry swallowed hard and signed a loan contract that Hall had conjured from who knows where. He realized that Hall was indeed a bona fide Slytherin. As the last student settled in, Headmaster Dumbledore rose, raising his wand to his throat to amplify his voice. Welcome. It is a pleasure to greet you all at Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I have a few words to share. Fool. Crybaby. Scum. Twist. Thank you all. Dumbledore resumed his seat, and the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Harry hurried back to his position in Gryffindor. The once empty long table was suddenly laden with food. It was finally time to dine. Hall was so hungry he could devour an entire cow. The great hall was filled solely with the sounds of chewing as everyone was famished. Only after the food was nearly consumed did conversations begin to emerge. Do you know Potter? Hall, munching on a chicken leg, heard an arrogant voice from beside him. Even when inquiring about others, the tone was haughty. Hall didn't need to glance up to know who it was. Draco Malfoy. Given that it was that little brat, Hall deemed it unnecessary to treat him kindly. Responding without raising his head, "You should know, pay up." Chapter 6. The Bloody Baron. "Are you a pauper?" Malfoy exclaimed in shock, having never encountered a Slytherin so brazenly discussing money without hesitation. Slytherins were meant to embody elegance and nobility. How could such a mundane topic be so openly addressed? Had the Sorting Hat made a mistake? "I'm simply clarifying that it's only fair for me to answer your questions for a fee." Hall set down his fork, finally facing Draco Malfoy. With platinum hair neatly parted, pallid skin, and gray eyes, his classically handsome face radiated arrogance. A quintessential Malfoy appearance. No wonder he was balding at such a young age. Malfoy scrutinized Hall's attire with disdainful laughter, then raised his chin in contempt as he returned to his seat at the head of a long table. "Who are you?" A sudden voice pierced Hall's ears. He turned to see a translucent figure clad in a silver and green Slytherin robe, stained with blood, hovering beside him. It was the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron. He was once a Slytherin student during the early days of Hogwarts. In a fit of rage, he tragically took the life of his beloved. Upon realizing the gravity of his actions, Barrow, with the very dagger that ended Helena's life, chose to end his own. Since that fateful moment, he has wandered the halls of Hogwarts as a ghost, a specter of Slytherin. To this day, he bears the blood of Helena Ravenclaw upon him. "I am Henry William Hall," and my heart tightened as even the accomplished Professor McGonagall did not exhibit any change in demeanor towards him, while Dumbledore remained composed, indicating that the Polyjuice Potion's disguise was undetectable. Could it be that the Polyjuice Potion could not deceive a ghost? "You carry the essence of a bygone kin. After all these years, I have finally sensed it again." Barrow gazed deeply at Hall. "If you require assistance, do seek me out." With that, Barrow drifted away. The older students surrounding Hall erupted in astonished chatter, having overheard Barrow's words. By Merlin, Blood Barrow actually spoke to him. For years had passed, and this was the first instance of Blood Barrow addressing anyone other than the headmaster. "Merlin above, did you hear what Blood Barrow said? A descendant of a bygone kin." The older students exchanged uneasy glances, contemplating a rather dreadful possibility. The surname Williams seemed familiar. Could it belong to some fallen pureblood? "I have no recollection." They pondered. "If Blood Barrow's kin is indeed, I shall write to my father at once. I will do the same." Meanwhile, the newly admitted first-year students appeared bewildered, staring in confusion at the excited upperclassmen. "Who is that? What are you talking about?" Witnessing Hall's unexpected prominence among the first years stirred a sense of inequity within Malfoy, who commanded Hall, "You, explain yourself." Hall cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. Malfoy's face flushed crimson as he fished 5 gold galleons from his pocket and extended them towards Hall. Hall raised an eyebrow. Perhaps Malfoy was not beyond redemption. He accepted the galleons, idly toying with them before speaking. "Blood Barrow is the ghost of Slytherin. I know that. Can you share something I don't?" Malfoy retorted, lacking patience. "The rest I am unaware of. He sought me out, so you must inquire with him." Hall swiftly returned the galleons to his pocket, hands raised in surrender, equally perplexed. "If I learn anything further, you shall be the first to know. Rest assured, it will be worth your while." He patted his pocket. Malfoy departed with a scowl. He did not truly doubt that Blood Barrow was acquainted with the ancestors of the Weasleys. The magical world contains but a few families, and the Weasleys have a long lineage. It was not uncommon for their blood to intermingle with that of Barrow's kin. However, given that the Weasleys have always been Gryffindors, it would likely have been awkward for Blood Barrow to initiate a greeting. He suddenly pondered whether he could inquire with Bloodman Barlow about the lineage of that old acquaintance, specifically regarding the true location of Slytherin's secret chamber, which was not the lair of the basilisk. He could not believe that Slytherin would merely leave behind an empty room, especially considering that Gryffindor had bequeathed a hat and a sword. After dinner, Headmaster Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall fell into a hushed silence as everyone awaited his words. Dumbledore raised his wand to his throat and cast an amplification charm, saying, "Ah, now that everyone has dined sufficiently, I have a few additional remarks to share with you all. However, I must first bring to your attention a few important matters. First-year students, please be advised that the wooded area on school grounds is off-limits to all students, a reminder for our old friends as well." Hall noticed Dumbledore's gaze sweep over the twins seated at the Gryffindor table, who were still engaged in their playful antics, completely oblivious. "Additionally, Mr. Filch has requested that I remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for Quidditch will take place in the second week of this term. Any students interested in joining the team may contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Hall raised an eyebrow. This baiting was rather blatant, straightforward, as if it were a clear invitation to come and discover treasures. Hadn't he noticed the Gryffindor students already eager to try their luck? Now that we are all satisfied, let's join together in singing the school song, in whatever rhythm pleases you. Sing. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, ho-hearts. Hall began to sing to the tune of Hogwarts welcomes you. The peculiar melodies echoed throughout the great hall, with the twins' rendition of the funeral march ringing particularly loud. As the school's song concluded, Dumbledore wiped his moist eyes, touched by the power of music. The magic of melody. Now, it is time for bed. Everyone, please return to your dormitories. Yet, even upon returning to the dormitory, Malfoy had not received the answers he sought, prompting him to decide to write a letter to his father. As Harry exited the great hall, Dumbledore called out to him. Hall observed from a distance as Dumbledore conversed with Harry, who then glanced at himself and retrieved a charm from his pocket to hand to Dumbledore. Upon receiving the charm, Dumbledore followed Harry's gaze to Hall. Behind his crescent-shaped glasses, his blue eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. Had he been discovered? And if so, what then? Dumbledore ought to be grateful that he had guided his savior into Gryffindor rather than one of the other 3 houses. He had not even charged him a fee. Hall responded with a smile. Chapter 7. Slytherin. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the depths of the Black Lake, and from its windows, one could gaze out upon the endless expanse of the lake, where curious aquatic creatures peered in as if they were observing humanity. Hall had initially worried about the humidity, fearing it might lead to rheumatism. Upon arrival at the destination, it became evident that, although situated beneath the lake, the room was dry and refreshing, likely due to the application of some spell or magical array. In a lounge adorned with silver-green decorations, Headmaster Snape awaited, his demeanor markedly indifferent as he issued a few brief instructions before departing. Hall assumed this marked the conclusion of their gathering, and that they could retreat to their quarters for rest. However, curiously, not a single individual left. With Snape's exit, the upperclassmen gradually dispersed, forming a semicircle. The freshmen mimicked their actions. Once settled, Zam L. Selwyn, adorned with the headboy badge, stepped forth to address the assembly. Iam Zam Yil Silwyn. For the betterment of our legacy and the glory of Slytherin, I hereby declare the annual head boy election open. Employ any means necessary to secure victory. You may defeat, but not harm. The Slytherin wand shall only turn against outsiders. The 6th-year students would commence first. After Zam L. Selwyn concluded his statement with a slight bow, he yielded the arena to the candidates. Hall observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. He recalled that the novels had mentioned the head boy election was exclusive to upperclassmen, and it appeared Slytherin had orchestrated a smaller version in private. Truly, they were heirs to a lineage steeped in capitalist magic. The younger students possessed fewer spells, yet the lighting effects were impressive, vibrant, and colorful, far superior to the cheap tricks he had seen before. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, he felt someone jostle against him. Turning to look, it was none other than Malfoy, who bore an expression of unease. Hall pondered this. Prior to the age of 11, the magical community refrained from secretly teaching magic to safeguard the natural development of a child's magical abilities. Any mishap could potentially trigger a magical surge, resulting in either fortunate outcomes or dire consequences, such as becoming permanently mute. Malfoy nervously confided to Zabini, "If I fail to secure the head boy badge, my father will surely be disappointed." Hall, recalling Malfoy's eager demeanor when he had previously produced Galleons, leaned closer and offered, "I can assist you in obtaining the head boy badge." Are you attempting to deceive me for Galleons again? Malfoy suddenly realized his conversation with Zabini had been overheard, and he quickly resumed his haughty facade. "Fear not, the head boy title shall be mine." Hall shrugged nonchalantly, "Just don't regret it." Malfoy cast a disdainful glance at the raggedly dressed Henry William, scoffing, "Though I've yet to learn any spells, I am equipped with protective gear. What chance does this unknown Henry William stand against me? None." The first-year head boy election commenced. The newly admitted students, possessing only a handful of spells, wielded their wands more as decorative items than instruments of magic. Hall, with 6 older brothers and ample fighting experience, observed the grim fates of his peers and dared not approach. The upperclassmen stood aloof, watching, for they too had once traversed this path. Malfoy's once pristine platinum hair now lay in disarray, resembling a bird's nest. As he darted around the arena, he felt utterly out of place. Being the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, and having never before witnessed such an exhibition of violence, were it not for his ambition to secure the position of prefect, he would have preferred to remain off the field, for such chaos was hardly befitting of his noble status. In a desperate bid for safety, Malfoy crouched behind Hall, narrowly avoiding a jab from him. "William, help me," he implored, his voice low yet still tinged with arrogance. Upon realizing the source of the disturbance was Malfoy, Hall eased his strength and lazily replied now. Malfoy's countenance stiffened. I'll give you 200 galleons. This sum represented his weekly allowance. Was the position of prefect truly so undervalued? Hall retaliated by landing a punch on the nearest assailant. Meanwhile, Malfoy's presence had been detected, and adversaries were intent on targeting him. 1,000 galleons. Malfoy gritted his teeth, aware that several had set their sights on him. Deal. 1,000 galleons. Hall's spirits lifted. He had not anticipated Malfoy's wealth. Swiftly, he dispatched those encroaching upon Malfoy and inquired, "What spells can you cast?" "Illumination," Malfoy replied, revealing a basic spell intended for lighting, one he had surreptitiously learned. "Fine, once I've handled this, remember to cast it on me," Hall instructed as he eliminated the last contender from the competition. Now, only Hall and Malfoy remained in the arena. Panic surged within Malfoy. Illumination was hardly an offensive spell, merely a commonplace incantation. How would he possibly win? He contemplated blinding his opponent. Observing Hall's resolute demeanor, Malfoy frantically raised his wand and declared, "Illumination. Malfoy wins," announced Zamel Selwyn. Malfoy stood bewildered. Hall still stood unharmed before him. How had he emerged victorious? Hall shrugged. Indeed, although he had stated that any means of winning would suffice, the true measure lay in the adept use of magic. Primarily, the first-year students were unfamiliar with wielding their wands, their repertoire of spells virtually non-existent. Had even one of them managed to proficiently employ their wand, victory would have been assured. Had the previous matches been determined by spellcasting? Never had anyone resorted to other weapons. Zamel Selwyn affixed the prefect badge onto Malfoy's collar and delivered a final admonition. Remember the code of Slytherin. Above all, everything for Slytherin. With that, he reminded everyone that it was late and they should retire for the night. The new students were to gather in the common room at 8 the following morning, where upperclassmen would guide them. "I hope you bring your wits and remember every route," he concluded, allowing the students to finally disperse to their quarters. Hall furrowed his brow. It seemed that while on the surface it appeared that Headmaster Snape presided over Slytherin, the true power lay in the hands of each year as prefects. The Slytherin dormitories were quite spacious, accommodating 2 students per room. Aside from the head boy possessing a separate chamber, the Slytherin dormitory can undoubtedly be regarded as the most opulent in all of Hogwarts. Malfoy awaited at the entrance, handing a palm-sized coin pouch to Hall. He had already come to understand the reason for his victory, thus he was quite willing to part with the money. Hall reminded him that they were in Hogwarts, where matters could always be resolved with a wand. Chapter 8, Potion Making. Host, Hall Weasley. Bloodline, Wizard Bloodline, Ordinary. Magical Power, LV 150100. Physique, 810. Comprehension, 0-10. Talent Overview. SS Level Ability, None. S Level Ability, Memory Palace, Upgradable. A Level Ability, Disguise Magus, Upgradable. B Level Ability, None. C Level Ability, Spell, Patronus Charm. Available Galleons, 1323 Galleons, 9 Sickles, 18 Nuts. Activating the potion-making talent, he upgraded his magical power by 50 points. Nestled in his cozy bed, Hall instructed the system. He reserved a portion of his Galleons, contemplating an upgrade to his potion-making talent level later. Potion-making is one of the most crucial subjects in alchemy. Hall harbored a keen interest in the 600-year-old Nicholas Flamel, who would not be intrigued by immortality. As for the Philosopher's Stone destined for destruction, Hall believed it should be put to good use, perhaps even sacrificed for experimentation. Ding! Congratulations, host, your magical power has risen to level 2. Congratulations, host, your comprehension has upgraded. Congratulations, host, your bloodline has advanced. Panel update. Host, Hall Weasley. Bloodline, Wizard Bloodline, some talent. Magical power, LV 20200. Comprehension, 110. C level ability. Spell, Patronus Charm, Potion Making. Available Galleons, 723 Galleons, 9 Sickles, 18 Nuts. Hall glanced at his available Galleons, realizing he needed just 300 more to upgrade his talent level. He needed to work harder to earn money. He examined his other attributes. Indeed, his comprehension had improved. Hall had previously attempted to use Galleons to enhance his comprehension, but the system had not responded. He speculated that comprehension was linked to magical power. As long as his magical energy was sufficient, his comprehension would ascend. In learning, regardless of the subject, talent and comprehension are undoubtedly interconnected. Now, having tested it, he could confirm that his comprehension had indeed increased. With this slight enhancement, he could already feel a newfound understanding of magic. The first class tomorrow would be Transfiguration. He would see how it went then. As for what to do now, Naturally, it was time for sleep. He had to rise at 7 in the morning. The following day, at 7:50, Hall struggled to emerge from his comfortable cocoon. At that moment, his roommate, Blaise Zabini, was finishing his final touches, styling his hair. Hall swiftly completed his morning routine in 9 minutes, taking a quick shower to wake himself up. At 8 o'clock, he stepped onto the carpet of the common room, precisely on time. The first-year students cast a fleeting glance at him before turning back to their conversations, yet their eyes would inadvertently drift toward Hall. In Slytherin, there were no strangers, as most had crossed paths since childhood. The only true newcomer was Henry William, who had just entered the common room. Observing the first years, who had evidently put considerable effort into their appearances, Hall couldn't help but marvel at the fervent dedication of this noble cohort. Under the guidance of the second-year students, Hall and his fellow newcomers traversed the route to their classrooms before returning to the Great Hall to partake in breakfast. The morning meal was distinctly British. Hall picked up a ham and egg sandwich, consuming it blandly. The kitchen seemed to be adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. He resolved to investigate in a couple of days, pondering whether the house elf could whip up some congee, soy milk, or fried dough sticks for a more traditional Chinese breakfast, something he had yearned for over the past decade. Henry Potter is calling you. Malfoy reminded him with a hint of irritation, as it was not a name Hall had yet grown accustomed to, causing a momentary delay in his response. He turned to the Gryffindor table, where Harry was enthusiastically waving his hands in Hall's direction. As Harry noticed Hall's acknowledgement, he dashed over to the Slytherin table. Despite having been schooled by Ron the previous night about the long-standing enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin. However, for Harry, who dared to utter the name of the mysterious one, such matters seemed trivial. Henry, here, Harry hurriedly approached, producing a palm-sized coin pouch from beneath his robe. Hall took it with curiosity, shaking it to hear the clinking of coins inside, puzzled by the earlier claim of being broke. Dumbledore, lend it to me. Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to already owe someone on the first day of school. He then cautiously inquired, do you need interest on it? Not at all. Consider this pouch as the interest, Hall replied with a smile. Of course, that's fine, Harry readily agreed. You do know this is a storage item, right? Hall contemplated for a moment, but decided against taking advantage of him, as he was his first significant client. No waities. These things are trivial compared to the help you've given me. Harry expressed his gratitude. Hall accepted the pouch without a hint of embarrassment, tucking it into his robe. To his surprise, both the pouches given by Malfoy and Harry were storage items enchanted to expand, appearing small yet possessing considerable space within. Dumbledore was indeed generous. Henry William. It's time for class, Zabini called out, as the Slytherin contingent prepared to vacate the dining hall. Hall nodded and joined the departing group. Zabini and the others were utterly intrigued by why the savior was treating Henry William with such courtesy. Noticing Hall had caught up, Zabini disregarded Malfoy as protests and approached Hall, only to receive a response that aligned with Malfoy's expectations. Hall shrugged, well, it comes at a price. Zabini was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered someone quite like this before. Malfoy shook his head, extracting a coin purse from Zabini's robe pocket and producing 5 golden galleons, which he handed to Hall. Zabini stared in disbelief. Draco, why don't you pay for yourself? Malfoy's gaze flickered momentarily as he deftly shifted the topic. What did Potter just give you? The Slytherins walked in an orderly fashion towards the classroom, yet their ears perked up, eavesdropping on Hall's conversation behind them. This, Hall said, shaking a coin purse. You're scamming his money too, Malfoy exclaimed. Why do you have to phrase it so harshly? This is merely a voluntary transaction. Hall regarded Malfoy with disdain, thinking how inept he was at conversation. Never mind. Well done. Malfoy felt a surge of joy upon realizing he was indeed the only victim. The other was none other than the illustrious Harry Potter, who had once rebuffed him at the school gate. On the first day of term, before Professor McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, Malfoy had extended his hand in a friendly, or so he thought, gesture, hoping to befriend Harry Potter. Little did he know that the ungrateful savior preferred the company of that red-haired Weasley. Malfoy laughed heartily, nearly collapsing with glee. Zabini promptly pulled him back. Is this how you spend your pocket money? His unexpected remark made Malfoy straighten up and quicken his pace. Come on, Blaise, Henry will be left behind. Henry? He actually called him by name? So, Malfoy's way to win favor was to undermine Harry Potter, was it? I see. Chapter 9. The Cat in Transfiguration Class. Hall's first magical lesson at Hogwarts was Transfiguration, a class he had long anticipated. Why do you have such a strange smile? Zabini asked, leaning in closer to Hall, who wore an odd expression. To be honest, it's a bit creepy. Last night at dinner, I overheard the ghost chatting about a cat in Transfiguration class, Hall explained. As a self-proclaimed cat enthusiast who is often shunned by animals, he had been eagerly looking forward to this. Years ago, Arthur had taken Hall and Ron to visit Cedric's family, who had several pets. The moment Hall entered, those adorable little creatures began to scatter in a frenzy. They would rather climb onto Ron than let Hall approach even slightly. Ultimately, it was Diggory who saved the trembling animals. Later, Diggory wrote to George, complaining that their pets had been so anxious they were waking up every night, and even the chickens had stopped laying eggs. However, Hall mused, Hogwarts cats, especially the one in Transfiguration class, must surely be different from the others. After all, this cat was transformed by Professor McGonagall. It wouldn't he run away upon seeing him. Really? Now, both Slytherin and Gryffindor boys and girls around him were excited. Who could resist a delightful cat? Hall grinned wickedly. These are for you. He kindly presented the items he had brought, striving to foster a profound exchange between the two houses. Thank you so much. Granger accepted the item handed over by Hall and shared it with several other young ladies. I have long harbored a desire to adopt a feline companion. Granger brandished the charming toy in her hand, uncertain whether the cat would be willing to accompany me back to Gryffindor. I vowed to provide it with the utmost care. Pansy, a Slytherin girl, protested, claiming that Slytherin had nothing to offer. If the cat was to be taken, it ought to come to our house. Initially, the dispute was merely between two girls, but it soon escalated into a rivalry between two houses, culminating in Hall being appointed as a witness to establish a wager. Whichever house the cat chose would depend on merit. Hall, I trust you understand the truth and still wish to adopt it. Upon entering the classroom, we indeed spotted an adorable cat perched upon the podium, its expression gravely fixed upon us. She was a calico, with markings around her eyes resembling spectacles, presenting an air of scholarly seriousness. Gryffindor and Slytherin students flocked towards her. She appeared so stern, yet undeniably charming. With astonishing speed, Granger reached out to pet the calico's soft fur. The cat seemed taken aback, its round eyes widening in disbelief at being touched, nearly taking up half its face. How utterly delightful! The sensation was remarkable. Pansy, refusing to be outdone, also reached out to stroke the calico's sleek coat. Afterward, Hall leisurely returned to his seat, while Pansy and Granger, the main contenders in this wager, brandished a feather toy and a ball of yarn, respectively, holding them before the cat. Come, dear cat, join me. We shall venture to Slytherin. No, come to Gryffindor. We have slides to play on. Hall observed that the calico had become utterly frozen, seemingly at a loss for what to do next, and he stifled a laugh. At that moment, his elder brother Ron approached, holding out his palm filled with catnip, the origin of which was a mystery. Hey, kitty, come with me. I will prepare an abundance of delectable treats for you, Ron murmured. I promise that if you come home with me, you will enjoy a better life. Look at how thin you are. The catnip was offered beneath the cat's chin, and Hall noted a look of resigned indifference in the cat's eyes. Ron, do you also have an affinity for cats? Inquired Harry, who stood nearby. Hall does. He has always wanted a cat, but we can't afford to buy another one. Ron explained. Hall realized Ron was speaking about him, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed little Ronnie had grown up. Had she just rolled her eyes at me? Ron pointed incredulously at the calico. I kindly brought her catnip, and she dares to roll her eyes at me. Suddenly, the school bell rang, prompting everyone to abandon their antics with the cat and hurriedly return to their seats. Yet, the teacher was late to arrive. Just as discussions began to stir among the students, the calico leapt gracefully to the ground before everyone's eyes, transforming into the teacher. The air was thick with embarrassment and tension. Granger appeared utterly distraught, muttering to herself about having touched Professor McGonagall and even contemplating caring for her. Surely Professor McGonagall would deduct point from her. Meanwhile, Ron, typically prone to disdain for Granger, was completely preoccupied, shaking Harry incessantly. Harry, what should I do? Will Professor McGonagall write to my mother? Am I going to be expelled? My mother will definitely send me a furious letter. Harry, equally despondent, could offer no solace to Ron, as he had just experienced the revelation that the cat was indeed Professor McGonagall. The mere thought of it made him wish to sever his own extraneous hand. How could it have happened so swiftly? The Gryffindor side was in disarray, while the seemingly composed Slytherin contingent was not faring any better. Oh, Blaze, what am I to do? Will Professor McGonagall make things difficult for me? Will she deduct points? The headmaster will surely have my head. Pansy was on the verge of tears. Blaze Zabini, who was being dragged along by her, remained remarkably calm. He preferred the regal presence of a wolfhound to that of a cat, and had wisely refrained from joining the fray. He sighed in resignation, knowing the headmaster wouldn't harm a student, especially one from his own house. What, am I to be expelled from Slytherin? Pansy's mind seemed to be functioning like a specialized extractor, focusing solely on key phrases. Draco, you must handle her. Blaze, unable to manage the increasingly frantic Pansy, turned to Draco for assistance. He soon realized that Draco, who appeared to be sitting composedly, was on the verge of losing his sanity. Draco. Blaise quickly helped him rein in his composure. It seemed that none of them were salvageable. Couldn't they learn from Henry William's steadiness? Blaise felt utterly exasperated. Professor McGonagall, disregarding the chaotic scene, cleared her throat, and the raucous classroom fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing became almost imperceptible. Just as the tension in the room reached a boiling point, Professor McGonagall nonchalantly announced the commencement of the lesson. Chapter 10, Potions Class. Hollis stifled a laugh. He knew that cat was Professor McGonagall. Was he intentionally causing a stir? Indeed, he was. Seizing the moment when all eyes were on Professor McGonagall, he had meticulously gathered data on her feline form. This knowledge would prove useful for his nocturnal escapades, as animals sometimes had access to places beyond human reach at Hogwarts. The subsequent lesson proceeded smoothly. Hollis confirmed his hypothesis. An increase in intuition represented a qualitative leap in magical learning. While intuition was beneficial for self-study, this method was far too slow for Hollis. He would rather amass galleons and directly enhance his talents. Professor McGonagall's assignment was to transfigure a matchstick into a needle, and Hollis had already mastered the art of transforming various objects independently. Before him, matchsticks, needles, rulers, paper cranes, and bicycles were in a constant state of transformation. Ultimately, he transformed a matchstick into a palm-sized mini-robot, its limbs agile and capable of executing simple movements according to its programming. Despite Hall's slight delay, he was still the first to fulfill Professor McGonagall's requirements in class, completing the task in 1 minute and 38 seconds, a minute of which was spent polishing his wand. William's performance was impeccable, earning Slytherin 10 points. Professor McGonagall paused by Hall's desk, having not witnessed such dexterity and transfiguration from a student in quite some time. Her gaze then shifted to Harry Potter on the other side. What a pity. Hall sat idly, attempting to transform the small robot before him into something else intriguing, pondering whether it could morph into a transformer. Just then, he felt a tug at his side. Turning around, he found Zabini and Malfoy staring intently at him. What do you want? Hall was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of their gaze. How did you do that? Malfoy interjected, his eyes brimming with excitement. Fixated on Hall's class project, a metal dragon spewing fire. Just like this, Hall replied, making another transformation, and the metal dragon swiftly became a dancing ballet rabbit. I want to do it too. Teach me. Malfoy's eyes sparkled with fervor. The other boys around him, though silent, shared his eager expression. Hall shrugged nonchalantly. I can teach you, but he paused for effect. It'll cost you. No sooner had he spoken than several piles of 20 galleons appeared before him. An approximate total of around 100 coins. Guaranteed results, as long as you're not too foolish. Host, Hall Weasley. Available galleons. 1078 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Elevate potion-making talent level. Learn Scabbers Potion and Muggle Repelling Potion. Ding. The Muggle Repelling Potion falls under the category of developed potions, requiring a deduction of 50 galleons. Shall the host confirm the deduction? Yes. Ding. Panel updated. C-level ability. Charms, Patronus Charm. Basic Transfiguration, Self-Learning. B-level ability. Potion Making, Scabbers Potion, Muggle Repelling Potion. Available galleons. 28 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Potions hold a unique status in a magical world, usable even by muggles. Hall was aware that his current magical prowess was insufficient for learning powerful curses. However, potions were a different matter. They served as excellent tools for both defense and offense, and did not deplete resources, making them essential for any journey. Furthermore, Hall could never forget the 10 years spent as a muggle-repelling pawn. Although his family was kind, the moment he stepped outside, everyone would regard him with pity. Look, there goes the Weasley-esque muggle-repelling pawn. The term muggle-repelling pawn had entirely supplanted Hall's name. Even as an outsider, he felt a profound sadness that diminished his desire to venture out. One can only imagine the difficulties faced by other families with similar pawns. After the Transfiguration class concluded in the morning, Hall gently tapped his small vault. Upon discovering that he could enhance his talent, he decisively upgraded his potion-making skills. Transforming a matchstick into a miniature dragon was, in essence, a straightforward task. However, individual talents varied, and one could not impose expectations. For those classmates who struggled to achieve the transformation, Hall lent a helping hand, providing them with a modicum of comfort. Among those who succeeded, like Malfoy, proudly brandished their little dragons, proclaiming his intent to send it home to show his father. Truly, Hall was a child at heart. Before the class dismissed, Professor McGonagall assigned a written task, but thanks to Hall's remarkable transformation of the tiny dragons, he was exempted from assignments for the entire academic year. Hall had eagerly anticipated the potion class throughout the day. In the dim, damp potion room, Professor Snape strode in with brisk intensity, his long cloak billowing behind him like dark wings. He halted, turned, and his obsidian eyes scanned the room, eventually settling on Harry Potter. His gaze exuded an air of indifference and hollowness, reminiscent of two deep, dark tunnels. He resembled a bat of the night, not of the DC variety. Your presence here is for the purpose of mastering the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. He began, his voice barely rising above a whisper. Yet every word resonated clearly in the room. As there shall be no foolish wand-waving here. Many of you may find it hard to believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the enchanting essence of the simmering cauldron emanating fragrant wisps of steam. You will not fully grasp the wondrous magic of the liquid flowing through human veins, captivating the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. Following his succinct opening remarks, the class fell into a stunned silence. After mocking Harry Potter, Professor Snape deducted a point from Gryffindor. Hall, uninterested in the antics, was eager to commence potion making. Once Snape permitted them to begin, he swiftly made his way to the material storage. Hall's eyes scanned each ingredient, their properties and quality manifesting before him. At that moment, as he held a porcupine quill, the details displayed were porcupine quill, spines from a porcupine, possessing various medicinal values, such as lowering blood pressure, alleviating gas, and relieving pain. Quality, flawed. Regrettably, this quill is damaged, reducing its efficacy by half. He selected another quill, noting that its quality was deemed perfect before taking it. After gathering his materials, Hall returned to his station. Malfoy stood confidently at the workstation, awaiting Hall's return with the ingredients. Working in pairs, a single set of materials sufficed. Snape prowled the classroom in his long black cloak, having already taken note of Henry William as he selected his materials. The child surprisingly possesses the ability to discern the discrepancies in materials, yet his talent for potion making remains uncertain. His gaze inadvertently drifts towards William's group. Chapter 11. Stirring up trouble. Malfoy has prior experience in crafting basic potions. The concoction in the cauldron transforms into an appealing shade of blue. Snape strides over, taking the vial from Hall's hand, who had just prepared these ingredients. Prior to attending classes, except for spells, he would thoroughly review all subjects to ensure no disgrace would befall Slytherin and his family. Snape snorts derisively. However, he is taken aback by the student named Henry William. His skills can only be described as remarkably adept. He even understands that before adding the porcupine quills, one must remove the cauldron from the flame to prevent the potion from dissolving the cauldron and producing corrosive substances. Before long, a plume of pink smoke rises from William's cauldron, followed by the concoction of a potion for scabies, which he opens, sniffs, and then takes a small taste. Did you add moonstone? Snape queries assertively. Indeed, Hall replies calmly. Moonstone can enhance the potency of potions, yet it is seldom used to expedite the brewing process. Do you know why? Snape's tone is less than pleasant. Because it catalyzes the potion's properties. If not brewed in time, it can lead to potion mishaps. Hall is well aware of this, and he knows he is capable. Is your head filled with rushes? Do you believe you are powerful enough to act on a whim? Snape's expression darkens. I can do it. Hall's tone incites Snape's ire. Gritting his teeth, Snape prepares to unleash his venom when suddenly, an acidic green smoke billows up from the underground classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Snape quickly turns around to find Gryffindor student Neville. His cauldron has cracked, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and burning holes in his classmates' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class stands atop their stools, while Neville, drenched in potion, is covered in red, swollen welts, crying out in pain. Idiot! Snape roars, waving his wand to clear the potion from the floor. Poor Neville has unfortunately found himself in the line of fire. Seizing the moment while Snape's attention is diverted, Hall rushes to the materials cabinet to gather more ingredients. Malfoy, wishing to interject, is shooed away by Hall to assist Zabini's group. Zabini, paired with another Slytherin, has begun to concoct potions that emit peculiar odors. Subsequently, Hall embarks on his own experiment, inspired by a new idea. Truth be told, upon learning of his status as a squib, he had conceived of this notion, but at that time, he lacked the requisite skill. Now, however, he possesses that capability. As Snape resolves Neville's incident and turns back, he observes that the student with a head full of rushes, Henry William, has a cauldron emanating soft golden light. What are you doing? Snape exclaims in fury. Is there a giant among this year's Slytherins? The class president competition took place, and by the following day, he had learned the intricate details. As he approached and fully comprehended what William was engaged in, Snape raised his wand and commanded, "Cease this at once." Enraged, he prepared to rectify William's cauldron. "Professor, I am fully aware of my actions," Hall interjected hastily, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should Snape intervene, he would have no place to lament his misfortune. "Huh," Snape sneered. I to believe I'm hearing a troll speak? Mind your own business." Hall's gaze remained fixed on the cauldron, mentally counting the seconds. "Huh, Snape," hearing Hall's words, felt his face flush with anger, nearly merging with his robes. "Very well. Due to our esteemed classmate William's exceptional performance, he has earned himself a detention." "Professor, do not be unreasonable," Hall replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. Snape typically refrained from directly disciplining students, yet his inner fury had reached a boiling point. He brandished his wand and approached furiously, noticing Hall adding an item to the cauldron. The potion within began to transform, releasing a subtle, enchanting fragrance, the scent of moonlight grass. "You have squandered a specimen of moonlight grass," Snape uttered through gritted teeth, lowering his wand. It was likely a mistake by a senior student who had inadvertently mixed the moonlight grass among the ingredients. When Hall first procured the materials, he had noted the unassuming herb nearby. While moonlight grass appeared ordinary, it was exceedingly rare, only able to be harvested during a full moon accompanied by light rain. Otherwise, it would wither instantaneously. His stock consisted of merely a dozen specimens. "Professor, materials are meant to be utilized," Hall replied, stirring the cauldron steadily with his right hand while gradually sprinkling a pale green powder with his left. It was powdered bat spleen, easily identifiable by Snape. A master of potions. At this point, Snape was seething with rage, yet paradoxically, he found himself calmer than ever. He was curious to see what this Henry William would concoct. Snape's voice became serpentine, cold and sharp. "Huh, since you are so audacious, let us see what you can truly create." Then, shifting his tone, Snape called out, "Potter, why do you not come and observe him? Do you believe that if he falters, it will reflect positively on you?" A bewildered Harry approached. "Professor, if William fails, the two of you shall lose points. Furthermore, you will spend an entire month cleaning the potion classroom by hand." Harry, dazed, glanced at Hall, who was equally perplexed. "Headmaster, your methods are rather audacious. What if I succeed?" Hall inquired without lifting his gaze. "Do you wish for Malfoy to murmur in the background? What do you propose?" Snape scoffed, unconvinced that Hall would succeed. "I wish to frequently utilize the potion classroom and its materials. Any successful potion shall belong to me." No sooner had Hall spoken than he heard Malfoy a sharp intake of breath. Very well. Severus Snape did not anticipate that Henry William would make such a request. Despite being a giant, how malevolent could a potion aficionado truly be? He acquiesced, primarily because Snape harbored doubts about Hall's potential for success. Once the wager was established, Snape cast a reverse protection charm in the vicinity of Hall and Harry, ensuring that the cauldron would only explode within its confines. The surrounding students were left in a state of astonishment. This was Snape, after all. Even the first-year newcomers present had been meticulously warned by family and friends to never cross Professor Snape, the potion's master, lest they suffer dire consequences. The agony etched on the faces of those who had imparted such warnings was almost palpable. And now, someone dared to confront Professor Snape directly. This was an audacious act indeed. Chapter 12. He cracked open. They could not suppress their inner gossip and excitement, whispering fervently to their nearby companions. "Do you all wish to be kept after class?" No matter how quietly they spoke, they could not escape Snape's keen ears as he bellowed at them. "Now, continue with your potion making. Regardless of whether you are from Slytherin or Gryffindor, if even one of you fails to produce a potion, your homework will be extended by an additional foot." "What are you all still doing?" "1 foot." The students, once curious about Hall's predicament, were now seized by fear. 1 foot. That was a life-threatening penalty. Although they admired Hall's audacity to negotiate with the professor, the thought of doing so themselves was utterly unfathomable. "Mother, I am terrified. Professor Snape is even more terrifying than you described." His black robes trailed on the ground, producing a chilling rustle that sent shivers down their spines. "Are you a fool? Crush it. Do you not understand? Has your brain been devoured by slugs? Turn 3 times. Not 2. Remove the cauldron to cool it, you giant." Snape's venomous words poured equally over every student, regardless of their house. Hall reflected on the situation with a sense of awe. Indeed, Snape was single-handedly bridging the gap between Slytherin and Gryffindor. He was truly a good man. "Henry, can you manage?" Harry's tone was notably tentative. Hall's previously carefree demeanor was now tinged with a modicum of anxiety. "I suppose so," he replied, Suppose so? Harry exclaimed, his face a mask of alarm. Henry, you must succeed. I've already deducted a point from Gryffindor. If I lose another, I'll be expelled. By the end of his statement, Harry's visage bore the unmistakable signs of distress. Hall maintained his composure. If you want me to ensure success, that's not out of the question. Harry, startled, clutched his pocket. I only have a handful of galleons left. Hall shot him a glance. Am I that kind of person? Yes, Harry replied, his voice laced with melancholy. Are you truly that desperate for money? Harry failed to grasp that Hall had just earned 200 galleons. I've run out, Hall stated, his assertion both bold and unwavering. Run out. The voice that echoed was not Harry's but Draco Malfoy's, who had been eavesdropping. His astonished exclamation nearly drew Snape's attention. But Snape merely huffed in response and returned to his previous focus. Malfoy yearned to press further, when suddenly, the potion within the cauldron transitioned from a crystalline white to an enigmatic brown, bubbling ominously. Startled, he hastily retreated a dozen steps, shouting, William, your cauldron, it's going to explode. Goodness, it's clear that while Henry remains unscathed, William is in quite the predicament, thought Malfoy. His frantic exclamation once again drew Snape's attention. Observing Malfoy's panicked expression, Snape swiftly approached, his long black robes swirling like a tempest, embodying his fury. Henry, William. Each syllable seemed to be forcefully extracted from Snape's clenched teeth. You have failed. His tone, frigid yet laced with derision. I have not, Hall asserted defiantly. Snape's towering figure cast an oppressive shadow over Harry and Hall, the weight of his presence palpable. It appears someone must pay for their own folly. Snape's gaze brimmed with malicious glee. Harry, overwhelmed with fear, instinctively stepped back, quietly grasping Hall's garment, attempting to pull him to safety from that terrifying shadow. Yet, Hall remained unperturbed. He would not fail. His potion-making prowess was rated AB, a grade not to be underestimated. In mere seconds, he had mentally rehearsed all combinations of ingredients countless times, and with a mere thought, he could conjure the potion. Every conceivable failure had been meticulously organized in his mind. What he employed now was the singular successful and refined method he had tested. Thus, failure was not an option. Snape furrowed his brows, the creases deepening. He had never witnessed anyone maintain such composure under his scrutiny, executing their tasks with unwavering precision. In a fleeting moment, he found himself almost believing that this giant, whose mind seemed occupied only with trivialities, might indeed succeed. Hall continued to stir his potion at a deliberate pace, and at the 18th and a half turn, he added a juice extracted from crushed herbs, then resumed stirring counterclockwise. After 3 rotations, all students beheld the cauldron emitting wisps of smoke, which transformed into a delicate rose hue. Snape, positioned closest, distinctly observed the potion's color shift from brown to silver, ultimately stabilizing at a serene blue. Hall cautiously extinguished the flame, methodically pouring the potion into a crystal vial. With that, the potion was deemed complete. Snape regarded the vial in Hall's hand. The potion emanated a heartwarming blue, speckled with silver, utterly enchanting. It exuded a vibrant vitality. Snape understood that Hall had triumphed. Although he was unaware of the potion's specific nature, a mere glance was enough for him to sense the tumultuous life force emanating from it. Snape's facial muscles tightened, his expression grave, yet none could fathom the tumult within him. He had never encountered such a potion, one so brimming with vitality. What kind of elixir could possibly radiate such life? In Severus Snape's mind, a torrent of thoughts surged, leading him to contemplate numerous conjectures, only to subsequently dismiss each possibility. Impossible, utterly infathomable. Henry William is merely 11 years old. How could he achieve such a feat? Snape steadied his nerves and extended his right hand. His voice emerged, strained and raspy, as though forced from his throat. Hall raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the professor had acquiesced to his demands. Oomph! A cold snort escaped Snape's nostrils, and Hall recognized this as a sign of capitulation. With a beaming smile, he placed one of the 2 completed potions into Snape's hand. At that moment, the students in the classroom wished fervently for 2 heads, one to observe their own cauldrons and the other to witness the unfolding spectacle involving Professor Snape. The crystal vial in Snape's grasp exuded a refreshing chill, soothing his previously agitated spirit. As he uncorked the bottle, wisps of smoke danced into the air, releasing an enchanting aroma. Just a mere whiff transformed Snape's expression dramatically. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, felt their hearts race, yearning to know the nature of this potion that could elicit such an extraordinary reaction from the typically stoic professor. Chapter 13, Dumbledore. This transformation was not merely a description, but a revelation. Snape's face shifted from its customary rigidity to one of astonishment and admiration. He raised the crystal vial to his eyes, gently shaking it before consuming its contents in one swift motion. "Headmaster!" Malfoy exclaimed in disbelief. "Professor Snape!" shouted the Gryffindor students, equally alarmed. "Henry William, what have you concocted? If anything were to happen to the headmaster, every member of Slytherin would hold you accountable," admonished Slytherin's Millicent Bulstrode, her voice sharp with reproach. She had long harbored disdain for Henry William, particularly due to his closeness with Malfoy and Potter, an unforgivable offense in her eyes. "He is on a path to ruin Slytherin." "Silence!" Snape barked, and the tense atmosphere was miraculously quelled. "Henry William, follow me," he commanded, fixing his gaze on Hall. "Malfoy, Potter, keep an eye on the other students." The completed crystal vials were labeled and placed upon the lectern. Snape released his arrangements, gripping Hall's vial, instructing him to gather his belongings and follow closely. Striding purposefully out of the classroom, Harry and Malfoy exchanged glances with Hall, who shrugged in confusion, clutching his own vial as he hurried to keep pace with Snape. Throughout their journey, Snape remained silent, and Hall felt a flutter of anxiety, perhaps akin to the size of a leaf. This potion was designed for a mute individual, and truth be told, he was uncertain of its efficacy on someone inherently magical. Snape's silence stemmed from his continued astonishment at the sensations coursing through him, leaving him in a state of trepidation. At that moment, the only course of action he could conceive was to seek out Dumbledore. Upon exiting the classroom, he had already informed Dumbledore of his urgent need to speak with him and requested that the other professors oversee the class in his absence. How could he possibly entrust the classroom to two students, especially that Potter? Snape's strides were swift, his eagerness to show Dumbledore the effects of the potion nearly palpable. It wasn't that he lacked certainty. Rather, the notion was simply too astounding. If it were indeed the case, it would send ripples not only through the magical realm, but also throughout the Muggle world. Thoughts whirled in Snape's mind, completely oblivious to the fact that Hall had to nearly run to keep pace with him. Even if he had noticed, he would not have slowed his pace. At the end of the corridor, a tall figure emerged. Only as Hall approached did he recognize that it was Dumbledore, adorned in a robe embroidered with stars. "Oh, dear Severus, what has transpired?" Dumbledore's tone was light, yet his stance betrayed an underlying curiosity. It was well known that despite Snape's temper, he was a responsible individual, and in all his years of service, he had never once required someone to cover for him. "Dumbledore, I need you to examine this." Snape extended the crystal vial in his hand toward Dumbledore. Curiously, Dumbledore accepted it. The vial was empty, yet he brought it closer to his nose, which had been interrupted twice. A faint, enchanting aroma wafted forth, and in an instant, Dumbledore felt invigorated, as though a surge of vitality had been infused within him. "This?" Dumbledore gazed at the vial in disbelief before looking up at Snape. "Channel some of your magic through my circulatory system." Snape furrowed his brow and extended his hand to Dumbledore, reluctant to allow anyone to touch him unless it was absolutely necessary. Upon witnessing Snape's gesture, a ludicrous possibility flickered in Dumbledore's mind, but he quickly dismissed it with a smile. How could that be? He placed his hand gently on Snape's wrist, cautiously probing with a thread of his own magic. As their magics intertwined, Dumbledore felt a distinct difference. His previously half-closed eyes widened in astonishment. The surprise was evident in his expression, even through his white beard. How was this possible? The amount of magic within Snape had undeniably increased, though subtly. For a mature wizard, one's peak magical capacity was typically fixed. Seldom did it surpass its established limits with the passage of time. Usually it was a gradual decline, with magical power dwindling. Yet, in this instance, Snape's magic had not only remained unchanged over the years, but had actually grown. What an extraordinary revelation. Could it be that Severus had an epiphany during class? It was not my doing. Snape, understanding Dumbledore's implication, withdrew his hand and presented Hall before Dumbledore. It was he. Hall stood facing Dumbledore, their gazes locking over the crescent-shaped glasses. Dumbledore, clearly taken aback by Snape's gesture, paused momentarily before regaining his composure and responding amiably. "Greetings, Henry William." Henry William is indeed the focus of attention. Hall understood that Dumbledore was aware he was not Henry William, yet he had no intention of exposing him. "Good day, Headmaster Dumbledore," Hall greeted with a friendly smile. "Could you enlighten me about this matter?" Dumbledore responded, shaking the crystal vial in his hand. Hall glanced at Professor Snape behind him and then turned back to Dumbledore. "Must we discuss this here? Frankly, it seems rather foolish." Dumbledore chuckled heartily at Hall's remark. "Very well, let us retire to my office for a cup of sweet honey tea instead. Perhaps a few candies will be delightful." Hall eagerly supported this suggestion, noting that Hogwarts had everything except sweets like chocolate. Typically, students brought their own or procured them from those who secretly sold such items, referring to George and Fred. Snape, overhearing their unreliable banter, appeared increasingly perturbed. "Oh, Severus, could you kindly fetch Mr. Filch for me?" Dumbledore turned his head politely towards Snape with his request. Snape understood the implication. If the potion proved effective, Filch would be the one to exhibit the results. He turned and departed. "Shall we proceed, Henry?" Hall followed Dumbledore to his office located on the 8th floor of the castle. At the entrance stood a gargoyle with a water spout. Dumbledore recited the password, "Cockroach Cluster," and the gargoyle promptly moved aside, revealing a staircase concealed in the wall behind it. "After you," Dumbledore gestured for Hall to enter, leading the way up the staircase. As Hall ascended, the staircase began to rotate slowly, and soon they arrived at the top. The room was domed with windows, its walls adorned with portraits of former headmasters, each seemingly engrossed in their own pursuits, unless Hall caught their discreet glances. Chapter 14. I'm Hall Weasley, not Peter Parker. I shall call you Henry. Dumbledore placed 2 cups of lemon honey tea on the table, inviting Hall to take a seat. Hall accepted the offered cup, nodded, took a generous sip, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore winked at him with his blue eyes. "If I am not mistaken, this potion is intended for a squib. Am I correct?" Dumbledore remarked leisurely after sipping his tea. "Indeed," Hall replied, unfazed, recognizing he was in the presence of the greatest white wizard in history. "Might you be willing to share your reasoning with this old man?" Dumbledore inquired with a warm smile. Hall lifted his gaze, meeting Dumbledore's eyes directly. "Because I was once a squib." The revelation startled not only Dumbledore, but also the portraits hanging on the walls. The figures within the frames pressed their ears against the edges, eager to hear Hall's words as if they could lift their frames to the table for a closer listen. "I sincerely apologize for taking the liberty of summoning Mr. Filch on your behalf." Dumbledore naturally assumed that Hall intended to reserve the potion for himself after expressing disinterest in Hall's situation. "No, I had indeed hoped to solicit Mr. Filch's assistance," Hall clarified. "I have fully regained my magical abilities, yet I am unable to test the potion on myself. I express my gratitude on their behalf," Dumbledore remarked, his expression unusually grave. He refrained from inquiring how Hall had regained his powers, and for this, Hall felt a sense of gratitude towards the elderly man. "Henry, with your generation, I envision a brighter future for the magical realm. You possess ideas, creativity, and the drive to execute them. The future of the magical world belongs to you," Dumbledore continued, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. "I believe in you, Henry. This potion will become a treasure of the world. Perhaps we can truly coexist peacefully with the Muggle world." Hall discerned that the venerable Dumbledore was indulging in fanciful dreams, and his visions were becoming increasingly extravagant. The higher the aspirations, the greater the responsibilities and sacrifices involved. "I am Hall Weasley, not Peter Parker." "Headmaster Dumbledore, you misunderstand. My efforts are not altruistic," Hall interjected, eager to deter Dumbledore from his lofty imaginings. "If this continues, I might as well have a stake in the merging of worlds. What do you desire?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Dumbledore's eyes. Throughout his life, many had sought to gain something from him, such as Tom and Gellert. At this moment, he was curious about what this young man sought. "Money," Hall stated plainly. "What?" Dumbledore cupped his ear, incredulous at what he thought he had heard. "Oh, just galleons." "Golden galleons," Hall replied, producing a galleon from his pocket to show Dumbledore, his smile radiant. "More of these, bright and splendid, will be splendid. Good for you, young man. Rest assured, if this potion performs as we anticipate, I shall compensate you with 500 galleons." Dumbledore removed his crescent-shaped glasses, silently polishing them as he sensed they had become somewhat foggy. "Headmaster, 500 galleons seems a tad insufficient. This is a life-saving concoction." Hall expressed his mild dissatisfaction with the offered amount. "Oh, as far as I know, you are engaging in a no-risk venture, utilizing the school's materials," Dumbledore replied, pacing back to his chair, sitting down slowly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Hall. "The materials from the school may be free, but without my invention and craftsmanship, they remain mere materials," Hall countered, pulling up a chair to sit opposite Dumbledore, unwilling to yield an inch. "Child, you indeed possess remarkable ideas, but can you enlighten this old man as to who holds the true capability, you or Henry?" Dumbledore's words were blunt, akin to directly asking Hall if he sought fame. "I am a student of the school, certified by Hogwarts," Hall replied, not intending to reveal his true identity nor bestow credit upon Henry. "Oh, is that so, my child? The truth shall not be veiled. Should you sell this potion to the school, I, as an elder, assure you that the originator of this potion, prior to your consent shall be known only to myself and Severus Snape. Dumbledore solemnly swore. Hall hesitated for a moment before placing the vial before him on the table. 1,000 galleons. A price it rightfully commands. As for the rest, let us discuss it once you have witnessed its effects, Hall added. I trust you, yet I place my faith more in Hogwarts, for it currently safeguards me. A deal is struck. This is the price of the potion. Dumbledore took the vial from the table, pondering for a moment. It is indeed a first to guarantee something with Hogwarts, but every occurrence has its inaugural moment. He trusted Hogwarts would comprehend an elder's intentions. He produced a small cloth pouch and placed it on the table with a thud, its weight substantial. Truly, old Dumbledore is forthright. Hall, exceedingly pleased, opened his purse to welcome the galleons that flew forth from Dumbledore's pouch. The potion, though simple in ingredients, is unique in its preparation. If successfully disseminated, it could indeed incite the upheaval Dumbledore spoke of. Such turmoil is beyond the capacity of an 11-year-old. If possible, Hall only wished to remain in the shadows. Responsibilities and obligations beyond family and friends were burdens he did not wish to bear. As for waiting for Dumbledore to assess it before discussing other matters, it was merely a strategy to negotiate a better price. Both shared a knowing smile, a tacit understanding between the elder and the youth. They indulged in honeydew candies, a private collection of Dumbledore's, rich, creamy almond toffee, shimmering pink coconut ice, honey-hued toffee, and a large barrel of buzzing bee sweets. After they had nearly finished, Severus Snape arrived with Argus Filch in tow. Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, was responsible for maintaining the school's safety and order, punishing those who transgressed the rules. Most importantly, he was present here as a mute. Professor Dumbledore, I hear you saw my presence, Filch said, following Snape, his gaze drifting, shoulders hunched, adopting a tone filled with cautious flattery. My dear Mr. Filch, I require your assistance. Dumbledore approached, shaking Filch's hand. Hall sensed Filch was on the verge of tears. No, Professor Dumbledore. It is my honor to assist you. Whatever you need, simply command me. Dumbledore recounted the details of the potion to Filch, assuring him that Severus had already tested it and found no adverse effects. Really? Is it truly magical? Filch gazed at Dumbledore in disbelief, tears brimming in his eyes. Professor Dumbledore, you are not deceiving me, are you? Is this real? Can I truly partake? Chapter 15. I am no longer mute. Filch's tone revealed both trepidation and longing. Dumbledore observed him with a slight sigh. In a magical realm, there exists a considerable number of squibs, many of whom are concealed by their families for the sake of protection. Mr. Filch, Dumbledore spoke earnestly, I cannot guarantee complete success. It is a lengthy process, yet we shall find a way. At that moment, Filch regained his composure, retrieving a grimy cloth from his pocket to wipe his nose before resolutely declaring, Headmaster Dumbledore, I trust you. You're the only one willing to offer a job to someone like me, a squib. Please grant me the potion. Though Hall had only recently arrived at Hogwarts, he had often seen Filch hunched over, lurking in the shadows. Now, for the first time, Filch stood tall, chest out, extending his right hand towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore picked up the potion from his desk and placed it into Filch's hand. Filch accepted it, gazing at the vial, which emanated a delicate azure glow, exquisite beyond measure. He swallowed hard, yanked out the cork, closed his eyes, and poured the potion directly into his mouth. The force of the action caused him to stumble backward, nearly losing his balance. Dumbledore swiftly cast a levitation charm, guiding a nearby chair to catch Filch. After swallowing the potion, Filch sat quietly in the chair, uncertain of what to say. Dumbledore, Snape, and Hall surrounded him, their eyes fixated on Filch, keenly observing his every reaction as they awaited his response. Initially, Filch felt no immediate effects. He found the potion pleasantly sweet, far more enjoyable than anything from the infirmary. However, within approximately 5 minutes, he sensed a flicker of flames igniting within him. Not a raging fire, but rather a series of small, insistent sparks. It was neither painful nor itchy. It was profoundly uncomfortable, prompting him to roll on the ground, desperate to claw at his own skin. With a loud thud, Filch collapsed from the chair, accompanied by a series of convulsions. Observing his distress, Dumbledore and the others rushed to inquire, Mr. Filch, how do you feel? Mr. Filch? Mr. Filch. Yet at that moment, Filch could not hear their voices. Within his ears, all he discerned was the tumultuous sound of something surging within him. He opened his mouth, striving to scream, to howl. But to Hall, he resembled a fish washed ashore, struggling for life. Snape quickly knelt to examine him, noting that Filch's body resembled a battleground, chaos reigning within. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Dumbledore. We must take him to the infirmary. just as Dumbledore raised his wand to transport Filch to the nurse's office. Filch finally managed to speak. His voice was hoarse, as though he had not had a drink of water for days. I feel it. I feel it. Mr. Filch, how are you? Hogwarts approached and assisted Filch to his seat. Filch looked up at Dumbledore, his eyes resembling a stormy sky, utterly uncontrollable. He wept openly, feeling as vulnerable as a child. I can feel my magic. I'm not a squib. I'm not. I succeeded. Snape exchanged glances with Dumbledore. Dumbledore quickly grasped Filch's wrist, channeling a fragment of magic into him. As time passed, Dumbledore eventually withdrew his hand. Snape and Dumbledore shared a knowing look, concealing their thoughts. Dear Henry, could you do this old man a favor and take Mr. Filch to the infirmary for Madame Pomfrey to examine him thoroughly? Dumbledore spoke kindly. Very well, Headmaster. But please do not forget your promise to me. Hall, not one to be easily deceived, understood that Dumbledore wished to have a private conversation with Snape, effectively ushering himself and Filch away. Oh, my dear child, rest assured, though I have aged, my memory remains sharp, Dumbledore assured with a smile. Hall returned the smile and helped Mr. Filch out of the headmaster's office. Once the door to the office closed, Snape spoke up. Dumbledore, what is Filch's condition? He is well, quite well, Dumbledore replied as he resumed his seat. Severus, that potion must remain in our control. It could incite a global uproar. Dumbledore sighed, removing his glasses to wipe them. I'm growing old. I never imagined today youth could be so formidable. Snape emitted a disdainful snort, seemingly unimpressed by Dumbledore's words. If you desire that potion, why speak to me? You ought to address that young brat. Snape's tone was frigid. His potion is still unstable. Although Filch has acquired a fragment of magic, it is waning slowly. Dumbledore's deep gaze met Snape's. I trust you sense it too. Snape stiffly nodded. Yes, the magic induced by the potion within him likely lasted about an hour and has begun to fade. It seems this potion's efficacy is shorter when applied to a squib. If it stabilizes. Dumbledore's words trailed off, yet Snape understood. I will discuss the acquisition with that boy. Dumbledore sighed, contemplating that a single vial of the potion would cost 1,000 galleons. He feared the boy's offer would not be modest. Previously, they had agreed that Hogwarts would guarantee the purchase, which would require board approval. The thought of the board brought to mind the overly shrewd Lucius Malfoy. Since we are to negotiate, let the professionals handle it. Dumbledore promptly decided to delegate. What do you need from me? Snape, having known Dumbledore for many years, inquired. I need you to assist this child in refining the potion, Dumbledore requested. Snape knew he had no option to refuse, nor was it necessary, as he too was intensely curious. Does he truly require assistance? Severus Snape felt a surge of irritation as he recalled the recent debate with Henry William in class. However, he could not deny that Henry was truly a prodigy. Should Henry seek his guidance, Snape might acquiesce, if only to cultivate another master of potions in the magical realm. He was still too young, unaware of the necessity to temper his brilliance, and he required our assistance and mentorship. Dumbledore paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, it is only with your presence that the true inventor of the potion shall remain undiscovered. Are you suggesting that I usurp Henry William's potion? Snape's pallid complexion darkened at the thought, unable to accept such a notion. Rest assured, no one shall ascertain the identity of the inventor unless Henry himself wishes it. Dumbledore reassured Snape by revealing the particulars of his arrangement with Henry William, which in turn elicited a more favorable disposition from Snape. His earlier demeanor had suggested a desire to administer a dose of clarity to Dumbledore, urging him to think more clearly. Chapter 16. Let us begin by monopolizing the market at Hogwarts. Hall escorted Filch to the infirmary before departing, leaving the subsequent matters to Dumbledore. Upon returning to the potions classroom, and with Snape's consent to access the materials therein, Hall felt no qualms in taking what he needed. The quantity he utilized paled in comparison to what the students would waste. The materials within the cabinet consisted of basic, safe components, while the rarer items relied on Snape's personal collection. Hall meticulously selected his ingredients, his mind already scheming on how to procure those elusive materials. He placed them into his bag, generously provided by Malfoy, the very coin purse. To his astonishment, he discovered that this small storage charm could achieve short-term vacuum preservation. He then seized the cauldron from the headmaster's lectern. After all, he lacked the funds to purchase a quality one. Now, he sought a tranquil location to earn some pocket money, a secluded classroom where no one could intrude, a hidden chamber, or what could also be termed a room of requirement. Hall ascended to the 8th floor of the castle, standing before a tapestry depicting a troll striking a foolhardy Barnabas. Before him lay a completely barren wall. Recalling his memory, he paced before the wall 3 times while mentally reciting, I seek a quiet place to brew potions. Then, as if conjured from memory, a door appeared upon the blank wall, a most ordinary door. Grasping the doorknob, Hall resolutely opened it. The interior was dimly lit, with several burning hearths at the center and neatly arranged utensils atop the work surfaces. This was a classroom, a potions classroom. Hall set up his equipment and commenced the creation of his desired concoctions. There are certain elixirs in this world, whether in the magical realm or the muggle world, that are universally coveted. Beauty potions, weight loss drafts, elation elixirs, and Viagra. The methods for crafting these potions, while not overly complex, are publicly accessible. However, the efficacy of a potion is intricately linked to the subtle control of the creator's magical power. To achieve superior results, the creator must possess profound magical prowess, akin to that of Dumbledore or Snape. Yet, would they deign to concoct such potions? They would not. They are not in want of wealth, nor do they wish to tarnish their reputation. Since they do not desire to profit, let Hall Weasley take on this immense fortune. Hall aims not only to sell within the magical realm, but also to venture into the muggle world. With so many people in the muggle world, not seizing this opportunity would weigh heavily on his conscience. He intends to exchange for radiance potions, smoothing serums, weight loss elixirs, Viagra potions, and joyous brews. Let us commence by monopolizing the market at Hogwarts. Beep. Panel updated. B-level skill. Potion brewing, scabious potion, mute cure elixir, radiance potion, smoothing serum, weight loss elixir, Viagra potion. Joyous brew. Available Galleons. 978 Galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. With his brewing skills complemented by a B-level talent, Hall can concoct approximately 4 vials per brew, boasting an impressive success rate of 200%. He currently possesses 5 vials of radiance potion, 6 vials of smoothing serum, 8 vials of weight loss elixir, along with various other potions. As the name suggests, the radiance potion instantly enhances one's glow. According to Hall's knowledge, although this potion is not difficult to make, its demand is relatively low, thus its price remains high. The smoothing serum can transform frizzy hair into silky strands, making it a staple in daily consumables. The weight loss elixir is the best-selling potion at Madame Pimpernel's beauty shop in Diagon Alley. Indulging in sumptuous feasts while consuming this potion alleviates any worries of weight gain. As for the others, they remain unspoken. Hall placed all potions into his storage bag. The weather outside the request and response room is not reflective of the actual world. For instance, Hall is aware that he has been inside for at least 3 hours, nearing dusk. Yet outside, the sun shines brightly as if it were noon. Hall concealed the cauldron generously sponsored by Professor Snape, adjusted his robes, and stepped outside. He is off to find his esteemed clientele, such as the affluent Malfoy, the minor patron Zabini, and the ever-accustomed Harry Potter. Contemplating this, Hall glanced at the potions in his hand, revealing a wicked smile. Prepare for my wrath. Just as Hall descended 2 flights of stairs, a stench bomb came hurtling towards him, accompanied by boisterous laughter. All petrified, spell halt. Hall thought swiftly. Beep. Panel updated. C-level skill. Charms, Patronus Charm, self-taught basic transfiguration. All petrified, spell halt. Available Galleons. 968 Galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. He drew forth his robe to catch the foul egg. And before the poltergeist could react, he shouted, all petrified. The poltergeist froze mid-air. Its expression of laughter solidified. Then it plummeted to the ground. Who do you think you are? Hall exclaimed, stuffing the stench bomb into the poltergeist's mouth and swiftly closing it. As the bomb exploded, Hall, relying on his impressive physique, dashed several dozen meters away, the sound of spell halt, echoing in the wind. I will kill you. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Hall heard a distant voice and scoffed. Kill me? Hogwarts would never tolerate you. By this time, the day was drawing to a close, and Hall planned to sneak away to the dining hall for a bite to eat. As he passed the library, someone called out to him. Peering inside, he was surprised to see Zabini flailing his arms. Henry, over here. Silence. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, brandished her feathered duster angrily at Zabini. Zabini quickly covered his mouth, twisting his limbs in an attempt to catch Hall's attention. With a puzzled expression, Hall approached, concealing his face. Curiously, the library was filled with first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin. My prospective buyers are all here. What a delightful gathering, Hall mused, his head swirling with questions as he inquired of Malfoy about what was happening. Malfoy, visibly irate, opened his mouth to speak, then suddenly paused, extending his hand and declaring, Pay up. Hall stared at Malfoy in astonishment, thinking, You've certainly picked up some bad habits, Malfoy. I won't ask you again. Harry, you speak, Hall retorted, rolling his eyes at Malfoy before turning to Harry, who was engrossed in his writing. Malfoy huffed, ignoring Hall as he resumed his homework. We're racing against the clock. Harry mumbled without looking up. What is this? Hall exclaimed in shock, pointing at the parchment. Is this the potion's homework? Each piece of parchment sprawled across the tables measured an impressive 5 feet in length, an astonishing 1.5 meters. Chapter 17, Delving Deeper. Malfoy and Harry buried their heads further into their work. Zabini nodded in agony. Indeed, 5 groups failed, and the headmaster decreed a 5-foot assignment. He could not help but cover his face, continuing, Draco and Harry Potter, as supervisors, did not assist their classmates with the classwork, resulting in an additional foot for each. All assignments were due tomorrow, to be delivered by Henry William to the headmaster's office. Zabini lowered his hands and cast a sympathetic glance at Hall, including the Gryffindors. Hall gasped in disbelief, just as he was about to inquire about his own homework, when Zabini continued, You need not write anything. The headmaster said you were exempt from this year's assignments. Just maintain the standards in class. Shut up. If you wish to speak, get out. With Mrs. Pance's furious tirade echoing in the background, all first years buried their heads, fervently scribbling away in distress. Witnessing this scene, Hall couldn't help but wipe away non-existent tears from his face. Professor Snape is truly magnificent. What Dumbledore could not accomplish, he has achieved. Behold, how harmonious and affectionate Gryffindor and Slytherin appear at this moment. On the way back to the dormitory, Hall noticed Malfoy looking utterly exhausted, resembling a zombie on the prowl. His hair dulled as if it were withered grass. He recalled the rumors surrounding the Malfoy family. With their platinum hair, they were fond of all things glittering, even embodying the very essence of gold themselves. The Radiance Potion from Madame Pimpernel's beauty apothecary has but one esteemed and long-standing client, the Malfoy family. In essence, Hall's Radiance Potion is meticulously crafted for the Malfoys. Malfoy, are you unwell? You appear rather unkempt, Hall inquired, observing Malfoy, whose visage seemed on the verge of despair. What? Is it truly that dreadful? Upon hearing Hall's words, Malfoy hastily retrieved a mirror from his pocket, scrutinizing his reflection with great concern. My goodness, how could I look so ghastly? My complexion has grown so dull. He fumed. Curse Potter, if it weren't for those incompetent Gryffindors failing to complete their tasks, must I endure such an abundance of assignments? Noticing Malfoy's disheartened state, Hall pondered for a moment before producing a vial of Radiance Potion. This elixir will restore your glow. Would you like it? Thank you, Radiance Potion. I need it, Malfoy exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Hall's offering, before eagerly grasping the vial. Thank you, Henry. His heart swelled with gratitude as he downed the potion in one swift motion. Hall raised an eyebrow, observing Malfoy's adeptness with the potion. The rumors were indeed substantiated. The Malfoys' obsession with beauty had evidently become hereditary. Henry, do we not have any? Zabini inquired, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the potion's vibrant hue. This concoction was significantly more brilliant than the Radiance Potion from Madame Pimpernel's, which he had once accompanied his mother to purchase, recalling it cost 35 galleons per bottle. Hall extended a friendly offer, 30 galleons, a fair price. As Malfoy, now sparkling with renewed brilliance, reached into Hall's bag for a vial meant for Pansy Parkinson. Zabini leaned in closer. At that moment, the three of them shared an unspoken sentiment. Indeed, after a brief lull, Malfoy resolved to deplete Hall's inventory. Initially just a bystander, both Zabini and Pansy were now captivated by Malfoy's radiant, star-like appearance. After a spirited debate, each managed to seize a vial, while Malfoy claimed the remainder, exclusively those pertaining to beauty. Thank you for your patronage, Hall beamed sincerely as the tally displayed. Available galleons. 1168 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. By the way, Hall, do you concoct fragrance or deodorizers? Zabini suddenly inquired. That should be feasible. Why do you ask? Hall responded. Malfoy grimaced, a look of disgust crossing his face as he recalled a prior defense against the dark arts class. A fellow student had been sickened by the foul stench of Quirrell. He mimicked a retching gesture. Zabini added, that student was promptly sent to the infirmary, reportedly suffering from a respiratory infection, quite severe, requiring prolonged medication. As Hall listened to their exchange, a distant memory stirred within him. Quirrell's odor was overwhelmingly reminiscent of garlic. In his previous life as a Han Chinese, Hall found the pungent aroma of garlic quite tolerable. However, to the denizens of the magical realm in England, it was akin to a biochemical weapon. The reason Chi Luo enveloped himself in an abundance of garlic was to mask the putrid scent emanating from within his body. For he harbored a parasite, none other than the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Hall pondered that merely using a deodorizing potion would not suffice to eliminate the foul odor. Such a solution was merely superficial, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. If the serpentine visage on the back of Professor Chi Luo's head were to be eradicated, the decay within his body would cease, thus rendering the garlic unnecessary. Calculating his next steps, Hall realized he needed to elevate his magical prowess in exchange for Quidditch talents, especially with Quidditch lessons approaching in a couple of days. This endeavor would require at least 1,000 galleons. In class, there were 22 students apart from himself. Charging each 50 galleons seemed entirely reasonable, considering the significant inconvenience he was alleviating for them. 100 galleons per person, Hall declared. What? Zabini momentarily failed to comprehend. Malfoy rolled his eyes at Hall's demand for money. Hall snapped his fingers, asserting, I can fully cure Professor Chi Luo's affliction. 100 galleons is rather steep. And why must we all pay? Pansy interjected, visibly displeased. You are inquiring of Blaze, yet you seek funds from him. If only Zabini was willing to pay, Hall mused. You might as well provide him with a potion to block the foul odor. Ah, we pay, and the whole school benefits? Such foolishness is beneath Slytherin, Malfoy retorted, crossing his arms. This is a matter for your consideration, Hall replied coldly. Discuss it with me before class tomorrow. Could you offer a discount? After all, we are fellow housemates. Zabini attempted to appeal to their camaraderie. And what if you fail? The others chimed in. After a moment of contemplation, Hall proposed. Given our close relationship, I shall offer you a friendly rate of 80 galleons. Malfoy nudged Zabini from behind, urging him to negotiate further. 60 galleons. Zabini countered. Hall scratched his head in resignation. All right, considering your faith in me, Malfoy added, we will pay after your success. Nodding, Hall waved farewell to the group. The deal was struck, and now he needed to procure some exorcism tools. Speaking of the kings of second-hand trade at Hogwarts, one must mention his two elder brothers who, leveraging their knowledge of the castle's secret passages, frequently accepted various commissions to facilitate trade. The following day, Hall ventured to the basement, the location of the headmaster's office, carrying the assignments from first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students. With matters weighing on his mind, he intended to consult the headmaster regarding the arrangement to eliminate the source of Professor Chi Luo's odor. He attempted to exchange for potions related to exorcism and ghost banishment, but the system remained unresponsive, indicating that the names of those potions were incorrect. In the entirety of Hogwarts, aside from the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore, who possesses a more profound understanding of the varieties of potions, it undoubtedly is the head of Slytherin House. The master of potions, Severus Snape. A series of knocks resonated through the air as Hall awaited outside the door. With a creak, the door swung open. Within the chamber, Snape was seated behind his desk, diligently scribbling, seemingly engrossed in his writing. Professor Snape, your assignments, Hall announced, placing the work upon Snape's desk. Snape acknowledged with a sound, and as Hall turned to depart, he was halted. William, Snape called, lifting his gaze to retrieve a sheet of paper from his drawer. He signed it. Hall accepted it. It was a contract for a patent, adorned with a confidentiality agreement. Even if one were to inscribe their true name, it would remain concealed from all but the institution. Hall surmised that Snape had summoned him to deliver the assignment for a conversation, though he had not anticipated their efficiency. Observing Hall's scrutiny of the contract, Snape assumed Hall lacked understanding. Recalling Dumbledore's request for him, as the head, to look after Hall, he patiently elucidated by signing this. The subsequent rights for acquisition and development shall belong to you. Thank you, Headmaster, Hall replied, taking up the pen to inscribe his true name. Hall comprehended the implications. He was simply astonished that Dumbledore would relinquish such potential benefits. It was apparent that if this potion were to be released, fame and fortune would follow. Later, Hall would learn that Dumbledore's indifference stemmed from the potion being associated with Hogwarts, and, as such, Dumbledore's reputation was inextricably linked to that of the institution. The renown of Hogwarts was, in essence, Dumbledore's own renown. Of course, these considerations were for another time. At present, having completed the signing, Hall returned the contract to the desk. Headmaster, I shall take my leave now, he bid farewell. You are to come to my office every evening at 8. Snape instructed after a moment's contemplation, unable to suppress his request. Return the cauldron for my lectern. Are you a troll, taking whatever catches your fancy? Snape exclaimed, having discovered that his lectern was inexplicably devoid of its contents during a demonstration for his students that morning. He immediately deduced the culprit. Had it not been for his extensive teaching experience, the audacity of this Henry William would have exasperated him beyond measure. Professor, you are the head of Slytherin, and I am a Slytherin student. We are all part of the same family. Can one truly call it taking when it belongs to family? Hall feigned a look of grievance. There is no possibility of returning it. Should I return it, I would have to purchase a new one myself. A quality cauldron with stable temperature is not inexpensive. Ha! Snape scoffed. You may leave. Headmaster, might I inquire if there exists a potion capable of banishing dark entities? Hall, sensing Snape's impatience, hastily interjected. Indeed, there are such potions, but they fall outside your area of study, Snape replied, casting a sidelong glance at Hall. His expression shifted to one of sternness as he added, Mr. William, should you wish to continue your existence unscathed, I suggest you temper your insatiable curiosity. I care not for your intentions, but should I become aware of them, be prepared to spend an entire semester handling materials in the potions room. Hall, heeding Snape's warning, did not take it to heart. It appears that Snape is unwilling to confide in him. Hall departed from the cellar, harboring two plans in his mind, Plan A and Plan B. Plan A involved utilizing his potion-making talents to concoct an exorcism potion. Yet this endeavor was fraught with a significant drawback. Hall needed to know the potion's name in order to exchange it with the system. But it was evident that the exorcism potion was not simply called an exorcism potion. It seemed that Snape was aware of this, but chose not to disclose it. Should Hall resort to perusing books for the information, it would undoubtedly take several days. He had already promised his patrons that he would resolve their concerns today. Any delay could severely tarnish his credibility and hinder his future endeavors to profit. It appeared that Plan B must now be set in motion. Previously, Hall had investigated various texts and discovered that there existed a magical realm within Huaxia, albeit one that remained exceedingly isolated and uncommunicative with the outside world. They referred to themselves as practitioners. Hall pondered that the exorcism techniques he had encountered before might indeed be applicable. He resolved to give it a try, redirecting his path. Hall made his way to the dining hall, where his Plan B awaited him. Ah, look who has come to visit us, a little serpent. The Weasley brothers loitered in the corner by the entrance of the dining hall, one of them clutching a bundle from which an elongated object protruded. To the left stood George, and to the right, Fred. Hall spoke up, promptly identifying the twins. The duo exchanged astonished glances. Truth be told, if they had intended to conceal their identities, even their own family might struggle to distinguish between them. Yet this Henry William had recognized them at a glance, which piqued their curiosity. Without further ado, Fred declared, Here is what you sought. What do you intend to do with it? You have no idea how difficult it was to procure this. George nodded in agreement, adding, We have endured considerable hardship for your sake. In unison, they proclaimed, You must pay up. Hall felt that they had completely stolen his lines. However, paying? That was out of the question. How much? Hall inquired with curiosity. Considering this is your first time seeking our services, I shall offer you a discount of 12, 1 galleon and 13 sickles. Fred replied as he extended the item towards Hall. I have heard that you are researching comedic potions and require extensive experimentation, Hall remarked. Coincidentally, I can avail myself of the school's materials at no cost. The twins exchanged glances. They had previously heard their brother Ron mention this and expressed considerable envy. Free? That would save a substantial amount of expenses. Since this Henry William had posed such a question, it indicated intent. Do you have any ideas? Any requirements? Fred's expression turned unexpectedly serious, as this pertained to his cherished vocation. I shall join you. Basic materials will be supplied without limit, and I will prioritize selling you rare materials, Hall offered. To the twins, this sounded akin to the arrival of Merlin himself. What do you want? Such favorable terms make us wary of the costs involved, the twins replied, concerned. When you open your shop, I request a 20 profit share. Hall contemplated the Weasley wizarding wheezes, which had transformed the Weasley brothers into affluent entrepreneurs in just 2 months. The twins hesitated momentarily, expressing the need for further consideration. Hall shrugged nonchalantly, stating that the price would not remain the same if they delayed. Before departing, he waved the bag in his hand, and Fred graciously remarked that it was their honor to assist Hall, clarifying that the item was a voluntary gift. Discussing monetary matters felt too sentimental. Chapter 19, Acknowledging the illness 10 minutes later in the classroom. Hello, fellow classmates. Please open your textbooks. Quirrell's voice diminished progressively. His speech was halting, and even when he approached the blackboard to write, he craned his neck, glancing around as if in fear of something. Throughout the lesson, aside from writing a few words at the beginning, Quirrell remained firmly in his seat, clutching his textbook as he recited in a faint, dry voice. The students, unable to suppress their reactions, instinctively covered their mouths and noses, aware of the rudeness of their actions, yet powerless against the overpowering stench emanating from Quirrell. Hall, gazing at the back of Quirrell's head, couldn't help but wonder if the Dark Lord would indeed perish from the foul odor. Just imagine, the first Dark Lord to be defeated by his own stench would surely be immortalized in the annals of magical history. Hall refrained from intervening directly. He understood that his significance would be most apparent when the others could endure no more. Despite the garlic's attempt to mask it, Hall could still detect the underlying putrid aroma beneath. A single body can harbor only one soul. Initially, it may seem manageable, but as time progresses, the body becomes incapable of withstanding the strain imposed by two souls, leading to its inevitable disintegration. A collapsing body emits a foul odor of decay and unbearable pain. Even removing one of the souls would not reverse the damage inflicted. Hall pondered what concoction the Dark Lord had fed Quirrell to compel him to endure such agony in support of him. Halfway through the lesson, Zabini tugged at the protagonist's sleeve, leaning close to Hall's ear, murmuring in a buzzing voice, "When will you make your move?" Malfoy covered his mouth and nose with his hand, desperately signaling Hall, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. Nearby classmates, privy to the situation, cast anxious glances at Hall, silently pleading for him to comprehend their suffering and urgency. A compliant smile graced Hall's face as he extended his right hand and made a rubbing gesture on the desk. He required no words. The others understood his intent. Wasn't it agreed that we would act once the situation was favorable? Malfoy hissed in frustration, inadvertently lowering his hand, allowing the noxious odor to assault his senses, leading him to gag. "Deposit," Hall shrugged. "Take it." Malfoy quickly retrieved a small wallet from his pocket and handed it to Hall. Hall weighed it in his hand, greatly pleased with its familiar heft. He raised his hand. "Classmates, please speak." Quirrell set down his textbook. "Professor, I have heard that you have driven away the vampires from Romania, fearing retribution from one of them." Hall stood up, grasping his package, and said, "I happen to know a method that might assist you." Without waiting for Chilo's response, Hall approached his podium, displaying great kindness as he retrieved various items from his storage bag and laid them out before Chilo. A peachwood sword, a small bowl of glutinous rice, a red string, a vial of black dog blood, and a pair of chopsticks. These were indeed valuable items procured through the efforts of the twins. "Professor, fear not. This is a solution that will resolve everything at once." Hall contemplated which item to try first. The peachwood sword seemed too aggressive. He glanced at Chilo's physique, which, despite being slender, was still more imposing than his own, making it unlikely he could strike Chilo effectively. The black dog blood was too potent. Even a seasoned spirit like Pippi had struggled to withstand it, though Hall had fortunately replenished his magical energy just in time. Hall's gaze darted to the back of Chilo's head, uncertain if the Dark Lord could be classified as an evil spirit. If so, perhaps all these items would need to be employed to expel him from Chilo's body. Chilo observed the peculiar assortment before him, and the hairs on his arms instinctively began to rise. "William, what are you doing?" he stammered, swallowing hard as he instinctively moved back a step. Hall secretly weighed the potential consequences. A decayed body, a peculiar soul, and need for blood to sustain it. Was this not akin to a form of the undead, even if it was cursed unicorn blood? "This shall suffice," he declared. "Professor, we must confront the ailment head-on and not shy away from it." Hall swiftly yanked Chilo forward, and before Chilo could comprehend the movement, he found himself standing before the student named Henry William. "What are you doing?" Chilo began to speak, but Hall raised a bowl of glutinous rice and poured its contents directly into his mouth. Coughing violently, Chilo's face turned crimson as he clutched his throat, gasping for breath as if he were on the verge of demise. The onlookers below were utterly astonished. When Hall first unveiled those peculiar items, they wore expressions of bewilderment. But now they were rendered speechless. Is this truly the method to eradicate the oddity from Professor Chilo? Draco Malfoy gazed vacantly, turning to Blaise with a dazed expression, utterly forgetting to cover his mouth and nose. "Is Henry really feeding Professor Chilo? He charged me 1320 galleons just to do this?" Blaise, equally perplexed, remarked, "No, wait. From my angle, it appears Henry is indeed putting it in his mouth." On the Gryffindor side, Harry swallowed hard, bewildered by Henry's actions. Hermione, exasperated, exclaimed, "He is bullying Professor Chilo. This cannot stand. I must inform Professor McGonagall." "Weasley, what are you doing?" Just as Hermione attempted to rise, she discovered her robe was being trodden upon by Ron. Glancing between Hall and Hermione, Ron scratched his head, uncertain of why, but his instincts compelled him to prevent her from fleeing. "One mustn't bully the professor," Granger defended. "Hold still. I am casting a spell to heal Professor Chilo." Hall gazed sternly at Granger. "This is Eastern sorcery. Do you not wish for the professor to stroll among us without a care?" Upon hearing this, Granger immediately fell silent, as the professor's odor was indeed quite unpleasant. If it could truly be dispelled, it would be a boon for Granger, who cherished learning. After addressing Granger, Hall paid no heed to the whispers from the audience and turned to look at Chilo. Aside from being momentarily choked, Chilo displayed no other reaction. It seemed the glutinous rice had little effect. Hall pondered whether to try the black dog blood, which was notably potent. In the midst of his hesitation, Hall witnessed Chilo grab a bottle from the table and pour its contents into his mouth with fervor. He barely had time to intervene. Chapter 20, Blood from the Nose. Hall quickly extended his hand in an attempt to stop him, but the bottle was emptied in no time. Hey, slow down, Professor. No one is competing with you for that. It's meant for external use, Hall said, his voice dwindling to a whisper by the end, uncertain of what chemical reaction might occur between the black dog blood and the glutinous rice. Ugh. Upon finishing, Chilo realized the taste was rather peculiar. What is this? He retched as the foul flavor surged from his stomach, provoking relentless gagging. He felt the contents of his stomach rising to his throat, urgently seeking a trash can. That is black dog blood, a purging agent, Hall clarified. It was precisely due to this substance's intense reaction that Hall had hesitated to use it. He was unsure where the Gemini had procured the black dog blood, which inherently possessed an overwhelming force of white magic. If consumed, not even the serpent-faced man or Professor Chilo's body might remain unscathed. Even merely holding it, Hall felt the gloom dissipate significantly. Now, feeling relieved, Hall exhaled deeply. The malevolent Chilo had brought this upon himself. Following William's mention of the black dog blood, Chilo felt an intense pain within, as if the blood were a searing flame, incinerating everything in its path. The previously cold and aching depths of his being now felt as though forcibly torn open under the sun's radiance, leaving no shadow to escape. A hoarse scream echoed in Chilo's mind. It is the king. He awkwardly covered his mouth with one hand while clutching the back of his head with the other. What on earth is the professor doing? Someone inquired. I've heard this is a form of magic from India called yoga. Another explained. Goodness. Professor Chilo is about to be sick. Came a cry from the audience. Trash can. Trash can. Where's the trash can? Some attempted to summon a receptacle. We need to find a trash can. Hall observed Chilo's face pale, clearly on the verge of vomiting, and he acted swiftly. Exchange for the tongue-locking spell, he silently wished. Ding. Panel updated. Sea-level abilities. Spells, Patronus Charm, Self-Taught, Basic Transfiguration, Complete Petrification, Spell Suspension, Tongue Lock. Available Galleons. 2,478 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. The tongue lock spell had Hall pointing his wand at the already puffed-up Chilo. Tears streamed down Chilo's face. I must seek the professor. Granger, startled by Chilo's tears, fled outside, shouting, Professor, Professor, Chilo is crying. His nose is bleeding. Hall observed Chilo clutching his head, pondering whether this was effective and what the purpose of these spells was. The curious onlookers gathered around Hall. Upon seeing Chilo lying rigidly on the ground, the other students approached with intrigue. Since the black dog blood was effective, they decided to experiment with the others as well. Hall enthusiastically introduced each of these Eastern artifacts, presenting a fascinating lesson. When Granger returned with Headmaster Dumbledore, patrolling the grounds, the elder wizard sighed at the chaotic scene before him, feeling a twinge of age and an inability to comprehend the thoughts of today's youth. Observing the two houses in jovial disarray, Dumbledore silently awarded 5 points to Gryffindor for their outstanding contribution to peace. Clearing his throat, he declared, Slytherin, Gryffindor, 5 points deducted for your mischief in class. No sooner had he spoken than a strange, anguished cry echoed through the classroom, prompting him to seek its source. Hall was taken aback, believing that at this hour, Granger would only encounter Madame Pomfrey, but instead, it was Dumbledore, seemingly at leisure. Ignoring Dumbledore's deductions, Hall tightened the red rope binding Chilo, pressing harder against the snake-faced man emerging from the back of Chilo's head. He could not allow Dumbledore to intervene. After all, this was his 1320 galleons at stake. Hall caught a glimpse of the mist rising from Chilo's head, nearing formation. Seizing the moment while Dumbledore's attention was diverted, he drew the Peachwood sword and plunged it down. A piercing scream reverberated through the classroom, a sound both inhuman and beastly. The others, hearing the strange cry, formed a tense half-circle, revealing the seemingly lifeless Chilo in the center. Bound tightly with red rope, Chilo was impaled by the Peachwood sword, holding 2 chopsticks in a remarkably sharp pose. Harry, with excitement, exclaimed to Dumbledore, Look, Professor. He pointed to the mist above Chilo's head, which had shifted from vague to revealing, as if a mouth were opening and closing. That dreadful scream emanated from it. It writhed, attempting to flee, but the Peachwood sword held the mist firmly to the ground. This must be the ghost Henry spoke of, Granger remarked, ever eager to learn. At this moment, Dumbledore finally discerned the object hovering above Quirrell's head, and his expression changed abruptly. He cast a full-body petrification spell on the already tightly bound Quirrell. Children, Class is dismissed. You may return now, Dumbledore announced, casting a glance at Hall. You stay. The students, who had been brimming with excitement, were now rendered somewhat perplexed by Dumbledore's solemn demeanor. However, with the headmaster's command, they gathered their belongings and exited the classroom one by one. Before leaving, Malfoy shot Hall a glance, and Hall understood that he was concerned about being betrayed. He responded with an eye roll, indicating his own sense of professional integrity. Satisfied with Hall's reply, Malfoy nodded in approval. Once everyone had departed, Dumbledore summoned his Patronus, a phoenix, to relay messages to the other professors, preparing for what lay ahead. He turned his gaze toward Hall. Henry, Dumbledore's eyes were filled with suspicion, questioning Hall's identity. Hall shrugged, feigning innocence. Headmaster. It was Peeves who mentioned sensing a kindred spirit in Professor Quirrell, prompting me to experiment. Peeves? Dumbledore frowned. Hall was aware that all the ghosts of Hogwarts could be considered the headmaster's informants, making his words a blend of truth and deception. It was indeed true that Peeves had uttered those words, but the context was misleading. It had been said after Hall had purchased his props and tested their effects on Peeves. Dumbledore could not summon Peeves for clarification, as that would imply to the students that their every action was under the watchful eyes of their teachers. I fail to see, Headmaster, what you wish to discuss privately with a student from my house, Snape interjected as he strode in, leaving Professor McGonagall far behind. Henry William, what are you still doing here? Off you go. Without waiting for Dumbledore to speak, Snape ordered Hall to leave. Very well, Headmaster. Hall bid farewell to the professors and exited. Clearly, the headmaster had surmised that Hall was the mastermind behind the incident. Unexpectedly, Snape was being rather protective of his own student, seemingly eager to avoid Dumbledore's reprimand by whisking Hall away first. Hall felt a touch of gratitude, contemplating a gift for Professor Snape to express the affection students have for their teachers. With determination, he resolved to act on this idea. Chapter 21. Oh, so you desire this as well? During dinner, Dumbledore announced that due to an injury, Professor Quirrell would temporarily replace the entire year's defense against the Dark Arts class with alternative subjects, the specifics of which would be communicated later. The adjustment would remain in effect until Quirrell had fully regained his health. As he spoke, Hall felt Dumbledore's gaze linger on him, laden with unspoken meaning. What was the headmaster's intention? Did he worry that Hall might confront Quirrell in the infirmary? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Hall could not shake the memory of Dumbledore's expression as he departed that night. He sensed the caution directed towards him. He did not understand why he, an ordinary student, should have any taboos. Dumbledore was aware of his unique identity. He was recognized by Hogwarts. However, as the headmaster, Dumbledore had numerous ways to create difficulties for him. He needed to find a way to alleviate Dumbledore's concerns. Should he reveal that he was a Weasley? After all, the name Weasley signified support and loyalty to Dumbledore. No, it was not the right time. The silencing potion had yet to be perfected and officially released. If his family were to find out, given the kindness of his father Arthur and mother Molly, they would likely provide it freely to everyone afflicted. The mere thought of this possibility made Hall's heart ache. He decided to postpone any revelations, at least until the potion was available. After all, it was still under development, and Dumbledore would not truly turn against him. With his thoughts organized, Hall felt a sense of relief. He opened his panel. Host, Hall Weasley, Bloodline, Wizard Bloodline, with some talent. Magical Power, LV20200, Physique, 800 to Insight, 100 to Talent Overview. Assess Level Ability, Necklace Level Ability, Memory Palace Upgradable. A Level Ability, Disguise Magus Upgradable. B Level Abilities, Potion Making Scabies Potion, Silencing Treatment Potion, Radiance Elixir, Smoothness Potion, Slimming Potion, Viagra Potion, Joyous Potion. C Level Abilities, Spells Patronus Charm, Self-Taught Basic Transfiguration, Full Petrification, Spell Stop. Tongue Lock, Available Galleons, 2,478 Galleons, 6 Sickles, 23 Nuts. He activated his Quidditch talent, upgrading his magical power by 200 points. This week, there was a flying lesson, and Hall was filled with anticipation. As a human, he shared the universal dream of soaring through the skies. If given the chance, he would love to participate in a Quidditch match. He had previously had the fortune of attending a Quidditch game with his family. It was a sport that stirred the blood. Who would he want to take part? As for upgrading his magical power level, Hall had been diligently researching potions and practicing spells, striving to enhance his magical capacity. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your magical power has reached level 3. Congratulations, host. Your insight has upgraded. Congratulations, host. Your bloodline has upgraded. Panel update. Host, Hall Weasley, Bloodline, Wizard Bloodline, Notable Talent. Magical Power, LV30300, Insight, 210, C-level abilities. Spells, Patronus Charm, Self-Taught Basic Transfiguration, Full Petrification. Spell Stop, Tongue Lock, Quidditch Talent. Available Galleons, 378 Galleons, 6 Sickles, 23 Nuts. Once again low on funds, Hall mused that he needed to accelerate his earning. Madame Hooch, with her graying hair and eagle-like yellow eyes, possessed a no-nonsense bob and a decisive manner, much like her flying lessons. After the class bell rang, Madame Hooch greeted briefly and stood at the opposite end of the lawn. What are you all waiting for? Everyone was positioned to the left of their broomsticks. All right, move swiftly, place your right hand on the broom. Then she spoke. The commands for the broom were exceedingly simple, and Hall almost immediately felt the broom respond to him. It was akin to a connection. The broom understood his words, resembling an additional hand that he could maneuver with ease. Hall mounted the broom and gradually ascended. To be candid, not everyone could soar to great heights instantly. There lingered a psychological barrier. As he relished the interaction with the broom, a cacophony of arguments broke out nearby. Hall glanced over to see Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor spinning through the air like a ball in distress. He then plummeted from the top of a tall tower, prompting Madame Hooch to pause the lesson and prepare to send him to the hospital wing. Hall felt exasperated. Having only just begun to fly a little, now Madame Hooch had suspended the class, disallowing anyone to fly about freely. While Hall stood there dejectedly on his broom, he heard a raucous laugh, instantly recognizing it to be Malfoy. Malfoy was arguing with Harry in midair, clutching a ball. Hall shielded his forehead with his hand, glancing up at the sun, which was rather blinding. "Henry, could you please assist Draco?" he asked, being reckless. "And I fear he might get hurt," Pansy implored, tugging at Hall's sleeve. Hall felt a pang of jealousy. How could an 11-year-old like Malfoy already have someone concerned for him? He raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Pansy. Though her face was dotted with freckles, one could already discern that her features would blossom beautifully as she matured. Most notably, she wore a yellow gemstone pendant, larger than an egg. 200 Galleons. Hall extended his right hand. Pansy nodded vigorously. "I didn't bring it. I'll fetch it from the dormitory." Her tone was hurried. "I'll note it down." Adding 10 Galleons interest, Hall tilted his head, a charming smile gracing his face. Pansy's expression darkened, forced to acquiesce. "Rest assured, leave it to me. Everything will be taken care of. I guarantee your Draco won't lose a single hair." Hall seized his broom and soared into the sky. Pansy stomped her feet shyly. "Who's Draco?" "We merely grew up together." Upon reaching the heights, Hall noticed Draco amusing Harry with a crystal ball. This scene struck Hall suddenly. Wasn't this the moment Harry was chosen as a Gryffindor Quidditch team member? No, he couldn't allow Harry to be selected. Though Hall's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of wealth, and his choice of Slytherin was merely for profit, his time spent among them had fostered a sense of belonging, albeit a mere grain of rice in size. Hall recalled that in the original narrative, ever since Harry Potter was selected, Slytherin had not triumphed in Quidditch. The protagonist's aura was undeniably radiant. If he could delay it for a year, he would. "Draco." Handed over, Hall reached out toward Draco. He caught sight of Draco, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise, as if taken aback by Hall's presence, only for his expression to darken immediately after. Hall surmised Draco's line of thought and inwardly exclaimed, "Oh no, this little brat must think I'm here to assist Harry Potter." Sure enough. "Oh, you want it too?" Draco arrogantly brandished the glass ball in his hand, shaking it defiantly. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the crystal sphere forward with considerable force. Hall's expression tightened, and he quickly mounted his broom to pursue it. Chapter 22. Eyes Hall chased after the crystal ball as it soared ahead, his focus completely fixated on it, moving at an astonishing speed. When he first mounted the broom, he had anticipated a slight discomfort, yet that was not the case. The broom's seat possessed a saddle-like quality, providing comfort. The broom Hall was using was designated for school use, prioritizing safety over speed, lacking any acceleration enchantments. He kept his body low, nearly pressed against the broomstick, a maneuver designed to minimize wind resistance. Hall had pushed the performance of the school-issued broom to its limits, yet it was still insufficient. Furrowing his brow, he realized he required a professional broom. Regrettably, the firebolt had yet to be developed, and the price of a Nimbus 2000 was exorbitant. He needed to devise a way to have someone gift him one. In his mental connection with the broom, Hall tirelessly encouraged it, urging it to go just a bit faster, just a fraction more. He watched helplessly as the crystal ball hurtled toward the castle's high walls, realizing time was running out. In a moment of dire urgency, Hall sensed the broom responding to his anxious state. It summoned its last reserves of energy to aid him. When the ball was merely a meter away from the wall, Hall accelerated once more, sweeping across to position himself before the crystal sphere, successfully halting its reckless advance. He extended his right hand, gripping the crystal ball tightly in his palm. This entire sequence, though it felt prolonged, lasted less than a minute. Hall's remarkable maneuver left everyone on the grounds, as well as a certain observer within the castle, utterly astonished. As he straightened his posture, the broom began to descend slowly. The crowd on the ground, whether Gryffindor or Slytherin, could not help but cheer for Hall. It had been an extraordinary display. Particularly the moment he snatched the crystal ball was likely more exhilarating than any Quidditch match at school, as the golden snitch, after all, wouldn't shatter upon impact. However, amidst the cheers, Hall sensed a sudden disconnection from his broom. It felt as if it had been forcibly commandeered, losing all control. What was happening? Hall's mind raced with confusion. He was still a good 20 to 30 meters above the ground, with no place to land safely. Should he fall, the outcome would likely be far worse than that of Longbottom's infamous mishap. Hall's mind whirled, contemplating a possible explanation, and he scanned his surroundings, attempting to identify the hidden figure behind this interference. Fortunately, both of Hall's eyes were keen, each possessing a clarity of vision rated at 20/20. At last, Hall discovered a concealed figure behind a Roman column deep within the corridor on the first floor. The individual's body was largely obscured, with only a head barely visible, adorned with gray hair and dark eyes. Those eyes glared menacingly at Hall, muttering incessantly. Even though the individual had removed his headscarf, Hall could unmistakably identify him. Quirinus Quirrell, the vessel possessed by the Dark Lord. A cold smirk crept across Hall's mind. After all, he was supposed to be Quirrell's savior. Yet this man was repaying kindness with malice. The damage inflicted on Quirrell's body by the Dark Lord was irreparable, yet survival was not an impossibility, provided timely treatment was administered. However, it was evident that Professor Quirrell was utterly indifferent to his own fate. Frustration welled within Hall. He regretted not sneaking into the infirmary earlier to deliver a proper thrashing to Quirrell, ideally rendering him unconscious so he could no longer cause trouble. Hall resolved that once he dismounted his broom, he would ensure Quirrell was so thoroughly beaten that even Dumbledore would fail to recognize him. Meanwhile, the other students on the lawn had noticed Hall's distress and were in disarray. Some attempted to fetch a teacher, while others tried to ascend into the air, only to be restrained by their peers, creating a cacophony of chatter and alarm. Hall's head throbbed from the noise. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind as he steadied himself on the broom, striving to regain control. It seemed Quirrell had perceived the intensity of Hall's gaze. The broom, initially only quivering, began to spiral out of control, wildly swaying in all directions. Hall, jostled about, felt his breakfast threatening to resurface. Gritting his teeth, he clung tightly to the broom, lowering his body and extending a thread of magic directly into it. He could distinctly sense a hint of magic already manipulating the broom. Hall intensified his magical output, grateful for the enhancement of his magical capacity, for without it, he might not have been able to outmatch Quirrell. At long last, Hall noticed his magic gradually enveloping Quirrell, reclaiming control over the broom. Just then, the broom abruptly flipped, sending Hall headfirst towards the ground, the world turning upside down. Heavens! William, he is going to fall. Who can save him? Quick, fetch a professor. The cries and pleas from the crowd fell upon deaf ears. At that moment, Hall was wholly consumed by the battle for control, oblivious to everything else. Sweat streamed down his brow, his back facing the ground, rendering his limbs powerless in this precarious position. Yet, Hall dared not relax for an instant. The tension in his muscles was becoming painfully palpable. He acutely recognized the distinction between a broom and a horse. A broom cannot be tamed solely through physical means. It is a magical implement that requires both bodily control and magical mastery, necessitating a harmonious synergy. Clearly, Hall's command of magic was already quite adept. His sea-level aptitude forged a unique connection with the broom. However, his current posture severely limited his physical strength. Hall incessantly adjusted his body, striving to draw closer to the broom, engaging the strength from his waist, back, thighs, and calves simultaneously to forcefully regulate the broom's speed and altitude. As the tremors gradually subsided, Hall's waist erupted with force, allowing him to elegantly mount the broomstick with a swift rotation. It was this surge of determination that successfully expelled Chilo's magical influence from the broom. Hall felt the broom stabilize beneath him and exhaled a deep sigh of relief. He then guided the broom with finesse, gliding steadily and slowly back to the ground. The crowd below erupted into fervent cheers. Henry, 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 so cool. Henry is ours. As Hall's feet touched the ground, he was immediately surrounded by an enthusiastic throng, each face radiant with excitement. Like a superstar, he shook hands with everyone, some even greeting him with warm embraces. Honestly, the sensation was somewhat shy and awkward for him. Hall gritted his teeth and graciously accepted the compliments, feeling a tinge of bashfulness at their kind words. Henry William, a stern male voice, interrupted the jubilation. The crowd turned to see a massive bat with flapping wings approaching from a distance. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin recoiled slightly, lowering their heads and retreating a few steps, leaving Hall standing alone at the forefront, with one hand clutching a crystal ball and the other leaning on his broom. Hall gazed in bewilderment as the dark figure of Snape strode toward him with purpose, followed closely by Professor McGonagall. Henry William, come with me. The rest of you, listen to Professor McGonagall's instructions, Snape declared, his expression grim as he decisively handed the remaining students over to McGonagall. He turned on his heel and strode away, indifferent to whether Hall could keep up. Still dazed, Hall was uncertain of Snape's intentions, yet he discerned a sense of caution reflected in the eyes of his fellow students. He handed the crystal ball to Professor McGonagall and hurried to follow, only to realize he was still holding the broomstick. He dashed back to place it on the lawn, and by the time he returned, a considerable distance had formed between him and Snape. Hall hastily ran after Snape, assuming he had already departed, but to his surprise, Snape was waiting for him. Standing in the shadows of the corridor, he seemed almost to meld with the very essence of Hogwarts. Hall sensed Snape's gaze fixed intently upon him, as if scrutinizing his every move. Chapter 23. The Nimbus 2000. Hall was led by Snape to the dungeon, which served as Snape's office. This was not his first visit. He frequently spent his evenings here, collaborating with Snape on the development of the Dumb-Bomb potion. However, the atmosphere felt distinctly different this time. Seated behind his expansive desk, Snape interlaced his fingers beneath his nose, his large, dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on Hall. Seemingly lost in thought, Hall drew the astonishing conclusion that Snape was in a contemplative state. This realization allowed him to relax, given Snape's temperament. If there were truly an issue, he would have already begun reprimanding him. Considering Professor McGonagall's presence following Snape, Hall speculated that the headmaster was perhaps concerned that she might impart a lesson on him, which is why he had taken Hall aside. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, Hall furrowed his brow in contemplation. The sensation of soaring through the skies on a broomstick is truly unparalleled, a marvel that one finds utterly irresistible. If given the chance, he would indeed love to experience the swiftness of the Nimbus 2000. Alas, with a staggering price tag of 2,000 galleons, although Hall could earn that amount, he hesitates to part with his hard-earned money. Have you not noticed that the wand he currently possesses, tucked away in the pocket of his robe, was procured from a second-hand wand shop? Were it not for his need for anonymity at Hogwarts, Hall might have been tempted to use his brother Bill's old wand instead. His thoughts drifted momentarily, but upon returning to reality, he observed that Snape had already disregarded him and commenced grading assignments. Standing there for too long began to wear on Hall, prompting him to skillfully drag a chair over for himself. Snape, without lifting his head, was surrounded by a towering pile of parchment. A person of lesser stature might have found themselves completely obscured. "Ah, I assumed you enjoyed standing in silence," Snape remarked. "After all, with such an abundance of thoughts in your mind, it is only natural to experience a moment of blockage." Hall rolled his eyes at the headmaster. "What exactly do you require of me? If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Setting down his quill, Snape interlaced his fingers upon the table. "Henry William." He called out Hall's full name. Truth be told, this caused a tightening in Hall's chest. It was well known that whenever Snape invoked his full name, it signified a task awaited him. "I am here." Hall raised his hand. "Would you be willing to join the Slytherin Quidditch team?" Upon finishing his sentence, Snape recalled Hall's temperament and added a remark regarding Slytherin's honor. Clearly, Snape overestimated Hall's desire for accolades, feigning contemplation while secretly reveling in the notion. Hall had just been contemplating how to acquire a new broom. See, an opportunity had presented itself. However, becoming a member of the Quidditch team was no trivial matter. In addition to his regular coursework, he would have to carve out time for intensive training. Hall had already dedicated his evenings to the development of potions, a pursuit that promised substantial future earnings, which he took very seriously. Currently, his potion was at a crucial juncture, merely lacking one stabilizing ingredient to achieve success. Unfortunately, recent experiments had not yielded favorable results. A failed experiment equated to no income. Furthermore, additional training would amount to a financial loss. This was simply untenable. Lost in thought, his brow furrowed, Hall cast a troubled glance at Professor Snape. "You are well aware of my time constraints. I simply cannot afford to train." Snape had considered this as well, but Hall's evident talent for Quidditch was hard to ignore. Although Snape was not particularly fond of the game, he held Slytherin's victories in high regard, as he was their head. You have several classes exempt from assignments. Surely you can find time to squeeze in some practice. Snape mused, contemplating Hall's schedule. Hall's expression stiffened. When did Professor Snape become so demanding? Is this truly how one speaks to another? Severus Snape, observing the expression of anguish on Hall's face, began to ponder whether he had set his expectations too high for the boy, who was merely 11 years old. Suddenly, a certain passion of Hall's came to his mind. Snape inquired how Hall would agree to join the Quidditch team. The anguish on Hall's face vanished, replaced by a broad grin as he extended his right hand, signaling for more gold. Snape grimaced, fully aware of this outcome. You must understand. This concerns the honor of the house, he admonished. I know, and I will win. More gold, Hall retorted confidently. The Quidditch team was not easily accessible. Others would have to undergo selection, and Hall was in a unique position. I will win. More gold, he reiterated. No one else, not even the captain, enjoyed such privileges. I will win, Hall insisted. Snape narrowed his eyes, noting that all players provided their own brooms. Should you join, I can give you a new broom, a Nimbus 2000. Seizing upon Snape's concession, Hall paused and added, plus a weekly stipend of 100 galleons and an additional 1,000 galleons if we win a match. Hall's audacious offer was not born of arrogance, but rather from his awareness that the newly appointed seekers of Slytherin lacked considerable skill, aside from their propensity for brawling. It was likely that Snape had observed the training sessions and recognized that without intervention, this year's matches would be perilous. Ordinarily, as the head of the house, he would not meddle in Slytherin's internal selections or activities. You are insatiable, Snape exclaimed, rising abruptly. His tall shadow loomed over Hall's diminutive frame, yet Hall remained undeterred, calmly stating, How does the headmaster know this is my dream? Snape's pallid face darkened to match the hue of his robes. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly uttered, Deal. Snape's efficiency was remarkable. By the following breakfast, everyone at the Slytherin table witnessed an owl soaring in, burdened with a long, wrapped object. The owl descended before Hall, dropping the parcel carelessly before departing the great hall, mirroring its owner's indifference. Curious, Draco approached. What is this? The object was meticulously encased in brown paper. Its shape was discernible. Hall suspected Draco had already deduced its contents, but was too hesitant to voice it. Initially intending to wait until he returned to the dormitory to unwrap it, Hall's mischievous impulses prevailed. After all, he would see it eventually. There was little harm in unveiling it now. Tearing through the layers of brown paper, he revealed the object inside, a Nimbus 2000. Draco could not contain his excitement, his voice echoing throughout the great hall. A Nimbus 2000. Hall sighed, realizing the entire school was now aware. Chapter 24, Crying for Mother. Thanks to Draco's enthusiastic proclamation, everyone from Dumbledore to the ghosts of Hogwarts knew that Slytherin had acquired the youngest seeker in history. Hall scratched his head, and, to be honest, he felt as if he were another Harry Potter at Hogwarts, constantly under the scrutiny of onlookers. Fortunately, with the Marauder's map in hand, he could adeptly navigate away from the throngs of people. However, he could not fathom why, ever since he was selected as a starting player for Slytherin, Ron, his foolish brother, seemed to scowl at him every time they crossed paths. Such audacity! Hall seethed internally, resolving to sneak out Ron's pet Scabbers one night and teach him a lesson. After all, not all Gryffindors were virtuous. Speaking of Scabbers, Hall's eyes sparkled with intrigue. When Percy had brought the rat home, Hall immediately recognized what it was and had devised numerous perilous plans to eliminate it. Yet against all odds, it had evaded him time and again. He knew precisely who Scabbers was, yet lacked the evidence to present to the Ministry of Magic. Who would believe the words of a mere child? An animagus, the pinnacle of transfiguration, is a challenging and lengthy endeavor, requiring several years of diligent practice. The transformation process can be fraught with peril, as some individuals become so entranced that they can never revert to their human forms. Throughout history, only 7 animagi have been officially registered, not to mention the illicit ones, like the Scabbers in Ron's possession. Naturally, not everyone possesses the ability to cast the necessary untransfiguration spells. At that time, Hall had no idea who could assist him, but now he found himself at Hogwarts, where numerous individuals could potentially reverse an animagus transformation. With that thought in mind, he resolved to take action that very night. However, he was soon intercepted by Marcus Flint, who insisted that Hall attend practice at the small clearing near the Forbidden Forest that afternoon. Marcus Flint, the captain and seeker of the Slytherin Quidditch team, initially wore a face of indignation and even mustered the courage to confront the headmaster. Alas, his bravery vanished into thin air upon encountering the headmaster, for he was Slytherin, not Gryffindor. The instinct to avoid danger was ingrained in his very being. Upon arriving at the clearing, Hall found the others already mounted on their brooms, awaiting his arrival. Flint had privately hinted to all the starting players that they must make Hall falter publicly, compelling him to withdraw from the team. Observing the scene before him, with a training broom in hand, Hall donned a congenial smile. Within a mere 15 minutes, he had reduced Flint and his older peers to tears, each one tumbling from their brooms and rolling on the grass in anguish. Hall disregarded their plight. He was well aware of his own strength. It was prudent to hold back, otherwise his 8 o'clock stamina could easily shatter their bones. The spectacle was enough to elicit fervent applause from Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Hall landed gracefully in front of Dumbledore, dismounting his broom. Headmaster? Dumbledore wore a look of utter satisfaction, as if he had just witnessed an exceptionally thrilling match. As Hall reflected on how Gryffindor had always been at the mercy of the Slytherin team, it became apparent that Dumbledore had harbored his own frustrations for quite some time. Henry, that last shot you made was magnificent, Dumbledore remarked, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at the tears welling in his eyes. It has been ages since I witnessed such exhilarating Quidditch. You may not have seen it in a while. But a Slytherin player was just knocked off his broom by a single strike, Hall replied with a chuckle. Come, my child. Accompany this old man for a stroll, Dumbledore invited. Hall handed his training broom to Flint, who had just regained his footing, removed his gloves, and followed Dumbledore. As for the training, it seemed Flint and the others needed to recuperate. Dumbledore and Hall meandered across the central lawn of the school, where groups of students mingled. Upon seeing Dumbledore, they greeted him warmly, regardless of their houses. Hall was perplexed. He could not fathom why Dumbledore had summoned him. Could it be related to the incident with Quirrell? After their Quidditch class that day, Hall had informed the headmaster, who assured him he would address the matter. However, when Hall encountered the headmaster later that evening, Dumbledore mentioned that Madame Pomfrey had testified that Quirrell had not left the infirmary that day. The matter was left unresolved. Yet Hall's anger simmered beneath the surface, awaiting the right moment to surface. Hall pondered if Dumbledore had sensed his intentions to confront Quirrell. Surely not. The sack remained securely tucked away in his dormitory drawer. Could it be the mute potion? Yet, Dumbledore was routinely updated on their progress with potion experiments. Was it possible that he deemed their progress unsatisfactory? That could hardly be blamed on them. They had tested various materials, common and rare alike, but the potion's stability remained woefully inadequate, and its duration fell short of expectations. Conducting experiments invariably required time and resources. What, then, could be the reason for Dumbledore's interest in him? After much contemplation, Hall found himself standing by the edge of the Black Lake, where only the fish swimming in the water accompanied him and Dumbledore. Henry, you're a good boy, Dumbledore began. At this, Hall felt a tightness in his scalp and hurriedly interrupted. Headmaster, if you have something to say, please just tell me directly. Look, your head of house has been so busy lately that his dark circles have deepened considerably. Dumbledore laughed heartily, eschewing any indirectness. Hall recalled Snape's pallid visage, searching for signs of dark circles, but finding none. Ahem, there are some. After all, he is getting on in years, Dumbledore continued. Thus, I would like to ask you for a favor, which would also aid your head of house. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Please no. Hall interjected, stepping back and raising his voice to halt Dumbledore before he could elaborate. Tell me what the matter is first, and then we can discuss everything else. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback by the unusual rejection, paused before stroking his long, white beard. I wish to invite you to serve as a teaching assistant in potions, to assist Severus in instructing the younger students. This should be a trivial matter for you, Hall mused. Due to Quirrell's ongoing recovery, his defense against the dark arts class had been supplanted by other subjects, with the most frequent being Snape's potions class. It is uncertain whether this is due to the fact that Snape has never taken up the position of defense against the dark art professor. Now, occupying the time originally designated for that class could certainly be considered a form of instruction, could it not? Chapter 25. Who wouldn't want to lie on a bed piled high with gold? Taking a deep breath, Hall prepared to play the victim. However, as the sagacious Albus Dumbledore of Hogwarts, he was already well prepared. What are your terms? Dumbledore interjected, eager to demonstrate his goodwill. I've noticed that Henry has been using a second-hand wand. Perhaps I could gift you a wand that truly belongs to you. This was an unexpected turn for Hall. He was taken aback by Dumbledore's keen observation, recognizing that his wand was not well suited for him. In the magical realm, each individual possesses their destined wand. Yet the Weasley family, being numerous, cannot afford one wand per person. Consequently, their wands are typically inherited. For instance, Ron currently wields Charlie's old wand, while Percy's is Bill's former wand. Lacking one's destined wand, one cannot fully unleash their magical potential. For those in the magical community, who wouldn't wish to discover their own fated wand at Ollivander's? He almost felt his resolve wavering. Grateful for the headmaster's generous offering, Hall accepted the gift. And what about the salary for the teaching assistant? Dumbledore's tone was somewhat tentative. The salaries of Hogwarts professors are substantial, which is why they're so sought after. However, this assistantship was unprecedented, and thus the pay was considerably lower, infinitely less compared to that of a professor. Dumbledore hesitantly proposed 100 galleons per lesson. How does that sound? A light bulb flickered to life in Hall's mind. He had not anticipated such a generous salary at Hogwarts. After some calculations, he realized that in the lower grades, specifically the 13th year, each grade has 2 houses attending a single lesson, totaling 6 classes, with 2 potions lessons each week. Following Quirrell's incident, an additional lesson had been added for each grade, amounting to 2 periods per lesson. This totals to 36 periods. If we calculate based on Dumbledore's 100 galleons, that would mean a weekly salary of 600 galleons, close to 10,000 in a month. Goodness. For the first time, Hall acknowledged the immense wealth of Hogwarts. No wonder the disparity between students and professors was so pronounced, and no one seemed to resign. With such a high salary, barring unforeseen circumstances, this was a lifelong career, replete with fame and fortune. Who would wish to resign? Stealing a glance at Dumbledore's expression, Hall speculated that this price might still be quite meager for Hogwarts professors. Otherwise, a man as shrewd as Dumbledore would not display such a guilty demeanor. Since Dumbledore had broached the subject, it would be remiss not to negotiate a higher rate. Hall estimated a rather approximate price. Principal, as you are aware, I am currently under immense pressure with my coursework, research, and Quidditch training. Time is exceedingly scarce. He displayed a look of helplessness. Dumbledore, concealed behind his crescent-shaped glasses, revealed a hint of amusement in his blue eyes. How much do you think is reasonable? Hall's eyes brightened as he extended 2 fingers, stating, 200 galleons per class. Deal. Dumbledore agreed with remarkable decisiveness. This straightforward response from Dumbledore instilled a twinge of doubt in Hall, making him question whether he had undervalued his offer. Hall requested an advance on a week's salary. To be honest, he felt a bit shaky. For someone as avaricious as Hall, had there not been others in his dormitory, he would have longed to scatter galleons across his bed and roll around in them. That amounted to a staggering 200 galleons. Notification. Available galleons, 578 galleons. 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Upgrading potion-making talent level. Enhancing spell-casting talent level. Learning Felix Felici's Veritaserum and Venomous Tentacula Juice. Studying the Bodybind Curse, Leglocker Curse, and Softening Charm. Since he had taken on the role of teaching assistant, he resolved not to be underestimated. Hall had discovered that his B-level talent in potion-making was comparable to Snape's proficiency, although he lacked somewhat in experience. Recognizing this deficiency, Hall decided to compensate with his innate abilities, as a higher talent level could ultimately bridge the gap in experience. Initially, Hall had intended solely to exchange for potion-making talent. However, memories of the rat had lingered in his mind. Through the Marauder's map, Hall observed that scabbers traversed the Hogwarts tunnels with ease, almost as if he were at home, feasting on the fare provided by the Hogwarts house elves and sleeping on the plush beds of Gryffindor. Given Hall's recollections, even if they captured Peter Pettigrew, his familiarity with the Hogwarts tunnels would still allow him to escape captivity and resurrect Voldemort. Hall was determined to ensure that Pettigrew had no chance of escape, keeping him confined in a cage. Notification. Panel updated. A-level abilities. Polyjuice Potion upgradable. Potion making. Scabbers Potion. Mute Cure Potion. Radiance Potion. Smoothing Potion. Slimming Potion. Viagra Potion. Cheer Potion. Felix Felici's Veritaserum. Venomous Tentacula Juice. B-level abilities. Spells. Patronus Charm. Self-taught Basic Transfiguration. Full Petrification. Stasis Charm. Tongue-tying Curse. Bodybind Curse. Leglocker Curse. Softening Charm. Available galleons. 1. 518 galleons. 6 sickles. 23 nuts. Hall had been a teaching assistant for about a month. Initially, students expressed considerable skepticism, questioning how he, having only recently enrolled, could qualify to lead classes for those in higher years. Now, they greeted him enthusiastically as Professor William. Hall rubbed his temples, understanding why his house had maintained a stern demeanor. Without that seriousness, the students would surely run amok. In a literal sense, it is a celestial realm, for this is a world of magic. He grapples with the notion of consuming the aging potion to appear less juvenile. After all, second-year students are manageable, but those in their third year often take delight in deliberately approaching the podium, solely to pinch his cheeks. At 11, he is still too young. When beautiful young ladies catch sight of him, all they can think of is to squeeze his cheeks. Hall lets out a sigh. There may be no affection, yet his coffers brim with gold. Hall has become something of a minor magnate, But this assistant position is not destined to last. Once Chilo recovers, or Dumbledore finds a new professor for the defense against the dark arts, he will find himself unemployed. Thus, Hall's focus remains steadfast on the dull potion. As for the speckled creature, a spark of inspiration strikes him. He will use it as his test subject. An animagus possesses no magical powers and embodies a quintessential animal form, unless it transforms into a human. If an animagus retains magical abilities in its animal shape, then the potion would indeed be a success. Hall muses, acknowledging his own benevolence, as he provides a chance for little Peter to atone for his misdeeds. Chapter 26, Chilo's Mental Collapse. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Chilo sits on the sofa, fervently expressing his thoughts to Dumbledore, who remains seated behind his desk. Headmaster Dumbledore, I speak only the truth. By this time, Chilo's injuries have fully healed. The medical system of the magical realm is remarkably reliable, rendering him unrecognizable from his previous state of despair. Did he say, the mysterious one? At the mention of that name, a shiver runs through Chilo, as if he were gripped by terror. Did he imply that I am the servant of the mysterious one? But consider this. How could the mysterious one desire a feeble, ineffectual servant reeking of garlic? He is, after all, the mysterious one. Dumbledore had initially dismissed Chilo's words until he uttered that final remark. He recalled the boy named Tom, who, despite his facade of amiability at school, exuded an undeniable air of disdain and contempt. Such arrogance indeed would not lead one to regard Chilo highly. Headmaster, since that boy arrived at Hogwarts, has it not been plagued by calamities? Chilo perceives Dumbledore's contemplation and eagerly leans forward, taking a seat on the stool before the desk. Continuing, just think, such talent, yet hailing from Slytherin, it truly seems incongruous. Chilo's sentence trails off. He need not finish. For Dumbledore's gaze reveals that he has achieved his objective. A flicker of doubt passes through Dumbledore's eyes. Professor William, affectionately called Draco, jovially beckons Hall, throwing his arm around him as they head outside. Can you divulge what the upcoming examination will entail? Blaise whispers conspiratorially. Draco and Blaise squeeze in beside Hall, one to his left and the other to his right. The content of the examination? Hall suddenly exclaims loudly, prompting Draco and Blaise to hastily cover his mouth. Hey, Henry, keep your voice down. If someone hears us, we're doomed. Blaise is flung aside as Hall turns his head. Why don't you just tell me directly? You rascal. Draco's hair gel had completely unraveled. The trio frolicked in the corridor, and the younger students who passed by greeted Hall with enthusiastic warmth, basking in a moment of glory. You are far more popular than that Potter from Gryffindor, Draco remarked, his tone brimming with schadenfreude. Ever since their enmity began on the first day with Harry Potter, Draco had taken delight in observing Harry's every spectacle. Hall merely shrugged, indifferent. For him, fame held no significance. Once the dampening potion was perfected, he would have all the renown he desired. A smidgen of schoolyard fame was hardly enough to inflate his ego. By the way, Henry, I heard a third-year girl confessed her feelings for you. Blaise exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. She is a third year. She just find amusing, Hall explained. Indeed, there was some truth to it, but he had turned her down. He had no energy to contemplate matters of the heart. And it certainly wasn't he because he perceived any affection in her gaze. The thought alone sent a shiver down his spine, reminiscent of Molly's mother. And he couldn't help but wonder how they were faring. Due to the risk of revealing his address through owl correspondence, Hall had declined to write to Molly's mother and Arthur, citing the prohibition on phone calls at his Muggle school, the first junior high school of London. Professor Minerva McGonagall appeared at the end of the corridor, hastening towards Headmaster Dumbledore. Draco and Blaise exchanged knowing smiles, releasing their grip on Hall. He understood their juvenile mindset. They believed that receiving assignments from a teacher was a matter of great honor. He shook his head, unaware of the burdens that came with such responsibilities. Charging a mere 200 galleons per lesson was far too little, which explained why Dumbledore had so readily agreed. Since Hall became the teaching assistant, Professor Snape had initially conducted classes, but soon realized Hall was more than capable, even adopting a teaching style more palatable to the younger students. Snape, his beloved head of house and potions professor, had simply passed the buck and left, even asking Hall to clock in for him. Reflecting on this period, Hall couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. Headmaster Dumbledore, Henry William has arrived, Professor McGonagall announced, guiding Hall into the office. Inside, not only was Dumbledore present, but also Professor Snape, and seated in a chair was someone whose back was turned, obscuring their identity. Hall furrowed his brow. Sensing something was amiss, both Dumbledore and Snape bore serious expressions. As Hall approached Dumbledore's desk, he finally discerned the identity of the person seated before him. Quirinus Quirrell. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him, sensing that something ominous was unfolding. He glanced at Dumbledore. The sun was setting, casting rays from behind the headmaster, concealing his expression in shadow. Turning his gaze to Snape, he noted the vacant and dazed look in the potion's master's eyes, one hand tightly gripping the arm of the other. This was a sign of mental occlusion. Hall was perplexed, wondering what had transpired. In the most secure sanctuary of Dumbledore's office, the professor had resorted to using the brain-blocking spell. He recalled the spot he was pressing, which in the original text was marked with a dark mark. The dark mark served as a symbol for Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters, beyond its punitive purpose. It also functioned for communication and location tracking, capable of promptly notifying the bearer of their whereabouts. As Hall pondered this, he suddenly realized it was akin to a messaging app. Did Voldemort truly discern whose mark was seeking him? A vivid image flashed through Hall's mind. Voldemort awakening to a cacophony of ringing phones, surrounded by countless calls, some merely wishing him good morning. Hall stifled a laugh, striving to maintain a serious demeanor as he gazed at Snape. "What have you to son, Henry?" Dumbledore's voice, shrouded in shadow, bore a familiar tone, yet felt somehow altered. Hall hesitantly inquired whether the professor's arm was injured. Quirrell abruptly leapt up, exclaiming that only a true master could know the location of each individual's mark. "He has returned. He has returned," Quirrell chanted frantically, trembling, ultimately retreating beneath Dumbledore's desk. Hall, no longer a mere child, understood Quirrell's implications, and he was filled with incredulous amusement. "Are you questioning my identity?" His tone was decidedly unfriendly. He had harbored no ill will towards Voldemort in his past life, and had even found aspects to admire in him through various media, until he transformed into a Weasley. It was well known that the Weasley family had always led the charge against Voldemort, with his own brother Fred having perished in that battle. Such reasons were ample to warrant an eternal enmity with the serpent-faced fiend. Yet here they were, casting doubts on his identity. Emerging from the shadows, Dumbledore's body revealed his piercing blue eyes, filled with scrutiny. Even as he uttered apologies, it was profoundly unsettling. "I'm truly sorry, my child. Professor Quirrell has suffered a severe blow and is on the brink of collapse." Chapter 27. He is a dangerous individual. Henry, seat. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a chair behind Hall. Taking a seat, Hall was uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions. "Minerva, could you kindly escort Professor Quirrell back to the infirmary?" "Severus, I would appreciate it if you could cover the first-year class for the time being. I wish to have a word with our young Professor William." Dumbledore meticulously orchestrated everyone's roles, even sharing a light-hearted jest. Hall found himself increasingly baffled by Dumbledore's true meaning. It was evident that Dumbledore wished to speak with him privately. First, he had probed with the dark mark, then used the deranged Quirrell to deflect attention onto Hall. Listening to Quirrell's words, it became clear that the blame was being shifted onto him. However, Hall did not believe for a moment that Dumbledore genuinely trusted Quirrell. If mere words could deceive Dumbledore, Voldemort would have long since dominated Hogwarts. Once the others had vacated the headmaster's office, and the sound of the door closing echoed, Dumbledore resumed speaking. "Henry, you have worked hard during this time." With a flick of his wand, 2 cups of honey tea appeared on the table. He had initially hoped that Professor Quirrell's recovery would allow him to share the burden of courses with you and Severus, but with a sigh, he abandoned that line of thought and handed 1 cup to Hall. "Oh, Henry." Dumbledore relished a generous sip, savoring the exquisite drink, lamenting that he had encountered only one kindred spirit in you. Hall, not one to be polite, lifted his cup and drank heartily, downing half of it. Indeed, it was the honey water, imbued with Dumbledore's signature style, sweet enough to induce cavities, and Hall found it utterly delightful. The empty cup magically refilled itself with honey water. "Headmaster," Hall began, cradling the cup in his hands, "the role of teaching assistant is not arduous for me, if that is what you wish to know." "No, my child," Dumbledore replied after a moment of contemplation. "You are doing exceptionally well. Whether it be your duties as a teaching assistant, your responsibilities as a student, your Quidditch training, or the development of the Panacea Potion, you have excelled in all. I am proud to be your headmaster." As he spoke, a gentle smile graced his blue eyes, reflecting genuine pride in Hall. Hall sensed that the conversation was about to take a serious turn. "However, my child," Dumbledore continued. Hall thought to himself that his suspicions had indeed been correct. "You are still too inexperienced." This statement from Dumbledore caused Hall to furrow his brow. What did he mean by too inexperienced? Or was his naivety? Dumbledore, perhaps sensing Hall's inner dissent, inquired, "Do you understand the difference between dark wizards and light wizards?" After a moment of introspection, Hall responded, "Light wizards primarily focus on healing, while dark wizards are inclined towards aggression." Dumbledore chuckled at Hall's summary, then placed his cup on the table, rising to approach the window. With his back turned to Hall, His voice resonated. Light wizards can also attack, and dark wizards can heal. What truly distinguishes them is the human heart. Magic itself is neither good nor evil. It is the heart of man that has always been the source of malevolence. Several days had passed since Hall had engaged in that profound discussion with Dumbledore. He reflected deeply on the headmaster's words and began to understand. Although Dumbledore had not heeded Quirrell's warnings, he had begun to doubt Hall's true identity, aware that Hall was not genuinely Henry William. Yet, despite these doubts, Dumbledore had not compelled him to reveal his true self. For this, Hall felt a sense of gratitude towards Dumbledore. He needed to devise a means to prove his innocence to the venerable headmaster. Suddenly, an idea struck him: the Philosopher's Stone. Located on the 3rd floor of the castle, the stability of the Panacea potion had been tested with countless materials. What if he were to utilize the Philosopher's Stone? It was the most successful alchemical creation in existence, capable of granting immortality, let alone restoring magical power. If one could successfully complete the Dumb-Bomb potion, would that not serve as a testament to one's identity before Dumbledore? After all, for the Dark Lord and his acolytes, the Dumb-Bomb represents the utmost disgrace, rendering any attempts at remedy utterly inconceivable. The most formidable obstacle to obtaining the Philosopher's Stone is, without a doubt, the three-headed dog of hell. Hall reminisced about the creature's vulnerability from his memories and ultimately unearthed a crucial detail. It harbored a fondness for music, succumbing to slumber upon hearing it. However, should the melody cease, the beast would awaken immediately. Hall pondered where he might procure a music box, one that could sing incessantly. During the daylight hours, Hall toiled at several jobs, perpetually busy, with only the late hours of night affording him any respite. After a prolonged search for the desired music box yielded no results, Hall resolutely decided to craft one himself, which required no monetary expenditure. The materials were readily available at the room of requirement. After enduring several sleepless nights and encountering numerous failures, he finally succeeded in creating a music box capable of playing throughout the night without interruption. The tune was rather simplistic. Forgive Hall for lacking musical prowess, as it was the universally recognized Jingle Bells from his previous life. Once he had modified the music box to sing on its own, Hall chose a night to put his plan into action. Ding! Panel update. B-class ability. Spells: Patronus Charm, Self-Taught Transfiguration, Complete Petrification, Spell Freeze, Tongue-Tying Curse, Body-Binding Curse, Leglocker Curse, Softening Curse, Sleep-Inducing Charm. Available Galleons. 1508 Galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. One evening, he cast the sleep-inducing charm on his roommate, Millicent Bulstrode, who was already fast asleep, ensuring her unconsciousness would persist until his return. Hall was well aware that the recipient of this spell would not enjoy a pleasant slumber, and although he knew a more comfortable sleep charm, he questioned the need for it. Let no one assume he was oblivious to Millicent's incessant chatter about him throughout the day. Though Hall had little time to dwell on such matters, it did not imply he would refrain from seeking retribution. He retrieved the Marauder's map and, following the simplest route indicated, ventured towards the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. After traversing a narrow path, he unexpectedly emerged near the Gryffindor common room. From a distance, he overheard his name being mentioned, prompting him to swiftly hide behind a stout Roman pillar. It was Ron and Harry. To his astonishment, these two had also ventured out for a nocturnal escapade. "Harry, I must tell you, that William is definitely up to something." Ron's tone was gravely serious as he pulled Harry along, whispering fervently, "The documents we found all indicate that William has been the one borrowing them. What could his motives be for investigating this matter? It's absolutely suspicious." Ron's assertions were so convincing that, were he not the subject in question, Hall might have been inclined to believe him. "Ron, don't jump to conclusions. Henry might just be curious," Harry countered quietly. "And what do you have to say for his driving Professor Quirrell to madness?" Ron, sensing Harry's disbelief, continued unhappily, "He is a dangerous individual." Chapter 28, Do Not Enter. "Ron, strike Professor Quirrell. You should also take action." Harry's tone was one of exasperation. Ron faltered, while Hall lamented that next time, he would have to pay less for Ron, for this brother seemed even more foolish. "If you don't believe me, just ask the ghosts." Ron protested loudly, his voice echoing down the corridor for a few seconds, startling the two into hiding. "Ron." Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, and once the echo faded, the two hurried forward. Hall could only faintly hear a few distant remarks. The ghosts heard Quirrell shouting in the infirmary. "He-S back. He-S back. It must be." Ron shuddered as he spoke. "He definitely has problems." After that, Hall could no longer hear anything. Stepping out from behind a Roman column, Hall noticed the fat lady of Gryffindor sleeping in her portrait, snoring loudly. Do portraits need sleep too? Hall couldn't help but approach for a closer examination. But after discovering that he could not glean any information, he departed. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, the fat lady, who had already fallen asleep, opened one eye. Only after seeing Hall walk away did she dare to awaken, quickly darting into another portrait to share the gossip she had overheard. Although the Dark Lord had vanished for 11 years, his shadow of fear still lingered. Even the ghosts and portraits were shrouded in his ominous presence. Hall took a shortcut through a narrow passage, making a few detours. He distinctly felt himself ascending at times and descending at others. From a window, resembling a ventilation shaft, Hall spotted Filch patrolling with his cat, Mrs. Norris. After about 15 minutes, Hall emerged from the secret passage onto the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. To the right of the corridor was a wooden door tucked away in the corner. To be honest, had Hall not been specifically searching for it, he likely would have overlooked this door altogether. The wooden door was in a state of disrepair, secured with an iron lock. Hall recalled the challenges that lay beyond this door. Inside were tasks assigned by each professor. Though simple, they were somewhat cumbersome. Unsure if the summoning charm would be effective, Hall pondered and concluded it likely wouldn't work. Otherwise, why would the snake-faced man shout for the Philosopher's Stone to come to him, when he could simply summon it and avoid all this trouble? Fixated on the door, Hall opened his music box and placed it on the ground. In case the door suddenly swung open and the three-headed dog barked, attracting the attention of patrolling professors. He exchanged for Alohomora, Levitation Charm, Summoning Charm, and Shattering Spell. Hall exchanged all the spells he might need. Ding. Panel updated. B-level abilities. Charms, Patronus Charm, Self-Taught Basic Transfiguration, Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, Silencio, Immobilis, Trip Jinx, Softening Charm, Slumber Hex. Alohomora, Levitation Charm, Summoning Charm, Shattering Spell, Lumos. Available Galleons, 1458 Galleons, 6 Sickles, 23 Nuts. Hall drew his wand and whispered to the door lock, Alohomora. The lock clicked open. Holding the music box, he stepped into the pitch-black room, where the enormous three-headed dog lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, with bubbles even emerging from the nose of one of its heads. Hall placed the music box in the corner against the wall, safeguarding it from the possibility of the three-headed hellhound knocking it over. Once he had dealt with the beast, his wand flickered with a radiant light, sparkling like the stars above, as he began to search for the door leading to the next level. At that moment, the hellhound stirred, revealing a wooden floor beneath its paws. Hall cautiously approached, crouching to touch it, confirming it was indeed wood. This must be the door he sought. The weight of the hellhound proved to be beyond Hall's expectations, requiring him to cast the levitation spell twice before he successfully lifted the creature. Indeed, the door lay directly beneath the hellhound. What a clever maneuver it was. Hall surmised that the hellhound's fondness for music was a unique weakness, likely nurtured by Hagrid during its puppyhood with soothing melodies. For others attempting to breach this challenge, the fearsome guardian would have easily deterred them. The only flaw in this trial lay with Hagrid himself. After relocating the hellhound to a slightly more peripheral position, mindful of the chains still attached to it, Hall gently opened the wooden door beneath him and crouched to slip inside. As he descended through the opening, he was ensnared by a mass of devil's snare, which tightly bound him. Hall simply lay flat, and gradually, the vine relaxed, delivering him safely to the ground. Before him stretched a linear room, stark in its simplicity. Hall couldn't help but wonder if this level was truly meant to be taken seriously. Surely a first-year student could navigate it successfully with attentive listening. Brushing off his clothes, he continued onward. After traversing 2 empty rooms, he found himself halted by yet another locked door. Before it fluttered a multitude of winged keys. And with a look of indifference, Hall turned them all to stone. His Quidditch training had prepared him well for this moment, and he felt an urge to strike at them. As the spell took effect, the keys became rigid and fell to the ground. Among them, Hall spotted one that stood out, picked it up, and easily unlocked the door. He breezed through each challenge with apparent ease, feeling almost as if he were on a leisurely outing. This sensation persisted until he reached the final trial, set by Headmaster Snape, which required 2 individuals to simultaneously drink a potion to proceed. One would return to the starting point while the other advanced. However, Hall was alone, gazing at the green flames before him. He pondered whether clear spring water might extinguish them. It was uncertain, as they did not appear to be flames in the conventional sense. Flames signify burning. Was he truly to be stuck here, with the Philosopher's Stone beckoning to him from within the room? In the midst of his internal conflict, he suddenly recalled a useful item in his bag. He retrieved a shimmering golden potion, a Felix Felicis brewed for emergencies. Unscrewing the cap, he downed the contents in one gulp. Moments later, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. His sixth sense urged him to drink from the 3rd vial on his right. He complied, swallowed, and then seamlessly passed through the green flames. Gazing at the empty bottle of Felix Felicis, he marveled at its efficacy. He currently possesses a faint yet persistent sixth sense, which warns him against entering. Hall, puzzled, wonders why he is still being cautioned not to proceed, given that he has already crossed the threshold. He raises his gaze. The place does not resemble a room, but rather a vast, empty cavern. Surrounding the cave are numerous candles, illuminating the space without leaving a single shadow. Inside, there is nothing, an expanse of emptiness. Hall realizes why his sixth sense urged him to refrain from entering. Chapter 29. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? Where could it be? Hall trudges back to his dormitory, feeling utterly disheartened. Today has proven to be a fruitless endeavor. The cavern is large and vacant, devoid of any hiding spots. He reflects that if the Philosopher's Stone is not here, it must still be in Dumbledore's possession. Retrieving it from Dumbledore would be quite impossible. Subsequently, Dumbledore is set to conceal the stone within the Mirror of Ariste, which will not be placed in this cavern-like room until after Christmas. If he has not acquired it by now, at least the stone will remain safe until the holiday season. Thus, there is no need for haste. Hall recalls that the Room of Requirement also has a connection to Voldemort. After all, the allure of immortality is an irresistible temptation for Voldemort, who has transformed into his current state solely in pursuit of eternal life. Dumbledore has hidden the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Ariste, and that mirror will not be relocated to the final chamber, the one resembling a vast cavern, until after Christmas. It seems that obtaining the stone can only wait until then, and he must bring Harry along. After all, the Mirror of Ariste employs facial recognition, and Dumbledore's unlocking mechanism is set to Harry. Thus, only Harry can retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. With a sigh, Hall returns to his dormitory and collapses onto the soft mattress. After a considerable time, a muffled incantation emanates from his bed, breaking the enchantment cast on Millicent Bulstrode. The following day, Hall cradles a bowl of porridge, a reward for his bribes of various Chinese delicacies to the house elves. Now, delectable Chinese cuisine frequently graces the dining table. However, today feels peculiar. He senses that the gazes of those around him are oddly scrutinizing. Though usually oblivious to the crowd, their behavior strikes him as distinctly strange. Their eyes are fixed on him, while their lips whisper conspiratorially to one another. In bewilderment, he turns to Blaise, who is sipping pumpkin juice. What is happening? Is there something amiss with me? Hall pulls out a mirror to inspect his appearance. Everything seems in order. His attire is neat and clean, and he sports a well-groomed head of hair. Blaise finishes his pumpkin juice in one gulp, earning an expression of disdain from Draco, who is sporting a ring of yellowish mustache. Hall extends a handkerchief towards Blaise, who accepts it and cleanses himself using Hall's mirror. Only then does he speak, suggesting that they are likely discussing the rumors that surfaced yesterday. Rumors? Hall inquires, perplexed. Seated across from him, Draco leaned in with curiosity, expressing his desire to listen as well. It's about that rumor where Professor Quirrell shouted at Henry, saying he has returned. He has returned. Blaise scoffed dismissively, deeming it a blatant falsehood, questioning how anyone could possibly believe such nonsense. Hall, discerning Blaise's disbelief, surmised that Draco, sitting opposite them, would likely take it to heart, given the pallor that had overtaken his complexion. How extraordinary, Hall mused. Draco's skin was already pale, yet now it appeared distinctly ashen. You're being rather dramatic. Hall couldn't help but exclaim. Draco, with a ghastly countenance, turned slowly towards Hall, as if caught in a trance. He swallowed hard, seemingly possessed, and then uttered stiffly, "Are you the person connected to the mysterious figure?" At the mention of the words mysterious figure, both Draco and Blaise shuddered in unison. Hall pondered whether incessantly calling out mysterious figure would cause them to tremble uncontrollably. Of course, he would never do such a thing, for he had to earn a living and avoid inciting wrath. I assure you, it's not true. Do you believe me? Hall replied, somewhat exasperated. Instantly, Draco's complexion returned to normal. Draco had already sent an inquiry about Henry's background to his father at the beginning of the term. It was exceedingly mundane, utterly ordinary. The only peculiarity was that both of Henry's parents were staunchly loyal saints, the type that had to remit their salaries monthly. They claimed to have suffered severe persecution, which prompted their relocation to England. Reflecting on this, Draco realized the report was fraught with inconsistencies, and coupled with the recent rumors, it inevitably stirred his suspicions. Nevertheless, he suppressed his doubts, regardless of Henry's true identity. For now, he was merely a student at Hogwarts. Draco refrained from revealing too much, fearing it might bring calamity upon his family. He feigned nonchalance, exhaling a sigh. I knew you weren't. He then buried himself back into his meal. anxious that lifting his gaze might betray his true feelings. Hall? Draco, your expression just now didn't seem disbelieving at all. Your sudden shift is quite peculiar. Hall lamented helplessly. At the dining table, everyone enjoyed their feast while exchanging amusing anecdotes. As Draco continued to eat, he seemed to recall something and suddenly looked up at Hall. By the way, do you still have that radiance potion you made earlier? I sent a bottle to my father. He wishes to establish a long-term collaboration with you. At this moment, he had recalibrated his mindset. As long as Henry remained at Hogwarts, he intended to stockpile more of the radiance potion. After all, its quality was truly unparalleled, unmatched by any other apothecary. As Draco spoke, his expression radiated a youthful exuberance, as if to say, "You've struck gold. My father holds you in high regard." This sight made Hall's fists itch with excitement. After contemplating for a moment, Hall realized he could indeed carve out some time in his schedule. He hadn't arranged matters with Dumbledore previously. How could he have known that Hogwarts salaries were disbursed per term? Thus, Hall's salary as a teaching assistant will only be disbursed upon the conclusion of the semester. Engaging in potion-making proves to be both time-consuming and laborious, rendering it an unwise endeavor. After completing this order, it may be prudent to momentarily withdraw. Very well. How many do you require? Hall pondered the time he could allocate. Let us start with 20 bottles, and we can consider further production later, Draco suggested. Oh, and let us have 30 bottles of each of the others for now. I fear that requesting more might overwhelm you. Hall retracted his earlier inclination to withdraw. After all, Draco was a veritable benefactor. The notion of stepping back was utterly unfathomable. Before Hall could extend his hand, Draco effortlessly offered a palm-sized coin pouch, providing full payment. Can you manage it within a week? Hall grasped the pouch, savoring its delightful heft, and nodded vigorously. Given that the trials for the mute potion had consistently failed, it would be better to set it aside for the moment, perhaps to entertain other ideas later. Hall estimated that the pouch contained approximately 1,000 galleons. Chapter 30. The bastard child of Voldemort. Hall believed that if he remained silent, the rumors would soon dissipate. However, he was astounded to find that the gossip escalated to absurd proportions. Could you repeat that? Hall scratched his ear, overwhelmed by the outrageous news he had just heard. Ron, suppressing his trepidation, glared at Hall with indignation, but Harry interjected before he could speak. Ha! I find it hard to believe, but Ron seems to be convinced, so I thought I would inquire. By the end of his statement, Harry's voice had dwindled to a near whisper, likely due to embarrassment. Hall looked at Harry and then at Ron, thinking that perhaps this brother was no longer worth keeping. It would be better to discard him. Harry summoned his courage to voice the school rumor. You are Voldemort's illegitimate son. Therefore, Malfoy and the entire Slytherin house look to you for guidance. Hall found himself in the Great Hall on Halloween, beautifully adorned with pumpkins and floating ghosts. The three of them stood at the entrance, amidst a continuous flow of people. At Harry's exclamation, the entire room fell silent, all eyes fixated upon Hall. Where on earth did this ludicrous rumor originate? Hall was nearly driven to laughter by his indignation. He turned to Ron, incredulous that he would believe such drivel. They had emerged from Molly's womb in succession. Unable to restrain himself, Hall mentally queried the system. Can I exchange something for Ron's intellect? Alert! Exchange failed. You believed such an absurd tale. Hall's voice strained to remain composed. Ron, taken aback by Hall's fierce expression, instinctively recoiled, his voice wavering. I believed it, Ron admitted, igniting Hall's fury. Like a ravenous wolf, Hall tackled Ron to the ground, delivering a fierce beating. It was entirely one-sided. Ron, battered and bruised, offered no resistance. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall intervened, forcibly separating the two. Henry William, Ron Weasley. 5 points will be deducted from Slytherin and Gryffindor for your public brawl. Even though Hall hastily pulled Ron over, feigning a playful brotherly tussle, it could not prevent Professor McGonagall from imposing the penalty. Hall cast a resentful glance at Ron, then snorted dismissively before striding into the Great Hall. It was all Ron's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't have faced a point deduction. At home, he knew how to protect the weak, Hall, but upon arriving at Hogwarts, he merely followed the crowd. Inside the Great Hall, 1,000 bats fluttered against the walls and ceiling. Low-hanging clouds swirled above the dining tables, causing the flames of the candles nestled within the pumpkins to flicker erratically. The school ghosts seemingly emerged from the walls and tables, laughing heartily at every startled student they encountered. Fortunately, you fled quickly. Otherwise, I would have made you pay. Ron clenched his fists and waved them forward. Harry, unable to bear the sight, covered his face, having attempted to prevent Hall from striking Ron, only to be thrown aside by Hall's force. Given their similar builds, Harry was astonished by Henry's strength, which had sent him staggering. It was understandable that Ron did not retaliate. "Come on, Ron, let's go inside. I'll apply some potion for your bruises tonight, and they'll be gone by tomorrow," Harry consoled. Ron muttered, "I could have taken Henry. It was just my subconscious telling me not to retaliate, or something bad would happen." He shivered at the memory of Henry's blow, which resembled Hall's. Indeed, they were strikingly similar, but Henry's strength far surpassed Hall's. Ron reminisced about Hall's fighting style. He felt the moves were alike, but at least he could resist Hall. Just now, he truly felt overwhelmed, and it left him feeling frustrated. "Hall," Harry inquired curiously, "is your brother much like Henry?" Not in appearance, but in a certain feeling. They continued their conversation as they took their seats at the Gryffindor long table. Meanwhile, over at Slytherin, Draco could hardly contain his laughter at Ron's battered visage, nearly collapsing onto the table. Hall glared at Draco, fully aware of the increasingly absurd rumors. He too had a responsibility in this matter. "You should restrain yourself," Blaise hastily advised, noticing Hall's deepening scowl. "Ha ha, Blaise, take a look at that Weasley-esque face. Ha ha, why didn't T. Potter get beaten up?" Draco could not stop his laughter. Hall, sitting across from him, spoke softly. "Harry didn't tea. Do you wish to?" Draco quickly covered his mouth, straightened his posture, and faced the front guest table, behaving like a diligent student awaiting the professor's arrival. Today was a festive occasion, and the feast was notably more lavish than usual. Hall enjoyed the meal, savoring a chicken leg in one hand and a pure, unadulterated fruit drink in the other. During this period, he had been working tirelessly, feeling as though he had lost weight. He needed to replenish himself to assist others in their lessons and to participate in Quidditch elections. It was worth noting that Snape had begun to consider appointing Hall as a teaching assistant for the 7th year, assigning him even more responsibilities. Thus, Snape could apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, justified by the fact that his current workload was rather light, allowing him to manage 2 classes. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not acquiesce to this proposal. Hall mused that had Dumbledore agreed, he would have protested to the Department of Magical Labor Arbitration. Enduring the meagerest of wages while toiling like a beast of burden was a transaction Hall would never entertain. Perhaps if the salary were to increase to a figure comparable to that of the permanent staff at Hogwarts, he might reconsider. As the guests indulged in their feast, a loud bang resounded as the heavy doors of the Great Hall were forcefully flung open, revealing the long-absent old friend, Quirrell. He shouted, "The troll is in the dungeons. I thought you all knew," before abruptly collapsing, his eyes rolling back. This announcement plunged the Great Hall into chaos. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who, employing a sonorous charm, directed the students' movements. Spotting Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, Hall crouched low and stealthily slipped away from the group. Frowning, he hurried to catch up. What was Quirrell up to? Hall recalled that Quirrell had previously orchestrated similar distractions to lure the professors away, allowing him time to seek the Philosopher's Stone. However, with the absence of Voldemort looming behind him, what compelled Quirrell to risk such a conspicuous act? Hall found himself perplexed by Quirrell's motives. Could it be that Quirrell had truly lost his sanity, leading to thoughts that deviated from the norm? Countless possibilities flashed through Hall's mind, only to be systematically dismissed. He was aware that Ron and Harry were likely en route to the girls' restroom in search of Hermione. Yet, as he neared the restroom, a dull sound emerged from behind him, akin to a heavy object scraping against the ground. The grating noise drew closer, becoming almost unbearable. Hall spun around abruptly, and there it was, the troll. The creature appeared exceedingly agitated, and upon spotting Hall, it brandished its club and charged toward him. The cacophonous sound was produced by the club dragging across the floor. Realizing the danger, Hall swiftly crouched and dodged behind a nearby pillar. The troll, unable to locate Hall, began to thrash the ground violently with its club, seemingly venting its fury. Hiding behind the pillar, wand in hand, Hall awaited the opportune moment. To his surprise, he discovered that the pillar he was concealed behind was adjacent to the very girls' restroom he had been seeking. There, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione had gathered, blissfully unaware of the troll lurking behind the pillar, their vision obstructed. Harry looked quizzically at Hall, who was tense and brandishing his wand. Ron, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Harry, it's trying to kill you." "Idiot, Ron." Hall could not restrain his frustration. Ron's shout caught the troll's attention, and at that moment, the trio finally beheld the towering figure looming behind the pillar, nearly brushing the ceiling. "Merlin, good heavens!" they exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. "Hall!" In utter disbelief, shouted Ron. It was only then that the three realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly turned to dash into the ladies' restroom. Hall spun around, brandishing his wand and petrifying the ogre in its tracks. He then hurriedly entered the restroom himself. One of the ogre's hands became rigid, falling limply to its side. Realizing that it could no longer move one of its arms, the ogre became even more enraged and charged forward with a furious roar. What to do? What to do? What to do? It was a colossal ogre. Ron paced nervously, consumed by fear. Where were the professors? With such a loud commotion, how could they be absent? Hermione anxiously gnawed at her fingernails. Henry, what are you doing? Harry noticed Hall rummaging through his robe pockets in search of something. Dumbledore had promised to provide him with a wand, but that would not happen until Halloween, when he could accompany Hall to Diagon Alley for a purchase. Hall initially thought that a second-hand wand would suffice for school, but he never anticipated the current predicament. The second-hand wand he possessed was exceedingly unstable, its magical output a mere fraction of its potential. Hall had expected that with his last attempt, he would at least petrify half of the ogre's body. Given the circumstances, it seemed unwise to continue wielding the wand. He needed to find something else. Hall rummaged through his robe, recalling that he had stashed some items in his pockets. Those potions were procured from Hagrid for the purpose of blasting boulders. Finally, he found it. He held up a bag before the trio. We shall use this. Its destructive power is immense. The ogre will certainly be unable to withstand it. Hall spoke with conviction as he opened the bag, distributing its contents among the three, carefully instructing them to aim at the ogre and to avoid harming their comrades. Ron couldn't shake the feeling that this substance looked somewhat familiar. What is this? He asked, shaking the glass vial in his hand, the potion inside appearing somewhat murky. The more he looked, the more it seemed familiar. The scratches on the cap were reminiscent of the time he and Harry had playfully knocked it to the ground. Hall, observing the trio's confusion, beamed with delight. It was all the failed potion assignments from their first-year class. There were a total of 17 vials in the bag, with each of them receiving 3 or 4. As the three examined the glass vials they held, a sense of anxiety surged within them, compelling them to throw them as quickly as possible. Memories of potion class flooded their minds, recalling the various explosive cauldron mishaps, images that were brutally vivid. They shuddered in unison, the effect akin to invoking the dark name. Hall was secretly amused, knowing that the school utilized these failed potions for explosive purposes. They were plentiful, environmentally friendly, and more than sufficient. The 4 of them took their potions and concealed themselves in 4 corners, awaiting the ogre's entrance, ready to strike as one. Once hidden, they listened to the ogre's furious roars and the sound of its club scraping across the floor, their heartbeats quickening until all they could hear was the pounding of their own hearts. Thud! The ogre had entered. With a mighty swing, it smashed the door that obstructed its entrance to splinters, sending wood chips flying in disarray. The 4 held their breath, watching as the ogre lumbered toward their predetermined positions. 3, 2, 1. Smash! As Hall shouted, the others surged out alongside him. The sound of shattering glass echoed, each vial of potion bursting open. The colossal creature staggered, its skin partially eroded by the potion. Yet, this was insufficient. Infuriated, the beast swung its club with reckless abandon, smashing the marble floor into fragments. The 4 could only retreat to a corner with the remaining potions. This approach was futile. Inching forward would take an eternity to vanquish the creature. It would be best to eliminate it in one fell swoop. Hall raised his palm, gathering all the remaining potions. He murmured the levitation spell, and the glass bottles began to float above the creature's head. At that moment, Hall aimed his wand at the shattered remains. With a sharp crack, the creature let out a wail. The potion had injured its eyes, and in a futile attempt to shield them, it forgot about the club in its hand, resulting in a heavy blow to its own forehead. Dazed, the creature collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, unable to rise. Was it safe? Ron cautiously peered out. Hall restrained the others who wished to venture out. Something was amiss with the creature. The potions they used could annihilate an entire mountain. Yet now the beast was merely wounded. Hall recalled how the potions had detonated upon contact, seeming to explode at a slight distance. This realization struck him. He crouched in the corner, scrutinizing the surroundings for any potential hiding spots. What is wrong? Hermione asked, sensing his unease. There is someone, Hall replied. The trio exchanged glances and quietly craned their necks to assist Hall in the search. How could there be someone? Ron muttered, though his eyes obediently scanned the area. Suddenly, Ron's eyes widened, and he gently tugged on Hall's robe, pointing to a corner. It was the outermost restroom, with a pair of black boot-clad legs visible beneath the door. Who is it? Hall pondered, a myriad of possibilities flashing through his mind, landing on one individual, Quirinus Quirrell, who had just fainted in the Great Hall. Hall raised his wand, preparing to strike first. With a crash, Hall's spell and a deafening boom coincided. In an instant, the ground trembled. Chapter 32. Blimey, Quirrell runs fast. Hall was jolted, nearly losing his balance, unsure where his spell had landed. He clung to the doorframe, striving to steady himself as he peered outside. Merlin Hall couldn't contain himself. The trio, intrigued by Hall's exclamation, leaned closer to see. It must be said, these three truly embodied the spirit of Gryffindor. Hall found himself nearly wedged into the doorframe by Ron's enthusiasm. By Merlin's foul socks, Merlin's beard. The trio continuously expressed their astonishment, utterly devoid of any sense of tension. Before them stood not the previously 5-meter-tall giant, but a behemoth that seemed to have ingested steroids, suddenly surging in size and breaking through the ceiling. However, the forcefulness of the incantation had ensnared the creature at the entrance, with half of its shoulder protruding into the upper floor. The trapped giant furiously brandished the club in its hand. At this moment, the trio found themselves in a perilous position, without any door to shield them. The giant's club could come crashing down at any moment. Feeling the imminent danger, Hall swiftly ducked and vaulted over a pile of debris, as the club struck the very spot where he had just stood. "Henry!" Hermione exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing her call, the giant raised its club and swung it in their direction, about to strike Hermione. "Ah!" Hermione screamed. With a forceful shove, Hall pushed her into a corner, narrowly evading the giant's attack. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were akin to parkour athletes, desperately dodging the flying debris amid their frantic screams. Hall quickly approached, grasping one of each of them, tightening his abdomen, and with a powerful heave, he tossed them into a restroom stall, providing at least a temporary refuge. "What do we do now? We're out of potions," Harry fretted, pacing anxiously. Hall cast a glance back toward where he had last seen Quirrell, now devoid of his presence, likely having fled amidst the chaos. Hall's temper was not particularly volatile, but if someone sought to take his life, and he could endure it, would he not be akin to a saint? Just as the thought of vengeance began to stir within him, he suddenly recalled that Dumbledore had yet to absolve him of suspicion. Should Quirrell perish here, he would undoubtedly become the prime suspect. Furthermore, to prove his innocence, he would need to establish that Quirrell was merely a puppet of the Dark Lord. Damn it! Hall cursed inwardly, relieved that Quirrell had made a hasty retreat. The giant's ears were exceedingly keen. Even the faintest sound could betray their hiding place. If possible, they ought to employ a silent approach. An idea sparked in Hall's mind, a form of magic, or rather, an upgraded spellcasting ability, wandless magic. Exchange for wandless magic, the silencing charm, and the ability to shrink rapidly, Hall contemplated. Ding. Wandless magic, the silencing charm, is a supplementary talent requiring the deduction of 100 galleons. Shall the host confirm the deduction? Yes. Ding. Panel updated. B-level ability. Wandless magic, the silencing charm, self-learned Patronus charm, basic transfiguration, all petrification spells. Stopping charm, tongue-tying curse, body-bind curse, leg-locker curse, softening charm, sleep-inducing spell, Alohomora, levitation charm, Accio, shattering spell, Lumos, rapid shrinkage. Available galleons, 2,398 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Harry, Ron, Hermione, I have a way out. Hall turned to the trio. Just stay hidden. Ron, feeling indignant, retorted, if you're so capable, why didn't you use it sooner? Hall shot him a glance, remaining silent. For reasons unknown, Ron felt a chill at Hall's gaze, causing him to involuntarily fall silent. Hurry, Henry! The troll is about to poke its head out of the hole. Hermione anxiously peered back. After reaching a consensus, the trio huddled in the innermost stall, leaving the entrance clear for Hall. Through the crack of the door, Hall gazed at the distant troll, silently urging it to shrink. Without the intermediary of that second-hand wand, the magic Hall conjured displayed remarkable potency. A beam of light, as powerful as lightning, shot forth from his wand and struck the troll, enveloping it in a golden glow. My goodness! Hermione exclaimed, her expression a mix of astonishment and envy as she watched Hall. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances with Hermione, bewildered by her reaction. This is wandless magic. I've read about it in books. Hermione's tone was fraught with excitement. It is worth noting that wandless magic is a rare skill possessed by only a few in the entire magical community. Initially, she had intended to compete with Hall academically, but that thought vanished entirely. She realized there was no comparison. She simply could not rival him. As the golden light enveloped the troll, its once massive form began to diminish, shrinking smaller and smaller until it reached the size of Hall's waist. The club that had once towered over 3 of Hall was now delicately petite. The troll's reduction came to a halt, and Hall felt a twinge of disappointment, believing it could have shrunk to the size of Kitten. The dim-witted troll, finally aware of its transformation, let out a high-pitched wail that sounded oddly pitiable. It struggled to open its pained eyes, spinning in place as if searching for the reason behind its bizarre predicament. The levitation spell caused the troll's club to rise and strike its head forcefully. Despite the club now being of ordinary size, its impact remained formidable. The external size had decreased, but its weight had not altered in the slightest. Struck, the troll immediately turned and fled in the opposite direction, attempting to escape. Hall, however, was unyielding and delivered 2 more mighty blows to its head. The troll spun 3 times before collapsing to the ground, stars dancing in its eyes, as the ground echoed with a heavy thud. What on earth is happening here? A stern female voice called from the entrance. Professor McGonagall. The trio, covered in dust, peeked out from the stall, and upon confirming her identity, they rushed out excitedly. Professor McGonagall. Hall followed suit, and behind her entered 2 more figures, Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore. The headmaster limped forward, prompting Hall to frown discreetly. He had clearly been bitten by the 3-headed dog. Meanwhile, Hermione recounted the events to the professors. Are there still others on the scene? Professor McGonagall inquired urgently. They ran away, Hall replied. You handled this troll all by yourself, Henry William? McGonagall's expression was severe, to an unfamiliar observer. It might have appeared as though she were conducting an intense interrogation. Yes, Professor. Henry even employed wandless magic. Before Hall could utter a word, Hermione, brimming with excitement, spoke up eagerly, resembling an enthusiastic fan. Hall scratched his cheek, feeling a touch of bashfulness due to his overwhelming charm. Hermione's words elicited surprise even from the typically stern Professor McGonagall, who turned to glance at Dumbledore and Snape. While their expressions remained unchanged, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. McGonagall composed herself and, concealing her surprise, announced that due to your unauthorized departure, both Gryffindor and Slytherin would lose 5 points. Hall felt discontented. Being alone while Gryffindor had 3 members did not seem fair. Subsequently, McGonagall continued, acknowledging your bravery. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, each of you will earn 5 points for Gryffindor. As for you, Henry William, your remarkable wandless magic and courage in rescuing your friends will earn Slytherin 50 points. Hall beamed at Professor McGonagall with a radiant smile. Chapter 33. Snape praises the Weasley brothers. Has he finally lost his mind? After Professor McGonagall concluded her remarks, she ushered her 3 students away. Hall found himself alone, facing the imposing figures of Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore chuckled heartily and inquired, Henry, your wandless magic was quite impressive. Did someone teach you? Hall's heart raced. This could raise Dumbledore's suspicions. I read about it. It was an emergency, and it was my first time using it. He feigned ignorance, tousling his hair and laughing. Snape, with a stern expression, remarked, Fortunately, our brave William had good fortune. It is truly regrettable that you should belong to Gryffindor. This was a veiled criticism of Hall's impulsiveness. Ha ha ha, Severus, it is getting late. You should take Henry back to rest. Dumbledore interjected with a laugh. Snape huffed disdainfully and turned to lead Henry away. Snape, who usually strode with great purpose, now had to move slowly due to an injury to his leg. Hall had clearly observed the blood seeping from beneath his robes. Given the encounter with the 3-headed hellhound, Dumbledore must have been aware of the situation, especially since he intended to place the mirror within. Was Snape indeed bitten, and had he not mentioned it? Did Dumbledore still harbor reservations about Snape? Hall felt a wave of confusion, but quickly dismissed it. From his understanding of Dumbledore, though not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not malicious, particularly when it came to safeguarding the school. It was important to note that the contract he had previously signed was for the silent potion, and the profits would be shared between Hall and Hogwarts. Dumbledore, aside from his salary as headmaster, would not profit from this arrangement. It was this very reason that Hall was willing to prove his innocence. Had it been anyone else, he would not have cared whether they suspected him. Ah, bravons. Are you pitying your feeble headmaster? Snape was not devoid of feelings. Hall gazed intently at Snape's injured leg for a long while. If he lacked such observational skills, Dumbledore would never have entrusted him with the role of a double agent. Hall took a vial of pale, white potion from the pocket of his robe. Professor, this is a remedy I have recently developed, specifically for treating extensive hemorrhagic wounds. I wonder if you might be willing to test it. Hall was fully aware of the efficacy of his concoction. His A-level talent was not merely a boast. He spoke with the knowledge that Slytherins often exhibited a particular stubbornness and pride. Draco and his companions, having spent considerable time with him, had become somewhat less haughty, occasionally displaying a cheeky demeanor. Among this proud lot, Professor Snape stood out most prominently. Were he to declare that the potion was intended for him, Snape would undoubtedly refuse, accompanied by scornful remarks. A mocking smile appeared on Snape's lips, yet he accepted the potion from Hall's hand. Based on their interactions over the past few months, Hall's assertions about his potion's capabilities could only signify its superiority. Though reluctant to admit it, Snape had to concede that Hall's prowess in potion-making had surpassed his own. He attributed this to the natural curiosity of youth. After taking the potion, Snape flicked his robe and remarked, "I trust Mr. William knows the way." Without waiting for Hall's response, he departed. Hall shrugged. The headmaster was simply embarrassed. What had gotten into Professor Snape today? It was quite unsettling. It seemed as though the professor was in an unusually good mood, not deducting a single point from Slytherin. Had he not mentioned that Snape had awarded nearly 20 points to Slytherin? It was well known that Snape had a bias, but today it was taken to an extreme. Dorian Pusey had merely handed something to a fellow student and received a point. Hall had spent the day covered in the juices of black beetles, which under normal circumstances would have earned him a scolding that would leave him in tears. Yet today, all he had to do was clean up the mess. He felt profoundly uneasy. Are you seeking trouble? The Weasley twins had done something else during class, and Snape had even praised them, stating their ideas were commendable. Had Professor Snape finally been driven mad by the Weasley twins? After potions class, students meandered through the corridors, discussing the day's events. As Hall passed by, he overheard their chatter and scratched his head. Was the headmaster possessed? With the Quidditch match approaching, Hall was summoned by Marcus Flint for extra practice. Indeed, it was Hall who was training them. 5 hours had just concluded, and all Hall desired was to head to the Great Hall for a bite to eat. Thus, he was far from pleased to find the Weasley twins blocking his path. "Speak quickly," he said, his hunger making him feel as though he could devour an entire cow. If the two foolish brothers had come to engage in trivial banter, he would not hesitate to consume them both. Hall was quite perplexed by their approach. Though they were all students at the same school, he was not in the same year or house as them. Even with Ron, encountering him outside of class was a rare occurrence indeed. He pondered why the twins sought him out. Surely, they could not have deduced his identity. Otherwise, given their nature, they would have already leveraged this information to threaten Hall, rendering their efforts fruitless. The twins exchanged glances, their shoulders linked, laughing playfully as they recounted their nocturnal escapades the previous night. One of them remarked that they had inadvertently stumbled upon something intriguing. Hall maintained a stoic expression. "We witnessed you hand Professor Snape a vial. Is his current condition related to that substance?" Their banter, with each taking turns to speak, was undeniably irksome. Hall furrowed his brow. Did they intend to use the headmaster's injury as leverage against him? The rumors swirling around Hogwarts about Hall being Voldemort's illegitimate son had intensified. As a former renowned subordinate of the Dark Lord, it was entirely plausible for Snape, the offspring of his master, to find himself embroiled in such matters. Hall had overheard this version of the tale while eavesdropping on Harry and Ron's conversation. Clearly, they had witnessed the headmaster's injury that day and had begun to suspect him. Hall regarded the twins warily. "What concerns you?" The twins, unabashedly familiar, each wrapped an arm around him. "Henry, may I call you Henry?" George mused, continuing, "Last night, we saw that potion was white, and today we detected a faint hint of peppermint on the headmaster. That is the elation potion," Fred exclaimed with enthusiasm. "We once read in a book that it evokes feelings of happiness." Hall grasped their intent. They had deliberately caused a ruckus in class to see if the headmaster would reprimand them. The twins beamed with pride, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 34, 70% Profit. And their Moonlight too. Hall was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that the potion he had given the headmaster was his newly developed healing draft. How could it bear the scent of peppermint? Only one potion possessed such a characteristic. The twins, noticing Hall's realization, grinned wickedly. "You dared to administer the elation potion to Professor Snape. Well done." Upon finishing this statement, they excitedly high-fived each other. The elation potion, as its name suggests, imbues the drinker with a sense of happiness, making all things appear beautiful. Hall recognized this potion as the creation of the Half-Blood Prince. He had recently reflected on how dire one's existence must be to seek such illusory joy. However, upon learning of its origin, he felt no astonishment. Yet, how had the headmaster consumed this potion? Hall distinctly remembered destroying it due to poor sales. At that moment, he could not reveal his ignorance of the situation. The twins grinned maliciously, and he resolved to uncover their intentions. "So, what is it that you wish from me?" Hall inquired. The twins, still leaning on his shoulders, pulled him aside. "We see you possess a knack for mischief, and you have the audacity. Would you care to join us in amplifying our prankster endeavors?" As soon as George and Fred spoke of mischief, their eyes sparkled more brightly than their fiery red hair. Their desire for Hall's involvement stemmed not merely from his recent prank, but also from his exceptional potion-making skills. When they concocted the same potion, achieving a perfect hue in merely 2 out of several bottles was a remarkable feat. However, when Hall took charge, Nearly every vial epitomized perfection. Yet, the most tantalizing aspect remained. The thrilling notion of a Slytherin collaborating with two Gryffindors in a prank promised an exhilarating challenge. Just envisioning the expressions on everyone's faces once the news broke could make George and Fred indulge in an extra couple of glasses of pumpkin juice. However, Hall had no intention of joining. He was solely focused on his meal. Moreover, pranking was inherently chaotic. If he truly participated, the headmaster would undoubtedly impose daily penalties, sending him to scrub the potion room. The thought alone was repugnant. George leaned closer to Hall, whispering for him not to decline so swiftly. Fred approached from the other side, brandishing a small notebook before Hall. "This is our profit from last month." Hall's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between the two. To his astonishment, he had always assumed they were impoverished, only to discover they were concealing the wealth of two affluent individuals. Hall snatched the ledger and flipped through several pages. Since their second year, except during holidays, their monthly sales had never dipped below 1,000 galleons, with peaks reaching 2,000. Upon reviewing their procurement costs, he noted that many materials were handcrafted by the duo themselves, resulting in a staggering 70% profit margin. "Are you truly comfortable showing me this?" Hall raised an eyebrow. Fred shrugged, explaining, "This ledger is enchanted. If we didn't present it to someone, it would shatter on its own. Moreover, there's a time limit, so hurry up, Henry." George nudged the ledger, urging him onward. Hall had to concede that these two brothers possessed a certain talent, albeit not in business, as their material losses nearly consumed all their profits. Glancing down, he spotted a patch on Fred's robe and sighed. "I can join you, but only from behind the scenes." The twins looked to Hall, puzzled by his statement. "I will provide materials and recipes. As for the location of production, I assume you conducted it at the same place as before, the room of requirement." The twins operated solely within school grounds, and their consumption was manageable, which emboldened Hall to offer supplies. However, engaging in the development of prank items was out of the question, as it was more of a passion for the twins than for him. Upon hearing Hall's words, the twins were taken aback. The room of requirement remained a secret among upperclassmen, and they had only grown curious after noticing an anomaly on the Marauders map. Yet, to their surprise, the newly enrolled Henry William was also aware of it. Nonetheless, everyone harbored secrets, and the twins chose not to press further. "Will all the materials be provided by you, including those we use for experiments?" George's eyes sparkled with excitement. The development process necessitated countless experiments, and the greatest expense incurred was material. His past hardships with Fred stemmed from their financial resources being entirely consumed by material purchases. Indeed, Hall assured them that he could provide the necessary materials, with the exception of rare ones, but he would scrutinize their experimental records to prevent waste. The twins nodded enthusiastically, astonished at their fortunate gain. 70% of the profits will go to me." Hall's subsequent words dampened their spirits. "You are aware that my formula is unparalleled, thus, what you offer must reflect its true value." This statement rendered the twins momentarily silent. Hall contemplated their previous lack of savings, considering they were family. He had generously agreed to a 30% share of the profits. However, he had not anticipated the twins' diverse sales and clientele, which spanned all years and houses at Hogwarts. Upon reviewing the accounts, he noted Hermione Malfoy's purchase records. He glanced up at the twins, who were deep in thought. If they were to learn that their most significant shareholder was Hall, the one they had bullied in their youth, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. It felt like a long-awaited retribution for the years of pranks endured. After a moment of contemplation, the twins exchanged knowing glances, their silent understanding evident. "It's a deal." Fred spoke on behalf of them both. "Tomorrow, place the contract in the room of requirement. I will retrieve it after my training. As for the materials, I will ensure they are there in advance." Hall efficiently outlined the arrangements. Now he raised his hand, pushing away the grasp that held him. "I must go to the Great Hall for dinner." "Here, take this," he said, handing them a potion he had concocted out of boredom during a previous occasion. With that, he strode away. Hall's recipe was meticulously detailed. It described a potion that would cause a specific body part to become extraordinarily supple. Each ingredient's required quantity was specified, along with the potential effects of slight deviations, culminating in the anticipated outcome of a successful brew. The twins, upon receiving the recipe, were overwhelmed with excitement, eager to experiment with it immediately. As Hall departed towards the Great Hall, he noticed the distance between himself and the twins before reaching for his robe. Inside, he possessed another identical vial of potion. Having successfully created only two, he had given one to the headmaster the previous day, leaving him with the last. He glanced around and concealed himself behind a suit of armor. Slowly, he removed the stopper from the crystal vial, which protected the potion's stability, ensuring it would not undergo any unwanted changes. At that moment, Hall detected a faint hint of peppermint emanating from the potion in his hand. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 35. Is your mind filled with slugs? Utterly foolish. Hall was profoundly troubled by the potion, to the extent that he could not even enjoy his dinner. At the head table, every professor was present, save for the absence of Dean Snape, who did not partake in the meal within the hall. A tremor of anxiety coursed through Hall. Had the effects of the potion worn off? Was the dean too embarrassed to attend? Now, Hall could only hope that Dean Snape would not be incensed enough to resort to drastic measures. It was not surprising that Snape had not sought him out. However, Hall was acutely aware that the dean's lack of confrontation stemmed not from leniency, but rather from his obligation to report to the dungeons at 8 o'clock. Why then? Would he go out of his way to confront Hall beforehand? Did Snape harbor concerns about Hall fleeing? Such worries were unfounded, for Hall was indeed the teaching assistant for potions. His absence today was merely due to Marcus Flint having secured permission from the dean. Hall covered his face in realization. When Flint had approached Snape for the leave, the dean must have already been affected. That explained why the dean had allowed absences today. After enjoying a satisfying dinner, Hall sought a quiet place to stroll and aid digestion, wishing fervently that time would stand still. Alas, time is indifferent to the wishes of mortals. At 7:15, Hall found himself deep in thought. The dean had consumed only a minuscule amount of the exhilarant, thus its effects would dissipate quickly. Hall surmised that the primary source of Snape's fury lay in his perceived affront to authority. Reflecting on his time in Huaxia, he pondered how few students dare to challenge their teachers. At 7:45, Hall lingered at the entrance to the dungeons, as he typically arrived around this time. At 8 o'clock sharp, he pushed the door open. Snape, clad in dark garments that melded seamlessly with the night, glared at Hall with barely contained rage. Before Snape could utter a word, Hall hastily placed the vial of potion upon the table, pleading for mercy. I assure you, this is merely a healing potion. Here is another vial from the same batch for your inspection. He also laid his research notes on the table, indicating that the potion contained biting cabbage and hemlock essence, which together produced a calming effect akin to that of peppermint, relaxing the nerves of the user. Standing tall, Hall turned to the page where he had documented his findings. He took the initiative to acknowledge his mistake, saying, "This is my error. I did not anticipate that the varying degrees of injury would yield different side effects." Oomph. Snape scoffed coldly, his disdain palpable. Is your mind filled with slugs? Utterly foolish. Rising from his seat, he pointed an accusatory finger at Hall, chastising. You squandered 15 minutes at the door over such a trivial matter. Yes, indeed. Hall looked up, surprised. You're not angry? Angry? Snape's expression remained severe. Yet Hall discerned a flicker of confusion. Because of my potion? Hall prompted. At that moment, Snape's visage softened slightly, revealing a hint of approval. Your healing potion is remarkably effective, far surpassing the conventional white fresh potion in speed. The injured recover swiftly, experiencing no discomfort during the healing process. Snape appeared genuinely pleased with Hall's creation. But what are the side effects? Hall remained uncertain after his concoction, having made calculations based on various herbs. To soothe the nerves of the injured, he included some non-addictive herbs. However, he did not anticipate that the soothing effects would yield varying side effects depending on the severity of the user's injuries. When testing the potion, he had merely made a light cut on the mottled skin, resulting in a minimal reaction. In contrast, Snape's deep and gaping wound caused the side effects to become glaringly apparent, rendering him almost unrecognizable. A look of sudden realization crossed Snape's face, a surprising expression to witness on him. It dawned on Hall why Snape had lingered at the door before entering. So, this is the reason you hesitated at the threshold? Hall scratched his head awkwardly. Henry William, is your mind filled with nothing but nonsense? Snape retorted coldly. As a potioneer, I am well aware of the potential side effects before consuming another's potion. Moreover, Snape paused. Such an exceptional healing potion, a minor side effect, is inconsequential. He fixed his gaze on Hall. You must understand that potions are not invariably perfect. Sometimes, a slight flaw is entirely normal to achieve an effective result. Perfection cannot be an everlasting expectation. Do you comprehend? Snape inquired loudly. At that moment, Hall realized that his excessive pursuit of perfection was indeed a folly. He understood and expressed gratitude to the headmaster. Snape nodded. I have matters to attend to. You may return for today. Hall pondered, nodding in agreement, before turning to leave, closing the heavy wooden door of the cellar behind him. His steps felt heavy. Snape's earlier words about his obsession with perfection lingered in his mind. Was his lack of progress with the dullard potion also a result of this same pursuit? For potion users, possessing magical power, even with the knowledge of potential side effects, was likely a sweetened prospect. Perhaps he could shift his perspective on the potion's intent. Initially, he sought a potion that granted power upon consumption. Now, he could aim for one that restored power for a time. Naturally, this temporary boost would need to be significantly more potent than the original potion's effects. To attain power, continuous use of the potion would be necessary, allowing the pricing of the duller potion to be adjusted to a more commonplace level, accessible to the average person, lowering costs while increasing sales. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated Hall became, eager to experiment immediately. Previously, he had identified several materials that yielded promising results, but had dismissed them for not meeting his standards, leaving them neglected in the cellar. Hall resolved to rise early the next day for experiments, considering reducing his Quidditch training, as he merely accompanied others in play. It was rare for him to stroll through Hogwarts at this hour, making it an unusual delight. Typically, Hall emerged from his cellar close to 11 o'clock, hurrying back to his dormitory for rest. The scenery along this path was a rare sight to behold. Amidst the inky darkness of the sky, twinkling stars adorned the heavens like a crescent moon hanging at the horizon. The tranquil Hogwarts was enveloped in silence, save for the whispering winds and the soft echo of Hall's footsteps. Just as Hall contemplated how early everyone had retired for the night, he heard a distant sound of hurried footsteps. Harry? Draco? This unlikely duo took Hall by surprise. Henry? Henry! Upon hearing their names called, Harry and Draco turned to see a familiar face. Knowing Hall often lingered in the dungeons until late, Draco raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Why are you back so early?" Hall shrugged. The headmaster had an unexpected matter to attend to. What happened? Hall was filled with curiosity regarding this unusual pairing, aware that these two were natural adversaries, capable of debating for ages over the merits of pumpkin juice versus potato juice. In his opinion, both were culinary disasters. What are you two doing together? Chapter 36. Unicorns. Excellent materials. At Hall's inquiry, Draco and Harry exchanged glances, each wearing a look of disgust. Who would want to be seen with him? Draco scoffed. Malfoy challenged me to a duel, but ended up caught by Filch and was sentenced to assist Hagrid with some chores, Harry explained, a smile illuminating his face. Having known Hagrid for quite some time, he regarded the punishment as little more than an adventure. Draco, however, was visibly displeased. "I'll write to my father. How dare Dumbledore make me work for that half-giant?" "Malfoy, you mustn't speak of Hagrid that way." Before them, the two glared at each other, brimming with animosity, as if on the brink of conflict. Upon hearing the mention of the Forbidden Forest, Hall's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Forbidden Forest, a veritable treasure trove of rare herbs. Moreover, the forest, particularly at night, might offer unexpected encounters. "I'll accompany you," Hall proposed. Both Harry and Draco were taken aback, especially Draco, who nearly shouted, "Have you lost your mind? What would you want to go there for?" Hall shrugged, indicating his determination to join them regardless of their opinions. Naturally, Draco and Harry could not persuade Hall otherwise. Thus, when Hagrid, eagerly anticipating Harry's arrival, opened the door to find two Slytherins accompanying him, his mind was filled with questions. Two Slytherins and Harry together? With a hint of bewilderment, Hagrid led Fong by the leash. "We'll split into two groups." So Harry, the shy excitement on Hagrid's face was evident to anyone. Hall took the oil lamp from Hagrid's hand. "Draco and I will head that way. Harry, you go with Hagrid over there. Fong will accompany you, and should any danger arise, he will alert you." Hagrid handed over Fong's leash. Hall shook his head in refusal, grasping the lamp as he guided Draco toward the other path. Behind them, the sounds of Harry reassuring Hagrid could be heard. "Hagrid, Henry is my friend. He is quite capable. Don't worry." Hall's decision to forego Fong had its own rationale. Yaya, the hound raised by Hagrid, would surely bark to alert Hagrid if Hall attempted to engage in any forbidden activities. Hall retrieved his sack, ready for a foray into the Forbidden Forest, located at the edge of Hogwarts. Typically, Hogwarts students are prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest. However, in exceptional circumstances such as detention or during care of magical creatures lessons, students may venture to its periphery under the supervision of a teacher. Were it not for this opportune moment, Hall would have remained unaware of when he might next access the Forbidden Forest. The various herbs within it had long captivated Hall's interest. Unfortunately, the headmaster had sternly opposed taking him there. Every time Hall wished to experiment with new ingredients, it was Snape himself who ventured into the forest to gather them. "Hall, do you hear that?" "ISNT, that Draco's voice trembling ahead." Draco clung precariously to Hall's back. With a sigh of exasperation, Hall dragged Draco along, pondering why he needed to be so fearful in a world brimming with magic and peculiarities. "It's merely the branches swaying," Hall stated, weariness evident in his voice. This had become his nth repetition of such reassurances to Draco, who now jumped at every rustle, easily startled by the slightest movement. Hall nearly wished to abandon him at Hagrid's hut, as Draco's trepidation was severely hindering his herb-gathering efforts, leaving his pouch far from full. Illuminating their path with an oil lamp, Hall meticulously identified each herb. He refrained from using a luminescent charm, fearing that magical light might frighten away timid creatures or plants, such as unicorns. Hall, is that also a branch? Draco quivered in alarm, pointing at an indistinct dark mass before them. The entity lay hunched over a severely injured unicorn, siphoning its blood. Draco's legs trembled, and though he had learned to console himself, it was hardly comforting. Oh no, I may not know what that is, but it's certainly not a branch, Hall replied coldly, shattering Draco's illusions. Merlin, I'll go summon that half-giant. Draco stammered, gripping Hall's arm tightly, nearly collapsing as his legs wobbled. Had Hall not reacted swiftly to catch him, the creature would have been alerted to their presence. In the face of such uncertainty, Hall dared not make a rash move. Suddenly, amidst a flash of insight, a bolt of memory surged through Hall's mind, revealing a scene long buried. The figure draining the unicorn's blood lifted its head, exposing a familiar visage. Quirrell, now languishing in the infirmary, had succumbed to madness. Hall understood that this was a pivotal moment in the original narrative. However, it was essential to recognize that Quirrell's descent into insanity had been sanctioned by Dumbledore. To feign madness beneath Dumbledore's gaze was nearly an impossibility. Hall found himself uncertain whether the figure before him was indeed Quirrell. If it were Quirrell, he could devise a strategy. Yet if it were not, who else could it be? Who else could descend into madness to drink the unwillingly offered blood of a unicorn? This curse is inextricably linked and cannot be undone throughout eternity. The only one who comprehends this madness is Voldemort. A series of swallowing sounds, accompanied by the metallic tang of blood, wafted through the air, sending chills down Hall's spine. He felt enveloped by the stench of blood, his stomach churning violently, having not fully digested the dinner he had consumed. He gagged. Hall heard the retching sound, nearly mistaking it for his own, though his hand remained firmly over his mouth, indicating that it was not his doing. He turned to see Draco propped against a nearby tree, the sight grim and pitiful. The sound of grass being disturbed suggested that Draco's vomiting had startled the creature lurking behind them. Hall disregarded everything else, including Draco's soiled robes, and hastily dragged him towards a nearby ravine. He needed to secure his comrade first before he could act freely. It was imperative to strike first and vanquish the creature before it could react. Hall estimated that there was an 80% chance that the monster was none other than Voldemort himself, though he could have chosen to flee. The sight of the unicorn lying on the ground ignited a different thought in his mind. The blood of a unicorn possesses extraordinary healing and restorative properties, which was precisely what the potion required. However, this must come from the unicorn willingly, otherwise its blood would carry a malevolent curse, leaving a person in a state of half-life, their soul dark and incomplete. Thus, Hall resolved to stage a grand act to rescue the unicorn. As the wind approached from behind, Hall gauged the distance and turned, casting a wandless spell that petrified the creature. With a resounding thud, it crashed to the ground, its robes falling away to reveal a face that was all too familiar. It was Quirrell. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of someone so young wielding wandless magic, but then a glint of malice crossed his gaze, filled with murderous intent. This 11-year-old child possessed a talent that surpassed his own in the past, and he was a potential threat. Indeed, this Quirrell was not truly Quirrell. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that his body belonged to Quirrell, but the one truly in control of this form was Tom Riddle. He was better known by another name, Voldemort. Chapter 37. Number 2. You are the Scarecrow. Gagging, Henry. Draco's head popped up from the ravine as he shouted Henry's name. Let us go. Find Hagrid. Hall sensed that Quirrell's attention had shifted to Draco and shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Draco scrambled to his feet and sprinted towards the only source of light in the distance. Quirrell raised his wand, intent on stopping him. Hall pointed his wand at Quirrell, and a golden beam grazed Quirrell's glossy forehead, striking the massive tree behind him. With a resounding explosion, the tree shattered. Quirrell cast a surprised glance at the splintering tree, feeling the depth of magical power emanating from the student before him. This student not only wielded wandless silent magic, but also possessed magical prowess that rivaled that of an adult wizard. This is certainly not the demeanor expected of a first-grade student. Chi Luo pondered the thought of the compound potion. It was the only explanation for his remarkable prowess. Your opponent is me, Hall declared, brandishing his wand and wiping the sweat from his brow. Huh. Chi Luo sneered coldly, since you wish for death so eagerly. I shall oblige. Hall, with wand in hand, shouted, everyone petrify. Eyes fixed on Chi Luo, he pronounced the incantation, illumination. Kiduo, pinching the wand between his thumb and forefinger, uttered in a peculiar tone, Avada Kedavra. His spell emanated a radiant green light. Just as he spoke, an immense burst of brightness erupted, causing Chi Luo's eyes to ache. Hall, retreating swiftly as Chi Luo's spell was midway through, dashed into the cave where Draco had recently hidden. He estimated that Draco must have already reached Hagrid's hut. Time was of the essence. Before Draco returned with assistance, he needed to deal with the second entity and earn the gratitude and gifts of the unicorn. Hall retrieved a dagger from his pocket. Though small, it was exceptionally sharp, having just assisted him in unearthing a plethora of herbs. The green light struck precisely where Hall had previously stood, fracturing the ground beneath him. Even with the forbidden forest illuminated as brightly as day, the glaring green light was impossible to overlook. Once the luminescence dissipated, Hall summoned all his magical energy and directed it towards the vague silhouette within the radiance. Quirinus Chi Luo, come forth. The intimidation of Voldemort existed solely within the narratives of others. Hall could only catch fleeting glimpses of the darkness that once was. Yet, whether the current incarnation of a serpent-faced man was formidable remained uncertain to Hall. With his soul cleaved into several fragments, it was impossible for his magical power to remain intact. For instance, Hall vividly recalled the first incarnation of Voldemort. He was exceedingly weak, unable to wield potent spells, which ultimately led to his obliteration. Hall was unsure about this second entity, whom he would tentatively label as 2. If his magical prowess surpassed that of 2, he would surely be able to summon him forcibly. If not, it would indicate that 2 possessed greater power, leaving Hall to resort to other tactics, such as Dumbledore's grand summoning spell. As seconds ticked by, Hall sensed an unusual stillness in the air. Just when he believed all hope was lost, he heard a series of sounds. Bang, 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 It sounded as though someone had collided with a tree. Just as Hall was curious about the unfolding events outside, a figure crashed down before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Hall raised a dagger and plunged it forward. The dagger effortlessly pierced 2's abdomen, akin to slicing through tofu. He withdrew and thrust again repeatedly, 7 or 8 times, before finally relenting. He ensured that he had wounded Chi Luo, but not fatally, for he still needed him to prove his innocence. Excellent, Hall thought to himself. It seems 2 is nothing extraordinary after all. He discarded the bewildered 2, who was utterly unresponsive, onto the ground and kicked away the wand that he weakly grasped. Number 2 lowered his gaze to his abdomen in disbelief, then raised his eyes to Hall, who appeared taken aback, his voice resonant yet oddly discomforting. Henry William, how could you use a dagger? At that moment, a gaping wound marred Number 2's midsection, revealing his decaying innards, exuding a nauseating stench of rot. Hall cast a fleeting glance, and everything suddenly became clear. No wonder the sensation when he had plunged in was so peculiar. It was evident why Number 2, despite having usurped a body, still felt compelled to grievously wound the unicorn and drink its cursed blood. His corporeal form was no different from that of a scarecrow. Hall felt no sympathy for such a wretched fate. With a forceful motion, he shattered Number 2's limbs, dragging him by the feet and casting him before the dying unicorn. Crouching before the unicorn, Hall felt it nudge its horn against his palm in a desperate gesture. It spoke, offering its blood, flesh, and entrails as a form of gratitude. Hall was startled and quickly turned to the source of the voice. It was not a human. It possessed the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse. This was a centaur. Greetings, please remain calm. I am Ference, the centaur said, placing a hand upon his chest and bowing. Centaurs are known for their fiery tempers and aversion to humans. Yet the creature before him was merely a juvenile, and they do not harm the young, regardless of their race. Moreover, Ference could discern that this young one possessed a white soul. He continued, the unicorn is an exceptionally pure being, and it perceives your goodwill. Hall's gaze returned to the unicorn, which lay in his arms, its beautiful eyes gradually losing their luster. Ference urged that the unicorn's blood could only be drawn while it still lived. Hall glanced at Ference, then retrieved a vial and dagger, extracting what he required. After completing the task, the unicorn affectionately nudged Hall with its horn, emitting a final, sorrowful call. Hall initially intended to bury the remaining unicorn, but Ference interjected, stating that its kin would come to take it home. Unicorns do not rest in foreign lands. They yearn only for their true home. Come forth, child. I shall carry you away, Ference urged Hall. Hall removed his cloak and draped it over the unicorn. Ference lifted him onto his back. while Hall employed a levitation spell to support number 2. The trio made their way toward the edge of the forbidden forest. Hall's spirits were not particularly high. He had not anticipated that the unicorn had been aware of his hidden intentions all along, yet it willingly offered itself. The unicorn believed him to possess a benevolent soul, while he merely sought to expedite the formulation of a silent cannon potion for profit. If this endeavor were successful, perhaps he could sell it at a lower price. Consider it an act of kindness. Hall mentally conducted experiments with the unicorn materials he had just acquired, integrating them with those previously established in his mind. At that moment, it was as if his consciousness housed a grand alchemical laboratory, with dozens of cauldrons igniting simultaneously, the pace of time accelerating tenfold. In each crucible, the formulas varied slightly, resulting in different reactions. There was no possibility of a redo. After countless experiments, Hall finally discerned a nearly perfect formula in his mind. Meanwhile, only a few minutes had passed outside. Hall opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within them. Beyond the forbidden forest, someone was hastily approaching. Hall shouted, "Headmaster! Dean, I have attained enlightenment." Chapter 38, The Potion Fanatic. Dumbledore instructed Hagrid to escort Quirrell to the infirmary. He and Snape returned Harry and Draco to the common room, while Hall went alone to the headmaster's office to await their arrival. Inside the office, an entire wall was adorned with framed portraits, each depicting the former headmasters, accompanied by their names. Intrigued, Hall leaned closer, and the portrait of a former headmaster curiously leaned in as well. By the time Hall had examined nearly every frame, Dumbledore and Snape arrived at last. "Headmaster Dean," Hall greeted them. "Henry, Severus, take a seat," Dumbledore said, waving his wand to summon 2 chairs behind them. Hall sat down. "Henry, was it you who caused Professor Quirrell's injuries?" Dumbledore asked directly. "Yes," Hall admitted without reservation. "I thought he was possessed by a dark spirit, and I was terrified. He threatened to kill me, and I happened to be holding a dagger used for herb gathering." Hall left the rest unsaid, but Dumbledore understood the implication. Snape, with a serious expression, interjected, "Albus, Henry is the victim. If that is all you wish to inquire, I will have him return to rest." "Ha ha ha, Henry, what were you about to say back at the edge of the forbidden forest?" Dumbledore asked, redirecting the conversation under Snape's scrutinizing gaze. "This," Hall said, producing his storage pouch. "Unicorn blood?" Snape exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he carefully accepted the substantial box from Hall's hands. "There are also some meat and entrails," Hall added, "all gifts from the unicorn." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore approached in astonishment. "Henry, how did you acquire these?" "Unicorns are notoriously averse to humans. They would never approach unless absolutely necessary. Because it believes I avenged it, it willingly offered them to me." Hall recounted the entire sequence of events. "Dean, we may succeed," Hall declared, fully confident. At that moment, the 2 potion enthusiasts could hardly contain their eagerness to set up the cauldron and begin their experiments. "Ahem, Severus, let's allow Henry to return and rest. Tomorrow will suffice." Dumbledore intervened to curb their impulsive enthusiasm. Hall raised an eyebrow in understanding and proactively offered his farewells. It was clear that Dumbledore had matters to discuss with Snape. Declining the Dean's company, Hall left alone. The materials for the potion had been secured, yet the Philosopher's Stone still awaited retrieval. One was to prove his innocence, while the other was Hall's internal calculation. Utilizing the Philosopher's Stone to create a perfect, long-lasting potion had a success rate soaring to 90%. Indeed, Hall had not abandoned his quest for perfection, regardless of whether it is the long-lasting or short-acting variant. Hall requires both. The long-acting one, though costly, necessitates only a few applications, while the short-acting, being more affordable, demands prolonged usage. This transaction proves to be quite profitable. The following day, Hall presented his formula to Snape, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. Hall, assuming there was an issue, inquired if something was amiss, to which Snape simply gestured to try it out. Without uttering a word, Snape procured his personal cauldron, crafted from pure gold by a dwarf's own hands, adorned with numerous magical sigils that enhance heating efficiency and increase the success rate of potions. Hall was momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of the golden cauldron. Taking a moment to regain his composure, it was evident that Snape had complete confidence in Hall's formula. Otherwise, he would not be employing such an exquisite vessel. This cauldron was of such high value that Snape would not ordinarily utilize it for commonplace concoctions. "Here," Snape said, handing Hall a matching golden stirring rod. Although the formula originated from Hall, Snape understood Hall had his own method of calculation. He entrusted the execution to Hall while he meticulously prepared all the ingredients as required. Hall proceeded with utmost caution, and upon the final infusion of magical energy, the potion, which had previously manifested as a pale blue, revealed a resplendent silver hue, reminiscent of unicorn's blood. The entire batch yielded only 3 vials. Hall carefully sealed the crystal bottles. Snape would take 1 vial to Filch for testing its efficacy. Upon successful confirmation, the remaining 2 vials would be submitted to the Board of Governors for valuation and subsequent promotion. Naturally, since Hall already had a price in mind, this step would transition directly to promotion. From this point on, Hall had no further involvement. Of course, Hall refrained from mentioning the long-lasting silent potion to others, for revealing such information would inevitably expose his intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone, a matter he deemed secret. Hall intended to conduct further experiments in the cellar, yet he was harshly dismissed by the relentless Snape as the annual Quidditch match was fast approaching. The headmaster rarely engaged with the Slytherin Quidditch team, but he conducted a brief pre-match discussion, cautioning them against excessive pride despite their commendable past performances. This year, he set modest expectations, urging them to secure a championship while ensuring they thoroughly bested Gryffindor. Naturally, Snape did not articulate it in such a manner. This was Hall's own translation. Regret filled Hall as he lamented agreeing to participate in the Quidditch matches. Riding on a broom was undeniably exhilarating, yet the relentless training had left him mentally fatigued. In the past few days, after each training session, Hall would collapse in a bed at the dormitory, utterly exhausted. Finally, after a fortnight, the Quidditch match commenced. On the eve of the competition, each participating house announced their team rosters. Slytherin revealed their new member, a first-year seeker named Henry Williams. Gryffindor promptly followed suit, unveiling their own newcomer, a first-year seeker as well, none other than Harry Potter. When the news broke, Draco erupted in fury, seizing Marcus Flint's broom and charging toward the Gryffindor table. "Hall, stop him. What are you doing?" Hall exclaimed. "That Harry Potter is a traitor." Draco seethed, his teeth clenched. He had long suspected as much. "You are a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team," he added, though he had never mentioned his own position. "That Potter has been lurking near you lately. I suspect he is gathering intelligence." Draco's eyes burned with rage, wishing he could crush Potter with his teeth. Hall scratched his head, having already inferred the situation. Not to mention that Oliver would have been discreetly bringing the box of the rogue ball to the practice ground every day, shrouded in secrecy. As for Harry, he could not conceal his apprehension. Whenever Hall encountered him lately, Harry's gaze was evasive, and it was evident to anyone that he was hiding something. Furthermore, Hall recalled that in the original storyline, Harry had become a team member in his first year. Hall was not angry. Rather, he felt a sense of helplessness. No matter what he did, the narrative seemed to revert to its original course. Quirrell's madness, his body possessed by the number 2, still sought unicorn blood. Although there were minor obstacles, the situation remained under his control. He would start by clinching the Quidditch championship and claiming the prize. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Beater. The sky was azure, the grass a vibrant green, the sun beamed brightly, and the wind was gentle. Today marked the splendid occasion of Hogwarts' annual Quidditch match. Hall donned the Slytherin team attire with disdain, finding the green somewhat garish. The group each carried their brooms as they entered the small room designated for Slytherin's preparation. As they brushed past Gryffindor, Hall observed that the brooms on the Slytherin side were predominantly Nimbus 1000s, with the exception of his own Nimbus 2000. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor players wielded mostly outdated brooms, their bristle ends frayed. The only exception was Harry Potter's broom, which gleamed brightly, a Nimbus 2000, identical to Hall's. "Huh," Marcus Flint remarked, tilting his head disdainfully, leaning toward Hall. They actually believe that Potter can save them. Across the way, Harry caught sight of Hall and appeared to want to approach, but was restrained by his captain, Oliver Wood. Hall observed Oliver whispering something to Harry, who then nodded apologetically toward Hall before following Wood away. "Ah, Henry. Look at that, Potter. Only Slytherin can be your true friends," Marcus Flint said with a pointed tone. Hall paid no heed to anyone. For him, nothing could shake his determination to win this match. The game was about to commence. The entire team stood behind the gate, awaiting its opening. Marcus Flint stood beside Hall in a line. "Nervous?" Flint inquired softly, his gaze fixed ahead. If it weren't for Hall being the only one beside him, Hall might have doubted the question was directed at him. Hall, maintaining his composure, replied, "Nervous? Nervous about how to pose for the award? I truly admire your character." Marcus Flint was amused. At that moment, the crowd heard the announcer, Lee Jordan, proclaiming that the Gryffindor team was entering the arena. Let's observe who has taken the field. Oh, is Harry Potter. He shall serve as the seeker for Gryffindor, bringing them potential glory and honor. Following this introduction, the other Gryffindor players were presented. With Gryffindor's introduction concluded, it was nearly time for Slytherin to make their entrance. The gate was about to open. Marcus Flint glanced back at his teammates, adopting a serious expression. I shall refrain from any unnecessary banter, but I will assert this. The championship shall undoubtedly be ours. Any objections? His gaze swept across the arena. None. Very well, let us proceed. The gate swung open. I eagerly anticipate the look on their faces when they realize you have been switched to beater. It will surely be entertaining. A wicked smile danced in Marcus Flint's eyes. It has begun, Hall remarked. The prospect of a first-year beater is exhilarating. Were it not for Harry Potter invigorating Gryffindor-esque morale, Hall would have been reluctant to change positions. He preferred the thrill of swift flight over the brutality of singular confrontations. Following Gryffindor's announcement of Harry's inclusion, Slytherin prepared to make a strategic adjustment, aiming for an element of surprise. Their attention collectively shifted to Hall, who was indulging in a small cake. Hall's hits were well known to his teammates. They understood the pain all too well. It is worth noting that a beater's use of a bat to strike a bludger at an opposing player is not deemed a foul. The players mounted their respective brooms, and all soared into the air together. Now entering the arena is the Slytherin team, last year's champions. Their lineup includes, I have just received a list. It features first-year Henry William as today's beater. At this announcement, not only did the crowd erupt, but the Gryffindor side also burst into laughter. A first-year beater. This is akin to presenting a sacrificial lamb. With only 2 beaters on a team, Slytherin is now down a player. Although Gryffindor appeared outwardly joyous, a sense of trepidation began to brew within. The beater is a crucial position. An in-game substitution indicates either a trick up their sleeve or a formidable player. The question remains, what manner of player is Henry William? Oliver would turn his gaze to Harry, who shook his head, indicating he too was uncertain of Henry William's capabilities. Slytherin's training had been conducted under the direct supervision of Professor Snape, who had requisitioned the small practice field. Thus, apart from Slytherin, no one was privy to their preparations. The players formed 2 tiers, with Madame Hooch ready to open the box on the central pitch. I hereby declare the match to commence. With Madame Hooch's voice, the box opened, and the bludgers and golden snitch soared into the air, marking the official start of the game. Hall, riding his broom, calmly hovered at the center of the pitch. The beater merely needed to await the seekers to locate the ball, pass it to him, and then strike it into the opposing goal. The match has begun. The bludger has taken flight. Who has seized it? Let us find out. It is Angelina Johnson, the chaser of Gryffindor. How splendid. Angelina executed a feint, successfully deceiving the Slytherin chaser. Commentator Lee Jordan exuberantly narrated the scene. Oh, is she truly about to pass the ball? No. Oh, it's yet another feint. The Slytherin beater, Henry Williams, has seized the ball. Oh. Is Henry Williams preparing to strike? Can the Gryffindor keeper withstand this? I believe he can. After all, Henry Williams is merely a first year, and it is natural for him to be lacking in various aspects. Lee Jordan's commentary grew increasingly tangential, prompting loud boos from the Slytherin students, which brought him back to the topic at hand. Oliver Wood of Gryffindor has intercepted the ball. Oh, what has happened? Why has Oliver Wood suddenly soared toward his own goal? No. It's the bludger. Hall snatched the bludger and was about to strike it away when suddenly, Gryffindor-esque captain Oliver Wood appeared before him. He attempted to get close and seized the bludger under Hall's broomstick. Hall would not grant him such an opportunity. With a decisive increase in force, he struck vigorously. The bludger, propelled by Hall's strength, collided directly with Oliver Wood, sending him flying towards the goalpost. The ball. It has gone in. Commentator Lee Jordan was momentarily stunned, and only upon Madame Hooch's reminder did he snap back to reality, exuberantly announcing that Slytherin has scored 10 points. Oh my goodness. The Slytherin beater, Henry Williams. That shot was absolutely remarkable. Did you all witness that? For the first time, the very first time in Hogwarts history, a player and the ball have been struck into the goal together. Chapter 40. The golden snitch is motionless. In the ensuing brief span of mere minutes, Hall was blocking players and the ball was blocking strikes, resulting in 3 consecutive goals. Slytherin gains another 10 points. Lee Jordan's voice was nearly hoarse. Henry Williams' bludger play truly showcased skill and flair. Now, we have all come to know this first-year beater from Slytherin. Henry Williams. What manner of strike will Henry Williams execute next? Wait, where has the bludger gone? The seekers on the field are searching for it. Where could it have vanished? Hall, sitting on his broom, pondered a possibility. Yet, he dismissed it as implausible. Quirrell's injuries were so severe. How could he have left the infirmary in less than half a month? Had it not been for Headmaster Dumbledore's intention to closely monitor Quirrell, he would have undoubtedly been sent to St. Mungo's for more comprehensive medical care. Hall, surveying his surroundings on his broom, found no suspicious figures. Just as he began to think, he was overthinking the situation. Lee Jordan suddenly shouted that the bludger had reappeared. Let's take a look. Oh, it's chasing Harry Potter. It seems our bludger has developed quite the fondness for Harry. Oh, no, wait. The bludger appears to be targeting Harry. It seems this young seeker is in quite the predicament. Is he about to withdraw from his debut match? How unfortunate that would be. Goodness. Henry Williams of Slytherin is flying towards Harry Potter. What is he intending to do? Is he going to take advantage of the situation? No. He appears to be preparing to save Harry. Oh my, this is utterly heartwarming. To everyone's astonishment, Slytherin came to the aid of Gryffindor. And that too on the playing field. Lee Jordan's voice chirped incessantly, only to be silenced by the piercing gaze of the professors in the stands. Hall distinctly observed the bludger, moving in a bizarre manner, seemingly intent on attacking Harry. Goodness, is that truly Quirrell? Is he akin to a worm? Can he be severed in half and still resurrect? Without hesitation, Hall soared to Harry's side, shouting for him to duck. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Harry's instincts kicked in before his mind could process the command. He pressed himself tightly against his broom, feeling the rush of the bludger skim perilously close to his scalp, leaving a chilling sensation in its wake. With a resounding thud, Hall summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful strike. The bludger shot away from him with remarkable speed, distancing itself from the match. An eerie silence enveloped the stadium. That Henry William. Without the bludger, the game could not continue. Harry, the golden snitch, the Weasley twins shouted, pointing in a specific direction towards Harry. Yet, Harry hesitated. If not for Hall's intervention, the ball would not have been ejected from the field. Why are you lingering here instead of pursuing the snitch? Hall raised an eyebrow, adding, even if you do find it, Gryffindor is destined to lose. At these words, a competitive spirit ignited within Harry, prompting him to swiftly turn and chase after the snitch. Hall, brimming with confidence, had already spotted the bludger returning, racing back at a speed surpassing that of the golden snitch, heading directly towards his position. Hall lifted his bat in anticipation. Is Henry William truly daft? He mused, bemused by the sight of him standing in the field with his bat raised. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students erupted into loud boos upon hearing the announcer mention Henry Williams' name. The other Slytherin players surged forward to obstruct Harry Potter's pursuit of the snitch, each one grunting as they collided with him, completely disregarding the cheers they had previously directed at Hall. Hall deftly evaded them, his focus unwavering as he fixated on a certain point beyond the field. My heavens! How can you behave this way? Henry William was only trying to save someone. Lee Jordan's voice seethed with indignation, met only with a cacophony of boos in response. Suddenly, Marcus Flint flew past Hall, intending to rebuke him, only to hear Hall's whispered words. As the captain of the Slytherin team, Flint immediately lifted his gaze. Following Hall's line of sight, there, something was hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. The moment it entered the field, everyone could feel the tumultuous wind it brought with it. Is that the bludger? Flint could hardly believe his eyes. Hall, riding his broom, surged forward against the gale. Goodness, the bludger is back. It's moving too swiftly. Madam Hooch, there must be something amiss with this bludger. I can barely keep my eyes open. Henry William was soaring towards the bludger, bat raised high. He struck it. Hall accelerated to meet the bludger head-on, delivering a decisive blow that sent it hurtling towards the Gryffindor goalposts. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the bludger soared through the hoop, the force of the wind toppling the goal itself. The bludger struck the wall with unwavering momentum. Slytherin scores 10 more points. Henry William, what an extraordinary play. My goodness. Beneath the bludger lies the golden snitch. It appears our golden snitch is unable to move. Lee Jordan, attempting to narrate the scene, found himself bewildered, having never encountered such a situation before, unsure of who was victorious. At this moment, players from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered around the spinning bludger, which showed no signs of stopping. What should we do? Oliver Wood pondered, scratching his head. George tentatively prodded the bludger with his bat, and instantly, the surface he touched flattened. If we approach now, will we be struck by the bludger? George trembled, observing his now flattened bat. The Slytherin side fell silent. Without moving the bludger, they could not capture the golden snitch, yet doing so would surely result in injury. Finally, Hall soared in on his broom, casting a spell in his mind to halt the spinning bludger. Gradually, its speed began to diminish. This all transpired in mere seconds. Onlookers could only see that upon Hall's arrival, the ball slowed. He then expertly maneuvered his bat to pry the bludger aside, seizing the golden snitch in one swift motion, all under the watchful eyes of the Gryffindor players. No way, are you cheating? George shouted, you're not the seeker. How can a beater claim the golden snitch? Oh, Hall seemed to suddenly remember, having truly forgotten that a beater was not permitted to snatch the ball. Meanwhile, Harry from Gryffindor had already taken flight in an attempt to seize it. Hall swiftly turned, darting towards Marcus Flint, the Slytherin seeker, and handed it over. Lee Jordan, in a state of disbelief, announced the final outcome. SS Slytherin has captured the Golden Snitch. An additional 150 points. Chapter 41. The Christmas Break. The evening was marked by a grand celebratory feast, honoring the victorious Quidditch team and the joyous arrival of Christmas. Hall could not fathom why wizards celebrated Christmas. Yet it did not hinder his enjoyment of the moment. Ding. Available Galleons. 4,198 Galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. As the match concluded, Hall eagerly settled his account with Professor Snape. The familiar, melodious sound stirred his spirit. Henry, I never expected you had such talent. Well done. Draco, aware of Hall's considerable strength and athletic prowess, had never imagined such advantages could manifest in a Quidditch match. Let Gryffindor take note. They should not presume victory merely because Potter is on their team. At the long Slytherin table, first years to seventh years exchanged glances filled with unified disdain towards their opponents. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor table was a scene of clenched jaws as everyone gnawed on various dishes, treating them as substitutes for the Slytherin player Henry William. Had it not been for all the professors seated at the main guest table, Hall mused, a brawl would surely have erupted between the two houses. The dinner finally concluded smoothly, and everyone returned to their respective homes and heads of houses. After tonight, early tomorrow morning, barring a few students staying at school, the rest would depart with their suitcases, boarding the Hogwarts Express to celebrate the holidays. Henry, will you be staying at school for Christmas? Hall inquired, absorbed in a book in the common room. Blaise, curious, approached him, for apart from the head of house, no one from Slytherin remained at Hogwarts. The Slytherin families were busy hosting various festivities at home. Moreover, they were eager to return and share the thrilling details of the recent competition, where Slytherin had once again triumphed over Gryffindor. I've submitted my application to stay. My family is not around, Hall replied, continuing to peruse his tome. You could come to my family estate. My father would surely be quite fond of you, Draco interjected, having overheard their conversation. Thank you for the invitation. But I prefer to immerse myself in more literature, Hall said, brandishing the book in his hands, which he had painstakingly acquired permission from Professor Snape to access the restricted section. Draco and Blaise exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to their packing. Alone on the sofa, Hall observed the lively bustle of others organizing their belongings, and a twinge of longing for his family tugged at his heart. This year, the Weasley couple planned to visit Romania to see their brother Charlie, who had been studying dragons there and had not returned home for several years. Consequently, he and a few of his brothers were remaining at school. Of course, everyone presumed Hall's stay was merely at a mundane primary school in London. The Weasleys, known for their carefree nature, and Hall, being a rather easygoing child, made them feel entirely at ease regarding his whereabouts. The Christmas holiday spanned roughly 2 weeks, during which the school would not assign classes, allowing the students who remained to revel in leisure and adventure. After all, this was the enchanting Hogwarts, brimming with secrets. Hall had been too occupied in the preceding months, leaving many hidden passages untried. He intended to seek out Slytherin's chamber during the Christmas break. He scratched his chin, pondering that he could not venture alone, as he lacked the ability to speak Parseltongue. Perhaps he could enlist Harry? Recalling the apologetic glance Harry had cast at him during the feast, Hall felt he might exploit the opportunity. Furthermore, he remembered his agreement with Dumbledore. During the holiday, the headmaster would accompany Hall to Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley to procure a wand uniquely his. Additionally, the Board of Governors had begun promoting the first batch of Dungbomb potions for sale, and he would be able to obtain a more detailed sales report from school, hastening his receipt of dividends. Hall was in dire need of funds. He wished to elevate his B-grade spell-casting talent to A-grade, yet he still required 900 galleons. Hall had broached the subject of an advance with Dumbledore, but the headmaster had explained that professor salaries were disbursed collectively at the end of the academic year, leaving him powerless in the matter. Hall felt somewhat despondent, yet there was little he could do. He pondered for a moment. The only source of quick funds available to him was the dividend from the dummy potion. The monthly disbursement was exceedingly reasonable, far more so than that of teaching assistant. After tallying the tasks he needed to accomplish during the Christmas break, Hall retreated to his room to rest. The following morning, Hall granted himself a reprieve, indulging in a leisurely slumber to welcome his holiday. Aside from the deliberately disruptive noise created by Millicent Bulstrode, the day unfolded perfectly. However, Hall was not one to be easily provoked. He had stealthily swapped the assignments in Millicent Bulstrode's suitcase using the flying charm. Hall genuinely considered himself a kind-hearted individual, at least refraining from casting any malevolent curses. Dressed in his comfortably casual attire, He meandered to the great hall with a relaxing book in hand. The students he encountered along the way, regardless of their houses, were bustling with urgency, starkly contrasting his leisurely pace. "Henry," came a loud greeting from Harry. Due to Wood's repeated requests, he had refrained from disclosing anything about the Quidditch team, especially to those from Slytherin. Wood had nearly mentioned Henry by name. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He believed it was wrong for friends to keep such secrets from one another. Henry had always generously shared his assignments and various magical tips. He had even rescued Harry during a match. Although they ultimately lost, Harry felt genuine joy for Slytherin's victory. Afterward, a minor dispute had erupted within the Gryffindor Quidditch team, as some felt Slytherin's win was unjust and sought a rematch, but Harry had refused. It was a hard-won victory for Henry, achieved through his own efforts. As upright Gryffindors, how could they not accept defeat gracefully? Following Harry's impassioned arguments, the Quidditch players abandoned their appeal and resolved to intensify their training, determined to dethrone Slytherin next year. Harry sensed something was amiss, but it was of little concern. He could now speak freely with Hall again. At that moment, Harry sat at the Gryffindor long table, engaged in a game of wizard chess with Ron. Upon noticing Harry waving at Hall, Ron rolled his eyes and muttered something that seemed to involve Slytherin's troll and the cowardly William. Hall returned the eye roll and unapologetically took a seat beside Harry, knowing he would need to borrow Harry's Parseltongue skills, thus avoiding any awkwardness. Since Harry had extended the olive branch, why should he not accept? "Harry, aren't you going home for Christmas?" Hall asked mischievously, feigning ignorance. Harry scratched his head, about to respond, when Ron interjected, "Aren't you staying here as well?" "My family isn't around. I'm visiting my brother far away," Hall replied, helping himself to some food. "Such a coincidence," Harry exclaimed with excitement. Ron's parents were also visiting his brother. Hearing this, Ron grimaced in disgust, muttering, "Coincidence, my foot." Hall shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, it's a coincidence. After all, we share the same set of parents." Chapter 42, A Journey to Diagon Alley. The very first day of the Christmas holiday. This was truly splendid, Hall mused inwardly. On the preceding night, Professor Dumbledore had sent a message to Hall via 1,000 origami cranes, arranging to meet at the school gate the following morning at 9 o'clock. They were to venture to Diagon Alley, where Hall would procure his destined wand. At the break of dawn, Hall donned his neatest attire, wishing to convey the gravity of the occasion. "Ha ha ha, Henry, you appear quite eager," he remarked. By the time Dumbledore arrived, Hall had already been waiting for half an hour. Ever since receiving the message from Dumbledore, he had been unable to find rest, consumed by anticipation. After a brief nap in the early hours, he awoke invigorated, ready to engage in a match of Quidditch. "Good morning, Professor," Hall greeted, masking his inner excitement. Yet Dumbledore could discern his enthusiasm. After all, he too had felt a similar thrill before claiming his own destined wand many years ago. What a distant memory that is, he mused. With a wave of his hand, the school gates swung open, and the two exited in sequence. "Thank you for your hard work, Filch," Hall kindly acknowledged as they departed. Filch's expression was one of surprise. He glanced quizzically at Dumbledore, who returned the gesture with a friendly nod, leaving Filch somewhat perplexed as he responded in kind. The pair continued on their journey towards Hogsmeade. As Hogwarts had imposed restrictions against the use of apparition within its grounds, they could only utilize the spell upon reaching Hogsmeade. Hall looked at Filch, particularly noting the transformation in him. He now appeared healthier, imbued with a faint magical aura, which brought Hall immense joy. After all, Filch was his first loyal customer, the only one able to closely observe the effects of his potion. Upon the potion's release, Filch had promptly taken leave to purchase it from the apothecary in Hogsmeade. That very afternoon, Hall sensed a flicker of magic emanating from Filch. Subsequently, he had deliberately loitered at the school gate twice during the day and taken a nocturnal stroll, all to appreciate the magical essence surrounding Filch. Filch's magic gradually thickened, ultimately stabilizing at a certain level, although Hall remained unsatisfied. After all, a typical third-year student possessed more magical power than he did. Nevertheless, Filch was evidently overjoyed, his previously sullen demeanor replaced by a broad smile, causing the Weasley twins to refrain from mischief for several days. Filch expressed profound gratitude to the inventor of the potion. Dumbledore spoke these words with a hint of satisfaction, for it was a potion crafted by his own student, poised to resolve a millennial-old dilemma within the magical community. Hall was equally delighted to continue his support, believing it the finest tribute to the creator. The short-duration silencing potion, effective for 3 days, was priced at 5 galleons. Should one purchase a month's supply at once, the cost would be merely 50 galleons, with an additional 3 bottles offered as a bonus. Affordable and effective, it was a remarkable deal. Indeed, The potion was aptly named the short-duration silencing potion. It must be said that Lucius Malfoy was an exceptionally shrewd businessman. Upon hearing the name, he promptly penned a letter to Draco, inquiring whether Hall would subsequently release a long-lasting version. Unfortunately, Hall had no intention of divulging his plans to them, as the long-lasting potion involved the use of the Philosopher's Stone, a matter of considerable trepidation. However, it was unexpected that, aside from a Muggle-repelling potion, other wizards would also make purchases. It was reported that a wizard, driven by curiosity or perhaps skepticism, consumed a bottle of the short-term Muggle-repelling potion intended for family use. And to his astonishment, he discovered a boost in his magical power, which had remained stagnant for many years. Though the enhancement was modest, he was indeed certain of its existence. After continued use over a period, the customer returned to St. Mungo's for an assessment, revealing a staggering 183 increase in his magical capacity compared to the previous year. One must not underestimate this remarkable growth rate. It is well known that an adult wizard's magical power typically diminishes, with no possibility of enhancement. Yet now, this potion had rendered the once impossible possible. With St. Mungo's endorsement, the short-term Muggle-repelling potion plunged into a frenzy of demand. The initial batch quickly sold out, and the second batch, still in production, was entirely pre-ordered even before completion. Numerous aristocrats and institutions, including the Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's, placed substantial orders, even offering extra funds to jump the queue. Hall had long presumed that this was orchestrated by Lucius Malfoy, the business head of the board and Draco's father. However, after confirmation from Professor Dumbledore, he realized it was indeed genuine. As they traversed the corridor, the two arrived at a clearing. Dumbledore produced his wand and extended his hand toward Henry, asking, "Are you ready?" "It may be slightly uncomfortable." Hall nodded, taking Dumbledore's hand. "I am prepared. I have read about this." His family had previously utilized the Flu Network, which required no magical power, as the Muggle-repelling potion could also function with Flu powder. Dumbledore tightened his grip on Hall's hand, flicked his wand, and in an instant, Hall felt as though he were being drawn into a whirlpool, his entire body feeling as though it were being compressed. The sensation was akin to being a towel twisted repeatedly. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, he felt his feet touch the ground. Though it felt like an eternity, it was merely a minute. With Dumbledore's support, Hall straightened up, instinctively seeking a corner to expel the contents of his stomach. "Ugh." Dumbledore chuckled heartily. "It's quite common for the first time. You'll soon become accustomed to it." Seeing Hall's predicament brought immense joy to Dumbledore, as the usually composed Hall now resembled a child. Hall accepted the handkerchief Dumbledore offered and vigorously wiped his mouth, silently vowing to invent a more comfortable and expedient mode of travel. Once he had composed himself, he took the opportunity to survey his surroundings, which appeared unfamiliar, resembling a secluded alleyway. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted in the distance a pointed roof, the iconic architecture of Diagon Alley, Gringotts, a bank run and managed by goblins. "Let's proceed, Henry. We shall retrieve your wand, and then we can indulge in a delightful ice cream at the Florin Foskett ice cream parlor. It is rumored that they have introduced a new flavor, which is quite exquisite." With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore expressed his excitement and strode forward, clearly unable to contain his eagerness. Hall hastily followed, thinking, "The Florin Foskett ice cream parlor? I must have a gigantic chocolate ice cream, generously topped with raspberries and crushed nuts." Chapter 43. Hall's Destiny Wand. Hall stood before a quaint shop, recalling his last visit when he was much younger. On that occasion, his parents had purchased a wand for Bill, who was about to become a prefect. The store appeared small and dilapidated, its golden sign nearly faded away, bearing the inscription, "Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. In the window, on a worn purple cushion, lay a solitary wand, faded and forlorn. Ding. Dumbledore pushed open the door, ushering Hall inside. The shop was indeed tiny. Aside from a long bench in the corner, it contained nothing else, dust settling lightly everywhere. Hall surveyed his surroundings, gazing upward along the wand boxes that towered from the floor to the ceiling, an array of slender paper boxes housing wands, the highest of which was beyond his sight. "Remarkable. It is rare to see a student at this hour seeking a wand," Ollivander remarked. "Ah, it is you, Professor Dumbledore." As he emerged from behind a curtain, Hall caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a workshop, presumably the birthplace of the wands. "Ollivander, I have come to assist my student in selecting a wand," Dumbledore announced, stepping aside to reveal Hall. Ollivander's eyes widened as he leaned over the counter, scrutinizing Hall with great intensity. Truly remarkable," he murmured to himself. Hall remained silent, his heart racing as he recalled Ollivander's uncanny ability to assess individuals. Such skill was essential for crafting wands imbued with sentience. Thankfully, Dumbledore did not inquire further into Ollivander's thoughts. Ollivander, seemingly unconcerned by their lack of curiosity, retreated slightly, mumbling to himself as if engaged in an internal debate. He tentatively retrieved a wand and presented it to Hall. 11 inches Hollywood, with a unicorn hair core. Give a try. Hall accepted the wand, flicking it casually. Suddenly, a sofa in the corner ignited. With practiced ease, Ollivander waved his wand to extinguish the flames and reclaimed the wand from Hall. "Oh no, not this one, not this one," he said, offering another for Hall to test. "This one is 5 inches, crafted from rosewood, with a core of thunderbird tail feather, perfectly suited for transfiguration. I believe it would be an excellent match for you," Ollivander suggested, his words laden with implication. Hall understood, sensing that perhaps this wand truly resonated with him. Holding the wand aloft, he attempted to cast a spell. "Transfiguration spell," Hall shouted, envisioning the carpet transforming into a vase. As Hall's words came to a close, the entire room began to tremble violently, as if it were alive. The wooden floorboards visibly morphed into an indistinct mass, writhing before their eyes. Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand, uttering a spell to halt the chaos. The contorted, deformed house reverted to its original state, and the three of them exhaled in relief, the previous scene having been rather unsettling. "Oh, what a pity," Ollivander lamented, though his expression betrayed a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. "It is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around," he mused, before contemplating other wand combinations. "Holly? No, that wouldn't do. Rosewood? Unfit. Blackthorn, yes. Blackthorn would suffice." It was that wand. Ollivander seemed to recall something and began rummaging about. He turned the entire room upside down, dust swirling in the air, many wand boxes collapsing, which caused Hall to frown. He possessed a mild, albeit present, sense of cleanliness. He noticed that when Ollivander mentioned Blackthorn, Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, though it quickly relaxed. Hall found himself puzzled. Was there something special about this material? "Found it!" Ollivander exclaimed. He extracted a wooden box from the depths, covered in cobwebs and dust, brushed it off, and opened it to reveal a wand resting on a crimson velvet cushion. He turned the box towards Hall, his tone brimming with excitement. "This was crafted by my grandfather. A very ancient piece. I had always thought it would remain forever solitary. But now, my child, perhaps you are its destined one." Hall retrieved the wand from a box. It appeared quite ordinary, with a glossy black exterior, seeming even slightly shorter than the typical wand. Upon seeing Hall grasp the wand, Ollivander grew increasingly animated. "Its temperament is quite fierce, not easily permitting the touch of others. My judgment has proven correct. You are exceptionally suited for it. Come, child, give it a try." This time, Hall understood and cautiously gave a flick. He felt an immediate connection with this wand, unlike the previous two, or even his own second-hand wand. It felt as though it were inherently linked to him, fully comprehending his intent. A gentle breeze swept through the shop, enveloping everyone in a sense of comfort, warmth, and happiness. This was the collective sensation. "This is it. 88 inches, Blackthorn, with a core of dragon heartstring. This wand only recognizes the powerful." "My dear child," Ollivander leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on Hall. "You must be a formidable wizard." "Thank you for your kind words," Hall replied. "Blackthorn is an exceptionally rare wand wood, suited for a warrior, while a dragon's heartstring can forge the most powerful of wands. Their combination signifies loyalty and strength." Hall distinctly observed that upon Ollivander's pronouncement, Dumbledore's brow unknotted, as if freed from worry. Amusement bubbled within him. Was Ollivander unwittingly serving as his psychological counselor, analyzing his character? Ollivander chuckled as he withdrew 7 galleons. "Please, and thank you for the reflection." Dumbledore stepped forward, content to pay the required sum. Subsequently, the two individuals, adhering to their prior agreement, made their way to the ice cream parlor of Flor and Fosco, where they indulged in a colossal parfait each. They then retraced their steps back to Hogsmeade in a similar fashion. Fortunately, Hall had come prepared this time, having kept a sour fruit in his mouth, which enabled him to suppress waves of nausea upon landing. After expressing his gratitude to Dumbledore once more, Hall returned to the now desolate Slytherin common room. He had only been away for a little over half a day, yet the house elves had already redecorated the school. In the vicinity of the fireplace within the common room stood a magnificent Christmas tree. Beneath the tree lay a box and a letter. Curiously, Hall picked it up. The gift was surprisingly heavy. Given that it was not yet Christmas, who could have sent a present? He was unbothered by the possibility of taking the wrong item, as he was the sole student remaining at Slytherin. The sender was Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. What would he possibly want? As Hall unwrapped the substantial gift, a vague anticipation of its contents stirred within him. Indeed, it contained a storage coin purse. Chapter 44. A Flourishing Business. The coin purse was similar in size to the previous ones, roughly the size of a palm, but the fabric was notably more exquisite. Surrounding the purse were numerous, neatly packaged herbs. Hall weighed the purse in his hand, misjudging its heft and nearly dropping it. Feeling the substantial weight, he could not help but smile with delight. Rather than opening the coin purse first, he opted to unfold the letter. The contents of the letter were exceedingly straightforward. It merely stated that due to the overwhelming demand for potions, the first batch had sold out in a mere fortnight. This was Hall's share from the first batch of potions, as well as the material cost for the second batch. The initial batch was a trial release, comprising a total of 5,000 vials, and after deducting the expenses for raw materials and marketing, the total profit amounted to 21,388 galleons. The original version of the short-term stun potion had a shelf life of 1 month, and in order to conserve unicorn blood, Hall had opted to dilute the potion. With the exception of unicorn blood, the remaining raw materials were quite ordinary, thus keeping costs low. As the developer and creator, Hall enjoyed a 60 share of the profits. Additionally, with the raw material purchase costing 1,000 galleons, the coin purse contained a total of 13,833 galleons. No wonder it was so heavy. Hall took the letter, the coin purse, and the herbs back to his dormitory. He sat on the floor, opened the coin purse, and emptied its contents. The sound of clinking coins echoed continuously, as if the purse were a bottomless pit. Before long, Hall's hands grew weary. Although the purse had shrunk in size, its weight remained unchanged. He whimsically cast a levitation charm to allow the purse to empty itself while he examined the herbs that had accompanied it. Approximately 10 minutes later, the purse finally yielded the last galleon. A small mountain of coins appeared upon the carpet. Ding! Available galleons. 18,031 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Upcoded disguise charm, Ita Eagle. Talent level, study of mind closure technique, disillusionment charm. During the Quidditch match, although Hall did not spot anyone, he surmised that it was 80% likely to be Quirrell. He was like an indomitable cockroach, hauntingly persistent. This is precisely why Hall requested permission from Professor Snape to access the restricted section of the library. After an entire night of toil, Hall finally uncovered a thread of evidence. It appeared that Quirrell's decayed form could no longer be classified as human. Physical damage could not genuinely vanquish him. The only truly effective method was exorcism. However, the exorcism techniques Hall knew from the East could handle the weakened number 1. But the key lay in catching him off guard. As for number 2, even if it proved effective, he would already be wary, rendering it futile. Moreover, the incantations for exorcism in the magical realm require innate talent, typically passed down through family bloodlines. Yet, for Hall, this posed no challenge. All that was needed was an elevation of his talent level. The alter ego was inspired by Ollivander. Dumbledore, astute as ever, recognized that Hall was not Henry William. But Ollivander also discerned this, causing Hall some concern. The reason for studying the mind closure technique was similar. Hall suspected Ollivander possessed an innate ability akin to a Legilimens, effortlessly perceiving others' thoughts and personalities, much like Queenie Goldstein. As for the disillusionment charm, Hall smiled slightly. The school regulations stipulated that the library must be vacated after curfew. Yet where there is a will, there is a way. Ding! Panel update. S-class abilities. Memory Palace upgradable. Alter Ego upgradable. A-class abilities. Potion Brewing, Scabies Potion, Mute Treatment Elixir, Radiance Potion, Smoothness Potion, Weight Loss Potion, Viagra Potion, Joyful Potion, Fortunate Elixir, Truth Potion, Venomous Tentacle Juice, Wandless Magic, Silent Spells, Patronus Charm, Self-Taught Basic Transfiguration, Total Petrification, Spell Freeze, Tongue-Tying Curse, Body Bind Curse, Leg Locker Curse, Softening Curse, Stupefy, Alohamra, Levitation Charm, Summoning Charm, Shattering, Glimmering, Shrinking, Mind Closure Technique, Disillusionment Charm. Available galleons, 3,011 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Hall gazed in the mirror, but could discern no difference in the upgraded alter ego. The only apparent change was that his body had transformed into that of Henry William. He pondered that perhaps he should seize an opportunity to present himself before Dumbledore, utilizing the free assessment tool. Time was slipping away, so Hall changed into comfortable attire and packed some food and drink. He intended to work diligently over the next few days, determined to uncover the exorcism spell before the Christmas holiday concluded. That evening, Hall once again immersed himself in reading within the restricted section. The capabilities of the disillusionment charm were exceedingly effective. After all, Madame Pants remained entirely oblivious. Hall possesses an extraordinary speed for reading, attributed to his S-class talent from memory palaces. After merely perusing a text once, every book seems to be meticulously catalogued in the library of his mind. When he requires specific information, he can summon it effortlessly with a mere keyword, causing all relevant volumes to materialize and unfold within his consciousness for swift examination. Having completed this particular book, Hall returned it, only to encounter a searing hand. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of two disembodied heads floating in mid-air. Familiar faces indeed. Harry Potter and his dear companion, Ron Weasley, were before him. Both were startled by the unexpected warmth, nearly letting out a scream, desperately covering their mouths to stifle any sound. "It's me," Hall said, exasperated. "Henry, where are you?" Harry inquired, as he and Ron searched with their lantern for quite some time without catching a glimpse of Henry. Hall, with a sigh, dispelled his disillusionment charm. Harry and Ron watched as the air before them began to warp, gradually revealing his figure. "What are you doing here?" Ron exclaimed, his tone laced with indignation. "Are you trying to scare us on purpose?" Hall rubbed his aching head. "You two are far more frightening, if you must know." He gestured toward them, indicating their current state, two heads hovering in the air, accompanied by a disembodied hand, holding a lantern up to the light. Harry and Ron exchanged awkward glances and chuckled nervously, before shedding the invisibility cloak that had enveloped them. Hall, intrigued, took the cloak for a closer inspection. It appeared to be an ordinary invisibility cloak, akin to those currently available in shops, typically woven from the hair of an invisibility creature or enchanted with a disillusionment charm, costly and often single-use. However, Harry's cloak was different. It was reusable and remarkably difficult to detect. It was indeed worthy of being one of the Deathly Hallows. If only he could replicate it. Even achieving a fraction of its capability would yield immense profit. Chapter 45. Encounter with Moaning Myrtle. After admiring the cloak, he returned it to Harry, fully aware that Ron's gaze was fixed intently upon him. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Hall inquired, arms crossed, his curiosity piqued. Harry began, but was interrupted as Ron pulled him back. Hall raised an eyebrow, sensing a secret at play. "Just a casual inquiry," he said politely, smiling and waving the book in his hand, preparing to depart. "Henry," Harry called softly, stopping Hall. "There's nothing you cannot know. We are friends, and I trust your character, as does Ron." He continued, "We are searching for information on Nicholas Flamel." Hall was taken aback that Harry would divulge such a secret. Upon hearing the name Nicholas Flamel, he realized they were investigating the Philosopher's Stone. "I am familiar with Nicholas Flamel," Hall replied. "You seem to know everything," Ron muttered, forgetting that darkness amplifies one's hearing. 5 galleons, Hall extended his right hand. "Why don't you just live in a pile of money?" Ron exclaimed, exasperated. Seeing Hall's outstretched hand, Harry felt a wave of relief for having brought money with him that day. He retrieved 5 golden galleons from his pocket and placed them in Hall's palm. Since Henry accepted payment, it is evident that he possesses valuable information. Nicholas Flamel, a renowned alchemist, is most famous for his creation of the Philosopher's Stone. It is said that he has lived for over 6 centuries. Hall recounted the information he had discovered, directing them to the first book on the left of the second row of the third shelf. Upon hearing the phrase Philosopher's Stone, Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement as they followed Hall's instructions to locate the book. Having finished the tome in his hands, Hall continued to peruse the texts in an orderly fashion. He estimated that within 3 days and nights, he could complete his study of the books on exorcism in the restricted section. "Henry," Harry called, moving closer to Hall, "we have found the information we sought. What are you searching for? Do you require assistance?" Hall shook his head, expressing, "I simply delight in reading." He gestured to the vividly covered book he held. "You two should return and rest once you're done." Harry nodded, pulling Ron along as they donned their cloaks and departed. The books in the restricted section were peculiar. Some cursed, others sealed, and a few even capable of biting. Harry insisted on staying to assist, and Ron, despite his recent bouts of foolishness, remained loyal as Hall's brother. Hall was determined to protect Ron from harm. After enduring 2 more days, Hall could no longer withstand his exhaustion. He yearned to return to his soft bed for a brief slumber to recuperate before continuing his endeavors. Though he had yet to uncover the exorcism spell, he had amassed a plethora of intriguing information, including methods to combat the whispering shadows, how to craft a key for doors, and the necessary documents for acquiring a knight's public transport license. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Hall yawned as he made his way down the corridor. He had anticipated that the energy potion would sustain him for several days without sleep, invigorating his body, yet his mind felt exceedingly weary. He trudged slowly back to his dormitory. As he turned a corner, He locked eyes with a pair of emerald green ones. Meow, Madame Loris? Who have you seen? Came the enthusiastic response from the distant footsteps of Filch, racing through the empty castle. Hall glanced over to find Madame Loris, nonchalantly seated before him, her plush tail swishing. He immediately retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket to check for any hidden passages nearby. Indeed, behind a suit of armor, he discovered a concealed passageway. Hall regarded Madame Loris, cautiously retreating step by step. She remained seated at a distance, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if silently questioning his intentions. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, Hall dashed into the narrow secret passage, propelled by an unprecedented urgency. It is worth noting that although Filch had acquired a modicum of magical ability, he remained the same unlikable caretaker. Hall had heard that he had recently participated in an accelerated spellcasting correspondence course, occasionally managing to wield a wand and perform a few spells. The entrance to the passage closed gently behind him, as if it had never been opened. With a flicker of light, Hall's wand illuminated the path ahead, guiding him through the darkness. The secret passage was exceedingly narrow, offering nothing but a straight path ahead. Hall proceeded cautiously, and after 5 or 6 minutes, he arrived at a door. He gently pushed it open, and his surroundings suddenly expanded. To his astonishment, Hall found himself on the 2nd floor. What he had just opened was, in fact, a mural, where a knight glared fiercely at him, vociferously proclaiming that someone was present. Hall glanced around, realizing he was in a completely unfamiliar place. The fatigue that had previously enveloped him vanished, replaced by an intense curiosity. He walked toward the source of a sound that seemed to be a female voice singing. Hogwarts was enigmatic, for one could never predict whether they would encounter a person, a mural, or a ghost. At that moment, Hall finally understood why this place felt so alien to him. It was entirely reasonable. How could a boy be familiar with the girls' restroom, especially the renowned Moaning Myrtles? Thud! Hall's sudden appearance clearly startled the timid Myrtle, who cried out and retreated into the toilet. Her sobs continued to intermittently emanate from within. The girls' restroom of Moaning Myrtle. Hall grasped the implications. He exclaimed, "I apologize, madam. I merely wish to use the sink." He approached the circular basin in the center of the restroom. Before the holiday, he had contemplated exploring the legendary Slytherin's chamber, never anticipating that he would stumble upon it so fortuitously now. His fingers glided over the serpentine carvings on the faucet. Even after a millennium, the patterns remained vivid, as if they were poised to bite his fingers. It required Parseltongue to unlock. An idea formed in Hall's mind. He would return for a good night's sleep and learn a phrase in Parseltongue from Harry the following day, then return to unveil the mysteries of the chamber. "Oh, you haven't left yet? Haven't you washed your hands?" Myrtle's head peeked through the door. Hall feigned shaking his hands, replying, "All done, thank you." Oh, someone actually thanked the poor Myrtle. She blushed, unable to resist floating upwards. After politely bidding farewell, Hall returned to the dormitory. Suddenly, he realized that even if he mastered Parseltongue, he might not gain entry, considering that the serpent monster resided below. Hall needed to devise a plan to distract the basilisk. He thought of someone who might know, someone who had once encountered the creature's master, Blood Prince Barlow. Chapter 46. What? Gone. The legend of the basilisk traced back to ancient times. Birthed from a toad, hatching a rooster's egg. Its gaze was lethally potent, causing any creature that met its eyes to perish instantly. Blood Prince Barlow recounted this to Hall, almost as a recitation. "So, is there no way to resolve it?" Hall pondered, resting his chin on his hand, a troubled expression adorning his face. Barlow seemed to recall something and paused before continuing. "A phoenix. A phoenix can be immune to the basilisk's eyes." Hall understood why Bloodman Barrow hesitated to speak. The phoenix was an exceedingly rare mythical beast, and he was aware of but one, the sole specimen in all his recollections from past lives, Fawkes, belonging to Professor Dumbledore. If he were to ensnare Fawkes, would it not alert Dumbledore to his foray into the Chamber of Secrets? At that point, he would undoubtedly be suspected of being the heir of Slytherin. Hall's musings drew a fleeting glance from Bloodman Barrow. Perhaps Barrow paused to consider. "You could go during the day," he articulated slowly. Hall's countenance was rife with confusion. "What the daytime? Does the basilisk venture out for a stroll?" "She enjoys wandering about during daylight." Barrow's words genuinely astonished Hall. "Wandering? Strolling? I scarcely know which to be more astonished by." Barrow appeared perplexed by Hall's incredulity. Hall nodded, resolved to rise early to seek out Harry, and then directly proceed to the chamber, timing it perfectly. Good heavens! The basilisk is a female, and she relishes roaming about. Yet this made sense, otherwise she would not have been deceived by Tom Riddle. After all, the visage of the serpent-faced boy was quite appealing. Now, Hall resolved to retire for the night. his mind a maelstrom of genuine and spurious incantations. Just before slumbering, he habitually cast a glance at his interface, astonished to discover an additional spell had appeared. The system was rather complacent. Beep. Interface updated. A level ability. Wandless magic, silent spells, Patronus charm, basic transfiguration, self-study, all petrification, spell cessation, tongue locking, paralysis, leg tying, softening, fainting, alohamra, levitation, summoning, disintegration, lumos, rapid shrinking, brain closure technique, disillusionment charm, basic exorcism magic, self-study. The following morning, Hull awoke close to 9 o'clock, fortunate that it was the holiday season. The Great Hall provided meals at all hours. Quickly completing his morning routine, he gathered some materials he had prepared for Ron and stepped out. This was a necessary endeavor, as Ron's academic performance was dismal. It was well known that although the Weasley family was impoverished, nearly every child excelled academically. In Hull's recollections, Ron would eventually become a prefect, indicating that his capabilities were far from lacking. Perhaps it was simply the novelty of his first school experience, being absorbed in camaraderie and play. To spare Ron from his mother Molly's incessant nagging during the holiday, Hull deemed it essential to rescue his foolish brother, who only seemed to know how to indulge in chicken legs. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, he found the seating sparsely occupied. At this hour, he was surprised to see Harry and Ron, their heads nearly buried in their bowls. The number of students remaining at school was few, and there was no division among houses. Dining essentially occurred at a single long table for the sake of conviviality. Hull plopped down beside them. "Did you two play the role of thieves last night?" Upon hearing Hull's voice, the pair looked up, revealing dark circles under their eyes, more exaggerated than Hull, who had pulled 2 all-nighters. Harry and Ron lazily lifted their heads, recognizing Hull's presence with a slight nod that sufficed as a greeting. "You." Hull gestured to the dark circles under his eyes. Ron, weary, replied, "What is it to you?" "Perhaps you should return to rest," Hull suggested, eyeing the dish in Ron's hand, which happened to be the very thing Ron despised, boiled beetroot. Harry, struggling to maintain his composure, numbly stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. "We'll eat and then take a break," he mumbled. Hull produced his wand and tapped it near the crystal vase on the table. A menu materialized before them, detailing that morning's offerings. Hull ordered 2 ham and egg toasts along with a glass of milk. The menu flickered briefly before vanishing. Moments later, the food appeared automatically on Hull's table. Such a swift and efficient method made him ponder whether it could be utilized for transporting items or even people. As Hull enjoyed his breakfast, he turned to Harry. "I wish to learn something from you. Do you have a moment?" "I do. Is it in the Great Hall?" Harry replied eagerly. Though it was evident that Ron had something to say, he tugged at Harry's sleeve, casting a mysterious glance toward the exit. Hull feigned disappointment. "If you have matters to attend to, I'm not in such a hurry." No, we have nothing," Harry insisted, causing Ron's cheeks to puff up indignantly as he shot Hull a fierce glare and took a large gulp of milk, inadvertently creating a white mustache. Hull stifled a chuckle at the sight. Harry surveyed their surroundings and noticed that no one was paying attention to them. He then half stood, leaning toward Hull. "A couple of nights ago, weren't we searching for news about Nicholas Flamel?" Hull nodded, indicating his attentiveness. "I've discovered that someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and that person is within the school. However, yesterday, I observed Professor Dumbledore and several faculty members hurriedly traversing the grounds." "Yesterday?" Hull recalled that he had been in the library all day, which seemed perfectly normal. "Yes, yesterday," Harry continued, swallowing hard. "So I suspect." His voice faltered, laden with tension. "The Philosopher's Stone is missing." "Missing?" Hull gasped internally. Wasn't the stone safeguarded by Dumbledore himself? How could it have vanished? Who could possibly take it unnoticed from Dumbledore? Voldemort? Unthinkable. Even at the height of his power, he could not have stealthily pilfered something protected by Dumbledore. Who could it be? Hull furrowed his brow. Without the Philosopher's Stone, the long-term potion would be perilous. However, since the professors were searching the school, it indicated that the stone remained within the premises, not taken elsewhere. "So, you're also searching for the Philosopher's Stone?" Hull inquired. Ron and Harry nodded eagerly. "Do you have any leads?" Hull asked, knowing that Harry and Ron were not merely aimlessly searching without any clues. Harry nodded. "I heard with my own ears Ron and Professor Dumbledore speaking with Professor Snape, mentioning traces of serpentine creatures in his quarters." Chapter 47. Henry. Step aside. A snake? Hull, perhaps preoccupied with thoughts of the basilisk, found himself particularly sensitive to anything serpentine. Yet, it seemed implausible. After all, a basilisk is an enormous creature, and if it had indeed appeared, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be aware of it. "So, did you go searching last night?" Hull could not restrain the urge to rub his temples. Harry and Ron nodded in the affirmative, asserting that they were merely doing what they could. Have you considered Hall's complexion darkened significantly? That any creature capable of entering Dumbledore's quarters, be it human, serpent, or otherwise, is far beyond the capabilities of two first-year students like yourselves? As he spoke, Hall could no longer contain the fury swelling within him. What if it truly was a basilisk? Harry Potter was safeguarded by a blood curse, so he would not encounter any misfortune. However, Ron, that clumsy oaf, he could barely wield his wand to poke someone. Hall stared at the two, oblivious to the peril surrounding them, and his anger surged to a boiling point. He abruptly sprang to his feet, startling Harry and Ron. "What is wrong, Henry?" Harry inquired, perplexedly tousling his unruly curls. "What are you doing? You startle me." Ron grumbled discontentedly. "If you two engage in such reckless behavior again, I will immediately inform Professor Snape. I am certain he would relish deducting points from you." "Are you kidding me?" "Harry, I told you he is just an evil Slytherin." Ron shouted in frustration. "Yes, I am indeed an evil Slytherin, but at least I understand the concept of limitations. Why can't you just be sensible and stay safe?" Hall and Ron began to raise their voices, their argument drawing the curious gazes of several nearby classmates. "Ron, don't be angry. Henry is only looking out for us." Harry hastily reassured Ron, then explained to Hall that they had been under the invisibility cloak, thus ensuring their safety. Having grown up in someone else's home, Harry was acutely attuned to the emotions of others. He could sense that Henry's anger stemmed from excessive worry. Yet, Harry found himself puzzled, glancing at Henry and Ron, questioning why he felt that Henry's ire was directed more towards him, as if blaming him for bringing Ron along. Hall, battling a headache, suppressed his anger. Ron had a penchant for trailing after Harry all day long, and Hall needed to devise a means of acquiring a protective device akin to a golden armor, lest he inadvertently become the sixth child of the Weasley family. Remembering the matter at hand, he took a deep breath. "Harry, let us step outside and talk quickly." Harry nodded, and amidst Ron's questioning, the two made their way to a corridor not far from the Great Hall. "Where are you going?" "Harry, be careful. That is a small snake." Upon reaching the corridor, Harry, curious, asked Henry if there was something on his mind. Hall retrieved his pre-prepared items, vaguely recalling that Harry's ability to speak with snakes was a passive skill, distinct from that of a natural-born Parselmouth. He produced a moving photograph, depicting a serpent slithering and emitting a hissing sound. "Harry, observe this image. If you were to greet it, how would you articulate your salutation?" Hall prompted with his words. Harry, bewildered, gazed at the image Hall displayed, and after the hissing subsided, he looked at Hall in confusion. Hall realized that Harry had not comprehended what he had just uttered. Mimicking Harry, he hissed again. No, that's not right." Harry frowned, correcting him. "It's HSSS. HSSS." He was somewhat perplexed. Henry seemed rather dull today. Hall repeated the syllable once more. "Correct." Harry clapped his hands. "Now, how would you say hello? Your manner of speaking today is rather peculiar." Clearly, even upon hearing Hall speak Parcel tongue, Harry remained oblivious to the fact that he was not actually speaking English. Perhaps due to Hall's gaze involuntarily drifted to the scar on Harry's forehead. The distinction between an external translator and an innate ability is indeed significant. After mastering the language, Hall handed Harry a compilation of materials he had prepared. "Harry, I gathered some information that will greatly assist you in the upcoming examination." Harry accepted it. He wondered why he felt that when Henry referred to you, despite it being a singular pronunciation, he sensed that Henry's implication was actually you all. After learning Parcel tongue, Hall made his way to Moaning Myrtle's washroom on the second floor. Unbeknownst to him, Ron trailed behind Harry at a distance, feeling quite irked by this Henry William, who seemed to meddle in everything. It was evident that Henry had also violated school regulations. How dare he warn him and Harry? He even intended to report to the professor. Truly, the cunning and devious Slytherin. He was determined to catch Henry William in a misstep and hastily inform the professor, deducting a hefty 150 points from him. "Oof. Oh, you're back." Myrtle floated in the air, chattering excitedly. Hall greeted her and headed straight for the central wash basin. He hissed at the faucet adorned with a serpent sculpture. As soon as he finished, the serpent statue seemed to come alive, beginning to slither around the expansive circular basin. "Ah, it's you." The hissing sound seemed to awaken Myrtle's nightmares, and she screamed, darting back to her toilet, the lid trembling in fear. "I apologize," Hall said to the stall, not intending to remind Myrtle of her sorrowful experiences. Turning around, he noticed that where the wash basin once stood, a large opening was gradually unfolding, revealing a sloped descent. It appeared to be an entrance meant for some large reptilian creature. Hall understood that this place had not been a washroom centuries ago. Rather, it was the gateway to the lair of the basilisk. He slid down the slope, which twisted and turned, proving to be quite enjoyable, akin to a slide. After what felt like an eternity, Hall emerged, landing on a soft cushion of feathers. Struggling to rise from the sea of feathers, he exclaimed, "Ah, move aside. Henry, get out of the way." Before Hall had even risen, he heard two piercing screams emanating from the high slide. Instinctively, he leaped aside. Thud, thud, two sounds. Hall, with a furrowed brow, watched as Harry and Ron extricated themselves from the ocean of feather cushions. The two examined their surroundings with great curiosity. Hall had no desire to inquire how they had arrived. It was evident they had merely followed him. After enduring numerous trials, the trio finally emerged from the sea of cushions, pondering the peculiar whim of Salazar Slytherin to have placed so many feather pads. A tall, slender figure materialized in Hall's mind, typically cold in demeanor, yet secretly fond of slides. Chapter 48. The Enormous Shed of Serpents. Who is its master? The room flickered to life as Hall illuminated every light source within. Before the trio lay an immense chamber, its size dwarfing even the Great Hall. "Wow, wow, wow," Hall exclaimed. "What place is this?" Harry asked, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Although he was unaware of its origins, it was unmistakably Slytherin territory. Ron noted that the decorations adorning the room were quintessential Slytherin colors, green and silver, which adorned the vast, empty space. However, it wasn't entirely vacant. Numerous large stones of bizarre shapes filled the chamber. "Hey, that stone resembles a centaur. And this one looks like a porcupine. The craftsmanship is remarkable. They look so lifelike." Ron marveled at the sculptures. Hall, however, understood the true nature of this place. It was likely the lair of the basilisk. And those stones may not have always been mere stone. "Henry, this place is terrifying. We must inform the professor," Harry expressed, his discomfort peaking upon seeing the statues. "Harry, we cannot tell the professor." Hall quickly suppressed Harry's urge to retrieve his wand. "You are a brave Gryffindor. Do you not wish to explore such a mysterious place?" Hall provocatively teased the two. "If the professor learns of this place, we may never have the chance to return." Harry's expression softened, and Hall sensed he was swaying him. Suddenly, Ron shouted, "Ah!" Harry and Hall startled, quickly turning towards the source of Ron's voice. "Ron!" Hall exclaimed, his tone laced with urgency. "Ron!" Harry called out. They rushed to the location of the sound, only to find the ground blanketed in a white substance that appeared somewhat ominous. "What are you so excited about?" Ron's head emerged from the snowy expanse, his hair dusted with white fragments. Hall swiftly pulled Ron out, shaking him off, causing numerous white shards to cascade down. Just as Harry was about to speak, Hall interjected, his voice brimming with anger and concern. "Do you even know where you are? You can't just run around carelessly." Harry could not help but glance at him. "Who are you to be so fierce?" "It was an accident. I didn't intend to fall in," Ron retorted, his face reddening from the reprimand. As Hall began to speak, he quickly stifled his words. It was not yet the moment to reveal his identity. He had already deeply offended Voldemort. Disclosing his true self would inevitably bring unimaginable calamity upon the Weasley family, a consequence Hall could not bear to accept. "Henry is merely concerned for your well-being," Harry interjected on Hall's behalf. "Is it necessary to be so fierce about concern?" Ron muttered, clearly sensitive about appearances. Hall firmly shut his eyes, then opened them again, speaking in a calm tone. "This is a snake's shed skin." "What?" Harry exclaimed, taken aback by its size. "What?" Ron shivered at the mere thought of having been in close proximity to the snake's shed skin. The shed skin, though not fully unfurled, was already quite substantial. Piled in a corner, reaching half the height of a house. If it were to be fully extended, it would occupy a significant portion of the room. This indicated just how formidable the original snake must have been. Ron stepped back, fear evident in his voice as he stammered, There's a snake here." Hall sighed. "If you linger here, I cannot guarantee your safety." "So, Henry, you're aware that such a large snake resides here?" Harry's mind was astute. Hall nodded, and since Harry and Ron had decided to accompany him, he intended to make the most of their presence. "Let's find the exit." Although Hall spoke these words, they walked for a while before reaching the end of the room, where a beautifully carved wall stood. Hall surmised that there must be a hidden door here. "Harry, it's up to you." Hall pulled Harry toward his snake carving. Harry was perplexed. "Greet it, just as you were taught this afternoon," Hall instructed. Having heard this, Harry hesitated and finally hissed a few uncertain sounds. Hall, worried that Ron might be frightened, cast a glance at him, only to find his brother's face devoid of expression, appearing rather bewildered. Hall shook his head. Sometimes, knowing too much can diminish one's courage. Following Hall's guidance, Harry hissed for a considerable time, yet the small snakes carved into the wall remained utterly unresponsive, leaving Harry's throat dry. "Henry, I can't continue. My throat hurts," Harry admitted, his voice hoarse. Hall suggested that Harry take a moment to rest while he would give it a try. Harry, what was the purpose of your hissing for so long? Ron asked, brimming with curiosity. Previously observing the two, he felt a bit embarrassed for being uninformed, so he could only feign understanding. Huh? Harry responded, puzzled. You were hissing for ages just now? Ron demonstrated with a hiss. Harry was incredulous. Was I really hissing? Ron nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Hall took over Harry's task, hissing the only phrase he knew. As he hissed, he scrutinized the entire wall, which was adorned with countless small, slithering snakes. Among so many, which one was the right one? Suddenly, the eyes of the statue blinked. Hall froze, striving to calm his racing heart. He deliberately shifted his gaze elsewhere and began to retreat slowly, step by step. The small snake seemed to sense that Hall had spotted it. As it glided directly before his eyes, Hall lowered his brow and directed his gaze to the base of the wall. His mind raced, pondering whether this serpent was a magical artifact or a product of transfiguration. Surely it could not be a basilisk. Those creatures were far too large. Moreover, he had just glimpsed its eyes, which had not turned to stone. He recalled the snake's vibrant emerald eyes, reminiscent of Slytherin's green, which explained why he had initially overlooked it. With this realization, Hall did not retreat. Instead, he raised his gaze to the little snake. This time, the creature froze, as if transformed into a genuine stone statue, utterly motionless. Hall arched an eyebrow, fixated on the solitary snake with emerald eyes on the wall, and approached it slowly. The snake continued to feign its stony guise. Hall extended his wand, pretending to poke at the serpent. In an instant, the snake darted from view. Henry, are you all right? Harry observed Hall, who appeared to be entranced by the wall. Snake! Exclaimed Ron, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the little serpent. Chapter 49. Do you know what a windmill is? The small snake gave Ron a startled look before retreating into the collar of his shirt, trembling. The cool, slick sensation nearly drove Ron to the brink of panic. After Harry reassured the creature that Hall meant her no harm, she cautiously peeked out from her hiding place. Introducing herself as Helena, she lamented being rudely awakened from a peaceful slumber. Hall formed a hypothesis in his mind. Helena was likely the basilisk he had suspected, though he was curious how she had shrunk in size. What was the nature of her eyes? Hall wished to inquire further, but every time he approached Helena, she quivered in fear, despite the fact that she had initially moved toward him. The audacity! Hall shot her a disdainful glance. Helena's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Harry, ask her where the door is, Hall urged. Soon, the air was filled with a hissing dialogue between Harry and Helena. Hall and Ron, utterly perplexed, could only observe Harry's expressions shift dramatically as if he had heard something of great import. After an extended exchange, Harry finally recalled that Hall and Ron could not comprehend and hastily translated. She says the door is just a push away. It leads to the room where her master last appeared. She has been waiting here for his return. Harry pushed against a spot on the far right of the wall, which appeared entirely solid, betraying no indication of a door. The realization that they had spent so long hissing only to discover a simple push mechanism left both Harry and Hall feeling somewhat pale. How long has she been waiting here? Hall inquired. Harry fell silent for a few seconds before responding, 1,000 years. Indeed, Hall understood. Helena was the basilisk he had surmised. 1,000 years, Ron exclaimed, his voice echoing ominously throughout the room, causing him to quickly cover his mouth in fright. As the echoes gradually faded, Ron softly inquired of Harry, 1,000 years? How could a snake possibly live that long? At that moment, he heard the small snake hiss twice at the back of his neck. Harry assisted in translating, revealing that she was not merely a snake, but a basilisk, and a rather formidable one at that. After expressing this, Harry asked, what is a basilisk? Ron's face turned a shade of green. Hall then recounted the origins of the basilisk to Harry, causing Harry's complexion to grow even paler. What about her eyes? Harry pointed to his own. The small snake hissed again. With a strikingly composed demeanor, Harry conveyed that Helena claimed she was now a mature basilisk and could exercise control over herself. Hall raised an eyebrow, surprised that this basilisk could comprehend human speech. He turned to push the door, but found it unyielding. Puzzled, he stepped aside for Harry to try. However, despite Harry's efforts, the door remained closed. Suddenly, Hall pondered a crucial point. If Helena knew where the door was, why hadn't she entered to seek her master? Unless she was unable to do so? Harry, ask Helena about the conditions to open the door, Hall suggested. Harry and Helena exchanged hisses. Ron grimaced, Harry, can't we just move her somewhere else? I'm getting the creeps. Harry translated that Helena said only her master's bloodline could unlock the door. Furthermore, Ron was informed that Helena found him quite comfortable and did not wish to descend. Ron's expression nearly shattered. He was certainly not comfortable. Upon hearing this, Hall furrowed his brow. Could it be true? Was the narrative truly that cliched? Was he genuinely a descendant of Slytherin? Having come this far, Hall felt it would be remiss not to enter and explore. As the saying goes, one should leave with something from every place visited. Just like the snakeskin earlier, Hall had stealthily gathered it all into his storage bag, while Harry and Ron were distracted. Shall I give it a try? Hall's tone was laced with hesitation. Not you. A Slytherin, but us two Gryffindors? Ron rolled his eyes. Hall drew his wand and gently made a small incision on his finger, smearing his blood upon the stone door. Hall, Harry, Ron, and Helena all fixated on the blood-stained stone door. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. There was no reaction. Hall awkwardly chuckled at the two. Looks like I'm not the one. He casually raised his wand. Harry, why don't you give a shot? After all, you're from a prominent family. The truth was, due to Voldemort residing within Harry, he might possess the necessary blood, though it was uncertain. However, the presence of Voldemort on his forehead certainly would. If Harry's blood proved ineffective, Hall planned to resort to his basic exorcism spell. Using Voldemort number 7 to clear their path would indeed make for an intriguing tale. Oh, all right, Harry responded, equally curious. Meanwhile, Ron's brow had furrowed in concern. Harry's blood was then smeared on the door, as the trio and the serpent remained fixated on the stone barrier. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes elapsed. Still, there was no response. Harry and Hall exchanged a glance, both scratching their heads in uncertainty. What should they do now? Although they were familiar with the way back, ascending was out of the question. The height was daunting, and one misstep could send them tumbling down. As they furrowed their brows, Ron could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Hey, you let Harry give it a try." "Why not me?" "Stop it," Hall retorted, pushing Ron aside. If he himself couldn't manage it, there was no need for Ron, who was born alongside him, to attempt the impossible. "Ron, step aside. You're blocking the light," Harry urged, recalling that the Weasleys had always been Gryffindors. Allowing Ron to try would be a waste of time and effort. Ron glared at the two, visibly irritated. Suddenly, Hall and Harry heard a sound and turned to see Ron clutching his shoulder, his face contorted in pain. What happened? Hall rushed forward, pulling Ron's hand away from his shoulder, and blood gushed forth immediately. Hall retrieved a healing potion and poured it over the wound without hesitation, the bleeding ceasing instantly to reveal 2 round puncture marks beneath. Hall's expression darkened as he handed Ron over to Harry, seizing Helena by the scruff of her neck. "Do you know what a windmill is?" he asked coldly. Helena, with her emerald-like eyes, looked bewildered and shook her head. "Now you do." With that, Hall began to whirl Helena around at a dizzying speed, only stopping when he himself grew weary. At this point, Helena had grown limp, her tongue flicking like a snake as she hung from Hall's arm. Meanwhile, Ron's wound had ceased bleeding, although Harry's hands were stained with blood. Suddenly, Ron exclaimed with excitement, "Well, since I'm already bleeding, let's not waste it." He grabbed Harry's hand and slapped it against the stone door. With a thunderous crash, the door swung open. Chapter 50. The items are excellent. Do not give them away. Hall, perplexed, questioned what is happening. Harry's face mirrored his astonishment. Hall pondered a possible explanation and leaned closer to Ron, casting several spells upon him. Yet there was no response. It was indeed Ron Weasley himself. Why? Can twins not share the same bloodline? "Ron, didn't you say that all Weasleys are Gryffindors?" Harry inquired curiously. "I don't know. Let's hurry inside. I can't contain my curiosity." Ron was unusually animated, almost as if he had transformed into another person. "Oh, my dear Helena." Ron snatched the dazed Helena from Hall's grasp and held her close. Harry watched Ron in horror. Hall, stunned into silence by the potion's side effects, explained to Harry. Subsequently, Hall stepped through the stone door, with Harry entering last. As the three of them and the serpent crossed the threshold, the stone door creaked shut behind them. The sole source of light in the room vanished with the closing of the door. Glowing lights flickered to life as Hall illuminated the room. To his astonishment, he realized that this chamber lay deep beneath the surface of the Black Lake, even deeper than a cellar. The room boasted windows that framed an expanse of impenetrable darkness, occasionally illuminated by the fleeting glimmer of a luminous fish swimming by, revealing glimpses of the lakebed beneath. Hall surveyed his surroundings. The space was vast, approximately 4 times the size of his dormitory. One entire wall was adorned with towering bookshelves, while the opposite side featured a series of small compartments reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine cabinets. A large desk accompanied by a broad armchair was situated by the window, and a simple double bed leaned against the wall. To be candid, this room bore little resemblance to a Slytherin den. It felt more akin to a Ravenclaw's sanctum. Eventually, Hall's gaze settled on a strikingly intricate pattern etched into the floor at the center of the room, resembling a magical array. Behind him, a soft hissing chatter ensued. Helena seemed to murmur something unintelligible before curling herself tightly on the modest single bed, soon emitting a series of muffled sobs. Truth be told, the sound of a weeping serpent was rather peculiar. Harry turned to Hall and remarked that Helena had indicated her master was absent. A millennium has passed. Even if he were here, he would have turned to dust by now, Ron quipped. Not necessarily, Hall countered, his eyes fixated on the grand array before him. Perhaps Helena's master still lives. While the three spoke of Helena's master, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would have surmised who that was. The construction of such an extensive subterranean space at Hogwarts, adorned with silver-green embellishments, suggested the loyal serpent had awaited for a millennium. Who then was Helena's master? Hall and Harry exchanged a glance at Ron, who had posed a question. The founder of Slytherin, Harry stated. Salazar Slytherin, Hall added. Wait a moment. Ron finally grasped the implications. Henry, are you saying Salazar Slytherin is still alive? Hall nodded, crouching down to trace the massive array with his fingers. I encountered a similar design in the restricted section. It was merely a concept, a theoretical construct for traversing time and space. Although that particular experiment failed, descendants later developed the time turner based on its principles. Ron and Harry regarded Hall with wide-eyed curiosity, their additional pair of eyes being Helena's. It's a magical device capable of temporal travel within a span of 36 hours, albeit under specific conditions and rules, Hall explained, somewhat exasperated. The array before them was evidently more exquisite than anything described in the text they had perused. The room itself was devoid of dust, suggesting it had been enchanted or maintained by Hogwarts house elves. Regrettably, this array could not be removed. Hall could only imprint it in his memory for further study once they escaped. The notion of a time-traveling device akin to a mechanical cat was no mere fantasy. Coupled with an invisibility cloak, it could facilitate a myriad of temporal tourism opportunities. Hall's mind began to conjure a list of potential destinations. Henry? Henry? Henry! Harry called out loudly in his ear. Hall snapped back to reality. What is it? He inquired. Helena mentioned that the exit is behind us. Harry indicated towards the bookshelf. I wish to assist Helena in finding her master. Hall was aware that Helena could comprehend human speech. He found himself immensely intrigued by the extensive wall of bookshelves and materials, yet he understood that he could not carry everything away, particularly since he could not harm Harry and Ron. Instead, it would be more prudent to have Helena directly surrender the most crucial items. Upon hearing Hall's words, Helena lifted her gaze, her emerald eyes glistening with 2 large tears as she stared blankly at him. In exchange, Hall extended his right hand. Do you have no humanity? You're even profiting off serpents? Ron exclaimed in excitement. Truthfully, he felt his emotions were profoundly peculiar. He ought to be furious, yet he could not suppress the joyous leaps within him. It was all Henry Williams' fault. Initially, Helena did not comprehend, but after Ron's words, she began to understand. She circled around the bed a few times, and her body appeared to swell slightly. Hall initially thought he was imagining things. My goodness! Hall glanced at Harry and Ron's terrified expressions, confirming he was not mistaken. Helena had indeed grown larger. She was now undeniably broader than Hall's 2 thighs combined. William, you have angered Helena. She won't try to eat us, will she? William has provoked you. Helena, you ought to devour William. Ron babbled fearfully while clutching Harry. Despite her increased size, Helena remained on the bed. The ancient bed, even with its protective qualities, had begun to show signs of wear. With the slightest movement from Helena, the bed creaked ominously. Soon, she dared not move at all, awkwardly curling up to fit on the ancient single bed. Helena extended her head above the ground. At this moment, she had grown quite substantial, prompting Hall to instinctively step back 2 paces. Then, he noticed Helena casting a glance at him. Hall held his composure. After all, given Helena's current size, it would be no challenge for her to consume him whole. Subsequently, Hall observed Helena begin to writhe slightly, as if her body were expelling something. Curiously, he approached to discern the situation. He heard Helena emit a retching sound. He stared impassively at his robes, now in disarray from her vomit, then glanced back at Helena. She wore a sheepish expression. It was astonishing how human-like a serpent's demeanor could be. Hall mused that perhaps in another 1,000 years, it would not be surprising if Helena were to speak human language. With a guilty look, Helena discovered something amidst her regurgitated matter, seized it, and presented it to Hall. Her expression had shifted to one of assertive justification. Hall had no desire to accept it, yet if he refused, she would undoubtedly thrust it into his clothing. Reluctantly, he endured his nausea and accepted it. Ron and Harry, pinching their noses, curiously leaned closer. Hall noted that the object bore an uncanny resemblance to something he recognized. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and suppressing his revulsion, he examined the item closely. He was left speechless. It had come to him effortlessly. This was the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 51. This is stolen property. Please pay accordingly. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, intending to speak, but upon detecting a foul odor, hastily covered their mouths and noses, their voices muffled. So, the trail left by the snake belongs to Helena? Ron, surprisingly quick to respond this time, inquired. Should we report this to the headmaster? Harry pondered, his brow furrowed. Hall, with a shifting gaze, held up the magical stone, declaring, "This is stolen property. It cannot be counted. You must either pay for it yourself or have your master do so." Helena, indignant, opened her mouth wide, her serpent tongue nearly brushing against Hall's cheek. "Hogwarts Castle is my master's domain, thus everything within it belongs to him," she asserted. Harry translated her muted words. "However, you now rely on me to locate your master, so the compensation is determined by me, not by you, understand?" Hall smiled impassively. Upon hearing Hall's words, Helena appeared crestfallen, retracting her form and slowly slithering in circles until she transformed into a diminutive snake, no larger than a chopstick. She curled tightly upon her master's pillow, looking exceedingly pitiful. "We can inform the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore will surely assist Helena in finding her master," Ron interjected, unable to bear Hall's bullying of Helena. Upon hearing this, Helena's emerald eyes brightened, and she lifted her head to gaze at Ron. "Do you truly believe anyone would wish to seek out someone from a millennium ago, especially if that person is Salazar Slytherin?" Hall remarked nonchalantly. Ron fell silent, realizing he could not retort. He understood that not everyone welcomed Helena's master. After all, it was Salazar Slytherin. Helena grasped the essence of the conversation, her once bright eyes dimming once more. Henry, feeling a pang of sympathy, could hear Helena repeatedly calling for her master, her voice heavy with longing. Hall raised an eyebrow, sidestepping the peculiar heap on the floor, and approached the bedside, directly lifting Helena and uncovering the pillow beneath her. Beneath the pillow lay a multitude of gems, meticulously arranged. Hall's gaze swept across them. Astonishingly, there were over a dozen. He decided to lift the bedspread as well. Underneath, it was similarly adorned with an array of resplendent gems, dazzling enough to force Hall to shut his eyes, illuminating the entire room. Hall suspected something was concealed below, but he had not anticipated such blatant abundance. He was utterly enamored. These gems were sizable, vibrant, and possessed a palpable weight, their latent magical essence faintly perceptible in his grasp. Clearly, these were no ordinary gems merely intended for adornment. He wondered what connection they might hold with the magical circle on the ground. Hall weighed them in his hand and then, without hesitation, tossed Helena towards Ron and Harry, allowing them to catch her. Amid Helena's piercing shrieks, Hall stuffed the entire bed, brimming with countless gems, into his storage bag. Henry. Helena says she is about to get angry." Harry's translation device covered its ears, for Helena's cries were indeed overwhelming. Hall, feeling content, patted his pocket where his storage bag resided. "Rest assured, I shall find your master. A modest expenditure can yield grand results." Helena's shrill cries subsided, leaving only a muffled whimper of grievance. Hall produced 2 gemstones of identical size, the smallest in his collection, and reluctantly offered them to Harry and Ron. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Hall, with a tinge of regret, indicated the gems as a hush fee. Ron's face brightened, eagerly accepting as he mused. Hall will surely be delighted by this. However, Harry shook his head, pushing Hall's hand back. "I cannot assist Helena. Can you help me translate this? It serves as compensation." Hall insisted. "I must decline." Harry firmly rejected the gemstone. Hall shrugged. It seemed Harry was not fond of jewels, so he reconsidered. Hall recalled that Harry was quite wealthy, having a vault in Gringotts, akin to a Muggle safe deposit box. It could store not only coins but also various items. The Weasley family possessed a vault as well, inherited and sized for a single occupant, located on the top floor of Gringotts, with an annual insurance fee of a mere canute. However, the Weasleys tended to exhaust their resources quickly. Despite Arthur's consistent luck in winning, it was quickly spent, leaving their vault perpetually desolate. At that moment, a small, rotund figure flashed through Hall's mind, Peter Pettigrew. It was unfortunate. A new subject was required. Since Harry was disinterested in the gems, Hall decided to offer him an irresistible gift, a loving family. Before departing, Hall erased the magical circle and took Helena with him. Strangely, she seemed to prefer clinging to Ron rather than Hall of Slytherin. Ron, now free from the potion's side effects, grimaced. "If I were to bring Snake back to Gryffindor, I would be assassinated by the entire school." Hall lifted Helena, allowing her to coil around his arm as if it were a playful serpent. Her predicament was a secret. Should it be revealed, she would undoubtedly face execution. Hall earnestly cautioned Harry and Ron, who nodded vigorously, each reaching out to reassure Helena that they would safeguard her secret. Embarrassed, she tightened her grip, causing Hall's wrist to redden. He flicked her sharply, and only then did she release her hold, pained. You should write home to inquire if there are any records of a union with Slytherin in your ancestry, Hall advised Ron, who turned pale at the thought. After much persuasion from Ron, Harry and Hall agreed to keep the lineage of Ron as a descendant of Slytherin confidential. Otherwise, I would surely be transferred to Slytherin. Ron's face turned as green as a cucumber. Hall found it curious and resolved to investigate why he and Ron were twins. Yet Ron's bloodline allowed for such a connection while his own did not. Surely, one could not alter their blood through polyjuice potion, could they? Certainly. Hall would not question whether he had stumbled upon it by chance or due to other circumstances, for his own appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Ron's. As Helena had mentioned, upon opening the door, he pondered where he was headed. With a sense of cautious anticipation, Hall opened the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a slide, and looking up, he could see the opening of the wash basin. Harry summoned the broom, and the three ascended, the door behind them closing automatically. Hall's mind began to race. The surprises of the Slytherin chamber far exceeded the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. After all, it was a portal to anywhere. Chapter 52, The Disappearance of Scabbers. Marvelous magic, Hall mused, truly befitting one of the founders of Hogwarts. The treasures uncovered were bountiful, and he felt compelled to document each one for future exploration. It would be a travesty if such wonders were not shared with every household. Hall's heart ached at the thought. If they could directly travel to their desired destinations, why not simply return to the dormitory? Ron scratched his fiery hair. But that would expose us, Hall earnestly cautioned Ron, imploring him not to be reckless. Everything occurring at Hogwarts could not escape the scrutiny of the headmaster. Should they be discovered elsewhere, inquiries would inevitably ensue, revealing Ron's blood issues. As they needed to consult the headmaster, Helena could not accompany them. Hall first returned to the dormitory, safely placing Helena back and advising her not to wander, threatening to stew her into a snake broth if she did. Though Helena was unaware of what snake broth entailed, it sounded utterly terrifying as she nodded in compliance, retreating beneath Hall's pillow. Upon turning around, Hall spotted Harry and Ron, resembling two curious onlookers. He had intended for them to wait at the door, but they insisted on entering to explore. With a mixture of curiosity and awe, they surveyed the Slytherin common room, contrasting it sharply with Gryffindor, where 5 shared a room, leading to daily skirmishes. Reluctantly, Hall guided them on a brief tour of the Slytherin lounge before they set off to the headmaster's office. Upon encountering Dumbledore, they recounted everything except for the matter concerning Helena and her master. When informed of a vast space beneath Hogwarts, Dumbledore remained remarkably composed, for after all, this was Hogwarts, a place rife with unknowns. However, when Harry mentioned the presence of numerous lifelike, enormous statues, Dumbledore suddenly furrowed his brow, as if a realization struck him, and he promptly rose. "Oh, my dear children, please partake in some refreshments and wait a moment." The room of requirement. I last heard Harry and Ron mention that the mysterious figure had appeared at the school. George was brewing potions while chatting with Fred, who was cutting materials. "How come I didn't hear about this?" Fred inquired. "I was in a rush to the restroom and traversed the secret passage." Harry and Ron thought they were alone, and I overheard them perfectly, George continued. Such words must not be carelessly spoken. Fred felt a sense of unease. After all, if the Dark One truly appeared at Hogwarts, they would all be in peril. From their conversation, it seemed they had eavesdropped on the headmaster's discussion with Professor McGonagall. However, she countered, asserting that the Dark One was dead, and it was beyond doubt. George set down the stirring rod and added a few ingredients. "See, Professor McGonagall has confirmed it," he said. Yet Fred remained skeptical. "Oh, come on, Fred. We all know that if Professor Dumbledore is certain, it cannot possibly be false." George poured the potion into a glass vial, suggesting, "You should let Scabbers try this." He handed the vial to Fred, musing about how generous Henry was, allowing them to use so many materials. He was the most generous Slytherin he had ever encountered. Fred retorted, "That's because we paid for it, right? Where's Scabbers?" Fred called out loudly for George. "It's secured. I'm sure it's locked," George replied, frowning. The two stood where a sizable glass observation box had once been, which served as Scabbers' dwelling, but now it was empty. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore conjured 3 servings of red tea cakes and placed them before the trio. Hall's cup appeared different, infused with a lethal amount of honey. He himself had ventured through the fireplace to find other professors, and Hall speculated that Dumbledore must be inspecting the scene. Ron and Harry grimaced as they watched Hall indulge in his tea. Hall finished his cup and revealed a satisfied smile. "Goodness, how can you all enjoy such sweet things?" Hall exclaimed. "It's the same with you. Every time I see you drink tea, I feel a toothache." Ron couldn't help but murmur. Harry thought Ron must be missing his brother. He had heard Ron mention Hall frequently, and though Harry had yet to meet him, he had already formed an image of Hall's appearance and preferences from Ron's descriptions. Honestly, if it weren't for the knowledge of Hall's existence, Harry would have thought Ron was referring to Henry. "Sweets are the finest invention in the world. You simply do not comprehend their delight," Hall remarked disdainfully at Ron, who had often looked at him with similar disdain while he indulged in desserts at home. Hall then picked up a fork and began to savor the small cakes on the table. After tasting a bite, Harry and Ron declared their dislike, leaving the remainder for Hall to enjoy. Naturally, he was more than willing to assist, devouring 3 cakes single-handedly, just as Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape returned to the office. "Headmaster, you should take a look. The entrance is in the girls' restroom on the 2nd floor. Harry expressed his concern that the headmaster might not believe him. "We had just been there," Professor McGonagall interjected. "Within Hogwarts, as long as events were not confined to the Chamber of Secrets, they could not escape the headmaster's notice." Without needing Hall and the others to inform him, Dumbledore was already aware of their whereabouts through the portraits. They had just accompanied Dumbledore to the 2nd floor restroom and had opened that passage. "Do you realize how perilous this is?" Professor McGonagall endured her frustration for a moment, but ultimately could no longer suppress her anger, furrowing her brows as she fixed her gaze upon the 3 individuals before her. "Why did you not inform me of such matters?" she demanded. The professor could scarcely fathom the potential consequences of their negligence. "I thought we could," Ron stammered, raising his hand to respond. "Ah, indeed, I believe Mr. William shares that sentiment," sneered Dean Snape from the side. Hall nearly rolled his eyes. Why must the headmaster articulate his concerns in such an infuriating manner? "I suspect the 3 young gentlemen were unaware that they had ventured into the lair of the basilisk," Dumbledore remarked, causing the trio to tense up. They exchanged foolish grins, resolutely refusing to divulge any information regarding Helena. Hall remained composed, knowing full well that neither Dumbledore nor the professors would resort to using legilimency on them. Such a spell was not a friendly one. Its repeated use could inflict harm upon the caster's mind, as it involved forcibly extracting thoughts from another's consciousness. Even when Quirrell exhibited such bizarre behavior, Dumbledore did not compel him to undergo legilimency. What kind of twisted individual would employ such a method on a few 11-year-olds simply because of suspicion? As educators, Dumbledore and Snape maintained a semblance of professionalism, with the exception of Snape's encounters with Harry. "How did you manage to come up here?" Dumbledore inquired, though he already knew the answer. After all, the sight of the 3 of them crammed onto a single broomstick ascending together was witnessed by Myrtle. Hall and Harry exchanged a subtle glance, their suspicions confirmed. Due to bloodline protections, the professors could not enter the Slytherin common room. Hall felt a surge of delight. This meant he could claim everything within that room for himself. "We utilized the summoning charm," Hall stated. "We called our broomsticks and flew up." "Ah, my child, what a splendid method!" Dumbledore exclaimed. "Now, Albus, dinner time approaches. Do you wish to starve those 3 little creatures?" Snape interjected, sensing Dumbledore's myriad of doubts and suggesting it was time to escort them away. What could 3 first-year giants possibly reveal? Snape's impatience was palpable. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, a cheerful smile gracing his features. Hall discreetly touched the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, having previously contemplated using it to prove his innocence. It was best not to mention Helena. If he were to present the stone now, it would only signal to the professors that he had stolen it. He would remain in the safety of Dumbledore's office for the time being. Chapter 53. Searching for the mouse, Headmaster Snape escorted Hall and the others from the office, his expression dark as though he had been trampled by a werewolf. Hall was uncertain of the source of his ire. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, Snape flicked his robes and prepared to depart. But Hall quickly grasped the hem of his cloak. Snape had not anticipated Hall's strength and nearly stumbled. "You had better have a good reason." The words barely escaped Snape's clenched teeth. Hall awkwardly released his grip, surprised by his own strength. He chuckled foolishly a couple of times and, under Snape's murderous gaze, retrieved a storage bag from his robe pocket. He presented it to Professor Snape, insisting, "This is your Christmas gift. Please be sure to accept it." Just as Snape was about to scowl, he caught sight of the bag Hall offered him. Truth be told, the expression on Snape's face at that moment made Hall stifle a laugh. The esteemed Professor Snape was actually blushing. Snape awkwardly accepted it, thanking Hall. "However, Mr. William, even if you wish to curry favor with your professor, you must take your potions exam on your own." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, his pace noticeably brisker than usual. At that moment, Harry and Ron finally lowered their hands from their mouths. No way. Snape is actually shy? They exclaimed in disbelief. Hall rolled his eyes and headed into the Great Hall for dinner. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before hastily following Hall. Harry placed a hand on Hall's shoulder, curiosity evident in his voice. Henry, what did you give Professor Snape? Ron leaned in, equally intrigued. It's Helena's serpent skin. What? What? If you do that, Ron, won't you just expose Helena's existence? He looked anxious. Hall hadn't anticipated Ron to be so concerned about Helena. It's merely a serpent skin, indicating that snakes once inhabited that area, Hall explained. Moreover, serpent skin is a vital potion ingredient. It possesses slight regenerative properties, enhancing the efficacy of healing potions. It also bodes well for the secondary development of the dumbbell potion. Harry and Ron nodded, and the three settled at the dining table. Just as they had taken a few bites, the Weasley twins hurriedly approached. They sat not far from Hall, beckoning him to come over. Hall walked over puzzled. Scabbers is missing, George whispered, mindful that Scabbers had been secretly taken from Ron. What? Hall frowned. Fred recounted the situation. Stop. What did you just say? A mysterious person at school? Fred carefully reiterated his words. After all, members of Slytherin were often entangled with the dark figure. Hall sprang to his feet. Well then, that little rat has gone to find its master. Without Scabbers, you should seek a more suitable test subject. His tone was indifferent. He had originally intended to hand Scabbers over to Dumbledore in exchange for the gift he had prepared for Harry from Sirius. Now, however, Hall decided to first teach Scabbers a lesson before trading him away. He left the long table and turned to depart, leaving behind a flurry of robes and two bewildered twins. Before heading back, Hall needed to visit a certain place. The enchanted gem he had taken from the Chamber of Secrets inspired him. It was evidently designed for storing and extracting magical energy. Since those gems could store and extract magic, why couldn't he, the Philosopher's Stone? In a moment of curiosity, Hall borrowed Harry's cloak and ventured once more into the depths of Slytherin's chamber. He cast aside the Polyjuice potion and revealed his true self for the first time at Hogwarts. His hair, a vibrant red reminiscent of the Weasleys, and his stature slightly diminished. This was the visage of Hall Weasley. Approaching the door, he cut his palm, allowing blood to seep forth, and pressed his hand against the door's surface. The blood coursed along the intricate carvings, flowing as if alive, thirstily consuming the offering. Within mere seconds, the door creaked open. Hall's hypothesis proved correct. The S-class Polyjuice potion had utterly transformed him into another being. Regardless of the magical apparatus employed, he was seen as Henry William. Much like before, the Marauder's map had once displayed Hall's true name, but since its upgrade, it now revealed only Henry William, for he had completely assumed that identity. Not lingering any longer, Hall retrieved what he desired from the room and turned back through the door to return to the dormitory. As night fell, he found himself back in the dormitory, the Marauder's map resting in the drawer. He opened the map, swearing intentions of no ill will, and diligently sought out the name Peter Pettigrew amidst the multitude of others. It was no wonder that Ron, alongside Scabbers, had managed to go undetected by George and Fred throughout their 3 years at Hogwarts. Hall rubbed his eyes, confronted by the dense array of names on the map. It was Christmas, and though the number of people had dwindled, the names on the Marauder's map remained overwhelmingly numerous. Without a name, he could not pinpoint a location. Hall pondered when the map might receive an upgrade, perhaps incorporating a search function, a filter, differentiating houses by color, categorizing the headmaster and professors, even adding photographs and basic information for each individual. This would surely simplify the task of locating someone. Suddenly, Hall realized this was akin to a back-end system. He shook his head, dispelling the thought, and continued his search on the map. Helena climbed onto his shoulder, peering curiously at the Marauder's map. Hall jested, "I'm looking for a Peter Pettigrew. Can you assist me?" He wielded his wand, spelling out the name in the air. Helena hissed in delight, pressing her green, bean-like eyes closer to the map, searching fervently. With a sigh, Hall rubbed his forehead and joined her in the quest. Together, a boy and a serpent scrutinized the map, scanning name after name. Hiss! Helena called out for a name. "This one is Peter Savage." After a while, another hiss. "This is Peter Hodgson." Once more, a hiss. "This is Peter Stevanovich." After nearly 10 repetitions, Helena's patience waned, her tongue flicking in agitation. Suddenly, she arched her body and hissed with renewed vigor. Hall, exasperated, remarked, "This time, it won't be Peter Parker, will it?" Chapter 54, Caught You. Surrender. With a sense of resignation, Hall followed the direction of Helena's serpentine tail to the name it pointed to, Peter Pettigrew. Hastily, he enlarged that section of the map. Peter Pettigrew's speed was astonishingly swift, and the locations marked on the map appeared as if they were within a conduit. How could one capture someone within such confines? Hiss. Hall diverted his gaze. Who in Hogwarts possessed the most comprehensive knowledge of all the hidden chambers and secret passages? Who could traverse them effortlessly without being detected by the portraits? Only Helena, who had lived for a millennium and was now so bored that she could only amuse herself by playing with her own tail on her bed. Helena, are you feeling quite bored? Would you care to play a game? Hall lifted Helena, cradling her in his palm. She nodded repeatedly, her small, pea-sized eyes reflecting a pitiful eagerness. Shall we play a game of snake catching the mouse? As he spoke, Hall conjured a spotted figure in midair with his wand. Helena displayed great interest. Though Hall could not comprehend parcel tongue, he could see the excitement sparkling in Helena's eyes, akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. Go! Hall's command had barely left his lips when Helena vanished in a flash. One must admit, for a creature that had lived for 1,000 years, the serpent was remarkably swift in her actions. Hall watched as Helena darted across the Marauder's map, the name rapidly closing in on Peter Pettigrew. Minutes later, the two names overlapped entirely, then began to move swiftly together, clearly aiming for Slytherin, Hall's dormitory. He tossed the Marauder's map into the drawer and ventured to the common room to see what items he could use for entertainment. Chairs, ropes, candles, whips, axes, mace. Hall puzzled over a pair of shackles he held, his mind swirling with questions. Was Slytherin so open-minded in their amusements? Ultimately, he abandoned those peculiar props. Helena, clutching the limp Peter, appeared in the common room, preparing to pass through to the dormitory when Hall called out to her. Helena, he shouted, drop it here. He pointed to a small table before him. Obediently, Helena glided over and relinquished the nearly lifeless creature she had been carrying. Long time no see, Spot, Hall sneered, expertly binding the creature as if wrapping a zongzi. Just as Spot attempted to scream, Hall stuffed a stinky sock, a house elf's rag, into its mouth. Here you go. This was just delivered to me. The house elf thought I meant to steal their work and cried for a while. Helena meandered around the common room, but soon found it dull, climbing up to the top of Hall's head, hissing and flicking her tongue at Spot. Once Spot was securely tied, Hall raised his wand towards the creature's legs, exerting a minimal amount of magic to cast a severing charm. A well-crafted wand is indeed superior to a second-hand one, allowing for greater precision in spell work. It was then that Hall understood why even someone as formidable as Dumbledore preferred to wield a wand. With the use of a wand, one can manipulate magical energy into fine threads, thereby controlling the damage inflicted by spells. Conversely, wandless magic operates in an entirely different manner. It amplifies damage but lacks the capacity to mitigate it. At this moment, Hall unleashed a shattering spell he had long desired to experiment with, carefully regulating his magical energy to an exceptionally low level. Upon casting, he observed Ban tremble violently, its furry body breaking into a cold sweat, tears streaming from its bulging eyes. Approaching closely, Hall listened intently as a series of sharp cracking sounds emanated from Ban's legs. Once the sound subsided, he reached out to examine the creature, and indeed, the interior was now a mass of shattered debris. Ban, clutching something in its mouth, emitted a series of piercing cries. Hall raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping across his face. Helena, watching from above, appeared thoroughly entertained, nearly drooling in delight. Hall entrusted her to a house elf to fetch some food. The energy from the Philosopher's Stone had been successfully extracted, for which he owed thanks to the writings of Salazar Slytherin. Within those texts lay a wealth of long-lost knowledge, akin to the vastness of the cosmos, offering immeasurable benefit. Due to the haste of time, Hall could only imprint the essential contents of a few desired tomes into his mind, purpose for the storage and extraction of magical energy. At that moment, the Philosopher's Stone remained in the dormitory, completing its final transformation. Returning to the dormitory, Hall carried the now hollow shell of the Philosopher's Stone to the common room. Each house's common room featured a fireplace, all interconnected, provided one knew the correct password. Hall mused that it resembled a telephone number, dial the right one, and one could connect to another's fireplace. Regrettably, the fireplaces only enabled one-way communication, not dialogue. Fortunately, Hall was privy to the passwords for Dumbledore and Snape's fireplaces. After all, they were prominently displayed beside the hearth, making it nearly impossible for Hall to overlook. Activating Snape's fireplace with the password Lively Grass, he called out, Headmaster, help! Using sour exploding candy for Dumbledore's fireplace, he exclaimed, Principal, help! Once he confirmed that they had seen his messages, Hall cleared his throat, adopting a visage of anxious trepidation as he awaited by the fireplace. Meanwhile, the broken Ban lay on a nearby table, the Philosopher's Stone covered by a large cloth. Indeed, moments later, two flames erupted from the common room fireplace. Dumbledore and Snape appeared. You'd better have a good reason for this. Otherwise, for all your subsequent years, you'll be tasked with cleaning the common restroom. Snape, reeking of potion ingredients, likely had been engrossed in an experiment involving a snake's shed skin prior to his arrival. Henry, do you have something to discuss? Dumbledore, adorned in a starry robe and a pointed nightcap, looked as though he was ready for rest. Headmaster, Principal, I stumbled upon a map that displays people's names. A fellow in the common room was bored, so I thought to bring it out for a look. Hall unveiled the Marauders map, laying it open before them. I saw this. After speaking, Hall shuddered as if he had witnessed an incredibly terrifying scene. Upon seeing the map, Snape's pupils dilated dramatically. Dumbledore's gaze also momentarily drifted, as if he were lost in thought, before he regained his composure and took the Marauders map from Hall. Dumbledore deftly magnified their surroundings. At that moment, several names appeared on the map, indicating Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, Henry William, in a name that should have perished many years ago, Peter Pettigrew. Snape furrowed his brow intensely. The expressions on Dumbledore and Snape's faces darkened considerably. Dumbledore, not one to be outdone, directed his attention toward the location depicted on the map. Not far away, on a table covered with a cloth, something was clearly concealed beneath it, and it was certainly not human. I was too frightened, so I covered it up, Hall explained. Snape and Dumbledore exchanged glances, both sensing that Hall's description was not meant for a human. Dumbledore approached and lifted the cloth to reveal what lay beneath. The Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore exclaimed in astonishment. A rat? Snape's tone was laced with disgust, as the sight of a rat reminded him of a certain group of individuals. Chapter 55. The permanent version of the dull potion. Success. Henry, we must take these two items back with us, and may we also borrow the Marauder's map for a while? Dumbledore inquired. It was then that he noticed the rat. The rat was missing a toe on its right paw. Headmaster, is that the legendary Philosopher's Stone that grants immortality? Hall feigned curiosity. Ah, indeed. It is fraught with temptation. The allure of immortality can both enchant and drive one to madness, Dumbledore reflected. Dumbledore held the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, examining it closely. Despite its familiar appearance, something about its texture felt peculiar. Hall scratched his head, pretending to be oblivious. The item had been pilfered by Scabbers. Any inquiry should be directed towards him, sparing the innocent Hall from any blame. Dumbledore and Snape took Scabbers and the Philosopher's Stone with them. They noted the injuries to Scabbers' legs, which now appeared limp and flaccid, resembling a piece of clay. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing and asked no questions. As for Sirius fate, Dumbledore would never allow one of his most esteemed former students to suffer an unjust fate. Hall felt reassured. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Helena had returned, sated and content. She languidly coiled herself like a serpent, reclining on Hall's pillow. Beside her lay small biscuits prepared by the house elf for her to gnaw on. Hall opened his drawer and retrieved a small crystal vial, which appeared far more precious than those typically used for potions. And indeed, it was more valuable. This was an alchemical crystal vial. Though it contained only a small amount, its depth seemed fathomless, like an ocean with no bottom. Inside the vial, there was a small, white mass, like a dense, swirling mist, occasionally glimmering with strands of golden light. Hall raised the bottle before him and gently shook it, watching the lazy white vapor undulate within the crystal vessel. A smile crept across his face, a silent gratitude to Salazar Slytherin. With Snape and Dumbledore preoccupied with the matter of the spotted creature, Hall had finally attained his desire, his mind buzzing with potion recipes, utterly free of any drowsiness. He glanced at the cloak resting on his bed, still unreturned to Harry, and decided to don it, wrapping Helena around his arm as he exited the common room. The only place where he could indulge in his experiments was the Room of Requirement. Hall had amassed a considerable collection of herbs there for his daily experiments with the Weasley twins. Any rare materials he needed previously required permission from Professor Snape. After mastering the disillusionment charm, Hall frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest alone. Though he only gathered herbs from the periphery, it proved quite sufficient. The soil of the forest was fertile, and Hall even contemplated, when time permitted, to cultivate a patch for growing food, a vestige of his past life in Huaxia. As for whether Hall worried about Hagrid discovering his activities, he felt no concern whatsoever. Hagrid was far more captivated by magical creatures than by herbs. So even though Hall had nearly transformed the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest into his own herbarium, Hagrid remained oblivious. However, Snape had noticed something amiss. Though he did not articulate it directly, he did caution Hall not to overextend himself and to allow the plants their chance to thrive. Hall set up his cauldron and meticulously followed the previous steps until he reached the final phase, the infusion of the Philosopher's Stone's energy. With great care, he opened the crystal bottle, reciting the extraction incantation, striving to draw forth a mere wisp of energy, which he then directed into the cauldron, simmering gently over low heat. Hall had previously studied the properties of the Philosopher's Stone. It was a man-made, magically imbued red stone capable of concocting the elixir of life, extending the drinker's lifespan, and transmuting any metal into pure gold. Some texts suggested that the elixir revitalized the decayed parts of the human body, prolonging its functional cycle. What intrigued Hall was the notion of resetting the magical gene within a squib, a being that possessed the magical gene yet could not generate magic. If he could restore the part of the squib's body that produced magic, it posed an enticing possibility. Thus, Hall's relentless pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone became clear. After stirring clockwise 3 times, a delicate pink mist emerged from the cauldron. He withdrew the stirring rod, and the vapor dispersed, revealing a turquoise potion that emanated a subtle, exquisite fragrance. The potion was modest in quantity, barely filling a crystal vial the size of a fingernail. Hall estimated that, should it fulfill its potential, this small vial could indeed save the squib's life, ensuring the restoration of their magical abilities, surely worth a fee of 10,000 galleons. Now, he merely required a suitable subject for experimentation. This task would need to be entrusted to Professor Snape, as tracking the effects of the experiment was neither simple nor straightforward. Hall, after all, detested complications. The squib awaited. It is a presence that cannot be spoken of in the magical realm. Even in wizarding families that accept muggles and those of muggle descent, the existence of squibs is often met with disdain. For instance, the Weasley family never discusses their squib relative who works as an accountant in the muggle world. From the moment their squib status is confirmed, they are no longer embraced by the family. Some slightly more responsible households choose to send them to the muggle world for education and encourage their integration into muggle society. This is a far kinder option than attempting to find them a place in the magical world, where they are perpetually regarded as second-class citizens. Upon their departure to the muggle realm, they are managed by a squib support association until they reach the age of 18, which essentially amounts to a complete abandonment by their families. The most painful aspect for squibs is their lack of magical ability. Even though they can use magical artifacts and perceive things invisible to muggles, Hall yearns to rescue them, for he himself has lived in fear of being cast aside by his family, fear of departing from this enchanting world of magic. Even though his parents have assured him that he can return to the Weasley family and the Burrow upon reaching adulthood, Hall understands the reality. To remain a squib in a place that does not belong to him would only bring suffering to both parties. Hall wrote on parchment, pressing a potion onto it, and placed it upon Professor Snape's desk. He was grateful that Professor Snape had allowed him to conduct his experiments in the dungeon, granting him the freedom to come and go. After setting everything in order, Hall turned to leave. Suddenly, the fireplace of Professor Snape ignited, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Draco, a figure Hall presumed to be Draco's often-mentioned father. Severus, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I have received word. Has he returned? The voice was cold, yet trembled slightly upon close listening. I await your reply, and I must inform you that the items he left with me are missing. Chapter 56. Henry, help. A man-eating mirror has appeared. That day, Hall remained in the dungeon, waiting for Snape's return due to the message he had received. After all, he was uncertain whether the fireplace communication could be replayed or if it pertained to the face of the snake-like man. Perhaps another suspicion. To his astonishment, Hall unwittingly walked into a trap, being conscripted by Snape, who was engaged in discussions with the Board of Governors regarding potions. It was not until he was nearly finished that he realized the Christmas holiday was drawing to a close. Henry? As Hall exited the common room, dusk had already fallen. He had slept deeply that day, yet in the past few days, he had managed only 3 to 4 hours of sleep daily. Though he had energy potions, his mind was truly weary. He prepared to venture out in search of food to soothe his stomach, which had endured days of sandwiches. At the entrance of the Slytherin common room, he encountered an unexpected figure, Ron. Quick to react was Helena, who leaped forward to deliver a face-smothering embrace to Ron, startling him immensely as he clumsily pulled her from his face and held her in his arms. Ron? Hall scrutinized Ron from every angle, his expression tinged with concern. What has happened to you? The sight of Ron standing at the entrance of Slytherin elicited a tightening in Hall's chest, and his demeanor turned more serious. Ron waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, I'm fine. After a brief hesitation, he continued, It's about Harry. Huh? Hall, as confusion deepened, taking a deep breath. Ron seemed to muster his resolve and said, I need your help regarding Harry. Hall carefully observed Ron. Have you been waiting here long? Why didn't you knock? Hogwarts is enchanted with temperature control spells, yet Slytherin, being situated beneath the lake, employs small ventilation charms, making it notably cooler than other areas. The students of Slytherin, with cloaks imbued with temperature-regulating magic, remain oblivious to the chill. However, it was evident that Ron, a newcomer, did not possess such a luxury. Unfamiliar with the entrance password, Ron could not gain entry and was left to wait for someone to emerge. Hall was uncertain how long he had been waiting, but Ron was already shivering slightly, indicating it had been quite a while. Not long, not long, Ron awkwardly waved his hand. I'm heading to the Great Hall. Shall we talk as we walk? Hall appeared to inquire, but had already begun striding away briskly. Ron hurried to catch up, clutching Helena. Once outside the Slytherin confines, the temperature noticeably rose, and Hall could sense Ron's relief. What transpired? Hall slowed his pace. The courage Ron had mustered earlier had dissipated, replaced by an expression of regret, as if he were lamenting his decision to seek Hall's assistance. The fact that Ron had come to him suggested that something dire had occurred with Harry. Something so grave that even his close friend felt helpless. Hall tentatively spoke, his own mind racing with questions. Although Ron's perception of Slytherin had improved slightly since their escapade in the Chamber of Secrets, it was still limited to mere nods and greetings when passing by. Reaching the Slytherin common room, Hall understood that Ron would not resort to this unless absolutely necessary, which fueled his initial worry upon seeing Ron. Finally overcoming his internal struggle, Ron blurted out, Harry, I think you can help him. I've tried to advise him, but he won't listen. I've noticed that Harry is quite receptive to your words. Could you perhaps persuade him? Hall was at a loss. What could possibly be troubling Harry? After all, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape were keeping a close watch on him, not to mention the grand gift Hall had been preparing. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Hall's mind. Could it be the Mirror of Erist? But that didn't make sense. The Philosopher's Stone had already been found, so why would the mirror resurface? Hall's thoughts were awash with questions. What should I advise him about? Hall inquired. Recently, we have been embarking on nightly adventures at Hogwarts. After ensuring that no one was around, Ron leaned closer to Hall and whispered into his ear. Meanwhile, Hall's gaze was drawn to the elongated ears of the figures in the painting on the wall behind Ron, which made him want to cover his face. He pulled Ron to a corner devoid of picture frames and knights, an empty corner where he urged Ron to continue. Ron scratched his head and said, oh, right? It's like this. The nights at Hogwarts are truly enchanting, especially on the first night. Hall interrupted Ron's lengthy exposition, insisting he simply relay what had transpired. Ron puffed out his cheeks and murmured something before continuing. In a room on the 7th floor, we discovered a mirror. His expression brightened as he recalled. In that mirror, I saw myself as the champion of the Quidditch match, holding the house cup, with Hall, my twin brother, standing beside me in his Gryffindor robes. For reasons unknown, Ron felt that Hall resembled him closely. Under no circumstances would Ron confess to anyone else what he had seen in the mirror, as it was far too embarrassing. Yet, in the presence of Henry William, he felt remarkably at ease. This was also the reason Ron harbored an aversion towards Henry William. He sensed it was a cunning ploy from that Slytherin, designed to let one's guard down. Hall, feeling anxious, was sweating at the back of his head. He attempted to divert the conversation, asking, what did Harry see? Without Ron needing to respond, Hall had already surmised the answer. The Mirror of Erist. It reveals the innermost desires of one's heart. Thus, Harry's heart would only reflect his parents, his family. Hall sighed inwardly, considering the mirror a devilish object, probing into the depths of the soul and revealing one's deepest longings. Who could withstand such a temptation, especially an 11-year-old boy? He pondered the progress of Dumbledore and the others, wondering when Sirius would be released. Although Hall did not particularly like Sirius, after all, he found it hard to admire someone who, despite being innocent, did not strive to prove their innocence and even squandered their life. He could not deny that Sirius had provided a home for Harry. Hall rubbed his temples, reflecting on the wrongful convictions from over a decade ago. If the individuals involved didn't care, why should others exert such effort? Were it not for the debt he owed Harry, Hall would have preferred to avoid such troublesome matters. He had spent several evenings seated before that mirror, convinced there was something amiss with it, perhaps even malevolent. I think that mirror is dangerous. It might consume people, Ron declared with a serious expression. Chapter 57. Do not grieve. You too shall have family. I will come to the Gryffindor entrance to find you tonight. You shall lead the way. Hall's Marauder's map had been requisitioned by Headmaster Dumbledore, leaving him uncertain about some locations. Ron promptly nodded in agreement. After agreeing on a time, they feigned nonchalance as they entered the Great Hall for dinner. Harry sat quietly by the fireplace, lost in thought. His sorrowful aura seemed palpable, prompting Hall to sigh deeply. uncertain whether it would have been better to inform him beforehand about the gift. Hall sought out Ron in the dead of night and cast an invisibility charm upon them both. Ron led Hall to a certain room, yet he hesitated at the threshold, captivated by the allure of a grand mirror that beckoned him, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of gazing into it. This mirror, an impressive spectacle, reached the ceiling with its golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. It now stood majestically in the center of the room, where Harry sat before it, gazing dreamily into its depths, a blissful smile adorning his face. Hall dispelled his own invisibility charm and approached cautiously, curiosity piqued about what he might behold. In the mirror, a grown Hall appeared, wand in hand, surrounded by the entire Weasley family, each member present. Their garments were pristine, adorned with exquisite jewels, their faces radiating joy. The floor was strewn with an abundance of gold and silver treasures, and behind them, the once humble abode transformed into a resplendent palace, shimmering with opulence. Hall touched his forehead, pondering whether his aspirations were indeed so extravagant. Henry? Harry snapped back to reality, noticing a figure in the mirror, and turned swiftly to find Hall behind him. Hall's gaze fixated on a line of text etched upon the mirror. Eris, Ihilu, Itubi, Kafru, Adong, Wohais. What? Harry queried, perplexed, casting a bewildered glance at Hall, uncertain of its meaning. Hall seated himself beside Harry, gesturing towards the inscription. Look. Harry's eyes fell upon the text. It does not reflect your visage, but rather your innermost desires. Hall traced the letters with his finger. What do you see, Harry? He inquired, listening to Hall's words. Harry turned back to the mirror, a radiant smile blooming on his face. I see my family. My father, my mother, there beside me, smiling and speaking to me. We are all so happy. The expression on Harry's face conveyed a profound sense of joy. Unable to suppress a sigh, Hall said, Do you know what I see, Harry? Harry tilted his head slightly, his eyes reluctant to part from the mirror. I see my family too, laughing joyfully with them, Hall replied, meeting Harry's gaze. Though the scene may seem a touch extravagant, I recognize it as my dream, the goal I strive for. Hall's gaze drifted back to the mirror. I know it is cruel to advise you that this is merely a reflection of your desires, but one must learn to look ahead. Henry, I understand. I merely wish to behold them. For a fleeting moment, Harry regarded the mirror as a magical conduit to the departed. However, Ron's perception was entirely different. Knowing the mirror did not reveal what Harry believed. Yet, Harry remained unwilling to depart. His desire simple, to witness the happiness of a life spent in the company of his parents. Hall gazed into the mirror, his eyes lingering on the inscription above, and he spoke softly. Many who have encountered this mirror find themselves unable to escape its allure, becoming entranced and allowing their time to slip away in its presence. Do you understand why? Harry remained silent, for he was aware of the reason and could surmise Hall's unspoken thoughts. Deep down, he comprehended everything. He simply could not bear to part with the blissful version of himself reflected in the glass. Hall turned his gaze towards Harry, who had tears glistening in his eyes. They were uncertain whether everything within the mirror was indeed real. The images it presented were so enchanting that they would rather indulge in the illusion than confront the starkness of reality. Harry, we must strive towards our goals to attain everything that the mirror reveals, rather than foolishly sitting here for countless nights, our dark circles resembling those of Panda. Hall teased. Harry was not in a good state. He had scarcely slept for days. Although it was a holiday, students were not permitted to sleep in their dormitories during the day unless they were unwell and resting in the infirmary. However, it was evident that Harry was not the type to seek such refuge. He would rather endure sleepless nights, stubbornly seated before the mirror, yearning for just a few more glimpses. Yet, Harry's eyes were tinged with sorrow as he looked at Hall, realizing that they would never return. Regardless of whether it is real or not, I know they will not come back. Henry, I appreciate your good intentions. I merely wish to see them, to see myself. Harry turned back to the mirror. But you could gain another family member, Hall replied, his tone resolute. What did you say? Harry exclaimed, turning sharply to Hall. Each word spoken by Hall resonated within him, yet he could not grasp their full meaning. Fragments of memories stirred in his mind, involuntarily recalling past scenes. Every holiday, his cousin Dudley was surrounded by the company of his parents and an abundance of gifts, an unimaginable happiness for Harry. For Dudley, however, it was merely the norm, devoid of any special significance. When displeased, he would throw tantrums, even tugging at his mother's hair to express his discontent. No one dared to reprimand him. Their only concern was for dear Dudley. What could be troubling him? The thought of the name Dudleykins would often provoke Harry's laughter, yet beneath it lay a deep-seated envy. Despite Dudley now resembling a young calf, in the eyes of his loving family, he remained the most cherished. Such unconditional favoritism was bound to evoke Harry's jealousy. In moments by the fireplace, during Dudley's torment, amidst the scorn of his aunt and uncle, while mopping the floors, Harry would ponder why he had no family. If only there were one, just one, a family member willing to love him. He believed that would bring him immeasurable joy. And now, Henry claimed he was about to gain a family member. "You are on the verge of having a family, Harry," Hall stated matter-of-factly, as though commenting on the pleasantness of the day. "I have received word that Sirius Black, your godfather, has been wrongfully imprisoned for years due to baseless accusations. He has now been exonerated and will soon return. He is your family." Hall's words left Harry utterly astonished, inundated with a multitude of questions. How did Henry acquire this information? When would Sirius Black emerge? Would he come and meet Harry? Would he take a liking to him? Chapter 58. The Gluttonous Draco. Hall interrupted Harry's intent to speak, stating, "Some of what you wish to ask is unclear to me as well. Why not wait and pose your inquiries directly to him?" Yet, this sudden piece of uplifting news rendered Harry exceedingly anxious. "What you must do now is return and rest well, rejuvenate your spirit, lest you leave a poor impression on him from the very outset." "Agreed?" Hall urged as he gently propelled Harry towards the door. "Ron?" Harry was taken aback to find Ron waiting at the entrance. He glanced back at Hall in the room, saying, "All right, I shall return to rest now. And you, Henry? May I not take another look? Tomorrow, who knows where this mirror might be?" Hall jested. Unbeknownst to Hall, he sensed another presence in the room, a familiar figure. Old Dumbledore. Hall was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated Dumbledore's return, perhaps due to Harry's obsession with the mirror. He knew Dumbledore had recently been preoccupied with negotiations concerning Sirius's release, often being out from dawn till dusk. Hall's brow furrowed slightly. He had assured Harry that a family member was on the way. Yet, given Dumbledore's negotiating style, how long would that take? Perhaps it was better to take matters into his own hands and swiftly resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Harry lingered as if bidding farewell, casting a reluctant glance at the mirror before turning to don the invisibility cloak, enveloping himself and Ron within its folds. They bid farewell to Hall and departed. Hall closed the door and returned inside. At that moment, a tall figure stood before the mirror, draped in a silver robe, his white hair adorned with a pointed hat. His gaze towards the mirror was imbued with reflection. "What do you see, Headmaster?" Hall inquired curiously from distance. "I see a pair of warm woolen socks." Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Those socks appear remarkably thick and cozy." Dumbledore's eyes shifted from the mirror to the boy standing beside him, an 11-year-old with black hair that barely reached his chest, looking fragile and small. Yet this child was central to the significant events that had recently unfolded. Dumbledore had arrived quite early, even before Hall entered. Just as he was about to step out, he sensed Hall's arrival, concealing his presence in the shadows to observe the two children. Hall did not disappoint him. He successfully persuaded Harry. Nothing could convince Harry quite like the prospect of a living family member. Dumbledore had not intended to divulge the news about Sirius to Harry so soon. The release of Sirius and the capture of Peter Pettigrew was, for the Ministry of Magic, tantamount to a direct slap in the face. Compel them to bow their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes, conceding that it was the Ministry of Magic that failed to conduct a thorough investigation, mistakenly apprehending the wrong individuals, particularly venerating a criminal as a hero, resulting in grave miscarriages of justice. This issue transcends mere embarrassment. It could very well lead to a loss of public trust. The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is notoriously timid and averse to confrontation, utterly willing to allow an injustice to persist, imprisoning Sirius Black until death. Recently, Dumbledore has been entangled in disputes with the Ministry on several occasions. He has nearly been driven to draw his wand in frustration. Reflecting on this, he instinctively rubbed his temples. Dumbledore had hurried back to Hogwarts upon hearing the portrait's message, fearing that Harry might become ensnared in the Mirror of Ariste, unable to escape. "Headmaster, I can assist you," Hall remarked, having discerned Dumbledore's troubled expression and the source of his distress. "The healing potions at Hogwarts have an astonishing recovery efficacy, exceeding previous remedies by more than tenfold. As long as one has not succumbed to death, they can be saved. The cost is half that of the White Fresh potion, and those possessing an Auror license can enjoy an additional 20% discount." Hall elaborated on his plan. It is well known within the magical community that the mortality rate among Aurors is exceedingly high, even in the absence of Death Eaters. Honor, wealth, and life are inextricably linked. However, with the emergence of a potion capable of rapidly healing severe injuries and significantly reducing mortality rates, how could Aurors resist purchasing it? By grasping the very lifeblood of the Aurors, Fudge would find it impossible to refuse a retrial. The magical community is so small that many ministry employees have relatives who are aurors, and if Fudge were to obstruct this, those individuals would surely protest first. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Who would wish to perish when salvation is at hand? The release of the healing potion is merely a matter of time. Seizing this opportunity, Dumbledore would also owe Hall a favor, as he has rescued a vital member of the Order of the Phoenix. In repaying this debt, while simultaneously reaping financial benefits, Hall felt a sense of triumph for his ingenuity. Upon hearing Hall's proposal, Dumbledore sighed. Although Henry had been enrolled for less than half a year, Dumbledore had already grasped the essence of his character. It could be said that he is driven by self-interest. So, speak up, my child. How much do you require? Hall had been exceedingly pleased with the business discussions held with Dumbledore yesterday, as he had opted to sell the entire formula outright to avoid exertion, thus securing half of the profits. Though it was only half, it had indeed saved Hall an immense amount of time. Were it not for the stringent requirements associated with the production of short-term potions, he would have considered selling the formula entirely. Crafting potions is not only laborious and time-consuming, but what is most significant, it is that one's hair becomes perpetually greasy from the fumes. Otherwise, why do Snape's locks remain perpetually unclean? Of course, when Hall provided this reasoning, Snape cast a glare at him imbued with malice. Hall had other plans. He could not afford to squander his youth in the potions room. Holding a diary in his hand, Hall reflected, sometimes it is not the individual seeking trouble, but rather trouble seeking the individual. Henry, I discovered this fascinating notebook in my father's study. Draco, after a holiday spent celebrating Christmas, had noticeably shed some of the cherubic roundness from his face, revealing hints of a sharper chin. With enthusiasm, he presented a notebook to Hall, eager to showcase his recent discovery. Draco had inscribed the name Riddle within the pages, proclaiming, "Allow me to introduce my friend, Henry." The ink gradually faded, only to re-emerge with the greeting, "Hello, Henry. You see, he responds to you," Draco exclaimed joyfully, extending a quill towards Hall. "Why not give it a try? Draco, did you notice anything different about this Christmas compared to the usual?" Hall inquired, scrutinizing Draco's visage, recalling vaguely that the notebook had a propensity to drain vitality. To Hall's surprise, Draco, a mix of astonishment and delight on his face, exclaimed, "Henry, you truly are my good friend. You knew I wasn't feeling well?" Hall's expression turned serious as he urgently asked, "What's wrong?" His wand was already clasped tightly in his hand. "My family doctor diagnosed me with binge eating disorder," Draco replied, his tone laced with distress. "What?" Hall's brow furrowed in disbelief. "I can eat 10 meals in a day." Draco gestured animatedly. "A whole feast, all consumed by me alone." "How did the doctor respond, Draco?" Hall scrutinized him closely. Given Draco's claims about his eating habits, his current state was decidedly unusual. Who eats that much yet remains thin? This is clearly problematic. "I sense something amiss with that notebook. You should cease handling it," Hall cautioned, considering it was Draco's possession. "Riddle remains quite amiable," Draco shrugged nonchalantly. "Then may I borrow it for a few days?" Hall proposed, seeing Draco's reluctance to relinquish it. Draco furrowed his brow in contemplation, then revealed a mischievous grin, extending his right hand. "Sure, but it will cost you." Hall smirked. "I shall forego your duties as prefect for next month." "Don't be angry, Henry. Here you go." But just for a few days, Draco quickly relinquished the diary upon hearing this. The duties of a first-year prefect were rather straightforward, primarily involving attendance monitoring and assisting classmates with assignments. Draco had been fulfilling this role for nearly 6 months, successfully managing the responsibilities, as attendance checks and assignment reviews were rather impressive tasks. However, when it came to aiding classmates with their queries, Draco lacked the patience, opting to outsource this task to Hall. Considering their camaraderie, Draco had managed to negotiate a bundled rate, 50 galleons for 100 questions, with any excess priced at 1 galleon per question. "Let us see if your appetite returns," Hall said as he accepted the notebook. Hall remained convinced that Draco's current irregularity was closely tied to the diary. He believed that, if kept at a distance, Draco's condition would likely improve. With another student already lingering in the infirmary for recuperation, the prospect of a third could lead to considerable chaos. Hall weighed the notebook in his hand, opting not to open it, and instead stowed it away, curious about the potential disturbances a third student might create. The past 6 months had already been quite eventful. As the final exams approached, Hall was keen to avoid any troublesome incidents. Frowning, he recalled that the diary had ultimately ended up in the hands of his younger sister, Ginny. The mere thought of her confiding in a serpent-faced boy sent his brow into a furrow so deep it could crush a fly. Perhaps it was time to eliminate the third party. Draco, mistakenly believing Hall was concerned about his health, explained, "The doctor said this is a normal growth phase. It will pass in a few years. Besides, my father has mentioned that our family tends to have a larger appetite during adolescence." Was this merely a larger appetite? At the dining table, Hall observed Draco devouring the surrounding array of food with the voracity of a tempest. In recent days, Draco's appetite had become increasingly exaggerated. Initially, he consumed twice the amount of an average person, but now he could single-handedly clear half the table's offerings. And this was quite the lengthy table. During dinner, a multitude of Slytherin students faced hunger, as the house elves struggled to keep pace with one individual's insatiable eating. Finally, when Draco declared himself full, Professor Snape, clad in his dark robes, swiftly descended from the head table. Hall promptly seized Draco, and the three of them exited the great hall. "Henry, where are you taking me?" Draco inquired, thoroughly bewildered. "Headmaster, what is happening?" Hall remained silent, guiding Draco to the infirmary. "Madame Pomfrey," Hall greeted politely, requesting her assistance. He pushed Draco in front of her. Madame Pomfrey regarded the flushed Draco with confusion and then turned to Snape, asking, "What seems to be the problem with this child?" "Everything," Snape replied tersely. "Madame Pomfrey, please conduct a full examination." Upon receiving Snape's firm demand, Madame Pomfrey nodded in agreement. The basic full-body examination was not overly complicated and could be completed with a few spells. Draco was ushered into the examination room, while Hall and Snape waited at the door. The atmosphere grew tense, as aside from potions, neither Hall nor Snape knew what to discuss. The examination lasted a mere 10 minutes before Draco re-emerged. Madame Pomfrey, looking displeased, directed her ire towards Professor Snape. "Are you not providing this child with food? My Merlin, in this day and age, it is inconceivable for a child to be malnourished. I must inform Dumbledore. I now suspect that there is abuse occurring within Slytherin." Madame Pomfrey's indignation was palpable. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. "His surname is Malfoy." That singular surname rendered Madame Pomfrey speechless. In the wizarding world, anyone could go hungry, but a Malfoy? Malnourished? Hall frowned. Before him, Draco appeared increasingly gaunt. When he had first returned to school, he had only sported a pointed chin. Now, his limbs lacked discernible flesh, and his cheeks were sunken, as if he had been deprived of sustenance for far too long. "I am so hungry," Draco suddenly exclaimed, his voice trembling, and his gait unsteady, revealing his dismal state. Madame Pomfrey, initially intending to leave, immediately sensed something was amiss upon witnessing Draco's condition and hurriedly assisted him to a bed. A diagnostic spell was cast. "How could this be?" Madame Pomfrey's tone was filled with astonishment. "What is it, Madame Pomfrey?" asked Hall. "He has become severely malnourished and must be fed immediately." Previously, Madame Pomfrey had conducted the examination herself, so she was acutely aware of the results. Just a short while ago, he had merely been diagnosed with ordinary malnutrition. How could such a drastic change occur in such a brief span? A once healthy individual. How could this happen? Draco, lying on the bed, could only emit weak groans. "Madame Pomfrey, please tend to him. I shall inform his father." Snape frowned, recognizing that this situation necessitated immediate transfer to St. Mungo's for more thorough examination. Otherwise, Draco risked starving to death. "Very well, I shall administer some emergency potions." Before Madame Pomfrey could finish her sentence, Draco uttered a painful and frail plea. "I am starving. Please give me something to eat. Henry, I'm truly famished." Hall quickly retrieved all of his energy restoration potions from his bag. "Madame Pomfrey, please give Draco one of these." Realizing the potion was for energy restoration and recognizing Hall's capabilities, Madame Pomfrey wasted no time and administered it to Draco. Hall's heart was heavy with worry. If this truly related to the diary, then what Draco lacked was vitality and spirit. He furrowed his brow as he watched Madame Pomfrey feed Draco the potion. Within mere seconds, Draco ceased his cries of hunger, and a look of relief spread across his face. Madame Pomfrey hurried to notify Professor Dumbledore, as this situation was beyond the capabilities of the school hospital. Hall glanced at the clock, calculating the time. Draco, now aware of his peculiar state, wore an expression of dread. He no longer called for his father, but instead cocooned himself under the blankets. Approximately 15 minutes later, Draco abruptly threw off the covers, having seemingly reached his limit. Hall understood the meaning in his gaze and placed another potion beside him. Draco, in tears, drank it down in one gulp. The second time took 13 minutes. The third time, only 10. Time was rapidly diminishing. This was a profoundly troubling reaction. Hall's fears had materialized. The diary had indeed been with him for the past few days. To be cautious, he had wrapped it securely in a blanket designed to isolate spaces and placed it in his storage bag. He could assure that Draco had no opportunity to come into contact with it. Yet now, Observing Draco's reaction, it appeared that this consuming force, once connected, could only be severed by completely obliterating the entity contained within the diary. Otherwise, Draco risked being utterly consumed, facing a painful demise. Chapter 60. The diary has disappeared. As the effects of the energy restoration potion began to wane, Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, rushed in. What on earth has happened? Lucius Malfoy furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. He yearned to approach the bedside, yet was impeded by Severus Snape, as Dumbledore was conducting an examination on Draco. At that moment, Draco lay on the bed, pallid and frail, a stark contrast to the vibrant boy who had been playfully teasing Harry mere hours before. Lucius then noticed Hall beside him. They exchanged slight nods, acknowledging one another. Hall had previously liaised with the board regarding the potion, primarily communicating with Lucius Malfoy, so they were somewhat acquainted. Initially, upon learning that the inventor of the potion was an 11-year-old child, Lucius's first reaction was to conclude that Dumbledore had finally lost his mind. However, he was soon captivated by the potion's effects, or perhaps it was the irresistible allure of wealth that swayed him. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," Hall said, approaching Lucius with a polite greeting. Lucius was somewhat taken aback by Hall's salutation. "Have you lost the diary?" Hall inquired. Observing Draco's condition ignited a sense of unbridled fury within Hall. Having spent countless hours with Draco, he could perceive the change in him. But what if Ginny were to suffer the same fate? The girls' dormitory was separate from the boys', and even with 4 brothers in the same house, it might be difficult to discern any anomalies concerning Ginny. Hall recalled a time when Draco's father, the very Lucius before him, had once slipped a diary into Ginny's belongings. Although it was not this Lucius who orchestrated Ginny's entrapment, Hall could not discount the possibility that this man might harbor similar intentions. He could not risk Ginny's life. Number 3 must perish. Should Lucius intend to return, Hall would infiltrate Malfoy Manor during the winter break to eliminate Number 3. As for whether Voldemort would seek retribution from the Malfoys, that was of no concern to Hall Weasley. If Lucius chose not to return, Hall would not hesitate to present the diary as a declaration of war against the Malfoy family, delivering it to Dumbledore for resolution. Hall was determined to sever all ties to Number 3. He distinctly noticed Lucius nervously swallow. "Do you know where it is? Do you still require it?" Hall did not respond. Just as Lucius was about to speak, his expression transformed dramatically, his face draining of color until it appeared ashen. A dreadful realization dawned upon him. Was it Draco? Was it because of the diary? "Mr. Malfoy, what diary?" Dumbledore had completed his examination of Draco and, employing a reverse protective magical array, encircled him within the confines of the bed. This magical array effectively placed the protected individual in a completely secluded realm, inaccessible and impenetrable, including from vital forces, unless the person within chose to release it. The sophistication of this magical array was immense. After all, Dumbledore was over 150 years old. He appeared as he always did, though his forehead glistened with perspiration. Madame Pomfrey handed him a handkerchief, which he took to wipe his brow, just as he overheard Hall conversing with the elder Malfoy. To say that Dumbledore's ears were exceptionally keen would be an understatement. He discerned every word clearly. His deliberate inquiry was also a means of probing the situation. Lucius hurried to the bedside, but the barrier of magic prevented him from closely examining Draco's condition. Ultimately, the enchantment was but a temporary solution. Draco could not remain ensconced within its confines indefinitely. Dumbledore approached Lucius, observing the anxiety etched upon his face. "Our only recourse is to ascertain what is devouring the vitality of this child and eradicate it entirely." Witnessing Lucius's distress for Draco, Dumbledore removed his spectacles and polished them. "I am unaware of the nature of that diary." Lucius spoke after a prolonged silence. "That individual entrusted it to me, instructing me to safeguard it." At that moment, Lucius appeared on the brink of despair. "I cast the spell. How could Draco have obtained it? What could possibly be within? It is indeed this that siphons the child's life force." Dumbledore disowned at once. The threat posed by the diary had been averted for Hall, who, being merely a child, decided to leave such weighty matters to the adults. He required rest. Hall yawned and rummaged through his enchanted satchel, intending to retrieve the diary to present it to Dumbledore. However, he hastily shed his robes, searching every pocket on his person. "No, no, no. Henry, what troubles you?" The commotion Hall created naturally drew Dumbledore's attention. It was the first instance he had witnessed such bewilderment on Henry's youthful countenance. "The diary is missing?" Hall distinctly recalled having it on him. The satchel was kept close. To mitigate risk, it contained solely the diary, as Hall dared not include anything else. "What? Is your mind plagued by slugs?" "Child, think carefully. Where might you have placed it? Hall disregarded the inquiries, his mind racing as he replayed the events of the past few days at an accelerated pace, scrutinizing every detail. Each moment flashed vividly in his mind. Everything around him, from the points deducted from Slytherin to the sight of an ant on the road, replayed before him. Hall's routine had been remarkably stable, following the cessation of Quidditch practice. His days comprised assisting with potion making and attending the room of requirement. George and Fred. Suddenly, Hall recalled the previous evening when he had quarreled with the twins in the room of requirement over a prank potion's effects. They deemed Hall's design excessively cruel, transcending the bounds of mere jest. As he departed, both had bumped into Hall forcefully, nearly causing him to stumble. Reflecting on this, Hall deemed the twins highly suspicious. Blast! The mischief-making duo. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the inquiries of those behind him, and bolted outside. He fervently hoped it was not too late, and that they had not succumbed to the temptation of using the diary. Otherwise, Hall's wrath would be formidable. This marks Hall's second arrival at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Fat lady, could you please call for George and Fred Weasley? Thank you. Hall politely addressed the portrait guarding Gryffindor. Oh, haha, your child is truly well-mannered. A true Slytherin indeed, the fat lady replied joyfully, her head turning as if leaning into the room. Soon after, Hall heard a loud shout. Who is calling us? Fat lady, we're coming out. Stop calling. George and Fred emerged in their pajamas, covering their ears. What do you want from us? Here, to apologize? Hall glared at them with a fierce expression. George and Fred exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, stepping back while turning to face Hall, just as he interrupted them. I suggest you think carefully before speaking. Hall's words were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. George, Fred, Ron has fainted. Hall glanced towards the source of the voice, where Harry anxiously supported the unconscious Ron at the entrance. Ron. Chapter 61. Give him a new notebook. At this moment, they failed to notice Hall's anxious demeanor. George immediately scooped Ron up and rushed towards the infirmary, with the rest of the group following closely behind. A throng of students arrived at the infirmary, shocking the still-present Dumbledore, Snape, and Lucius Malfoy. What happened, children? Dumbledore hurriedly approached. Headmaster, Ron has fainted, George exclaimed in a flustered manner. Dumbledore took Ron into his arms and placed him upon another bed. His brow furrowed slightly as he noted Ron's condition, then turned to observe Draco, who lay unconscious on another bed. The symptoms of both were identical. Dumbledore swiftly cast a similar magical circle around Ron, yet for reasons unknown, it did not yield any noticeable effect. Henry, Dumbledore called out. Hearing the headmaster's voice, Hall rushed over. Percy, having caught wind of the commotion, followed in his pajamas, asking, What's going on? Why is the headmaster calling for that, William? George and Fred were at a loss for answers, equally bewildered. Headmaster, Hall inquired. It's ineffective. Dumbledore replied gravely. Where's the diary? Hall asked Harry, knowing they were roommates, and he must be aware. Harry looked at Hall in surprise, wondering how he knew Ron had been writing a diary recently. It's here. He was holding it before he fainted. I'll let it go. Hand it over. Hall reached for the diary in Harry's hand. Has Ron been writing in this diary for the past few days? Hall opened the diary to inspect it, revealing it was entirely blank, devoid of any writing. Harry leaned in astonished. That's impossible. Ron has been writing in this book. How could it be blank? He also said. Said what? Hall pressed for clarification. Harry replied. He claims he possesses a method to cure Hall. Hall stared at the unconscious Ron, enveloped in silence. He had always known, with a sense of disdain, that Ron, his brother, was often a source of irritation for him. Yet, he never anticipated that Ron held such significance in his heart. Percy had caught a glimpse of the diary, but knew little, and he questioned Harry sharply. A diary? Fred, standing nearby, seemed to recall something, uncertainly inquiring, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Hall's eyes. You were the ones who gave him the diary, Hall asserted confidently. Percy furrowed his brow tightly, deep in thought. Ron's belongings are all old. We simply intended to gift him a new notebook, George stammered. Hall looked toward Dumbledore, reasoning that 2 days of devouring should not have led to Ron's unconsciousness. It was due to the magical barrier surrounding Draco that prevented him from consuming Draco. Had the diary begun to double its consumption of Ron, who was currently using it, the barrier had been established. Logically, it should have shielded Ron's life force from diminishing, just as it protected Draco. Yet, the harsh reality was that Ron's life force was almost depleted. Why was this so? Hall could not comprehend, his gaze fixed intently on Ron. Headmaster, it's this man. Percy shouted, You wicked Slytherin. If it weren't for your object, Ron would not be in this predicament. Percy had finally grasped the situation from the exchanges between the group. Merlin, Percy, Don't cause a ruckus. Fred quickly intervened, for it was ultimately he and George who had stirred the trouble. Percy remained relentless. Would Ron be like this if it weren't for this devil-esque creation? Only a malevolent person could devise such a man-eating contraption. If not Ron, it would be someone else. Headmaster. He should be sent to the Ministry of Magic. The surrounding Gryffindors, having caught wind of Percy's outburst, were incensed, clamoring for Dumbledore to take action against Hall. Merlin above, this is a school. How can we study alongside such a monster? Headmaster. He is a murderer. There are no good Slytherins. This is dark magic, Headmaster. Quickly hand them over to the Ministry. Demon. Demon. He's a demon. Slytherins are indeed the minions of that person. Ron was so close to him. He has harmed Ron. If we offend him, will we not perish? He ought to be sent to Azkaban. They gazed at Hall in terror, some even screaming loudly, demanding to go home. Children, it's late. Why not return to rest? Dumbledore gently urged the Gryffindors to leave. Enough. Return to your dormitories this instant, Professor McGonagall said sternly, personally escorting the Gryffindors back to their common room to prevent further chaos. However, the Weasley family, Ron's three brothers, could not be sent away, and Harry and Hermione, being Ron's close friends, remained. You Val Slytherin, what do you truly want? Ron is so weak. Why don't you find someone powerful? Percy shouted, his voice tinged with desperation, despite George and Fred's attempts to assist Hall in explaining the situation. Percy, could you ask Professor McGonagall to notify your parents to come? The group was in distress, and Dumbledore assigned a task to Percy, initially believing it to be futile. However, Percy promptly obeyed and dashed away. Hall, feeling exasperated with his brother, cast a brief glance before returning his focus to Ron, who lay on the hospital bed, exhibiting alarming signs of dehydration. He had only been there for a mere 10 minutes, his condition deteriorating faster than the boy's ability to consume. Dumbledore was anxious. The Weasleys were his loyal allies, and he wished to avert any calamity befalling them at Hogwarts. Although Molly and Arthur would understand, the existence of a rift would be difficult to mend, especially with the uncertainty of when that individual would return. Dumbledore rubbed his temples in frustration. Between a Malfoy and a Weasley, he found himself utterly drained this evening. They were at a loss as to why the boy was being consumed so rapidly, leaving them powerless to intervene. Hall glanced at the diary in his hand. If he wished to uncover the truth about Ron's affliction, directly questioning number 3 would yield the quickest results. Yet, Hall scoffed. Number 3 might not be forthcoming. Harry. Hall beckoned, whispering a few hurried words in his ear. Harry nodded earnestly and exited the infirmary with a serious expression. Hall had entrusted Harry with the task of finding Helena, who should be playing in the garden. Dumbledore, with his brow furrowed, regarded Hall thoughtfully. Among these students, Henry William had begun to exhibit the qualities of a leader. Perhaps a change was in order. Chapter 62. Ron's Chatlog. Hall recalled that the venom of a basilisk fang could eradicate fragments of the soul. If number 3 remained tight-lipped, Hall was unperturbed by the prospect of letting him suffer slowly from the poison. He opened the diary and borrowed a quill from Madame Pomfrey's desk. What have you done, Ron? Hall inscribed. At the moment his pen touched the paper, he distinctly felt something attempting to rise from the tip of the quill where it met the page. His writing seemed to fade, the paper turning blank. Then, before everyone's very eyes, a line of gleaming golden letters appeared on the once blank sheet. Who are you? Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. Henry, you must not continue. He interjected, alarmed. This diary posed a problem, and if time permitted, it would be best to examine it. This is the quickest way, Hall asserted, and everyone understood that Ron had no time to waste. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply tell me what you have done to Ron, Hall continued. Pen poised. Why would you think I would tell you? The response emerged slowly, almost languidly. Hall smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. You may choose to remain silent. I also have the option to let Helena bite you to death, Riddle. The ink is consumed by the blank page. What was that figure pondering? After a long while, the question finally emerged. Who is Helena? Hall, not knowing the name of the one who had already been employed, was met with incredulity. Are you Longshuren? The others could only see Hall scribbling intermittently in his notebook, but for Dumbledore and Snape, who stood beside him, every word Hall wrote was crystal clear. When the script appeared, both felt a sense of familiarity. Snape remained puzzled. The writing bore some resemblance, albeit not identical, appearing far more juvenile compared to that individual. However, Dumbledore's pupils constricted. He had once taught that person and had studied everything about them extensively. He recognized the handwriting with absolute clarity. Most importantly, Hall's manner of addressing that individual unmistakably revealed their identity. Tom Riddle, his former student, the true name of Voldemort. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, Harry rushed back, handing something to Hall. Subsequently, Hall placed the small object atop the diary. It was then that Dumbledore discerned it was a small snake. No, that was incorrect. Although the snake's eyes were green rather than the yellow described in the book, Dumbledore could still sense her formidable presence. Moreover, there was a small bump on her head. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances, both astonished. It was a basilisk. Hall, indifferent to the explanation for the third party, took the drowsy Helena from Harry and placed her directly on the diary. "Helena, bite," Hall commanded. At that moment, Helena, still in a daze, instinctively opened her mouth, revealing her sharp fangs, and with a swift motion, she was about to strike. On the blank page, a line of text hastily emerged, the speed so rapid that it nearly became a single stroke. I say, keep the basilisk away from me. Why can you command the basilisk? Who are you? Are you of Slytherin's blood?" Hall rolled his eyes. Helena, wait. Helena, feeling somewhat aggrieved by Hall's antics, coiled around his neck, her teeth gently gnawing at his pulse, as if she were sharpening them. The onlookers were filled with trepidation, especially Dumbledore and Snape, who already understood what Helena truly was. Hall disregarded their apprehension and wrote in the notebook, "Answer my question." After a brief silence, golden letters began to shimmer. "See for yourself." Then, the golden script vanished, replaced by lengthy passages of dark ink, which Hall recognized as Ron's handwriting. Before him, a scene gradually unfolded. It was Ron. On a pitch-black night, while everyone else had succumbed to slumber, he remained at the table, diligently inscribing words in his diary, his face etched with a look of distress. "Hall, my twin brother, despite his penchant for tormenting me, remains my beloved sibling. He is a mute, yet he is undeniably my brother. He delights in a particular game where he pretends to sell me off to others as a helper, only for me to discreetly escape. Each time, we manage to earn several nuts. We then sneak off to indulge in sweets, for Hall has an insatiable sweet tooth. His teeth are already plagued by cavities, and when our mother conceals the candy, he drags me around the house in search of it. If I refuse him, Hall gazes at me with a pitiful expression, believing himself to be fierce. I miss him dearly. I attempted to write him a letter, yet received no reply. Could he be upset with me? Although Hall insists it is of no consequence, I can sense his underlying unhappiness. Mother has stated that the mundane school is entirely enclosed, akin to Hogwarts, and exceedingly safe. Yet Hall has never ventured into the Muggle world. Will he find it difficult to adjust? I often ponder our twinship. Like George and Fred, why must Hall be mute? Is it my fault? If only I could cure him, I would do anything. What? You truly have a solution, Riddle? I'm immensely grateful, Riddle. I would pay any price. Willing. Merely half of my magical power. Hall and I are twins, inherently one. Is it simply about drawing this magical circle? Is it really that easy? Very well, I shall give it a try. In the end, a magical circle materialized upon the blank page. Dumbledore leaned in for a closer inspection. This is... Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. This is a sacrificial magic circle. As his words fell, the final stroke of a magical circle was completed. Hall surmised the general idea. Ron must have been deceived by number 3 into some transaction, causing his life force to be devoured so swiftly. However, Hall had not anticipated the cause. It was himself. This was also the first time Hall felt Ron was the older brother. Before Hall departed for London, Mother Molly and Father Arthur had privately spoken with him. They hoped Hall would refrain from providing Ron with the owl's address and avoid correspondence, not just for Ron's sake, but for Hall's as well. As twins, to merely observe Ron recounting the enchanting life at Hogwarts was exceedingly cruel for Hall. Upon learning of his muteness, Hall and his family, despite their nonchalant demeanor, were quietly creating distance, all to mitigate the pain of parting. Little did Hall realize that his own muteness weighed heavily on Ron's mind. He was determined to save Ron, no matter the cost. Now that he understands the magical circle's purpose, he looked up at Dumbledore, eyes reddened with urgency, imploring, "Headmaster, can the consumed life force be restored to Ron?" Dumbledore cast a silencing charm outside the diary, ensuring that their conversation would go unheard. "Indeed, I can utilize the reversal spell to restore the vitality that has been consumed back to Draco and Ron," he affirmed with a nod. "Please, Headmaster, do it swiftly." Hall displayed a flicker of joy, yet he soon noticed that Dumbledore's expression remained grave. "What is the matter? Is something amiss, Headmaster?" Dumbledore's demeanor grew somewhat awkward. The magical barrier could not be breached from the outside. This meant that even if the vitality were reversed, it could not be returned to those trapped within the magical circle. Draco was fortunate, merely asleep, and capable of breaking the enchantment himself. However, Ron was in a deeper state, having succumbed to a coma. Chapter 63. I am not Tom. Hall sensed that something was wrong and composed himself. Gripping the diary, tightly in his hands. They could not enter. It was impossible. Surely, there must be a solution. Hall's gaze shifted to Ron, and a fleeting idea flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed, followed by another that also proved unfeasible. The moment the spell was cast, the vitality had to return to the individual immediately. Otherwise, number 3 would detect it and might retaliate fiercely. Thus, the optimal strategy was to reverse the spell the instant the magical barrier was undone. If unbinding was unattainable, perhaps entering was the answer. The magical circle was inert, subject to deception. What if there was someone who mirrored Ron in blood and appearance? However, Hall's heart was tumultuous. This would expose his true identity, and future endeavors to earn a living might not be as smooth as before. He sought wealth to gain strength, and he desired strength to safeguard himself and his family. Now, Ron lay before him, and hesitation was not an option. With resolve, Hall's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He handed Helena to Harry, who accepted it without a word, a silent understanding passing between them. Dumbledore remained oblivious, deep in thought. If all else failed, he would step forward, breaking the barrier to shield the boy from harm. With other professors stationed at the school, they could manage the situation and ensure no errors would arise. However, the Weasley boy could not come to harm. This was a testament to his supporters. "Headmaster, the diary for you," Hall said, presenting the book to Dumbledore, who looked up, determination glimmering in his eyes. "Step forward." "Henry, wait." Dumbledore took the diary, intending to convey certain instructions to Hall, aiming to minimize the impending damage when he unbound the magical circle. Yet, he immediately sensed Hall's intentions. "Henry," Dumbledore gasped, observing as Hall began to transform before his eyes. First, his height altered, then his hair gradually shifting. Turning towards Dumbledore and glancing at the bed, Hall was becoming Ron. The moment Hall stood before the magical circle, he was an exact replica of Ron, indistinguishable in every aspect save for the expression on his face. Dumbledore attempted to intervene, fully aware that Hall was the disguised Magnus. Yet the magic array could not be deceived. Hall stepped inside. "Ron!" A loud cry echoed from afar, the voice of Mrs. Weasley. Molly and Arthur Weasley rushed in hastily, their garments in disarray. The headmaster uttered but 2 words, and then they beheld the figure within a magic array. Their eyes widened in astonishment. "That is," Percy stammered as he inquired of George and Fred, who were present. The twins, witnessing the scene, stood frozen, uncertain if this was indeed the person they had imagined. But that was impossible, utterly impossible. Percy received no answer to his question, for all eyes were fixed upon the magic array. "Headmaster, please impart to us the incantation to dispel the magic." Hall stood beside Ron, his voice a perfect match. Dumbledore nodded. Draco, awakened on another bed, gazed at Hall in sheer terror, exclaiming, Two Weasleys." He rubbed his eyes vigorously. "Father, am I hallucinating?" "Henry, Mr. Malfoy, I shall speak a line, and you shall speak a line," Dumbledore declared, standing between the 2 beds, holding the diary. Draco yearned to speak further, but was silenced by Lucius. At this moment, nothing was more crucial than restoring their bodies. Dumbledore recited the incantation slowly, word by word. The spell was straightforward, requiring minimal magic. Even the weakened Draco could complete it, let alone the healthy Hall. A sharp crack echoed. Hall perceived that the magic array had materialized, taking the form of a translucent glass dome. It began to show fine fissures, which multiplied and widened. With a resounding bang, the glass dome shattered completely. In that instant, Dumbledore fervently uttered the spell, striking the diary with force. The diary emitted a wail, a cry distinctly that of a young man. Subsequently, a surge of vibrant, golden life force erupted from the diary, racing back to its rightful owner. Dumbledore's formidable power ignited a spark of envy within Hall. If only he possessed such strength, he could have sensed Ron's distress immediately. Now, he need not entrust Ron's life to others. Not enough, never enough. Hall's expression hardened. He must acquire more power, become stronger. One day, he vowed, he would stand atop the pinnacle of strength. He would no longer allow anyone the chance to harm his beloved family. Hall's focus remained on Ron, and he faintly heard sharp curses emanating from a distance. A foreign male voice, melodious yet laced with bitterness. "No, that is mine. Mine. You foolish lot. Do you have any idea what you have done? You have thwarted the plans of a great wizard." As vitality surged forth, the diary overflowed with a faint gray, wispy smoke that coalesced upon reaching the ground, gradually transforming into a silhouette. The shadow was faint, yet one could discern that the figure was clad in Slytherin robes, possessing an extraordinary handsomeness. Tom Dumbledore gazed upon the familiar visage he had not seen in many years, and could not help but sigh. Tom Riddle's talent was indisputable. He was the most gifted child Professor Dumbledore had encountered in all his years, long before Henry's arrival. Dumbledore, you again, you wretched man. You have thwarted my plans once more. The gray figure spat, seething with animosity. Dumbledore sighed. What have you done to yourself? I'm not Tom. The gray shadow retorted defiantly. I am. He raised his chin haughtily, his eyes radiating disdain and hatred as he surveyed the surroundings. His voice low yet proud. I am Voldemort. The previously boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence, which lasted but a fleeting moment. Tom, or as he was habitually referred to as Number 3, let out a piercing shriek, his entire form contorting grotesquely. While he screamed, he glanced at the diary. That red-haired Weasley. Fool. Useless. What are you doing? You seem rather spirited. Let me remind you of your current predicament, Hall said, brandishing Helena and the diary, waving them at Number 3. Helena, infuriated, felt an urge to bite Hall, astonished that he dared to treat her in such a manner. Yet, she lacked the conviction to bite hard, merely nipping at him, akin to gnawing. She could not fathom why this individual before her suddenly exuded an aura akin to that of her master. Meanwhile, Hall, noticing the diary, ceased to emit golden energy, snatched it back from Dumbledore's grasp. Grasping Helena by the jaw, he squeezed out a drop of her venom from her sharp fangs and smeared it onto the diary. Truly, the basilisk's venom was immensely potent. Even a mere drop caused the diary to emit black smoke. Number 3 relied on vitality to manifest his form, and now, aside from the slender essence he had just expended, the diary was devoid of any remaining power. Reluctantly, he was drawn back into the diary, unable to sustain even his ephemeral silhouette. Hall weighed the diary in his hands, pondering the irony. Would Voldemort be furious to learn that one day the Horcrux he had created had become a means of his own control? With the matter resolved, Hall raised his head with ease. Before him stood two figures, Molly Weasley and Arthur Weasley, gazing sternly at Hall. Hall, help, help, help. Ron, wake up quickly. Otherwise, your brother will be killed. Chapter 64. Who are you? I must take my leave. I have classes tomorrow. Hall's voice carried a hint of unease. After uttering these words, he turned. Addressing the headmaster and the dean, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With resolute determination, he pivoted and began to run. Stop. Having failed to escape, Hall lowered his raised leg. Forcing a smile, he turned to Mrs. Weasley. Is there something you need, ma'am? Molly Weasley paced around Hall, crossing her arms and circling him twice. Hall felt a bit anxious, yet he remained himself, not immediately transforming into Henry William, fearing it might come across as a sign of guilt. Molly fixed her gaze upon Hall, remaining silent. Hall chuckled nervously. Mrs. Weasley, if there's nothing more, I shall take my leave to rest. The magical community preferred to handle matters concerning a dud quietly, never speaking of them openly. Thus, even someone as esteemed as Dumbledore had only heard vague whispers about the Weasley family's dud, lacking any concrete details. He presumed that Molly was blaming Henry for the incident with the diary. Dumbledore interjected to clarify. Molly, please do not misunderstand. Henry is a good child. Ron's involvement was merely coincidental. George and Fred, lurking in the background, leaned in upon hearing Dumbledore's words, affirming, indeed, this matter does not concern him. Of course it doesn't concern him. Don't think I'm unaware of your mischief. Molly shot a fierce glare at George and Fred before directing her attention back to Hall. Do you have anything to discuss with me and your father? Upon hearing Molly's words, everyone except Arthur Weasley was taken aback. Hall immediately understood that Molly had recognized him, yet he remained silent, clinging to a sliver of hope. Albus, Arthur began, might we have a private space for discussion? His gaze flicked toward the Malfoys across the room and Snape beside them. Snape, his expression dark enough to incite ire, was halted by Dumbledore's hand. He processed Molly's words and grasped their implication. Very well, Molly and Arthur. Perhaps we should converse in my office, allowing the children some respite. Dumbledore gestured invitingly. Molly and Arthur nodded gratefully at Dumbledore. Turning to the twins and Percy, Molly instructed, you two should return to rest. Percy, keep an eye on them. The twins, brimming with curiosity, were reluctant to leave. Surely, Molly's words implied something significant. If it truly was him. The twins exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with excitement, but Percy restrained one of them, leading them away. They struggled to break free, but ultimately yielded to Molly's gaze, begrudgingly following Percy out. In Dumbledore's office, Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley, Snape, and Dumbledore surrounded Hall, their eyes fixed upon him. I would like to inquire, Arthur initiated, why he is present. He gestured towards Snape. Foolishness. I am the head of Henry William's house. It is imperative for me to understand what has transpired with my student. Snape disdainfully shot a look at Arthur before narrowing his gaze menacingly upon Hall. My enigmatic student. I trust you are willing to divulge the truth to your concerned head? Hall nodded vigorously, daring not to voice a dissenting opinion. Despite Snape's grim demeanor and sharp tongue, Hall had greatly benefited from their time together in potions over the past 6 months, receiving the opportunity to experiment with rare potions that were otherwise unattainable. Hall, Molly began. Hall swallowed hard. Mother, at the pinnacle of the Weasley family hierarchy stands Molly Weasley. This is not solely due to Molly's formidable capabilities, but also arises from a profound respect for her unwavering dedication to her family. One need not mention Hall's affectionate call of Mom, or the once stiff expression on Snape's face. Even Dumbledore was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Just as he was about to speak, Hall's earlier words echoed in his mind. Dumbledore suddenly comprehended why Hall was so invested in the treatment of the Muggle-repelling potion. It was perhaps because he had endured suffering himself, compelling him to extend a helping hand to others. Dumbledore felt a swell of emotion, convinced that now Hall, was a completely different kind of boy than Tom. He had entirely forgotten about Hall's exorbitantly priced, long-acting Muggle-repelling potion. What on earth is going on, Hall? Molly inquired, her face stern. Your supervisor informed me that you have been thriving at school. The supervisor she referred to was a representative from the Muggle Support Association, tasked with overseeing Hall's life in the Muggle world. Mom, Hall replied earnestly, he mistook another orphan student for me. He then flashed a charming smile, attempting to placate Molly. That supervisor was utterly negligent. Though they claimed to support Muggles, they harbored an underlying disdain or pity for them. Hall had allowed a student who could not attend school to impersonate him, pretending to be Hall. This individual would forward any letters addressed to Hall. Hall was perplexed as to why the Weasleys communicated via owl post. Over 6 months, he received 3 letters, one of which informed him that he need not return home for Christmas as they would be visiting Charlie. After reading the letters, Hall would respond, asking this person to send his replies. This was why no one in the Weasley family noticed Hall's absence from the Muggle world. As for that supervisor, Hall had never received any communication from him, despite claims that someone had inquired about him. Molly found Hall's demeanor quite troubling. Arthur then asked, when did you first use magic? On the day Ron received his acceptance letter. Hall explained slowly. I don't even know why, but suddenly I had magic. I was afraid of how you would look at me. His tone was somber as he cautiously glanced at Molly and Arthur. Oh, Molly could not bear to see Hall looking so anxious and immediately enveloped him in her embrace. Hall, we are a family. How could we ever look at you differently? Molly's heart ached for her sensitive son. Before discovering his Muggle status, Hall had roamed carefree with Ron, a source of occasional exasperation for Molly. But then that outcome emerged. Overnight, Hall matured, becoming unusually well-behaved. We have never wished for you to be anything but our child. To us, you will always be our son, Molly said, holding Hall tightly. Yet, Hall looked up and asked, but don't you think I'm a disgrace? In the past, Arthur would proudly take Hall and Ron out. But eventually, he only took Ron and Ginny. Hall's sphere of activity diminished as well. He never considered himself a squib. That notion was a calamity in his eyes. However, he was aware that many families in the magical world regarded squibs as a source of shame, confining them at home, depriving them of opportunities to engage with the outside world, and ensuring their existence remained a secret. This was a source of fear for Hall. More than the absence of magic, he dreaded the loss of freedom. Chapter 65. The admission book encountered a bug. No, we did not. Molly hastily denied, her eyes reddening. We were merely concerned, worried about your safety. Molly recalled an occasion when a neighbor hosted a gathering, and the entire Weasley family in attendance. From a distance, she observed other children playing with magical toys, animatedly discussing their futures at Hogwarts, while Hall sat alone, feeling as if he were isolated from the entire world. Since that incident, Molly forbade Arthur from taking Hall along when going out. I'm sorry, child. We never intended for you to feel this way, Arthur said solemnly, acknowledging his mistake. Upon hearing them mention that event, Hall scratched his head and awkwardly replied, actually, I just found our conversations rather childish. I stopped playing with magical toys when I was 3. Hall genuinely felt indifferent. At his age, engaging in childish games was exceedingly tedious. His curiosity about magical toys had waned once he grasped their basic principles. He was interested in magic, but lacking it did not hinder his ability to live well. After all, in his previous life in Huaxia, he had thrived for 23 years without magical powers. He was truly surprised that the Weasley couple, seemingly carefree, possessed such delicate sensitivity. Yet, Hall's words only deepened the guilt of the 2 adults, reinforcing their belief that he was merely masking his sorrow. Hall, you are our pride, Arthur declared earnestly. No matter what you do, Your mother and I will stand by you. Do not fear. You merely wish to attend Hogwarts. How could we ever blame you? Arthur shrugged playfully. Darling, it's Hogwarts. Who wouldn't want to go? He reached out to Tousle Hall's red locks, affirming that red was indeed the most beautiful color, while the green trim of his outfit was quite unflattering. His gaze flickered to the statue-like Severus Snape. Even if I am a Slytherin? Hall perceptively noted Arthur's fleeting disdain and curiously inquired. Molly and Arthur exchanged a pained glance. Then Molly shot Arthur a glare, urging him to speak. Arthur, as if biting back blood, said through gritted teeth, Yes, yes, even if our darling is a Slytherin, Slytherin is a magnificent house. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression contorted as if carved from stone. To be honest, Dumbledore found the situation peculiar. A red-haired Weasley clad in Slytherin's silver and green uniform appeared quite odd indeed. Could you kindly reveal your name to your unfortunate headmaster? Although Snape's countenance was contorted, he averted his gaze from Hall's face, merely inquiring about his name. Hall Weasley, Hall proclaimed loudly within the confines of the office. Enough, you foolish oaf. You are rendering your poor headmaster deaf. Snape's expression was one of disdain, yet Hall, perceiving it, understood it as mere shyness. Thank you, headmaster, Hall expressed gratefully. 13 inches of reflection, Snape added with a cough. Damn Snape, what reflection should my son write? He is still feeble. Arthur bellowed. Silence, Weasley. I am now Hall's headmaster. Snape retorted, his tone unchanged, yet Hall could detect a hint of pride beneath it. Arthur certainly recognized it as well, leading to an explosive retort. The two began exchanging jibes, and Hall found their childish banter amusing. His heart brimmed with gratitude for both his parents and the headmaster. Perhaps initially, Snape's kindness stemmed from Hall's ability to concoct potions that aided him in class, bestowing glory upon Slytherin. However, following that fateful potion trial, Hall discerned that Snape genuinely regarded him as a disciple worthy of his earnest guidance. Hall, I have just conferred with Albus and intend to restore your name, Molly. Sitting beside Hall, affectionately tousled his short red hair. However, the headmaster is currently consulting the Book of Admission, so we must await his return for further details. Shall we be patient? Molly's tone was imbued with tenderness. Then, abruptly, she twisted Hall's ear. Now, can you share with your mother the commendable deeds you have accomplished at school? Ouch, 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 Hall protested, although Molly did not exert much force. It did not deter Hall from feigning innocence. This had always been his tactic, yet today it seemed ineffective. Unfazed by Hall's antics, Molly continued to grip his ear. I will speak, I will speak. Please spare me, Molly. Perhaps Hall's expression was so pitiful that before Molly could respond, Snape interjected. Mrs. Weasley, we are at Hogwarts. Please release my student. At Snape's utterance, Molly's face involuntarily contorted, as if reminded that a Slytherin had emerged from their Weasley lineage. Reluctantly, Molly released her grip. Regarding the name Henry William, Arthur and Molly frequently encountered it in their son's correspondence. Initially, they presumed it a mere coincidence, as it coincidentally matched the name of the boy next door, a name quite prevalent in England, especially following that Quidditch match before Christmas, with two of their sons participating. The Weasley couple was particularly invested. To their astonishment, the outcome was a dismal defeat for Gryffindor at the hands of Slytherin. Upon receiving the news, Arthur and Molly spent the entire evening chastising Henry William. It seemed that all Williams were rather disappointing, much akin to the neighboring William family, known for their grudges and sharp tongues. Now, Arthur cast an awkward smile towards his younger son. In truth, it was rather ordinary, simply the expected conduct of a student. Hall smiled shyly. Just as Molly was about to inquire further, Dumbledore returned, cradling a hefty tome. Hall gazed at the massive book, which appeared even more imposing in Dumbledore's grasp. This was the Book of Admission. For every child who experiences a surge of magical potential, the acceptance quill automatically senses their presence and inscribes their names in the Book of Admission. Together, the Book of Admission and the acceptance quill ensure that Hogwarts does not admit those who are muggle-born yet devoid of magical ability. Upon reaching the age of 11, those whose names are inscribed will receive their letters of acceptance. However, Hall's name could not have appeared there merely 6 months prior. Dumbledore turned a page, pointing to it for the Weasley couple to see. Hall's name was present, but since he had missed the deadline for acceptance letters, it had automatically been deferred to the following year. Hall scratched his head in confusion. Did that mean he would start school a year later than Ron? Absolutely not. That would be exceedingly odd. Headmaster, is there any way to move my name? Hall gestured towards his name, indicating he wished for it to shift forward. Dumbledore chuckled, unable to suppress his admiration for Hall's delightful spirit. Oh, Hall, my dear child, the Book of Admission possesses its own consciousness, and I am powerless to intervene. Before he could finish, an astonishing transformation occurred. Before everyone's eyes, Hall's name on the Book of Admission began to obediently shift, following the direction of his finger. Moving behind Ron Weasley. What on earth is happening? Arthur asked Dumbledore, bewilderment etched across his face. Dumbledore shared the same look of astonishment. How could the Book of Admission, an enchanted object with its own autonomy, suddenly become so obedient in Hall's presence? Hall awkwardly lifted his index finger, astonished that he could influence it at all. Headmaster. Chapter 66. Henry William is a Slytherin. What concern is that of Hall Weasley? Hall's name adjusted back to the current year, thus marking him as a student of this academic term. He glanced at his finger, suspecting it somehow related to his Slytherin lineage. A frown creased Hall's brow as he recalled Helena's indifference towards Tom Riddle. It could be said that she completely disregarded him. Regardless of their actions against Tom Riddle, though they were coerced by Hall, Helena seemed unwilling to harm him. She would never risk using her fangs on him or Ron. This attitude was indeed intriguing. It is well known that Tom Riddle was a certified descendant of Slytherin. While Hall pondered this, Dumbledore awkwardly smiled at the adults, perhaps sensing that the Book of Admission had recognized Hall's enrollment. Arthur tentatively suggested, could we possibly conduct the sorting hat ceremony anew? Henry William is a Slytherin. What concern is that of Hall Weasley? Chuckled one of them. Arthur's words elicited a cold laugh from Snape, who then cast his gaze upon Hall. It was noteworthy that this marked the first occasion Snape had directly looked upon Hall's face, albeit with a twisted expression, for several seconds. Perhaps he struggled to accept his own handsome visage, Hall mused as he touched his cheek. Weasley, are you also discontent with Slytherin? Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm. Hall quickly waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, No, I was born a Slytherin and shall die a ghost of Slytherin. This was merely Hall's habitual banter. To his surprise, the others present fell into a profound silence, sensing the gravity of the boy's declaration. With such a statement made, Arthur felt it inappropriate to suggest a change in Hall's house. Although he continued to mutter under his breath about the peculiar combination of red and green, he fell silent under Molly's stern gaze. Dumbledore watched the scene with a chuckle, amused by the exchange. Whether Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw, perhaps for Hall, there was little distinction among them. Isn't that so, Professor Weasley? Upon hearing this title, Hall's toes began to dig into the ground. Indeed, Molly, filled with excitement, turned to Dumbledore to inquire about the events that had transpired. Dumbledore recounted the happenings at school concerning Hall. As Hall, nearly digging a hole reminiscent of Malfoy Manor with his anxious fidgeting, heard Dumbledore's voice trail off, he looked up to find Arthur and Molly, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed at him. In a daze, he was enveloped in their warm embrace, accompanied by their heartfelt sobs. To be honest, Hall felt utterly bewildered. Although Dumbledore's revelations made him uneasy, he had listened attentively and found nothing particularly strange. Oh right, due to confidentiality agreements. Dumbledore had not explicitly mentioned the mute potion to Molly and Arthur, though he did allude to Hall's involvement in the experiments. Given his own success, Hall could not fathom why they were in tears. Shouldn't they be celebrating his achievements? He felt a headache coming on as he reassured the two adults, Molly, Arthur, if you keep crying, my clothes will be soaked. This is my only unpatched school uniform. Upon hearing this, Molly immediately withdrew, scrutinizing Hall's attire before waving her hand dismissively. No worries, dear. I shall take you to Hogsmeade, and we will order several new outfits. Indeed, we must not allow any other Slytherins to overshadow you, Arthur added, his voice tinged with tears, yet his gaze still assessing Hall's clothing. Since Hall's identity as a Slytherin was now a reality, it was imperative that he not be looked down upon. Hall scratched his head. It's fine. I have enough clothes. Once Ron wakes up, we can take him to buy a wand. I have my wages. He shook his coin purse for emphasis. No sooner had he spoken than Arthur and Molly were on the verge of tears once more. Hall truly felt overwhelmed. After a moment of choking back her emotions, Molly finally declared, Hall, you are our pride and joy. We are so proud of you. Arthur nodded vigorously from behind her. Upon discovering your concealment, both your mother and father were indeed angered, for there should be no secrets among family. Molly gently stroked Hall's silky hair. Yet, we take immense pride in you. You are remarkable, and we never imagined you could achieve such feats. Your father and I previously overlooked you far too often. It is entirely understandable that you hesitated to share with us. However, I truly did not anticipate that my Hall would possess such extraordinary talent. We are grateful to Merlin for granting you to us. Hall wished to convey that his visit to the Weasley household had nothing to do with Merlin. He had never encountered him before his birth. It would be more appropriate to express gratitude to the Weasleys. A hint of guilt mixed with pride adorned Molly's face. The Weasley children, whether studying or working, are all quite capable, it is commonplace for them to hold leadership positions. They simply felt remorse for Hall. As with so many children at home, they sometimes struggled to provide adequate attention. Moreover, Hall, being both reticent and quiet, often secluded himself in the bedroom he shared with Ron. With Ginny's arrival, Hall's oversight became even more understandable. Yet, this seemingly neglected Hall had, unbeknownst to them, flourished in the shadows, growing into a formidable presence capable of protecting himself and his brother. He even excelled at school, assisting Dumbledore in guiding the other children. Serving as a teaching assistant is tantamount to aiding the professor, and thus helping Dumbledore, which is entirely commendable. How could Molly and Arthur not be proud? Hall was somewhat unaccustomed to such sentimentality, feeling a prickling at his scalp. Surely, if he were aware of what moved Molly and Arthur, he would feel even more discomfort. Molly and Arthur, you have done exceedingly well. My genius is innate, so do not harbor guilt for not nurturing me earlier. Hall felt content. After all, he was never inclined to engage in childish games. He found solace in reading alone. As for Molly's belief that her younger self was lively and boisterous, that was a grand misconception. It was merely Hall's insatiable curiosity about the magical world that compelled him to explore. After several years of adventure, having traversed the nearby towns and faced limitations in further exploration, what excitement remained? Reading at home was far more enjoyable. Misunderstandings arise from individual perceptions. Now, the three members of the Weasley family sat on the sofa, scratching their heads. The previously melancholic atmosphere had dissipated. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before deciding to speak. This matter weighed heavily on his mind, and given his age, sleeplessness could lead to dire consequences. It was better to inquire. Chapter 67. Albus, are you questioning that child? Hall, my child. Dumbledore chuckled, pointing to Hall's wrist, where a shimmering golden bracelet adorned him. Snape and Dumbledore understood its significance. Naturally, this was one of the reasons Snape had remained until now. Can you introduce me to her? Dumbledore recalled Hall's reference to the basilisk, which bore a feminine name. Hall raised his head and shook his wrist, while Helena slept soundly, bubbles escaping from her nose. Unable to maintain even a pretense, Hall lamented the futility of his 1,000-year existence. This is Helena, he introduced to the others. We discovered her in the Chamber of Secrets, beneath the lavatory. Dumbledore was aware of this, exchanging a knowing glance with Snape before speaking. At that time, we sensed signs of the basilisk's activity, yet we could not locate her. You took her away, did you not? Hall nodded. It was rather self-evident, after all. Dumbledore continued, so what is she guarding? Hall hesitated momentarily, and Dumbledore immediately sensed that his suspicions were correct. If the founder of Slytherin truly created a habitat for the basilisk, it would likely be in the forbidden forest above ground, where countless other creatures reside, far superior to a snake living in the dark, damp underground. She is awaiting her master, Snape interjected. Hall raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised but not overly so. After all, this was Severus Snape, the adept double agent. Such matters were not easily deduced. Hall could only guess based on the magical array he had seen in the chamber. Oh, Severus, what leads you to such a conclusion? Dumbledore feigned curiosity. Snape glanced at Hall's wrist before responding, a guess. Hall, the Weasley couple. Dumbledore was not astonished, as he had entertained similar thoughts, even consulting the sorting hat left by Gryffindor for confirmation. Without a strong attachment, she would not remain at Hogwarts. The passage allows her to leave at any time. Yet she does not. Snape elaborated. Magical creatures are often more sentimental than we assume, sometimes even defying their instincts for the sake of a promise. Snape glanced at Hall, remarking, you need to enhance your magical creature studies. Hall scratched his head. The creatures showcased in class were rather grotesque, hardly piquing his interest. However, he prodded Helena, who was blissfully asleep on his wrist, surprised to discover this side of her. Yet, this was perplexing. Such a loyal basilisk, departing from her vigil at her master's side due to a mere word from him, and upon her emergence, Helena did not urge him onward. She could have easily chosen to hide and await Hall's news. But no, Helena preferred to clutch her own tail, pretending to be a golden bracelet on Hall's wrist, trailing after him daily, occasionally venturing to the Gryffindor dormitory to seek out Ron. Even though Ron consistently rebuffed her advances, Helena always found a way to appear at his bedside in the dead of night. Ron had transitioned from being terrified at first to calmly embracing Helena and placing her beside his pillow. Hall had previously speculated that the Weasley lineage was remarkably pure. However, Helena exhibited no peculiar behavior upon encountering other Weasleys, leaving Hall perplexed and casting doubt on his earlier assumptions. Hall's actions had become second nature to him. Yet they left Molly and Arthur visibly shaken. After all, they were speaking of a basilisk that could petrify with a mere glance. Helena was quite fond of us. Hole explained, noticing their tension. You mean? Molly was quick to grasp the crux of the matter. Hole nodded, adding Ron to the mix. Helena often sneaked through secret passages to Gryffindor to play with Ron. Upon hearing this, not only did Molly and Arthur turn pale, but even Snape seemed perturbed. A Slytherin basilisk, enamored with a Weasley from Gryffindor? Such a thought was utterly frightening. Helena remarked that they bore the scent of her master. Hole then dropped another bombshell, leaving everyone aghast. Merlin above. Is this some sort of horror story? The Weasleys had always belonged to Gryffindor. If there was any trace of Gryffindor blood, it would be entirely unremarkable. It was simply inconceivable that they could be descendants of Slytherin. Molly and Arthur furrowed their brows, meticulously recalling the family tapestry at home, which was disappointingly mundane. They exchanged glances, resolved to return home immediately after scrutinizing their genealogy. Suddenly, the room erupted with laughter. The Weasley couple turned to see Dumbledore, who was unable to contain his amusement. Hogwarts is one big family. Why should you worry? Dumbledore felt a joy he had never experienced before and was eager to share this revelation with Tom before his demise. Due to Hole's earlier bombshell, the Weasley couple's faces had turned ashen as they contemplated rushing home to examine their family tree. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt. Hole, hand over the diary. You need not worry, Dumbledore instructed, placing the darkened diary on his desk while holding a half bottle of basilisk venom given by Hole. Just a single drop could utterly obliterate the diary. Helena's creation. You can rest assured, Hole remarked. He needed to return for some rest, as he had 3 classes to attend the following day, along with a teaching assistantship. If he didn't sleep soon, he would have to resort to the energy potion again, which, despite its improved flavor, was still quite unpleasant, sourer than a bitter American brew. Dumbledore dismissed the others. Standing alone in the headmaster's office. Albus, do you suspect that child? A voice echoed in the empty chamber. On the opposite wall hung portraits of all the past headmasters. Dumbledore shook his head. Hole is a good boy. He is even better than I had imagined. Knowing he was a Weasley only deepened Dumbledore's satisfaction. Capable, resourceful, and deeply caring of his family. What a beautiful presence family is. With family by his side, Hole Weasley would not stray off course. A smile crept across Dumbledore's face. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this child knew far more than he let on. His fingers traced the diary on the table, and a glimmer of starlight flickered at his fingertips, hinting at the mysteries within its pages. Dumbledore infused a spark of vitality into the diary, rejuvenating it entirely. Tom, Dumbledore called. The diary opened on its own, revealing lines of exquisite golden text that appeared at an astonishing speed, almost bursting forth from its confines. Though the words written were derogatory, what have you truly done to yourself? Dumbledore did not anticipate a response from Tom's diary. He merely muttered to himself. His gaze drifted to a white picture frame resting on the desk beside him. Chapter 68. George and Fred Seek Retribution. Early in the morning, Hall awoke, already foreseeing the events that would unfold. Ron was in the infirmary, and Percy would only wait for him to report. Indeed, as soon as he stepped out of the common room, he was intercepted by George and Fred, who were crouched by the door. Hall! Hall! George and Fred each seized him firmly, one hand grasping him while the other raked through his fiery red hair. Previously, Henry William had embodied pride and formality. Though the twins were older, they always felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing him. However, upon realizing he was their younger brother Hall, what was there to fear? After all, Hall had concocted plenty of mischievous schemes for them in their youth. George, Fred, Hall struggled to break free. In the Slytherin common room, students came and went, witnessing this spectacle with wide eyes filled with trepidation. Goodness, I just saw that red-haired Gryffindor, Ron, in Slytherin. I must have woken up in the wrong position. How could there be red hair in Slytherin? Who is this person? I've never seen him before. And he is playing around with the Weasley twins. Surely he must be one of them. There's a conspiracy afoot. I must report this to the headmaster. Slytherin has an enemy. Hearing those hushed whispers made Hall's head spin. He had anticipated this reaction. He pulled the twins along as they made their way outside, engaging in conversation. The twins followed excitedly. Hall! Hall! George's voice carried a wave of enthusiasm. Hall was well aware of George's intentions. Did he think he could enlist him to assist with their endeavors? Dream on. Let me clarify. I will only provide the formulas. I have no time to help you with the experiments, Hall retorted, recalling the chaotic mishap that had ensued when he had whimsically joined their experiments a few days prior. His restraint from reprimanding the twins stemmed solely from familial affection. Oh, George's expression fell at this response. Fred leaned closer to Hall, saying, George and I have a plan. Would you like to invest? Fred, do you realize your tone sounds remarkably akin to a telemarketing scam? I'm not interested at the moment. Perhaps in 2 years, Hall replied, pushing Fred's face away gently. The twins possessed unparalleled talent and creativity when it came to prank-related potions and magical devices. Hall conceded that they were just a shade better than he. However, they were merely third years, already entertaining thoughts of business ventures while still struggling with spelling. Did they not feel embarrassed about aspiring to be entrepreneurs? Fred, undeterred by the rejection, merely shrugged it off, stating, I'll ask you again in due time. Persistence is key. Hall, are you not upset with us? The twins scratched their heads in confusion. Upset for keeping things from you, Hall replied, tilting his head slightly. George and Fred exchanged glances, and then they erupted into a loud, boisterous laughter. Their mirth was so exaggerated that they nearly lost their footing. Hall was utterly bewildered by their amusement. Fred, still chuckling, leaned on the back of the still-laughing George, saying, How could it be your fault? George shook off Fred's hand, straightened up, and with a beaming smile declared, We think you're incredibly cool, Hall. Your prank is undoubtedly the best we've ever witnessed. Indeed, this is a unanimous sentiment between George and me. Fred and George lavished praise upon Hall's clever idea. George reached out to tousle Hall's hair. The Weasley family's red hair often had a coarse curl, but Hall's was soft and lightly curled, giving him an endearing charm. Even though Hall bore a striking resemblance to Ron, he would never be mistaken for George and Fred, who shared countless similarities yet were distinctly different. With a hint of regret, George and Fred lamented, Such a brilliant prank. How do we not think of it ourselves? Fred placed a hand on Hall's shoulder, playfully squeezing him. We won't hold you accountable. Neither will Ron, nor Percy, who is far too prideful, as you know. He raised an eyebrow at Hall, adopting a mock, disdainful expression. Let me tell you, if you approach Percy and stand before him, he will undoubtedly adopt a stern face and say, I hope you behave, Hall, and don't follow in George and Fred's footsteps. Ha ha ha. Hall could hardly suppress a smile. Out of Hall's sight, George and Fred exchanged a glance, revealing a mischievous grin. Foolish Hall, Fred exclaimed. He swiftly pulled Hall under his arm, shouting, George, quick, attack. I'm coming. We shall avenge the disgrace of Quidditch. Ha ha. George immediately joined in, attempting to tickle Hall's sides. You're cheating. Hall laughed as he evaded them. He dared not push them too hard, lest he send his brothers tumbling to the ground, which would be quite embarrassing. Hall led George and Fred in circles, exhausting their energy, and easily slipped from their grasp. With a lingering smile, he remarked, in the arena, There are no brothers. It's simply a matter of skill. George and Fred, arms draped over each other's shoulders, shrugged nonchalantly. If my brother wins, doesn't that mean we win too? Is there really a difference? George inquired of Fred. Not all, Fred replied. Hall, thoroughly amused by his playful brothers, rubbed his temples and waved his wand, conjuring a clock. I'm off to see Ron. Aren't you two supposed to be in class? I believe your herbology lesson is about to commence. All right. The twins exchanged glances and suddenly remembered, hurriedly grabbing their bags and dashing away. Once they departed, Hall let out a sigh of relief. Merlin, if they hadn't tea left, the people trailing behind me would surely suffocate. Harry and Hermione, and it seemed Pansy and Blaise as well. What a gathering. Come out now, Hall said with a hint of exasperation. Yet, the group remained motionless. I've already seen your robes. Hall sighed, pondering whether these individuals truly believed themselves to be well concealed. If Harry had produced his invisibility cloak, perhaps Hall would have remained oblivious. Yet, perhaps due to the crowd, Harry refrained from doing so. The group chose to huddle behind the Grand Roman column. The four behind the pillar exchanged glances, and then, with evident awkwardness, stepped forward. They had already heard the rumors circulating within the school and happened to spot Hall in the company of George and Fred. By some strange coincidence, they followed closely behind him. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, their expressions still involuntarily contorted upon encountering him. The individual before them bore an uncanny resemblance to Ron. Yet their demeanor represented two starkly contrasting extremes. Ron was carefree and innocent, while Hall exuded a profound and seasoned wisdom. As Harry recalled Ron's incessant chatter about his brother Hall's myriad secrets, he couldn't help but wince. He felt a twinge of concern that Hall might perceive his knowledge as a threat and eliminate him to silence him. Harry, Hermione, Pansy, and Blaise, what was so surprising about Hall greeting them? Blaise interjected, his tone defensive, so what they said was true. You are masquerading as a Slytherin, seeking to gather evidence to imprison all of Slytherin in Azkaban. Blaise's gaze was filled with hurt, as if he were accusing Hall of deceit. Chapter 69. Why the Little Savior Endured Abuse from Muggle Relatives. Are you a troll, or is your mind filled with slugs? Hall rolled his eyes and spoke. How could anyone believe such an absurd rumor? Nevertheless, he began to form a suspicion regarding the origin of the rumor. He couldn't help but smirk at the two notorious troublemakers. What? Blaise was taken aback, feeling severely betrayed, and yet he was being scolded? How dare you insult me? Blaise retorted angrily. If you believe such blatant lies, who else should I scold? Hall remarked with exasperation. He then noticed the others beginning to look around at the ceiling, the floor, the columns, and the armor, anything but him. It was almost amusing how frustrated he felt. So you all believe it? Such an implausible tale. Have your brains been devoured by Hagrid's acromantula? If I were truly problematic, wouldn't Headmaster Snape have noticed? Hall inquired. If you were one of Dumbledore's lot, it would be normal for the headmaster to overlook it. Pansy's voice dwindled under Hall's glare. Do you all so readily distrust the headmaster? Hall sighed. The two Slytherins stood awkwardly to the side, lapsing into silence, as if their silence conveyed. Yes, our poor headmaster has indeed been deceived by the nefarious Dumbledore. And what about you two? Hall turned to Harry and Hermione. Surely, such an outrageous rumor cannot be believed by Gryffindors. It should be noted that, due to his actions, Gryffindor's house points had plummeted to nearly the lowest this year. Why nearly? Because Hufflepuff was just a tad lower than Gryffindor, just a smidgen. If Gryffindor continued at this rate of point deductions, they would undoubtedly finish at the bottom by the end of the term. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance and nodded awkwardly. Harry shyly began to speak, referencing what George had said. He mentioned that his younger brother Hall had bravely entered the fray to vanquish the malevolent Slytherins. Hall, rubbing his forehead, couldn't help but agree. He recalled how, since arriving at Hogwarts, he had bullied Ron, triumphed over the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and played tricks on many of his fellow Gryffindors. Hermione interjected, explaining that Hall had acted out of necessity to better conceal his identity. In truth, his heart was laden with anguish, and each night he would retreat into his blankets to weep. Hall resolved to confront those two individuals immediately. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to muster a semblance of a smile. Suddenly, the four in front of him huddled together, trembling. Hall paused, gritting his teeth. Enough already. You know what kind of person I am. We've even known each other long enough, yet you still prefer listening to others? He emphasized the word others with palpable frustration. It's my fault, Hall. We're still friends, right? Harry quickly released his embrace with the other three, feigning belief in Hall. The remaining trio gazed at Harry, their eyes wide with disbelief. Harry Potter, you truly are this kind of savior. You betrayed him so swiftly. Hall grasped Harry's hand, reintroducing himself. I am Hall Weasley, the twin brother of Ron Weasley. I am Harry Potter, a friend of Ron Hall. The other three, unwilling to be outdone, hastily introduced themselves as well. I am Blaise Zabini, Hall's new roommate. Blaise mischievously winked. Hall raised an eyebrow. He had long wished to switch dormitories. His current roommate, Millicent Bulstrode, was utterly perplexing, incessantly prattling on. I am Hermione Granger. A pleasure to meet you, Hall. I am Pansy Parkinson, and I owe you 17 galleons. Upon hearing this, Hall quickly interjected, that is 17 galleons and 4 sickles, plus interest. As soon as he finished speaking, the other four exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing among them. Hall was indeed still the same person. They all shared a knowing smile. Hall recognized that they did not genuinely believe the message. They merely sought a reason to reacquaint themselves. This way, the atmosphere would not be overly awkward. After all, Hall had spent nearly a term with them and had come to understand their characters. Although each harbored their own little secrets at the core, they were all merely children with simple thoughts. Hogwarts was truly a wonderful place, a veritable paradise within the magical realm, safeguarding every child. In that moment, Hall began to comprehend why Voldemort had chosen to unleash his final battle at Hogwarts. For Hogwarts was not merely a school. It was the spiritual home for every wizard. To seize Hogwarts would be to shatter the hopes and dreams of all wizards. For the first time, Hall entertained the notion that perhaps he could endeavor to protect these radiant smiles. He cleared his throat, redirecting his thoughts, fearful that if he continued to ponder, he might be compelled to draw his wand and eliminate other fragments of Voldemort. I am heading to the infirmary to check on Ron and Draco. Would you like to join me? The four individuals exchanged glances, the thrill of the moment palpable. Go, they exclaimed in unison. Hall was well aware of their thoughts. However, it was unfortunate that they would likely not witness what they yearned to see. After all, Draco had already seen Hall revert to his original form the previous day. As for Ron, Hall was entirely unconcerned. No one in this world could harbor anger toward themselves quite like Ron could. Speaking of the infirmary, Number 3 had been entrusted to Dumbledore. Yet, Number 2 still lay within the infirmary. Hall was acutely aware that Number 2 was merely feigning. Dumbledore would surely discern from Number 3 that Voldemort had dismembered himself. It was likely that Dumbledore could swiftly resolve the remaining fragments. Suddenly, Hall clapped his hands, struck by a thought. Harry, he inquired, turning to the headmaster beside him, Have you discussed your godfather with him? Hall recalled that one of Voldemort's fragments seemed to be related to Harry's godfather and decided to ask. He immediately noticed Harry's expression darken with despair. What is it? Hall asked in surprise, wondering if something unfortunate had befallen Sirius. Azkaban has had a prison break, Harry sighed, scratching his head. My godfather is among them. Hall frowned, recalling the reason Sirius had escaped. He had seen a photograph in the news. However, that photograph had not appeared in the news lately. Sirius had been quite compliant, and now, rendered incapacitated, he had no choice but to behave. What could have prompted this? Hall felt a twinge of irritation. Sirius was always engaging in the most unexpected antics, seemingly courting trouble. Were it not for the fact that he had already promised Harry a gift, Hall would have considered getting him something less prone to mischief. As it stood, time was of the essence, and Hall sighed. Do not worry, Harry, I have a plan. I shall publish an announcement. The little savior endures abuse at the hands of Muggle relatives. Why? Let us see if he responds. Chapter 70. Little Ron, Big Questions. In an infirmary, Draco reclined on his bed, savoring a sumptuous meal, vocally extolling the virtues of the food with exaggerated flair. Across from him, Ron leaned against the headboard, gritting his teeth as he glared at Draco, sipping a bitter potion that constituted his only sustenance. Due to the excessive loss of vitality and his sudden return, Ron felt utterly feeble. Normal food was out of the question, and even potions had to be consumed in small sips to avoid nausea. While the potion provided some nutritional support, the absence of solid food left a gnawing emptiness, especially when facing that Malfoy. Every time Ron took his potion, Draco indulged in a lavish feast. As a result, Ron's mouth was left both bitter and craving, as if his very soul might ascend. Draco reveled in Ron's evident frustration. A triumphant smirk plastered across his face, relishing the moment. He had long been irritated by the red-haired Weasley. Every argument ended with him nearly victorious, only for Henry to intervene and thwart him. It infuriated him. Draco stuffed a generous mouthful of stewed potatoes, only to erupt into a fit of thunderous coughing. Ha ha, Malfoy, that's what you get for being so arrogant. Ron observed Draco choking and couldn't help but laugh with delight. In the past, such mockery would have elicited a swift retort from Draco. However, now, Draco appeared utterly terrified, gazing towards the entrance of the infirmary as if he had witnessed a horrific scene. He pushed the bedside table aside and swiftly burrowed back into the covers. Muttering impossible repeatedly, Ron's initial amusement transformed into bewilderment. As he attempted to see what was happening, he was obstructed by a screen. Scratching his head in confusion, he raised the last bit of potion supplement to his lips. Hall! Ron exclaimed excitedly, as a remarkably familiar figure came into view. He felt an urge to leap from the bed and rush over, but his limbs felt weak, nearly causing him to tumble. Hall and Harry, startled, hurried to support him, gently returning him to the bed. Hall stood at the foot of Ron's bed, grinning broadly. Hall, did you come to check on me out of concern? Ron's eyes sparkled with emotion. Pansy and Blaze approached the opposite bed to peer at Draco, who remained cocooned in his blankets, refusing to emerge. Harry and Hermione greeted Ron before settling into the neighboring bed, each opening a snack package in preparation for the unfolding drama. Hall, perched on a small stool beside Ron's bed, replied with an air of nonchalance, No, I've been at Hogwarts all along. What does that mean? Ron asked, looking perplexed. Oh, I had called myself Henry William for a while, Hall stated flatly, as if it were the most ordinary of revelations. He took a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from Harry's hand, popped it into his mouth, and grimaced at the unpleasant taste of mucus. Here, drink some water, Ron said hastily, handing Hall a cup from the bedside table, noticing how the unpleasant flavor had unsettled him. Once Hall finished drinking and his expression returned to normal, Ron finally processed what Hall had said. He chuckled awkwardly. Hall, what sort of jest is this? How could you possibly be Henry William? That's a Slytherin. Hall shook his robe, the green fabric shimmering as it moved. Ron felt a moment of breathlessness, swallowing hard, his gaze drifting. He turned to Harry, exclaiming, Harry, this is my brother Hall. It's your first time meeting, isn't it? Harry, with his mouth full of snacks, shook his head in confusion, mumbling something unintelligible. Hall watched as Ron frantically sought various topics, unwilling to confront the reality of the situation. He scratched his forehead, puzzled by the need to evade the truth. Hall had initially dreaded encountering Ron upon his arrival at Hogwarts, for Ron was intimately familiar with his quirks and habits, and Hall feared being recognized. To this end, he had intentionally sought to irritate Ron, hoping to keep him at a distance. However, reality had proven Hall that Ron simply did not overthink matters. Hall sighed and addressed Ron, Look at me. As he wiped his face, Ron beheld Henry's visage upon Hall's form. Henry, William? Ron exclaimed with a gasp, his voice trembling. Harry, Hermione. He swiftly turned to his friends in the adjacent bed. Did you see that? Harry and Hermione nodded, though Hermione found it peculiar that such a large figure stood before them, yet remained unseen. Hall's back was turned to them, so only Ron witnessed the transformation. Ron, Weasley, am I truly that terrifying? Hall's face bore an expression of annoyance. Hearing Hall's irritated tone, Ron swallowed hard, gradually turning his head. Hall could almost hear the creaking of Ron's stiff neck. With a look of lingering fear, Ron gazed at the now-reverted Hall, cautiously confirming, Slytherin's Henry William? Indeed, Hall replied. The very same Henry William who played violently during the Quidditch match? Correct, Hall affirmed. The one who called my name in potions class. Resulting in a deduction of 15 points? Yes, Hall continued. The one who pilfered every gem from Slytherin? That last query was uttered in a whisper only Hall could hear. Yes, that is indeed Henry William, Hall shrugged. Observing Hall's nonchalance, Ron felt as though he might explode. Hall, why? No, why did you not tell me? When did you arrive? Wait, wasn't Henry William supposed to come to school with us? What on earth transpired? Hall, how did you become Henry William? At this moment, Ron's mind was in disarray, bombarded by a flurry of questions. The notion of Henry William assuming Hall's form left him utterly shocked. It is crucial to note that prior to this revelation, while he did not harbor outright disdain for Henry William, he certainly did not hold him in high regard. Yet now, Hall had disclosed that he was, in fact, that very Henry William. Why? Ron was perplexed. Why would Hall engage in such behavior? Why masquerade as Henry William? Most importantly, why not confide in him? However, he feared that Hall might perceive his inquiries as accusations, so he hastily clarified, Hall, I'm not blaming you. I'm merely. As he trailed off, Ron's head drooped in dejection. You keep everything from me. Do you find me bothersome? I know I am not as articulate as you, Hall, and have never been as clever, but I am your brother. I want to assist you. Chapter 71. Online performance of Sichuan face changing. Hall reached out to touzle Ron's now dark red hair. Ron, I did not intend to keep this from you. He shrugged, gazing at Ron with a look of exasperation. See, I haven't told anyone. Consider this. Have I ever concealed my habits? It is you who failed to notice me. Hall spoke with a sense of righteous conviction. Perhaps you were right, Ron thought, feeling that Hall's argument held some merit. He pondered for a moment. Hall may not have spoken to him, but he could certainly deduce the truth. Yet, he had failed to notice it. Would Hall be greatly disappointed? Ron suddenly felt woefully inadequate as an elder brother. How could he be oblivious to his younger sibling's emotions? His brother was Hall, and even if Hall were to one day resemble Malfoy, he would still be Hall. Ron imagined that scenario and couldn't help but shudder. Merlin, I was merely contemplating. Please do not let Hall resemble Malfoy. Hall saw Ron lost in thought, and when he lifted his head, the previous frown had vanished. He sighed in relief. Ron was indeed the best. He could soothe himself, otherwise Hall would truly have a headache trying to comfort Ron. Ron recalled the Henry William he had encountered earlier. Scratching his tousled red hair and reflecting, I thought Henry had many habits just like yours. He quickly turned to Harry, asking, Did you notice, Harry? I mentioned it several times. Had it not been for Hall's silence, I would have. At this point, Ron paused, finally realizing where the confusion lay. His eyes widened, and his mind struggled to comprehend. Hall, you can't be? He was nearly stammering. Just now, Hall was not disguising himself as Marcus. Hall raised an eyebrow. I'm Marcus in disguise. How is that possible? Ron exclaimed in shock. Hall was actually Marcus in disguise. Hall, could you? Ron imitated Hall's earlier gesture, running his hand across his face. Harry and Hermione, hearing this, exchanged curious glances and approached eagerly, their snacks forgotten. What is Marcus in disguise? Harry inquired, intrigued. Is Hall truly Marcus in disguise? Hermione, having read about it in books, was equally fascinated. Hall sighed, aware that this would unfold. In the headmaster's office, to assure Molly and Arthur of his magical abilities, Hall had performed a lengthy demonstration before the four adults, feeling as though he were putting on a show. By the end, he could distinctly sense that they were deliberately trying to witness his awkward wand movements. Hall glanced at Ron, who was equally curious, and sighed once more. He ran his hand across his face, and instantly, his visage transformed into that of Henry William. With another stroke, a red-haired Harry Potter appeared before them. With yet another gesture, both Harry and Hermione, who were watching, nearly burst into laughter, while Ron remained in a state of shock. Across the room, Pansy and Blaise, drawn by the commotion, looked over with curiosity, quickly covering their mouths to suppress their laughter. For Hall had transformed into a red-haired Malfoy. Merlin's beard. That was Draco with red hair. If Draco were to see this, he might very well contemplate his demise alongside Hall. Merlin, Hall, your talent is truly remarkable, Harry exclaimed. Hall Hall, transform into someone else. Even Snape would be amusing. Ron gazed at the red-haired Draco who had suddenly appeared before him, his face contorted in disbelief, feeling as if his worst nightmare had materialized. This was the polyjuice potion, was it not? How extraordinary! Hermione curiously scrutinized Hall, marveling at the allure of magic. Is this something we could also achieve? Harry inquired with a sense of wonder, as he preferred hands-on experiences over merely reading about them, making the library less appealing to him. Although Hermione had read about it, the specifics were not detailed in the text. She turned to Ron, who had been raised in the magical world, hoping he could elucidate the matter for them. However, what she encountered was Ron, covering his face and appearing utterly tormented. It seemed she could not rely on Ron for answers. The Polyjuice Potion was a transformation spell that was safer, more flexible, simpler, and more convenient than Animagus. It allowed one to transform into any person or magical creature without leaving a trace. Unfortunately, it was a talent innate to certain individuals, reliant solely on bloodline inheritance. A voice emerged from the opposite bed. It was Draco. He had evidently been eavesdropping on Hall's conversation. Hall turned to look, and, at that moment, Draco had reverted to his original appearance. Draco descended from his bed and approached Ron S., fixated on Hall's face. Henry William? His tone was laced with anger. Don't you have anything to say to me? I thought we were at least friends. Hall met Draco's gaze, noting his pale complexion now tinged with red. The hue of fury. Malfoy, you and Hall are certainly not friends. Ron retorted, his voice brimming with disdain. Be quiet, Weasley. This is a matter between Henry and me. Draco shot back, his eyes still locked on Hall, awaiting an explanation. I share the Weasley name as well, Hall stated, stepping in front of Draco, thereby blocking Ron's view. Huh? Draco exclaimed incredulously. So, this is what you wanted to convey. Hall shrugged and extended his right hand. Before he could speak, Draco instinctively took a step back, clutching his pocket. Are you out of your mind? Thinking about money now? I merely wish to shake your hand, to reintroduce myself. Hall replied, feeling exasperated. How could someone as kind-hearted as he be so misunderstood by Draco? Realizing his reaction had been excessive, Draco awkwardly smirked, disdainfully placing his hand in Hall's, offering a loose handshake. I am Hall Weasley. I look forward to your guidance henceforth, Hall said, tilting his head. Huh, you're confident that no one would dare be angry with you, are you? Draco expressed his dissatisfaction with Hall's evasive demeanor. How could he behave this way? Deceiving everyone without offering a single explanation, and now he simply wished to move on. In the past it was I, now it is still I, and it will always be I. I do not believe I have erred. Do you need to assess my family to determine whether you know me? Hall genuinely felt there was no issue at hand. The only guilt he harbored was towards his family, as there should be no secrets among kin. Beyond that, he perceived no wrongdoing. Hall was simply Hall. Should his newfound voice cause his family to harbor resentment? They would not. As for the others in the school, if they distance themselves from Hall simply because he belongs to the Weasley family, then Hall is indifferent to their opinions. Such friends are not worth maintaining. Draco, upon hearing Hall's reasoning, was infuriated to the point of laughter. He was never truly angry about that, had it not been for Ron Weasley's unexpected appearance. Would you ever have revealed to us who you truly are? Chapter 72. The Slytherin heir who cannot understand Parseltongue. Draco had always felt a certain distance from Hall. Back then, he believed it was due to Hall being too busy or too accomplished. Now, he pondered whether Hall had never intended to befriend him earnestly. Hall furrowed his brows, feeling perplexed. He had always thought Draco was the easiest to manipulate, given their relationship was primarily one of mutual benefit. He remained unchanged, merely under a different name, which was hardly significant. As for the essence of friendship, must it be built on complete transparency? However, I never inquired about your family's affairs. Hall was baffled. He had no intention of probing into the Malfoy family secrets. Moreover, Ron's predicament stemmed from the troubles caused by your father. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to shed my disguise. Hall regarded Draco with curiosity, asking why he was angry when he himself was not. This has nothing to do with my father, Draco exclaimed, his eyes reddening. This is something Voldemort entrusted to your father, and it was his own negligence that triggered a series of events, Hall patiently explained to Draco. It is not my father's fault. It is Voldemort who is to blame. The moment Draco shouted this, he immediately covered his mouth, while Ron looked at him in sheer terror. Ron trembled and addressed Hall. You called that person's name along with Malfoy. Hall shrugged nonchalantly. Names are meant to be spoken. Upon realizing what he had said, Draco could no longer contain himself. Were it not for Hall, he would never have uttered that name. Now filled with both anger and frustration, Draco felt an overwhelming urge to confront Hall. As he moved, Blaise sensed Draco's intentions and swiftly intervened with Pansy, whispering in Draco's ear, "Draco, Hall could subdue you with a mere finger. Spare yourself the trouble." Unable to outwit or overpower him, an infuriated Draco turned and fled. Harry looked perplexedly at the fleeing Draco, asking Blaise and Pansy, "Aren't you going to chase after him?" Blaise and Pansy exchanged glances and shrugged. Pansy, with an expression of resignation, remarked to Hall, "Draco is feeling jealous. You weren't the first to explain things to him upon your arrival. Clearly, having grown up alongside Draco, Blaise and Pansy understood him exceedingly well. Hall and the trio from Gryffindor only now began to comprehend the situation. Ron, incredulous, exclaimed, "Hall's my brother. What issue is there with him being the first to seek me out? Malfoy must be out his mind." Harry quipped, "Draco the baby, what an apt nickname." Hall sighed, overwhelmed. He knew Draco was immature, but he never anticipated just how juvenile he truly was. This situation was almost making him feel embarrassed to continue taking Draco's money so nonchalantly. A hand appeared before Hall, presenting him with 10 galleons. He looked up to see the person offering him the coins. Pansy, whose smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, was asking Hall to find their little Draco. Ron, visibly displeased, muttered, "I finally get a chance to see Hall, and you all send him off on errands." Hall scratched his head and leaned closer to Ron, whispering something that immediately made Ron's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Really?" Ron exclaimed. "Yes," Hall confirmed with a nod. Instantly, Ron, brimming with enthusiasm, urged Hall to hurry along. Hall accepted the 10 galleons from Pansy with a resigned smile and turned to seek out the sulking Draco. The few in the infirmary noticed the stark change in Ron's demeanor. Harry, intrigued, inquired, "What did Hall say to you?" Ron, filled with delight, replied, "Hall said he would buy me a new wand. That is mine, the wand of Ron Weasley." His voice was laced with longing. Meanwhile, Hall, upon exiting, felt somewhat flustered. Where could Draco have gone? The Marauder's map had been borrowed by Dumbledore, and it seemed he had no intention of returning it to Hall anytime soon. Frustrated, Hall thought he should have just made a copy. It would have spared him the current predicament of being unable to locate anyone. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Helena," he called to his companion, "can you help locate someone? Magical creatures can communicate with animals, right? There are plenty of small creatures at Hogwarts." Helena lazily flicked her serpent tail, yawned, and nodded. "Please help me find Draco. He's the one with platinum hair and a slick-back style that could send a mosquito sliding off." Helena slid down Hall's arm and glided onto the ground, weaving her way across the lawn. Hall waited in the corridor for Helena's report. Then it dawned on him. If both he and Ron were descendants of Slytherin, why could they not understand Parseltongue? Was it a trait that followed certain genetic lines? For instance, Tom Riddle inherited the snake-speaking ability from the Gaunt family. What about their bloodline? Hall's thoughts raced for a moment before Helena returned. Her upper body held high with an air of arrogance. Hall mused that if Helena could transform into a human, she would undoubtedly be striking a pose, showcasing her prowess. "Where is he?" Hall crouched down, inviting Helena to climb onto his hand. Instead of obediently turning back into a bracelet, Helena ascended directly to Hall's head. She flicked her tongue in a specific direction, as if signaling the way. Hall sighed. "Helena, you do realize I can't see you pointing like that, right?" Helena hissed twice, making her disdain evident. She extended her long tail before Hall's eyes, indicating a direction. Hall followed her lead. Whenever a turn was necessary, Helena's tail would twist in advance, functioning almost like a 3D navigation system. Was this not remarkable? From a distance, Hall glimpsed Draco. He was situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, near Hagrid's hut. Draco was crouched by Hagrid's window, peering inside with an utterly indecorous posture. Hall approached him quietly and tapped him gently on the shoulder. "Ah!" Draco shrieked in terror, and Hall swiftly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down." Hall cautiously leaned in to look inside. Once he confirmed that Hagrid was absent, he exhaled in relief and removed his hand. "What are you doing?" Draco glared at Hall with indignation. "I should be asking you that. Do you realize how much you resemble a peeping Tom in that position?" Hall gestured toward Draco's awkward stance. Draco, blushing with embarrassment, stood up and brushed off his soiled robes. "I have my reasons," he attempted to explain. "Oh." Hall crossed his arms, prepared to listen to Draco's justification. Seeing Hall's demeanor, Draco rolled his eyes and then wore a malicious grin. "I'm going to report Hagrid. I'm going to tell my father." Chapter 73, Little Dragons and Their Purchases. Hall raised an eyebrow, intrigued to hear what fresh revelations Draco might divulge. "Hagrid is actually raising a dragon." As Draco spoke of dragons, his eyes sparkled with excitement. One might think he possessed a dragon himself. At that moment, Hall recalled that Quirrell had bribed Hagrid with a dragon egg to gain access to the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was concealed, in exchange for the secret to the three-headed dog's weakness. It appeared that Dumbledore still kept the stone hidden in that chamber on the 3rd floor, and that number 2 had likewise fallen into the trap. Hall pondered how number 2 would react upon enduring countless trials to acquire the stone, only to discover it was merely a hollow shell. However, Hall had grown indifferent to both the stone and number 2, as long as the latter did not create trouble for him. Currently, Hall's primary interest lay in the baby dragon before him. In the magical world, dragons are endangered creatures, rare and difficult to breed. The materials derived from them are priceless. A dragon's skin can withstand 80% of damage. Most dragon materials available on the market are naturally shed during the dragon's growth, sold in limited quantities by the Romanian Dragon Protection Association. If circumstances permitted, Hall would have loved to raise a dragon. Unfortunately, in the magical world, keeping a dragon privately is illegal. Dragons are perilous creatures, not easily tamed and capable of inflicting grievous harm or even consuming humans. Indeed, to dragons, humans are merely a delicacy. Even wizards can find themselves severely injured in encounters with dragons. Hall remembered the last time he saw his brother Charlie. His body bore numerous scars of varying sizes, all inflicted by dragons, which he regarded as a badge of honor. Charlie was studying fire dragons in Romania. If Draco indeed informed his father about Hagrid's dragon, coupled with the Ministry of Magic's penchant for meddling in Dumbledore's affairs, Dumbledore would have to make considerable concessions to protect Hagrid. Hall observed Draco's gaze on the baby dragon. His brow raised. An excellent idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps one could profit from both Dumbledore and Draco, while also acquiring free dragon materials. Do you wish to raise a dragon? Hall inquired, standing nearby, already aware of Draco's answer without needing a response. To be candid, Draco's gaze upon the dragon hatchling was remarkably tender, sending shivers down Hall's spine. Draco, feigning indifference, insisted, I am merely observant. He angrily cursed. What a foolish Hagrid, allowing a newly hatched dragon to reside in such commonplace flames. His expression then transformed into something quite peculiar. Hall could scarcely find words to describe Draco's demeanor, which bore a resemblance to a lovesick fool, as he smiled foolishly for a while, murmuring, "Look, I senti it adorable." If Hall were to lean in closer to Draco's ear and suggest, "What if I could enable you to raise this dragon?" Draco's eyes would gleam with desire. "Really?" he would exclaim, only for his countenance to fall. "But my father would never permit it. The costs of raising a dragon are exceedingly high. Even for the affluent Malfoys, the expense of dragon husbandry would be extravagant. Yet, if it were merely for amusement, such an endeavor could hardly be deemed a luxury. The consumption of a dragon is prodigious. In its juvenile stage, a single meal could devour several sheep, and as an adult, it would require hundreds of them daily to sustain itself. Fear not, I can persuade your father to allow it," Hall insisted, turning to Draco. "However, you must promise me one thing. Until I have negotiated with your father, do not write to the Ministry of Magic to report the existence of the dragon hatchling. If the Ministry learns of its presence, we shall be powerless to act, and they might even execute the poor creature." Of course, Hall was exaggerating somewhat. It was a necessary precaution, for Draco often acted impulsively. In his desire to provoke others, he could resort to any means. Should he inadvertently quarrel with Harry and seek to retaliate, he might hastily write a letter to report the dragon, a course of action he was entirely capable of. After listening to Hall, Draco scratched his head, mumbling, "I understand. This is my dragon. How could I ever report it?" Consequently, Draco refrained from reporting while another did. When Hall discovered this, he nearly exploded. He had coveted that dragon for quite some time. One must understand the wealth of valuable materials contained within an adult dragon. The opportunity for a free bounty had vanished. Fuming, Hall clutched his wand and strode purposefully back to the Slytherin common room, with Draco closely trailing behind. Bewildered classmates perceived in Hall a more fearsome aura than even that of Professor Snape. "Morellis and Buster," Hall exclaimed as he pushed open the common room door. Morellis and Buster. The former roommate who had incessantly nagged Hall was currently seated on a sofa, chatting merrily with other students. Upon seeing his face, Hall was reminded of the precious dragon materials that had slipped through his fingers. He rushed forward, seizing Buster by the collar and forcefully pressing him against the back of the sofa, while his wand was pointed threateningly at Buster's throat. "Look what we have here. Weasley?" Burst's tone was tinged with sarcasm as he warned, "I advise you to release me quickly. If the headmaster sees this, you will be expelled from Slytherin." Hall, filled with indignation, responded with a mocking smile, "Oh, I am quite curious to see if the headmaster will assist you upon learning of your commendable deeds." The wand in Hall's hand began to emit a green glow. Upon seeing the green light at the tip of the wand, Burst's heart quivered. "Green, is that the spell?" "Impossible, impossible." Dumbledore would never permit anyone in his school to delve into dark magic. Burst swallowed hard, yet defiantly shouted, "You wouldn't dare do anything to me. Slytherin's wand cannot be pointed at a fellow housemate. Hall Weasley, do you wish to offend all of Slytherin?" As these words left his lips, other Slytherins in the common room stood up, tightly gripping their wands and watching the unfolding scene. Hall let out a cold laugh. "Thank you for the reminder." He swiftly stowed away his wand and rose slowly. Burst, believing Hall was intimidated, adjusted his collar and said imperiously, "Weasley, I advise you to return to Gryffindor. Slytherin does not welcome you." Hall stood before Burst, flexed his wrist, and then gradually removed his somewhat cumbersome robe, tossing it onto a nearby sofa. He then revealed a gentle smile. Bang! Burst's entire being collided with the wall, propelled by the force of the sofa. "Weasley, I will kill you." Chapter 74. Headmaster. I suggest you get accustomed to this sooner rather than later. When Snape arrived, Hall was relentlessly delivering blows to the fallen Burst. Burst attempted to articulate a response, but all that emerged was a wail of anguish. Weasley. Enough. Weasley, release him," Snape commanded, waving his hand to pull Hall away. Though the first attempt was unsuccessful, only upon sensing Snape's presence did Hall lazily step aside. Burst lay on the ground, bloodied, unable to discern whether the crimson was from his wounds or the result of his own mouth. The scene was undeniably vivid. "What are you all doing here? Return to your places," Snape barked, dispersing the onlookers. He turned his gaze to Hall Weasley. "Has your brain been consumed by a troll?" Headmaster, help me." Burst continued to wail from the floor. Observing Snape frowning at Burst, Hall shrugged and explained, "I didn't use much force. He is simply too weak." Draco, as a first-year prefect, escort your classmate to the infirmary. Snape's eye caught sight of Draco and Blaise attempting to sneak away, thus summoning them. Draco could only grimace as he and Blaise dragged Burst toward the infirmary. As for why they didn't use the levitation spell, it was simply because they had yet to master it. At that moment, the common room was left with only Hall and Snape. This marked Hall's first opportunity to be alone with Snape after shedding his disguise. Previous encounters had all occurred during classes. Hall had attempted to seek Snape in the dungeon, but was told each time that the headmaster was unavailable. He did not believe in such coincidences. "Hall Weasley." Snape glanced at Hall before swiftly averting his gaze. "Headmaster, may I inquire about the matter at hand?" Hall rolled his eyes, questioning whether it was truly so difficult to accept that his student was a Weasley. Engaging in brawls. How disgraceful. Snape's expression darkened. Millicent Bulstrode had thwarted his plans. Otherwise, they would have had access to free material regarding dragons. The mere thought of it incensed Hall. He could not fathom how Bulstrode had learned of the dragon's existence and reported it to the Ministry of Magic. He had just convinced the Board of Governors to allocate a piece of land at Hogwarts for dragon breeding, and now Bulstrode had created this mess. Snape furrowed his brow, aware of the situation from the newspapers, where the headline proclaimed Hogwarts illegal dragon breeding, with Dumbledore's disregard for student safety casting a pall over the wizarding community. What he did not anticipate was the connection to Hall and Weasley. When Hall recounted the events surrounding the dragon, Snape's expression darkened further. "Are you filled with folly? Why did you not come to me for resolution?" Snape's heart ached. He understood the rarity of dragon materials, which were only occasionally available in Nocturne Alley. And not only were they exorbitantly priced, but also exceedingly scarce. Hall scratched his head. "I wanted to consult you, but I couldn't find you." Snape choked on his words. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Hall's face. It was unbearable, and he instinctively wanted to look away. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to return his gaze. Even with his formidable mental fortitude, he struggled to accept that his student bore the quintessential visage of a Gryffindor. It was rumored that he might even be a descendant of Slytherin. What bizarre twist of fate. Had the centaur truly fallen for the ogre? Hall rolled his eyes, allowing Snape a moment for mental acclimatization. "Headmaster, must you be so dramatic?" Hall remarked in disbelief. Snape finally regarded Hall with a cold smirk, since the astute Mr. Weasley is aware. Why not spare your poor headmaster's eyes and revert to your former appearance? While Hall had never explicitly mentioned his transformation into a polyjuice potion user, several professors had begun to speculate. Only such a disguise could elude their comprehension. "But this is how I am," Hall shrugged, spreading his hands. "Headmaster, I suggest you grow accustomed to it. After all, you shall be seeing me for the next 5 years. A vein throbbed on Snape's forehead as he shifted the topic. "What are your current plans?" He referred to the dragon. "No worries. The Board of Governors has made an agreement with the Romanian Dragon Conservation Society. They will immediately send someone to take over the care of the dragon." Hall sighed. They were willing to accept the board sponsorship to manage the dragon, in exchange for 1/3 of the dragon's materials. Snape raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was still the same Hall, one who would not suffer losses. This way, the dragon would still belong to Hogwarts. Exchanging 1/3 of the dragon's materials for collaboration with the Romanian Dragon Conservation Society was an astute deal. It should be noted that the Romanian Dragon Conservation Society was not one to be easily sponsored, given the multitude of dragon materials involved, which were highly sought after. However, once collaboration was established, future partnerships would be significantly easier. My brother Charlie has some connections. Hall felt somewhat embarrassed under Snape's gaze. Scratching his head as he attempted to explain, Charlie, overjoyed to receive a letter from Hall, was thrilled to learn that Hall had acquired magical abilities and had even attended Hogwarts. Naturally, as an elder brother, he endeavored to fulfill Hall's modest request. After 2 days of persuading the leadership, he finally resolved the matter. The dragon in question was an exotic breed, and the association's expenditures were fixed. Charlie devised a plan where the association would manage the dragon, charging a sponsorship fee that would cover the costs associated with the dragon, while the dragon itself would still belong to Hogwarts. Lucius, seeing the profitability of the arrangement, promptly agreed, fearing any potential change of heart from Romania. Upon hearing the name Weasley, Snape let out a cold snort, asserting that Millicent Bulstrode had not erred and that there would be no next time. Hall understood that Snape was cautioning him. Having endured one encounter with Millicent was sufficient, and should he provoke her again, his reasoning would be untenable. Such actions could easily incite hostility from the entire Slytherin house, a risk not worth taking. Hall nodded in acknowledgement. Snape, unconvinced, huffed and strode away, leaving Hall to ponder whether he should simply have Helena intimidate Millicent next time, ideally to the point of sheer terror, akin to the tale of Su Xian from Chinese folklore. However, Hall frowned, for Millicent Bulstrode was indeed peculiar, always seeming to contrive opposition. It was rather absurd. The last time he encountered her was in a rather melodramatic Muggle television series. There was certainly something amiss. As Millicent was currently confined to the infirmary and would not return anytime soon, Hall cast a disillusionment charm and directly entered Bulstrode's dormitory. Alhambra, Hall declared, opening the door to Bulstrode's room. This incantation had been shared with him by Hermione during one of her reading sessions, and to his surprise, he found it quite useful now. He resolved to revisit 100 household spells soon, as it proved immensely practical. The dormitory was in utter disarray, resembling a battlefield post-conflict. Previously, when Hall had shared the room with Bulstrode, she had yet to acquire a new roommate after his departure, allowing her to enjoy a rather carefree existence in their shared quarters. Typically, Hogwarts dormitories were tidied by house elves, yet this one appeared as if it had been bombarded, with belongings strewn haphazardly about, even the bedding lying on the floor. Clearly, the occupant had refused the assistance of the house elves, not out of kindness or concern for their convenience, but rather due to the presence of something unspeakable. Upon lowering his gaze, Hall noticed a peculiar letter, finding it surprisingly unremarkable. Chapter 75, A Mysterious Letter from an Old Acquaintance. To my esteemed father, the William family has indeed betrayed our great master, aligning themselves with the detestable Dumbledore. They are disloyal and will inevitably betray us, the Saints. I propose the immediate execution of the William family. Enclosed, you will find the evidence. Evidence, all for the greater good. The devoted follower of the great Grindelwald, your son, Millicent von Hall, rendered everyone speechless upon sight. Menace and fun? Wasn't it Burstead? Yet, it is understandable. Those in hiding rarely use their true names, do they? Ah, how disheartening. Even Voldemort could not achieve a clean slate. What business does Grindelwald have in this commotion? Old Dumbledore has been looking rather gaunt lately. Hall wearily wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He glanced at several letters scattered on the floor, noticing they had not yet been sent. Fortunately, they had not been dispatched. Otherwise, the William family would have met an unjust fate, unaware of whom to seek vengeance against. Hall noticed a few letters sent by the same individual, all bearing the surname Vaughn. A cursory glance revealed that the sender was Millicent Vaughn's father. The correspondence urged Millicent to keep a close watch on the nefarious Dumbledore, report his movements promptly, and conveniently monitor that William as well. There were also various fragments of persuasion, imploring Millicent Vaughn to remain obediently at Hogwarts, all for the sake of their Master-S endeavors, a contribution to the lofty ideals, and so forth. It seems this Millicent Vaughn is rather unfortunate, indeed. Cast away by her family to toil for her master in a foreign land, while being subjected to emotional manipulation, unable to return home. Pitiful, truly pitiful. Hall felt a pang of sympathy welling up within him. Raising an eyebrow, Hall decisively collected all the letters and departed from the dormitory. Given such dire circumstances, it would be wise to return home sooner rather than later. He took a shortcut directly to the headmaster's office. Since Helena's arrival, He no longer feared losing his way in Hogwarts. The Marauder's map had become utterly unnecessary. Gritting his teeth, Hall thought about how awful it felt to have his belongings taken away. He must devise a way to reclaim them. Under Helena's guidance, Hall swiftly arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. "Lemon sherbet," he uttered, and the gargoyle at the entrance shifted aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. The password to the headmaster's office was indeed easy to guess, Hall mused. Upon hearing the statue announce a student visitor, Dumbledore set aside the papers he was grading and turned to the entrance. A look of joy spread across his face upon recognizing Hall. "Oh, my dear Hall, what brings you here?" "Headmaster, I discovered this." Hall placed a stack of letters on Dumbledore's desk, his expression one of apprehension. "I felt something was amiss, so I hurried to bring it to you." Dumbledore cast a glance at the letters, and upon seeing a particular name, he paused momentarily before tossing all the correspondence aside. "Just in time, Hall. I have something to discuss with you as well." Dumbledore wore a smile, tinged with resignation. "I believe you'll be keen to assist this old man." He handed Hall a newspaper, which bore the announcement of Sirius Black's exoneration. Previously, Hall had anonymously sent a letter to Rita Skeeter, recounting the tale of a frail young wizard oppressed by relatives, deprived of food and forced to work, sleeping beneath the stairs in a cupboard. With Rita Skeeter's remarkable editing skills, this narrative had surely undergone a transformation. The following day, Sirius presented himself at the doorstep. Captured directly by Dumbledore's associates in Hogsmeade and brought to Hogwarts. "Is there something amiss?" Hall inquired with a slight tilt of his head. "Hasn't this Sirius been located?" Clearing his throat, Dumbledore acknowledged the pressing matter at hand. Sirius wished for Harry to spend the summer with him. A hint of remorse flickered across Dumbledore's face as he broached the subject. However, the issue surrounding Tom had yet to be entirely resolved. Behind the lenses of his glasses, Dumbledore's eyes concealed their emotions, rendering Hall unable to discern his true feelings. Dumbledore appeared profoundly saddened. Yet Hall was aware that this was merely a ruse to elicit his response. Hall feigned ignorance and smiled, choosing not to engage. Noting Hall's silence, Dumbledore's curiosity lingered beneath the surface as he continued. "During the holidays, Harry must reside with his aunt, at least until he reaches adulthood. This is paramount for his safety." "What can I do?" Hall, who had initially been acting, now found himself genuinely perplexed. "Convince Harry for me," Dumbledore sighed. "I know he yearns to spend the holidays with Sirius, but—" Dumbledore raised his gaze to Hall. "His safety takes precedence, does it not?" He seemed to seek Hall's validation. "But, Headmaster, what relevance does this have for me? You should be speaking to Harry." Hall hesitated, pulling his chair back slightly, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Dumbledore gradually unveiled a gentle smile, addressing Hall. "Ah, my dear Hall. Alas, my esteemed Headmaster." Hall scooted his chair back further. "You must persuade Harry. I am aware he listens to you." This was precisely the task Hall was meant to undertake, allowing Dumbledore to avoid the burden of such a conversation. After all, Sirius had just returned, and Harry finally had a loving family member. It felt excessively cruel to be the one to sever their bond. The elderly man found it difficult to muster the resolve to enact such a separation. Hall chuckled coldly at the prospect of being cast as the villain. Dumbledore retrieved a storage bag, sighed, and slid it across the table to Hall. "My child, for us. Harry's safety surpasses all else. His parents sacrificed so much for the wizarding world." Dumbledore's tone grew heavy, his gaze drifting past Hall as if he were lost in memories of once proud students. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Hall silently accepted the storage bag, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Very well, I shall take it for now. I can only attempt. Should it fail, I shall return it to you." In truth, this matter was not as daunting as it appeared. Harry was not oblivious to the weight of such matters. As long as the necessity of his protective magic, reliant on bloodkin, was clearly articulated, he would surely understand. Dumbledore entrusted this task to Hall, employing a manner that left little room for refusal, clearly testing Hall's awareness of the protective enchantment surrounding Harry. Hall raised an eyebrow. Given the opportunity that had presented itself, why should he decline? "Forgive me. I have grown old and find myself reminiscing about the past," Dumbledore remarked, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye as he escorted Hall to the door. Dumbledore stood at the staircase, sensing that Hall must have perceived his intentions. But what of it? If the boy had a better solution, it would serve both their interests splendidly. After all, he genuinely wished to avoid the role of the villain, especially with Sirius just having returned. "Albus, will that boy heed your words?" The portrait in the headmaster's office inquired. Hall was a commendable lad. His most admirable trait was his unwavering commitment to completing tasks beautifully for a fair price. Dumbledore couldn't help but reflect on this. He returned to his desk, picked up the letter Hall had brought, and gazed at the familiar name. His fingers brushed against the ornate white frame on the table, gliding slowly as a torrent of thoughts enveloped him. Ultimately, he sighed. It appeared he would need to pay a visit to an old friend. Chapter 76. The elegant black dog. Hall tucked the storage bag into his pocket and departed the headmaster's office. Harry? Hall raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Harry stood awkwardly at the foot of the spiral staircase, a graceful black dog seated at his feet. The juxtaposition of the dog and the term elegance seemed incongruous. Yet upon seeing the black dog, those very words sprang to Hall's mind. The dog's fur was sleek and glossy, a clear indication of attentive care. Helena had mentioned to Hall that the school had acquired a black dog, which accompanied a Gryffindor student clad in an invisibility cloak on nocturnal escapades for several consecutive nights. Hall surmised that this was indeed the duo in question. He had not anticipated that Dumbledore would permit Sirius to remain at Hogwarts. Or perhaps Dumbledore had other plans in mind for him. Hall's intense gaze attracted the dog's attention. It stood and emitted a low growl, as if warning others to keep their distance. Harry had just arrived and, without uttering the password, witnessed Hall descending the stairs. Hall? His expression betrayed a hint of surprise as he hurriedly positioned himself in front of the imposing black dog, attempting to shield it with his slight frame. Are you seeking the headmaster? Hall, having noticed Harry's actions, shifted his focus away from the large dog. Harry nodded, then hesitated, shaking his head slightly. The headmaster refuses to see me. Hall guessed that Harry sought Dumbledore for a matter concerning the holiday. It was indeed quite unfair. After all, it was a struggle for anyone to enjoy a holiday, only to be thrust back into a place filled with anguish. However, Hall silently weighed the contents of the storage bag in his pocket, accepting payment to alleviate troubles. After all, Hall, are you going to persuade me? Harry was well aware. Dumbledore had broached the subject once before, but Harry was reluctant. He wished to understand the rationale behind it, yet Dumbledore's reasoning had been obscured, leaving him bewildered. The essence of it was clear. He must remain at his aunt's until the age of 17. Harry surmised that Dumbledore would likely enlist Hall's assistance. The headmaster truly meant well for you. Hall attempted to interject. Just then, a head slowly emerged behind Harry. Merlin, could someone not announce their animagus transformation in advance? The transformation of animals into humans is indeed quite chilling. Professor McGonagall executes this metamorphosis with such rapidity that it renders the intermediate form between cat and human almost imperceptible. However, Sirius Black, standing behind Harry, seems to deliberately adopt an exceedingly slow pace in his transformation, amplifying the eerie effect. Had it not been for the fact that Hall had grown accustomed to the frightful antics of George and Fred since childhood, he might have struggled to maintain his composure. Slytherin? That dog, no, that man, was scrutinizing Hall, and upon noticing the hint of green on Hall's robes, he displayed a look of disdain. Hall raised an eyebrow. One must admit, this individual lacked the delicate charm of his canine form. His frame was gaunt, reduced to little more than a skeleton, with sunken cheeks, rough skin, and scruffy stubble. His half-long black hair appeared parched and unruly, yet his gray eyes shone with an unusual brightness. Clad in a black casual outfit that seemed to have been chosen with effort, it regrettably bore the outdated fashion of a decade past, resulting in a rather incongruous appearance. One could perceive the remnants of past handsomeness, but now he presented as a disheveled elder. Sirius Black. Hall offered a polite smile. Harry hastily introduced that it was Dumbledore seeking Sirius, as he had lost his way, and Hall was merely accompanying him. Lost your way to me? Hall quipped. And Harry, you just mentioned coming to find Dumbledore. Have you forgotten? This explanation wouldn't even fool Ron, considering that he had already delivered Dumbledore's message. Hall suggested they return together. Unexpectedly, this provoked Sirius to draw his wand, aiming it at Hall. Sirius, Harry exclaimed in surprise, quickly intervening. Step back, you vile Slytherin. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions to speak with Harry. I shall not consent. Sirius's expression was resolute. Hall perceived that this lone black sibling's mental age likely did not exceed that of George and Fred. Since you are aware of my intentions to converse with Harry, you ought to comprehend whose wishes these truly reflect. Hall scoffed, for he was not Dumbledore and owed this black nothing. You. Sirius's eyes reddened as he attempted to retort. Sirius, remember that Hall is the one who has been aiding you in proving your innocence, Harry urged, grasping Sirius's arm to prevent any rash actions. Hall has been exceptionally supportive since I began my studies. He is kind-hearted and willing to assist anyone, always sharing his knowledge. Harry spoke earnestly. Hall is my closest friend. To be honest, Hall felt a warmth rising to his cheeks. He had never anticipated that Harry held such a view of him. It was rather endearing, to say the least. Sirius, too, was taken aback by Harry's words, yet his gaze towards Hall remained awkward. still grappling with the notion that a Gryffindor and a Slytherin could indeed be friends. Had he been away for so long that the world had changed? By the way, Sirius, Hall, is also Ron's twin brother. Ron is my friend as well. Harry's statement detonated like a bomb, leaving Sirius momentarily dazed. Ron? Ron Weasley? Sirius's voice rose, causing Hall a slight headache. You are a Weasley? Were it not for the inappropriateness of the current situation, Hall would have certainly laughed aloud. Sirius's expression was nothing short of spectacular. It bore the marks of astonishment intertwined with disbelief, laden with a profound sense of inner conflict, as if this were the most improbable occurrence in the world. Greetings, Hall Weasley, he managed, his tone laced with incredulity. Hall deliberately tugged at his collar, causing the dark green fabric to ripple slightly. A Weasley of Slytherin? Sirius's voice wavered, seemingly questioning the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, a stone figure at the entrance spoke, its voice unmistakably that of Dumbledore. Sirius, since you have arrived, why do you linger outside? All right, Sirius exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Harry, wait for me here. I shall return shortly. He cast a furtive glance at Hall before ascending the open spiral staircase, his demeanor betraying a hint of concern. Apologies, Hall. Sirius can be a touch sensitive, as you know, Harry remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. A touch sensitive? Hall mused. He believed that the sole heir of the Black family, once a stalwart of the Order of the Phoenix, was overly protective of Harry. He resembled a fierce guardian dog, baring his teeth and huffing to deter anyone who dared approach Harry. However, as Hall observed Harry's radiant smile, he sighed inwardly. Sirius's return was indeed a splendid event for him. It seemed that his gift had been perfectly timed. After all, Harry had yet to confide in anyone about Salazar Slytherin's chamber, not even Dumbledore. Hall was well aware that Dumbledore had privately inquired about it with Harry. Gently stroking the Helena pendant on his wrist, Hall recognized his status as Hogwarts' informant. Yet, seeing Harry so joyfully beaming made him ponder. Must Dumbledore always assume the role of the villain in this narrative? Attempting to broach the subject, he asked, Harry, do you have any plans for the holiday? Sirius had suggested that Harry come stay with him, for he was alone in a spacious house with a large yard where they could play Quidditch. As Harry spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Hall, Sirius is a wonderful person. He simply harbors some biases against Slytherin. In time, as you both spend more time together, he will come to understand. Harry added that Sirius wished to express his gratitude to Hall in person. Don't mention it, Hall replied, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He felt akin to the antagonist of a story, poised to sever the bonds of a loving family. Chapter 77. More creativity, more wealth. Very well, Hall resolved to temporarily take a step back. He would revisit the matter when the time was right. As for declining, that was utterly out of the question. After all, Dumbledore had not imposed a time constraint upon him, had he? With Harry poised to wait for Sirius at the entrance, Hall took his leave. He needed to visit the room of requirement. George and Fred had written to him the previous day, claiming they had developed something quite intriguing and inviting him for a visit. On his way, he encountered Peeves, and with a cheerful greeting, Hall was taken aback when Peeves let out a shriek and vanished. Sighing, Hall continued his journey to the 8th floor, feeling somewhat disheartened. It remains unclear whether it is due to Helena's presence, but Hogwarts now exhibits an extraordinary gentleness and kindness towards Hall. Even the staircases obediently wait for Hall to pass before altering their course. Upon reaching the door, he knocks in a specific pattern, 3 long and 2 short taps. Their agreed-upon signal. Creaking open, the door reveals the eager figure of George Hall. Come quickly, he exclaims, peering left and right before pulling Hall inside with enthusiasm. Look, George rushes over to Fred, who stands in the center, spinning around excitedly while inquiring about Hall. Hall, bewildered, wonders what has transpired. The two remain unchanged, their essence untouched by time. Give me a punch, Fred warmly invites Hall. To be honest, Hall has never encountered such a peculiar request, and he momentarily cannot suppress his disdainful expression. Give it a try, don't worry, you won't break anything, George demonstrates with a playful flourish. With a resounding thud, Hall witnesses George seemingly using all his strength as he delivers a blow to Fred's abdomen. Remarkably, Fred appears unaffected, as if nothing has transpired, even twisting his waist in playful challenge. Intrigued, Hall surmises that the two are likely immune to harm. Approaching Fred, he extends his hand, retracting most of his strength to deliver a punch with only about 30% of his might. Fred stumbles back slightly, astonished. I didn't expect you to be so strong, he exclaims, yet his face bears no semblance of injury. Hall steps closer, lifting Fred's shirt slightly. No, Hall. What are you doing? This is embarrassing. Fred blushes, tugging at his garment in a futile attempt to resist. "I'm just having a look," Hall insists. In a bid to protect his clothing, Fred inadvertently loosens his grip. His abdomen is smooth and unblemished, devoid of muscle tone or redness. Showing no signs of having been struck moments before, Hall is acutely aware of his own strength, despite using only 30%. It should have left some mark on Fred's belly. "What intriguing creations have you devised?" Hall inquires directly, extending his hand. This is the sole inquiry that matters. George and Fred exchange knowing glances, each producing a palm-sized doll from their pockets. The dolls bear an uncanny resemblance to their creators. "Here, take a look." George presents the doll, introducing it as the split doll, a byproduct of their ingenious work. A byproduct? Hall examines the doll from every angle. It feels like cotton, yet within lies a rigid, elongated core with nothing overtly remarkable about it. Suddenly, Hall recalls something and pulls aside the doll-esque shirt. The white cotton figure surprisingly reveals a slight bluish-black hue on its abdomen. As Hall attempts to wipe it, he discovers that the color seeps from within, not merely a surface stain. The nature of the split doll becomes clear to him. When the original sustains injury, the doll bears the burden. One wonders if it can withstand a full-force strike. Hall mused, gazing at the diminutive figure in his hand while offering Fred a gentle smile. A shiver ran down Fred's spine, though he could not quite articulate why. Disregarding the unsettling feeling, he approached Hall, eager to share the origins of the little figure. "We initially intended to create a doll capable of mimicking the movements of its master for the purpose of instilling fear, but we ended up with this. Feel this," George urged Hall, directing him to touch the rigid object within the doll. "We inscribed the enchantment onto a wooden board and placed it inside the figure. The board is not long, about the length of half a pinky finger. George, and I made a pair for you and Ron as well. So should you find yourselves in a brawl, you might be immune to harm." Fred handed Hall both the Ron doll and his own. "However, we discovered that while it can withstand minor damage, like cuts, it can only endure significant injuries, such as bleeding, once. For lesser wounds, it can hold up about 10 times. George added, "We should investigate where we went awry. Why can't the doll mimic movements anymore?" His tone was tinged with disappointment. Hall, however, regarded the doll in his hand with a hint of astonishment, realizing the potential prowess of this seemingly trivial figure. A thought struck him. "I have seen this magic circle in a spell book. It requires a bit of the owner's magical essence daily to activate it. Only then can the enchantment function." Hall began to sketch the magic circle he had previously encountered while researching exorcism spells. It was a reverse operation that confined malevolent spirits within an object, enabling the user to command these spirits through the magic circle, reminiscent of the practice of nurturing spirits in certain Eastern traditions. Intrigued, Hall diligently recorded these insights, contemplating the potential of binding souls. "Yet, we could attempt to connect a person's essence with the doll," he mused, inspired by the twins' recent creation. "The doll could serve as a second body, even venturing into perilous places on our behalf, thereby enhancing our safety. Imagine, for instance, using it for a perilous occupation like an oarist. Having one on hand could absorb damage, and in the event of severe injury, it could temporarily house one's soul within the doll," he continued, envisioning the possibilities. Paired with Hall's healing potions, one could easily cheat death. A sly smile crept across Hall's face. Meanwhile, the twins were brimming with different notions. "If we could manipulate a second body, we could place a doll in every classroom, while our real selves enjoy a peaceful slumber in the dormitory," George exclaimed, growing increasingly animated. "And during Quidditch, we could send a doll on the broomstick. We would experience the thrill and joy of the game without bearing the injuries." Fred chimed in, excitement radiating from him. "Imagine, a doll could even indulge in ice cream, letting us savor the flavor without the calories," he continued, his enthusiasm unabated. "Or better yet, the doll could work while our true selves handle another job. Wouldn't that mean double the wages? The joy would be boundless." Thus, the chapter titled Merchant Hall Goes Online unfolded, as George and Fred's excitement escalated, leading them into increasingly fantastical ideas. Hall felt that if this continued, the magical world would either become a haven for reclusive wizards or a realm of toiling beasts of burden. In such a scenario, there would be no market for prank props. His remark abruptly shattered the joyous reverie of the twins. "What we aim to establish is a prank prop shop, not a dollhouse. Dolls are far too susceptible to scrutiny. One merely needs to purchase one and dismantle it to examine the magic circles within. Moreover, achieving true replication of the original is exceedingly costly in terms of research, and the returns on such investments are uncertain at best. I estimate that, at least until Voldemort and his ilk are entirely eradicated, there is no necessity to delve deeper into this matter. That would be sheer folly." Hall mused that the materials need not be of the highest quality. The magic circle could be inscribed at its center, with an additional stroke to enhance the spell. The potency must also be diminished, limiting the number of uses. The unscrupulous merchant Hall was attempting to lead the two brothers astray. George and Fred, with their identical minds, leaned in closely, watching as Hall deftly etched lines onto a wooden board. Each stroke was executed with remarkable fluidity, and as the final line was drawn, a cascade of golden light flowed along the lines, culminating in the entire design, illuminating brilliantly. Hall infused a trace of his own magic into the wooden plaque, which then levitated gracefully in midair, responding to his gestures with ascents, descents, rotations, and leaps. George and Fred watched in wide-eyed astonishment. The intricate problem they had wrestled with for weeks had been so effortlessly conquered. However, the plaque's capacity proved inadequate. Hall withdrew his magic, and as control was relinquished, the plaque began to crack and eventually disintegrated into fine powder. The specific values and materials are for you to research. You may relinquish some capabilities. Perfection is not always a necessity. This was a lesson Hall had gleaned from his studies in potions. To George and Fred, the shattering of the plaque did not induce disappointment. Rather, it ignited their spirits. Each prank prop emerged from their rigorous experimentation. So why fear such a minor setback? The twins exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting a shared determination. Well then, I have completed the blueprints for you. I must take my leave now. He cruelly bid farewell to the twins. Ron is waiting for me in the library. Little Ronnie is going to be in the library? Fred expressed his skepticism. With the academic year's examinations approaching, he had to maintain at least a B average. Otherwise, Molly would surely have words with him. Hall sighed. George and Fred recalled their own struggles with grades, sharing an awkward chuckle. Their overall average was indeed a B, and they faced countless lectures upon returning home each year, especially in comparison to their older brothers Bill, Charlie, and Percy, who rarely dipped below an A. Now, Hall was trailing behind them. Suddenly feeling a pang of urgency, the twins exchanged glances and resolutely decided to cast aside that sense of pressure. Creating new props was far more enjoyable. Academic performance was of little consequence. Hall remained unaware of their thoughts as he made his way to the library. Meanwhile, Harry awaited Sirius and finally had the opportunity to meet Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled gently at Harry and suggested that he escort Sirius to the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Sirius and vowed to make amends in any way he could, including the possibility of becoming the instructor for that very subject. He understood Sirius's intentions. This would allow him to remain at the school to protect Harry while also spending more time with him. Unfortunately, with the academic year nearing its conclusion, there was no necessity to appoint another professor, and the Board of Governors would never permit it. However, Sirius's pitiful tone and disheveled appearance rekindled Dumbledore's compassion, and he consented. For the time being, he would hold the same position as Horace, serving as a teaching assistant in defense against the dark arts, albeit without remuneration. Of course, as the sole heir of the Black family, Sirius was indifferent to such trivial financial matters. This arrangement could also serve as valuable experience for his formal appointment in the following academic year, as he had been away from the school for far too long and would require some form of onboarding training. An office. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Sirius, uncertain if his suspicions were correct. Sirius nodded proudly. I can be by your side now. He straightened his attire and declared, Please, call me Professor Black. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice. Sirius, you are merely an assistant. All right, go and celebrate. This old man still has work to do, Dumbledore said, disregarding the look of inquiry in Harry's eyes as he ascended the spiral staircase back to his office. It was evident to any discerning observer that he was evading Harry's questions. Harry, of course, recognized this, and with a wistful sigh, he soon brightened again. For what mattered most was that Sirius was now by his side. Harry led Sirius to the Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts, which had formerly belonged to Professor Quirrell. It is worth mentioning that Professor Quirrell still resided in the infirmary. Whenever Dumbledore offered to take him to St. Mungo's for treatment, he would scream and refuse, as if leaving Hogwarts would mean his demise, resulting in his continued presence at the school. All the while, Harry was brimming with excitement, never imagining he would be able to see Sirius every day. Sirius exceeded all his expectations. Initially, he had only hoped for an improvement over Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Even just a slight one would suffice. Yet he found that Sirius was nothing short of extraordinary. On several occasions, Sirius had stealthily transformed into a black dog, somehow infiltrating Hogwarts. Harry would then follow Sirius on adventures throughout the castle. Sirius would offer him dubious suggestions, sneak him out for escapades, and transform into a black dog for Harry to pet. To Harry, Sirius embodied the figure of a father, and though he might occasionally exhibit a touch of immaturity, it was of no concern. In his exuberance, Harry asked, "Sirius, is your assistant like Horace?" "Horace? What does he have to do with this?" Sirius replied, somewhat displeased. The Weasley boy was a Slytherin, and ever since Sirius's return, he had endured Harry's incessant mentions of Horace. Now it was once again about that Horace. "Horace is also an assistant," he added. Harry's face radiated with pride. "What?" Sirius slammed on the brakes, staring at Harry in astonishment. "That Hall. He is a teaching assistant. Isn't he a first year?" Without needing to vocalize his thoughts, Harry could read the turmoil in Sirius's expression. He smiled broadly, a look of sheer delight illuminating his features as he proclaimed, "My friend is simply remarkable. Hall is exceptionally intelligent. He serves as the teaching assistant for potions. Ever since Hall assumed his role, our pass rate in potions has significantly improved. But what on earth is Dumbledore thinking? How could a mere first year be competent enough to teach you? What qualifications does he possess?" Sirius seethed, his anger palpable. In his heart, he believed Harry to be the finest, and it was unfathomable for anyone to surpass him. Furthermore, how could they allow Hall to serve as a teaching assistant? Would Snape even approve of this? Teaching first years? It was utterly ludicrous. Seeing Sirius so agitated, Harry decided to withhold further introductions. Feeling a mischievous thrill at the thought of Sirius discovering that Hall was not merely a first-year potions assistant, but also assisted in second and third-year classes. The expression on Sirius's face would surely be priceless. As they walked on, Harry felt a profound joy. Sirius could remain at Hogwarts. Upon reaching the office door, Harry noticed that Quirrell's belongings had already been cleared away by the house elves to the infirmary. After much hesitation, Harry finally spoke up. "Sirius, if you encounter anything you can't resolve, you can always turn to Hall." Sirius erupted in fury. "You think a mere first year can solve problems that even I, an adult, cannot?" "You'll see in a couple of days," Harry replied, scratching his head. "Trust me, if there's a problem, ask Hall." Chapter 79, A Small Agreement Regarding Grades. Ron Weasley. No noise is allowed in the library. Hall's voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "Tell me, where have you reached in your charms class?" The levitation charm was covered in the very first lesson. How could you possibly forget? Hall's hair stood on end in frustration. "And both of these potions require largely the same ingredients. How can you know what one needs, but be oblivious to the other?" Hall, please don't be angry," Ron said cautiously, fanning Hall with his parchment, fearing he might combust. Hermione, seated nearby, could not suppress a giggle, which prompted Ron to shoot her an indignant glare. "Bang! Ouch!" Ron exclaimed, clutching his forehead in pain. "Silence. One more sound, and you will all be out of here," Madame Pants bellowed at Hall's table. Ron immediately fell silent, reflecting that perhaps his brain had been drained by Hall. He cast a pitiful glance in Hall's direction. Hall, having just used the book to rap Ron on the head, tossed it aside and sighed, rubbing his own head. Perhaps it would be simpler for him to strive to become the man behind Hogwarts through his own efforts. With a heavy sigh, Hall began to underline the key points in his book to transcribe. A good memory is no match for a poor penmanship. If one cannot retain information, it is wise to transcribe it multiple times, at least to muddle through the end-of-term examinations. Ron, with his head bowed, diligently began to copy. Hall picked up a book and observed from his side. "Hall, Ron, and Hermione." Harry burst in, breathless, with his backpack slung over his shoulder. "Silence," Mrs. Pants shouted. Harry quickly covered his mouth and took a seat. He retrieved his textbook from his bag and joined the ranks of those reviewing. "Where's Sirius?" Ron inquired, concealing his face behind the book. Hall thought to himself that Ron couldn't possibly believe that would suffice as a disguise. Harry glanced at Hall and raised his textbook to shield himself, quietly replying to Ron that Sirius was in the office organizing his belongings, saying he would meet them in the Great Hall shortly. Ahem. Hermione sat beside Hall, directly across from Ron and Harry, fervently attempting to remind her two foolish classmates. "Hermione, are you unwell? Madame Pomfrey has a potion that could help. It works wonders, although it is rather peculiar." Harry contorted his face at the thought of that potion, remembering how it caused one's ears to emit smoke, a most bizarre sensation. Ron nodded vigorously, lamenting to Hall about its dreadful taste, a thick liquid reminiscent of coffee. "Hall, could you not improve upon it?" Hermione buried her face in her hands, convinced that these two were beyond saving. Hall, with a gentle smile, replied, "Very well. You may achieve a B in your end-of-term average." Upon hearing this, an unexpected hush fell over the library, not only at their table, but throughout the entire library. Students clad in various colored uniforms paused their activities, collectively turning their gaze toward Hall. A third-year Hufflepuff student who had previously attended Hall's class softly asked, "Is that true, Professor Weasley?" Hall scanned the room, met with eyes brimming with anticipation. The infirmary possessed a potion known as the revitalizing draught, effective for treating common colds, alleviating symptoms while imparting a warm sensation. However, this potion bore a side effect. Upon consumption, steam would emerge from one's ears, and this peculiar state could persist for several hours. This served as a reminder for the ailing students. The infirmary's potions acted swiftly but were notoriously unpleasant, accompanied by various minor yet harmless side effects, rendering the experience both joyful and torturous for those afflicted. Hall, typically robust and seldom ill, had never experienced even a mere sneeze, thus never had the opportunity to sample the infirmary's concoctions. Nevertheless, he was well acquainted with the revitalizing draught. During winter, the demand for this potion in the infirmary soared, often necessitating that Professor Snape and Hall work overtime to brew enough to meet the needs of students. While it was certainly possible to improve the potion, one might wonder why it should be altered. As it stood, with its horrid taste and the accompanying steam, a horde of small trolls would consistently come down with colds to partake. If the potion were to taste better, it would surely exhaust him. Professor Snape remarked as much, though his words were far less tactful. Sitting across from Hall, Ron noticed the expressions of nearly 20 classmates in the library shift as they regarded him. In the depths of winter, succumbing to a cold is a rather commonplace occurrence. If Professor Weasley could truly enhance the situation, then one could frolic in the snow without a care. As long as the Gryffindor Weasley maintains an average of B or above, of course. Oh, how benevolent Professor Weasley is. He must have intentionally set such a simple requirement. Most of those present were stirred by this, while a few merely sought to join in the excitement. Some even thought that, after being critiqued by Professor Weasley, whose comments on their assignments resembled the trails of a slug, they could take advantage of his brother. Many gazes, glinting with envy, turned toward Ron, shadows of malice creeping in behind him, instilling a sense of dread that made one wish to retreat. Ron trembled, clutching his textbooks tightly. After a period of study, dinner time approached, and most students in the library began to gather their belongings, preparing to head to the Great Hall. Harry, cradling his books, approached Hall and inquired, "Hall, has anyone made your identity a source of discomfort? If so, you must tell us. We can assist you." Harry was concerned that someone from Slytherin might harbor resentment towards Hall. In his few months within the magical realm, he had already sensed that here, a surname could signify everything. Although Hall himself was indifferent to such matters, Harry felt a sense of worry as his friend. After Hall's vestiges of anonymity slipped away, Slytherin erupted in chaos. Harry had never witnessed them so unhinged, as if they were on the verge of tearing Hall apart. Dumbledore had merely introduced him, stating, "Henry William is Hall Weasley," without further elaboration. This aligned with Hall's own wishes. Those close to him understood the specifics, while he deemed it unnecessary to clarify for others. Any explanations would only fuel further speculation, as they might dismiss it as a mere excuse. Thus, he chose silence, allowing them to weave their own tales, knowing it would not harm him, but rather enhance his mystique, keeping others at bay. Hall was thoroughly content with this outcome. "Not at all," Hall shrugged. "If such trivial matters are a burden." Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Since they had inquired, it was evident they had heard some rumors. Ron, adopting a brotherly tone, urged Hall, "If there is anything troubling you, you must let us know, especially me. I'll help you deal with them." With that, Ron waved his fist playfully. "Actually, I do have a dilemma." Hall fixed his gaze on Ron. What? Ron inquired anxiously. Harry and Hermione stifled their laughter, already anticipating the answer. "Your grades," Hall stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Ron's face flushed crimson as he stammered. "I'm trying hard, you can rest assured." Hall affectionately ruffled Ron's flushed head, reassuring him. "No worries, I have a plan to ensure your graduation. By the time you graduate, I will have become the man behind Hogwarts." Hall mused with a wicked smile, contemplating the ease of acquiring a mere diploma. Chapter 80. The First VIP of the Scoundrel. "Hall, I am your brother." Ron shook off Hall's hand and attempted to retaliate, only for Hall to deftly evade. In just a minute and 13 seconds, Hall, clutching his backpack, dashed ahead, prompting Ron to call out in urgency, "That's my brother." Harry and Hermione exchanged amused glances before hastily following suit. Their playful banter led them to the entrance of the Great Hall, a sight to behold, as their ensemble was indeed quite striking. At the entrance, two figures stood sentinel, equally captivating. Hall observed that on the left stood the sullen-faced Sirius Black, while on the right, Draco Malfoy mirrored a similarly disdainful expression. Hall noticed Draco nodding at him, his head held high in a display of arrogance. Harry, let us hasten to our meal. The cuisine at Hogwarts is simply to die for, Sirius exclaimed, waving his arms animatedly. In that moment, they seemed to share a camaraderie typical of peers, and there was a certain resemblance between them. Hall, let us proceed, Draco declared, lifting his chin as he turned to enter the Great Hall. Sirius let out a derisive snort before turning back to Harry, adopting a suddenly warm and cheerful demeanor. It was then that Hall learned that Sirius Black was, in fact, Draco's uncle. Yet, the two seemed inherently mismatched, exchanging only cold grunts upon their encounters, devoid of further conversation. Harry, Ron, Hermione, I shall enter first. Hall waved farewell to his companions, bypassing Sirius as he stepped into the Great Hall. Sirius continued to snicker disdainfully. Hall felt he had misjudged. This individual's emotional maturity appeared to be even less than Draco's, barely surpassing 3 years. After spending some time at Hogwarts, Sirius successfully integrated with the students. On this day, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor solicited his assistance, to which Sirius readily acquiesced. After all, he was currently the most popular professor at Hogwarts, second only to Dumbledore. Sirius, you are now an assistant, Harry quietly reminded him from the side. No need to take it too seriously, Harry, Sirius replied with a beaming smile, taking Harry along to assist the twins. Having recuperated for a spell, Sirius found his magical prowess largely restored. George and Fred exchanged glances. Harry, Professor Black is quite amiable when he requests assistance, George remarked with a sweet tone. Shall we play CS? What? Huh? Both Harry and Sirius were taken aback by the unfamiliar term. It's a game Hall taught us, George explained. We'll pair up, George and I, Harry and Professor Black. On the lawn, we shall use the repelling charm, Fred confirmed with Harry. It's a basic spell you should know, right? Harry nodded, recalling that his charms lessons had been satisfactory, even if he could only currently push wooden boxes. If struck, you're out. If both are hit, the opposing team wins, George elaborated. Understood. Let's begin. Such mock dueling was well within Sirius's realm of familiarity, and he was already eager to roll up his sleeves. 10 minutes later, however, he was sprawled on the lawn, despondently lamenting. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I possibly lose? He distinctly recalled striking Weasley. Yet how is it that two Wesleys emerged from the other side? Could it be that his eyesight was indeed failing him? The twins and Harry exchanged glances at Sirius, who appeared to be questioning his very existence, and could not suppress their laughter. If Sirius had yet to realize he had been outwitted, it would suggest his mind had been devoured by a Dementor. Outwardly, we seem to be engaged in a 2-on-2 duel, yet in reality, with Fred producing the concealed miniature figures from their corner, it was more akin to a 2-on-4 scenario, as we could employ these figures to absorb damage. Upon hearing the explanation, Sirius excitedly scrambled to his feet from the grass, disregarding the leaves clinging to his attire, and eagerly took the two figures from Fred's hands to examine them. Can this absorb a single instance of damage? Sirius inquired. Indeed, it could do even more. For instance, the repelling charm cast by Harry can be countered 3 times by this figure. If you, Professor Black, were to cast a spell, it would only withstand once. Look, this one here, which you struck, is already damaged, George pointed out, indicating one of the figures, which was clearly frayed and appeared to be a dilapidated doll. Sirius expressed his surprise. I was under the impression you designed this intentionally. Harry, equally curious, leaned in, but Sirius remarked, but I just saw you both in person. Yes. This is one of Hall's concepts, a variant of the disillusionment charm combined with the confundus charm, designed to confuse others' perceptions, making it appear as though you were present. Fred stated with evident pride, is Hall truly that remarkable? Sirius muttered in discontent. Hall is indeed exceptional. The twins and Harry chorused in unison. Sirius was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to retort, he realized Harry was among those speaking, so he silently stifled his response and rolled his eyes. He continued to examine the miniature figure, clearly intrigued by it. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, a sly smile spreading across their faces. Their choice of Sirius for assistance was not solely due to his amiable nature, but also because of the wealth he possessed. It was well known that Sirius Black was the most eligible bachelor in the wizarding world, having inherited the entirety of the Black family estate. The Black family, with its noble lineage, had amassed considerable wealth over generations. Evidently, this news had reached everyone, including the students at Hogwarts. Even if the cost of the miniature figures was minimized, they would not be inexpensive. Since they were not cheap, there was no reason to sell them cheaply. Instead, the price was elevated to cater to those who could afford them. This sentiment originated from Hall. Sirius was the first customer Hall had helped the twins find. Can I purchase this? He inquired eagerly. Look at that. A spark of excitement lit up George and Fred's eyes, though it was quickly subdued. Of course. We have brand new and used ones, George replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk that even Percy's smelly socks could not dampen. No, no, no. Sirius hastily waved his hands. I do not want that. The twins looked at Sirius with confusion. Is it possible to reverse the spell? Sirius licked his lips and continued. It's not that the little person absorbs the damage of the entity, but rather that the little person transfers something to the entity. The twins exchanged glances. Could this be what Hall referred to as a customized client? That would need to be inquired of Hall. George handed Sirius a business card, which Hall had prepared in advance, stating that this would allow VIP clients to feel a sense of distinguished treatment. Fred and George felt a palpable shock. Hall's predictions were eerily accurate. The client was someone he had set his sights on, and the business card had also been arranged beforehand by Hall. Each step was anticipated by Hall. What precisely was Hall attempting to achieve? Chapter 81, Merlin's Pantyhose. Why is Hall everywhere? What is Hall thinking? Naturally, he is intent on making a profit. The Black family possesses such wealth. If he doesn't seize the opportunity, he would be remiss. Given Sirius Black's disposition, Hall could not take the initiative. His pride, deeply ingrained in his bloodline, would prevent him from seeking Hall unless he willingly lowered his head. What Hall must do is compel him to do just that. Sirius Black, in his school days, was a prominent figure at Hogwarts. His academic performance not only commendable, but among the top ranks. Had he dedicated his time to studying, achieving first place in the school would not have been out of reach. It is not a matter of capability, but of desire. Indeed, Sirius Black was formidable in his youth. Yet all of that is now in the past. Sirius could not comprehend how he had arrived at a point where he needed to seek assistance from a first-year student, particularly one from Slytherin. When Harry first mentioned it to him, he dismissed it as a mere joke. Merlin's pantyhose. Had he been away from a magical world for too long? Or had he finally been driven mad by the Dementors? Stubborn as he was, the more someone urged Sirius Black to do something, the more resolute he became in refusing. The Weasley twins suggesting he approach Hall? Not a chance. Such is his nature. Days passed since that incident, and Sirius was puzzled by Harry's newfound bad habit of incessantly stuffing candy into his mouth, causing Sirius considerable distress at the sight. He had secretly hidden some, yet Harry somehow unearthed an abundance of sweets, each with different flavors. Ultimately, as Sirius had anticipated, Harry ended up with cavities. However, at that tender age, children are often concerned with appearances, and he stubbornly refused to visit the hospital wing. When Sirius discovered the situation, Harry's cheeks were already swollen from the pain. With a sigh, Sirius lamented his predicament as a devoted guardian. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself against his own fears and made his way to the hospital wing to seek Madame Pomfrey. It is well known that Madame Pomfrey is a revered yet daunting figure in the hearts of all Hogwarts students, including those who have already graduated. She is a lady who even dared to admonish Dumbledore. Trembling with trepidation, Sirius explained his purpose to Madame Pomfrey, fearing her reproach for not adequately protecting Harry's teeth. To her surprise, Madame Pomfrey bore an expression of relief, grateful that Professor Hall had brewed some potions as a precautionary measure, including the tooth decay remedy. Otherwise, she would have found herself in quite a predicament. She lamented that only Dumbledore would consume such a potion, remarking that her stock was quite limited. At her age, she felt as though she were tending to a child. However, even children understand the importance of caring for their teeth, and now her patient was none other than him. After a moment, Madame Pomfrey scrutinized Sirius and earnestly advised, Sirius, do not emulate your teacher's poor habits. Sirius nodded in agreement. The full moon was approaching. Dumbledore had intentionally encouraged Sirius to reconnect with old friends, yet for reasons rooted in shyness, Sirius refrained from reaching out. Observing this, Dumbledore sighed and, taking matters into his own hands, urged, Sirius, please fetch the Wolfsbane potion from Severus. Upon hearing the name of the potion, even Sirius, who seldom regarded Snape kindly, dutifully made his way to the dungeons, bowing his head in submission to retrieve it. To his dismay, he found Snape merely cracking open the door to reveal half of his waxen face, instructing, go find Hall, before slamming the door shut. Sirius nearly collided with it. Hall again, he grumbled, suppressing his frustration as he awaited Hall Weasley at the library entrance. It was Harry who had informed him that Hall had been tutoring Ron in the library right after classes. Potions, Sirius grimaced, lowering his voice. Hall looked puzzled. What potions? The abruptness of Sirius's approach was bewildering enough that Hall nearly unleashed a spell in response. Scanning the vicinity, Sirius spotted Draco, smirking at a distance, his expression darkening as he pulled Hall aside. However, he found himself unable to budge Hall. The situation grew awkward. Hall was perplexed, wondering why Sirius was being so physical without explanation. What on earth are you doing? Hall inquired, his brow furrowing. If you don't explain, I'm leaving. Sirius cleared his throat and leaned closer to Hall's ear, whispering, Snape sent me to ask you for the Wolfsbane potion before he could finish. Hall understood which potion was in question. It was intended for him. Suddenly, it made sense why the headmaster had appeared so relieved when he entrusted the recipe to Hall. Anyone would be elated to no longer have to craft potions for someone they disliked. Yet, Dumbledore remained his usual stoic self, merely quickening his pace as he departed. Here you go, Hall said, producing the potion from his storage bag and tossing it to Sirius. He caught it with care, inspecting it closely. Hall added, I made some improvements, the taste should be better, and it will be more effective. Though neither explicitly named the potion, both were acutely aware of its significance. Hogwarts Hall truly failed to realize he was working for that individual. Otherwise, he would not have meddled with improvements. Sirius, clutching the potion, finally recalled that Harry had once told him, if there were insurmountable problems, he should seek out Hall. Indeed, Hall Weasley possesses extraordinary talent. Yet he is merely 11 years old. Nonetheless, Sirius could not help but think of the peculiar little figure the Weasley twins had previously employed. Recent experiences had made it abundantly clear to Sirius that Hall Weasley indeed had the capability to create such wondrous magical artifacts. After discreetly gathering information for 2 days regarding Hall, he reappeared before him. This was a perfectly ordinary occurrence, was it not? Sirius encouraged himself. I am merely wagering on a possibility, a plea for assistance. Hall, could you lend me your aid? He endeavored to exhibit his friendliness. Hall gazed at Sirius, who stood before him once more, and he smiled in a manner that could frighten a child into tears. The potion was administered monthly. Harry should be in the Gryffindor common room. These are the only 2 reasons Hall could conceive for Sirius's visit. Can we talk? Sirius inquired, gesturing to indicate it was just the 2 of them. Draco, standing beside Hall, rolled his eyes. I'll head back to the common room. All right, you may speak now, Hall said as he followed Sirius to the lawn. Sirius appeared awkward, stuttering to the point where Hall could hardly comprehend him. If there is nothing more, I'll take my leave, Hall pretended to depart, but Sirius quickly grasped his arm. I wish for Harry's holiday to coincide with mine. Harry mentioned he could reach out to you. Sirius scratched his cheek, feeling impulsive. This dilemma had stumped both him and Dumbledore. Could a first-year student truly assist? Even if his abilities were exceptional, the protective charm was a different matter altogether. That little figure, could you help me customize one? Sirius resolved to give it a try. What if it worked? He handed Hall the business card of the twins. Hall accepted it. What kind do you envision? Please, share your thoughts. I won't entertain anything too outrageous. Sirius promptly conveyed his ideas to Hall. Hall stroked his chin, nodding, this concept is quite intriguing. No wonder you were a formidable seeker at Hogwarts. He had initially contemplated allowing Harry to use the figure to intermittently switch between 2 locations. Although it would consume some magic and funds, the sole heir of the Potter family and the only heir of the Black family would certainly not be lacking in resources. Rest assured, I shall assist you in resolving this, Hall proclaimed with genuine sincerity, a smile that made Sirius slightly uneasy. However, Hall extended his right hand. That will require additional payment. Chapter 82. Professor Black settled the payment. Sirius articulated his vision to Hall. He intended for the little figure to substitute for Harry during the summer at the Dursleys, absorbing their essence to later transfer it back to Harry's true self. Hall silently pondered. Sirius, are you aware that Dumbledore did not directly discuss the protective charm with me? You are perilously close to revealing all his secrets. However, this was quite fortuitous. Hall had a lingering question that he pondered deeply, raising his pen to inquire. What is the specific range of Harry's absorption? Can you estimate its diameter? Sirius's eyes reflected a moment of confusion before he quickly grasped Hall's intent and replied uncertainly. Dumbledore mentioned that to coexist, one must not be too far apart, right? Would the adjacent room be considered distant? Hall contemplated this. Sirius also fell into a reverie as they sat by the edge of the lawn, gazing at the nearby lake. Hall's mind began to fervently sift through a multitude of books, while he was uncertain whether Sirius was lost in thought or simply daydreaming. Suddenly, a piercing cry interrupted the silence, and from afar, something fiery red, resembling a blazing flame, hurtled towards Hall. He lifted his textbook, summoning all his strength, raised his arm, and twisted his waist in preparation to strike. Wait, that's Fawkes. Sirius, snapping back to reality, also spotted the fiery figure and felt the wind rush past his ears. Turning to look, he saw Hall poised to strike. Having previously experienced Hall's strength, Sirius let out a panic scream just in time. As Hall exerted his strength, launching the textbook, he heard Sirius's shout and abruptly withdrew his force, nearly stumbling backward. Fawkes! Hall suddenly remembered that it was Dumbledore's phoenix. Despite having visited the headmaster's office numerous times, he had never encountered it, which seemed rather coincidental. Fawkes did not descend, but instead flew directly above Sirius's head, dropping something before letting out a cry and departing with a hasty demeanor. Sirius nervously touched his head, relieved it was not something inappropriate. It was a note from Dumbledore. Stop thinking about it. It's futile. We have all tried. From your poor professor, whose hair is beginning to fall out, Albus Dumbledore. This note clearly responded to the topic Hall and Sirius had previously discussed. Hall turned to scan the surroundings and noticed a half-head peeking out from a nearby frame, secretly observing them. He recognized it from a painting on the wall of Dumbledore's office. It seems we must continue our research in solitude, Sirius sighed. Rest assured, since you have paid, I shall ensure your satisfaction, Hall remarked, glancing at the half-head in the distance. Goodness, is Dumbledore now monitoring us so openly? This truly vexed him. Hall resolved that he must devise a way to retaliate. Now then, Hall extracted paper and pen, ready to hear Sirius's demands. Parched, Sirius spoke eagerly as Hall, satisfied with his notes, pulled out a canister of pumpkin juice from his bag and offered it to him. Sirius gratefully accepted and gulped it down, quenching his thirst after consuming nearly half the cup. Wiping his mouth, he thanked Hall. Hall gathered his notes, which contained Sirius's recent requests along with his own thoughts and ideas. His tone was nonchalant. No need for thanks. 1 Galleon, sincerely grateful for your patronage. Sirius was taken aback. Is this really pumpkin juice from the Hogwarts kitchen? Is it available for free at the Great Hall? And you're charging me? You can drink there without a cost. Hall tucked his notes into his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and extended his right hand. But you're not in the Great Hall now. Sirius grasped the plastic container, suppressing his frustration, and declared firmly, put it on my tab. Hall accepted his deposit of 50 galleons, with the remaining 250 due upon final settlement. He, Sirius Black, was currently without funds. As Hall's current benefactor, Sirius's tone was decidedly arrogant. Hall's expression turned grim. Weasley, you can do this. Keep it up. Weasley, relax. The first-year exam questions are quite simple. Weasley, take this. This booklet is my family heirloom, so get a good look. Ron felt his head might explode. Ever since Hall mentioned improving the cold potion in the library, nearly every classmate he encountered seemed to either quiz him on his knowledge or offer assistance with studies. Merlin's beer belly. Ron had no idea how he had managed to get through this period. But thankfully, today marked the last day of exams. He would no longer have to worry about this. Or perhaps he still should, considering how many were watching for his results. Harry's cruel words shattered Ron's momentary excitement. Harry, you needn't tell me. Ron's face fell. Fortunately, Hall was not in Gryffindor. Ron silently reflected, feeling immensely relieved by the Sorting Hat's decision. With Hall absent from Gryffindor, he felt tightly constrained. Recently, Harry had refused to take him out for nighttime adventures. Harry scratched his head. Actually, I'm going on an expedition with Sirius, thinking it might distract you from your studying. Ron perked up at the mention of Sirius. Harry, how will you spend your holiday? Going to the Black Estate? Can Hall and I come for a visit? Ron's questions came in rapid succession. I don't know. Hall said he would tell me after the exams. Harry sighed. The next day, Hall informed Harry about Sirius's search for him. Harry felt deeply apologetic, as Dumbledore had already told him he must return to Aunt Petunia every holiday until he turned 17 for his own protection. Although Harry was uncertain about the dangers that lay ahead, Hogwarts was supposed to be the safest place in the world. Besides, with Dumbledore overseeing things, who would dare to intrude? Yet he could not express his dissatisfaction, as everyone was concerned for his safety. Harry could only apologize to Hall for the trouble it caused him. Hall raised an eyebrow. He recognized Harry as a genuinely kind individual, so considerate that he would rather burden himself than inconvenience others. No, it is not trouble, Hall replied. Harry widened his eyes at Hall, his eyelids beginning to redden. Hall continued, Professor Black has covered the expenses. Harry's tears were momentarily restrained. He should have anticipated this, truly a testament to Hall's ingenuity. Hall's experiment was nearing completion. He had refined the magic circle and layered it with 2 additional enchantments. Only the final experiment remained to ascertain its efficacy. As the recipient of 2 commission fees, Hall was determined to ensure that both clients were thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. He gazed at the diminutive Harry doll in his hand, reminiscent of a trinket, and a quiet smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 83. Percy Weasley. Hall held the miniature figure of Harry, initially intending to have George and Fred conduct the experiment. However, he now had a more suitable candidate. Hall, how long do you intend to remain angry? Hall looked at the figure standing before him, his brother, Percy Weasley. Percy's expression was grave, his face slightly pale, and his lips pressed tightly together. I was merely overly anxious at that time, he justified himself. Had you not concealed the truth from us, such an incident would not have occurred. Percy's tone was akin to reprimanding Hall. Had it not been for the object he was extending towards Hall, Hall would have turned to leave. I shall not dwell on your transgressions. So please forgive my words from that time. Percy pushed the item in his hands closer to Hall. His complexion, once pale, now flushed with color. This is all my savings. Perhaps it is trivial to you, but it constitutes my entirety, and now it is yours. In Percy's hands lay 13 galleons, 7 sickles, and 3 nuts. Hall's lowered gaze also caught sight of Percy's worn shoes and the patched robes he wore. He decisively accepted the money from Percy. After all, given Percy's nature, he would likely not spend it, so it was better for Hall to utilize it for assistance. Money must circulate to generate further opportunities. It is worth noting that in pursuit of researching the split doll, George and Fred had purchased countless materials, incurring significant expenses. As Hall accepted the money, he distinctly felt Percy's hand tremble slightly. Although Percy did not recognize his long-standing savings, he was aware that Hall would undoubtedly not hesitate to accept it. Based on their years of familial understanding, if Hall were to refuse, it would signify a grave matter. With the holidays approaching, Percy did not wish to carry the discord from school back home, as it would reflect poorly on his role as an elder brother. What Bill and Charlie could achieve, he was determined to surpass. After Hall accepted the money, Percy too realized he had flinched slightly, quickly withdrawing his hand and smoothing his robes as he said, "Then we are reconciled." "Not quite," Hall replied with an air of nonchalance, leaving Percy momentarily stunned, convinced he had misheard. "What? If you seek forgiveness, perhaps you could assist me with a task." Hall tilted his head, regarding Percy. Percy paused, uncertain of how to position his hands. "Wait, if you haven't forgiven me, why are you accepting my money?" He gestured between Hall and the pocket containing the coins. "Why would I refuse money given to me?" Hall feigned innocence. Percy, his complexion that had just regained its normal hue, began to redden again. You. If you want to assist me, I'll seek out George and Fred," Hall declared, tucking his hands into his sleeves and turning to leave. "I will help." Percy, upon hearing Hall's intention to enlist George and Fred, quickly acquiesced. He could not allow himself to be underestimated. Moreover, Hall was not George or Fred. The experiment could not possibly involve anything bizarre. With a hint of skepticism, Percy followed Hall to the edge of the Black Lake. Hall produced a doll with a blank visage, marked only by the outlines of facial features. He instructed Percy on how to harness his magical abilities to activate it. With a hesitant demeanor, Percy followed Hall's guidance, using a feather quill imbued with his own magic to bestow the doll with its features. The so-called features were merely simple circles and dots. As Percy's final stroke came to an end, the doll began to emit wisps of white smoke. "Place it on the ground," Hall urged. Percy, astonished by the transformation of the doll in his hands, responded eagerly, all right. He hurriedly set the doll down on the grass before him. After a brief moment of smoke, the doll lay still. "Hall, is this broken?" Percy inquired cautiously, mindful of his younger brother's pride, unsure of how to broach the subject. Hall, still with his hands tucked into his sleeves, appeared quite at ease. "Oh, it's fine now. You can pick it up," he replied, withdrawing his hand to scratch his brow. He had not anticipated that the smoke from the earlier activation would be so voluminous that one might think it was on fire. Fortunately, they had triggered it while sheltered in the room of requirement. Otherwise, the outcome could have been unpredictable. Yet, Hall pondered the reason behind Percy's seemingly subdued reaction. Was there a distinction? Meanwhile, Percy picked up the doll, which had transformed from a faceless, stout figure into a miniature likeness of himself. Specifically, a shrunken version of Percy. Staring in disbelief, Percy exclaimed this. "Hall, what is happening?" The doll bore an almost perfect resemblance to Percy. To confirm, he glanced at the doll's posterior, where a birthmark, known only to his parents and not even to Bill or Charlie, was present. Stunned, Percy gazed at Hall, holding the doll that mirrored him so closely. Hall swiftly snatched it from Percy's grasp, leaving him utterly unable to intervene. "Repeat after me," Hall instructed, providing the activation incantation, which could be altered but was standardized for convenience at this moment. "How much is the wand?" Hall inquired. 7 galleons? Percy hesitated. Hall scratched his head. "I meant for you to repeat after me." All right. Percy nodded fervently, eager to avoid inciting Hall's ire. "How much is the wand?" £9 15 Hall responded. Shaking his head, Percy paused, ready to rebut, but a sharp glance from Hall reminded him of the instruction, prompting him to repeat, £9 15. As soon as Percy finished speaking, the small figure in Hall's hand slowly opened its eyes. Yet, Percy remained oblivious to this, for he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. Ahead of Hall, grand beyond measure. "Hall, how have you grown so immense?" Percy asked, bewildered. Hall offered no explanation, merely smiling with a sinister expression. Percy felt Hall lifting him a few paces, then, with a sudden release, he found himself plummeting. "Ah! Hall!" he cried, as he tumbled into the dark lake, sinking deeper and deeper. He frantically waved his arms, yet he remained utterly still, helplessly watching as the water's surface receded further from him, observing Percy, who seemed completely unaware of the peril, standing there with despair and helplessness in his gaze. Hall sighed and smacked his hand against Percy's side, controlling his magic to prevent excessive release. Just a little would suffice. That is not you. Chapter 84. 7 days apart feels like a fortnight. Following Hall's instructions, Percy cautiously maneuvered the small figure. In that moment, it felt as though an entirely different realm unfolded before him. He was aware of standing on the shore on the grass, yet his mind conjured a vision of a beauty he had never before witnessed. As he reveled in the dark lake, Hall's voice echoed in his ear. "The duration of the bubblehead charm is nearly over. Are you ready?" Percy pondered what preparations Hall referred to when, suddenly, the barrier he felt between himself and the lake shattered and water rushed in. He fell to the ground, the icy sensation enveloping him. "Hall!" His scream barely escaped his lips before his throat was constricted by the encroaching water. Desperately, he clutched his neck, attempting to stave off the lake's invasion. He was on the brink of suffocation. The small figure of Percy flew forth. Hall invoked a summoning spell towards the dark lake. A figure surged toward the surface with astonishing speed, breaking through the water. 7 days apart felt like a fortnight. Hall uttered a countercharm to the small figure nestled in his palm. Percy lay sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath, his face etched with despair. He realized that Hall would not forgive him so easily. It seemed Hall was intent on his demise. Hall gazed thoughtfully at the small figure in his hand. The reverse effect was remarkably effective. Yet if someone were to maliciously harm the figure, wouldn't the corporeal form be in danger as well? Hall sensed that this small figure was akin to a program, expanding in response to demands. Defensive measures were necessary, as well as a control system in the background. He branded each small figure with a steel stamp, enabling him to oversee them in cases of external control or malicious use. Continued service would also need to follow. Yet, as for this particular small figure, Hall's thoughts drifted to Chilo No. 2, who stubbornly lingered in the infirmary, refusing to depart. In order to discern the intentions of this No. 2, Hall borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak and, armed with several hefty tomes, spent numerous nights in the infirmary. At last, he caught wind of No. 2's movements. He was searching for Helena. Hall raised an eyebrow, surmising that the commotion from Ron's end had not escaped his notice. It seemed he sought to clarify matters with Helena, unaware that she was snuggled beside Ron each night, blissfully unaware and blowing bubbles from her nose. No. 2 posed an inherent risk at Hogwarts. Eliminating him would likely draw Dumbledore's scrutiny and suspicion, an outcome that would be counterproductive. Moreover, Hall required some of the knowledge nestled within No. 2's mind, particularly regarding Slytherin. Initially, Hall wrestled with how to discreetly extricate him, but now, a cold smile crept across his face as he toyed with the figurine in his grasp. "Hall, I trust you're no longer vexed," Percy panted, his sweat-soaked frame leaning against his knees. The fright he had experienced left him disheveled and visibly shaken, and he regarded Hall with a scowl, convinced that Hall was deliberately toying with him. Hall weighed the figurine in his hand before tossing it to Percy. The activated doll had lost its utility and was now merely a means of self-defense for Percy. "What do you mean by this?" Percy frowned, feeling humiliated by Hall's actions. "Consider it a gift," Hall replied, brushing his hands together as he turned to stroll back toward the campus. "You're already aware of the activation and deactivation commands. Remember to keep it close. This little trinket costs 1,000 galleons, you know? What are you really implying?" Percy shouted at Hall's retreating figure. He had never truly understood his brother and, for reasons unknown, always found him somewhat intimidating. Hall paid no heed to Percy, with the experiment deemed a success. It was time to pursue financial gain. The benefactor awaited him. "What?" Sirius shouted, successfully drawing the attention of the surrounding students. He glanced around, realizing this was not an appropriate venue for discussion, and grasped Hall's arm, turning to exit. "Professor Black, where are you taking me?" Hall inquired lazily, offering no resistance. If he truly wished to avoid it, Sirius would not have been able to move him. Sirius remained silent, his expression stern as he walked ahead. Hall felt no fear. Rather, he startled the students who passed by. Among them were Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who watched in astonishment as Sirius, with a scowl, dragged Hall away, fearing a potential conflict between the two and hastily following behind. Especially Ron, who was acutely aware of Sirius's long-held biases against Hall, or indeed, against all of Slytherin. Sirius viewed them as mad, unreasonable, and unscrupulous in their pursuits. He often cautioned Harry to steer clear of anyone from Slytherin, particularly Hall. Hermione observed the worry etched on Ron's face and then turned to Harry, noticing a similar expression of concern. "Harry, are you worried about Hall as well?" Hermione whispered. Harry shook his head, realizing that Hall did not require his concern. His mind was consumed with worry for Sirius. He feared that Sirius might act impulsively, inciting Hall's ire. The anxiety etched on Harry's face was almost palpable. "Do you recall the last time Hall confronted Hagrid?" It was subsequent to the dragon incident, and also after Draco had the audacity to flaunt before the trio about his impending acquisition of a dragon. Harry later informed Hagrid, who, upon learning the news, rushed to the Slytherin common room in tears to demand an explanation from Draco. Hagrid's imposing figure startled everyone as he charged in, leading Hall to mistakenly believe Hagrid was up to something. Consequently, Hall swiftly knocked Hagrid down. The trio, trailing behind, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Yet not a word escaped their lips, including Hagrid, whom Harry suspected felt embarrassed more than anything else. At that moment, Hermione also recalled Hall's immense strength. Her gaze returned to Sirius, and she couldn't help but silently wish for his protection, hoping he would refrain from acting rashly. Eventually, they arrived at the door of an empty classroom on the 5th floor. The trio crouched low, stealthily following, as the corridor lay deserted. Even with the classroom door closed, voices seeped through the cracks, allowing them to overhear Hall and Sirius' conversation. 1,000 galleons. Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Sirius exclaimed, his face darkening as he finally vocalized his grievances. "Wasn't agreed upon as 250 galleons? Do you conduct business without any integrity at such a young age?" With his hands on his hips, Sirius paced the classroom to alleviate his growing agitation. He had always known that Slytherin harbored no good individuals, cunning, treacherous, and deceitful, even if it was just a first-year snake. Chapter 85. Hall Weasley, a trustworthy ally. Hall remained remarkably composed. The room was bare, yet impeccably clean, likely maintained daily. He retrieved a galleon from his pocket, cast a transfiguration spell upon it, and tossed it onto the floor. In an instant, the gold galleon morphed into a remarkably comfortable armchair. Hall settled into it, relishing the comfort. Seeing Hall's nonchalance only fueled Sirius' ire. "Is this how you conduct business?" Sirius retorted, knowing that despite having distanced himself from the Black family and refusing any financial assistance, he had never experienced poverty. When he ventured out to spend, the service wizards were always at least courteous, unlike Hall's demeanor. "If you persist in this attitude, I believe our partnership must conclude here," Sirius said coldly, his gaze towards Hall dripping with disdain. Hall leaned back against the armrest of the chair, propping his chin on his hand as he regarded Sirius. At that moment, he appeared utterly transformed from the individual he had been 3 months prior. With his hair neatly cropped and his cheeks fuller, he looked considerably younger than his actual age. If Hall were to describe himself, he would say he resembled a man of wealth. "Professor Black, why don't we sit down and discuss this?" As soon as Hall's words fell, he retrieved a copper canute from his pocket and conjured a large chair, though it lacked the lavish comfort of his own. "You are indeed correct. It is 250 galleons," Hall affirmed in response to Sirius. With a scowl still etched upon his face, Sirius settled into the chair opposite Hall. After all, conversing while standing before the languid Hall would make him appear as a villain. He fixed his gaze upon Hall, his eyes seemingly urging him to continue, eager to witness the extent of his evasive arguments. "However, that 250 galleons is for the custom fee," Hall explained in a gentle tone. "The base price for this little figure is actually 1,000 galleons. Professor Black, please do not misunderstand. I am not saying this to swindle you." Hall's manner was deliberate, ostensibly to allay Sirius's suspicions, yet the glint in Sirius's eyes suggested he perceived Hall's words as a provocation. "A ragdoll priced at 1,000 galleons. Have you ever seen 1,000 galleons? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of such an amount?" Sirius queried, his eyes wide with incredulity. "Professor Black, anyone who has conducted business with me, Hall Weasley, at Hogwarts knows that I am a trustworthy individual, ensuring value for money. Just consider the figure of Harry. Do you truly think it reasonable for it to be priced at 250 galleons?" Hall raised the miniature Harry, a perfect replica bearing the same lightning-shaped scar upon its forehead and adorned with large, round, black-rimmed glasses, smiling radiantly at Sirius. Sirius felt his heart melt at the sight. Bye. At that moment, Sirius's mind was a blank slate, consumed only by the desire to possess this exquisitely crafted, delightfully charming Harry doll. Hall raised an eyebrow, knowing that none could resist the allure of such a cotton figure, especially one resembling their own child. Before Sirius could fully process his thoughts, The coins had already exchanged hands, and he found himself cradling the hairy doll. By the time he regained his senses, he had already played with it for a while. Ahem. Sirius quickly tucked the doll into his pocket, his face flushed and his demeanor reflecting the notorious cunning of a Slytherin. This is terrifying. With that exclamation, he turned and hurriedly exited the classroom. Upon opening the door, 3 individuals stumbled in. Hall, are you all right? Ron rushed towards him. Sirius, Hall, Harry said, his gaze anxiously scanning Sirius. Professor Black, Hall, Hermione remarked, her expression filled with embarrassment, as being caught eavesdropping was undeniably awkward. Hall, Professor Black hasn't bullied you. Has he? Ron inquired, concern etched upon his face. Though he knew Hall was quite powerful with many spells, Hall was still only 11 years old. While Professor Black loomed as a tall adult, Ron couldn't shake his worries about Hall's safety. With an expression of resignation, Hall rose and transformed the 2 chairs back while retrieving the coins from the floor. Ron, rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Moreover, Professor Black is exceedingly amiable, and our exchanges have been quite delightful. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Sirius being cordial to Hall? The notion of Snape awarding points to Gryffindor is utterly implausible. Hall scratched his head. The stereotype surrounding Slytherin is well known, after all. He was reluctant to divulge too much about his financial endeavors to Ron, wishing to preserve the innocence of the child. As for Sirius, what could he possibly say? Admit to being swindled? Not quite. The price was merely what it was, and he simply hadn't inquired thoroughly beforehand. No, Sirius shook his head. This was not his fault. It was that little fellow who failed to clarify. Yes, it was that boy Hall's fault. Truly, nothing good comes from Slytherin. Oomph. Sirius let out a derisive snort towards Hall, who was conversing with Ron inside. Upon spotting Harry, he felt too embarrassed to maintain his scowl. He recalled the small Harry figurine in his pocket, his face lighting up with excitement as he tugged Harry along towards his office, exclaiming, Harry, I have something splendid to show you. In truth, Harry had already encountered the figurine, as Hall had activated it with Harry's own magic. However, seeing Sirius so animated, Harry felt compelled to indulge him. With a resigned wave to Hall, he gazed fondly at Sirius, who resembled a goofy dog eagerly pulling him along. At times, he couldn't help but wonder if Sirius were actually a husky. At the entrance, Hermione, clutching her textbooks, observed the gentleman with a bemused shake of her head. Hall, don't you have a teaching assistant class today? Hermione recalled that this time, slots should correspond to the third-year potions class. Hall stretched lazily as he exited the classroom. Greeting Hermione, Sirius can manage defense against the dark arts on his own now, so Professor Snape isn't under as much pressure. He doesn't require my assistance as much anymore, except when it comes to handling materials. Hall seemed to recall something, disdainfully shaking his hand. The sensation of slug slime is truly, exceedingly revolting. What are you 2 doing? Haven't the exams concluded? Hall observed the plethora of books they were carrying, recalling that Harry had also been burdened with several volumes. These are books we borrowed. We're returning them to the library, Ron replied, his tone brimming with excitement, as if he had finally shed a massive burden, with the exams now behind them. And results due next week. Though there were a few days of respite in between, Ron genuinely wished to see no more textbooks. The moment the exams ended, he eagerly dragged Hermione and Harry along to return all the study materials to the library. Chapter 86, Year-End Settlement. At last, the results were published. Through the collective efforts of his peers and himself, Ron achieved an average grade of B. Elated, he clutched his report card and made his way to the Slytherin common room to find Hall. The Slytherins he passed showed no reaction to Ron's arrival. Occasionally in the morning, one might witness 2 identical faces yawning as they descend the stairs together. At this moment, Ron Weasley was in exceptionally high spirits, even calling out Draco's name, which startled Draco so profoundly that his face turned pale with fright. Weasley, what on earth are you doing? Draco's expression was one of sheer terror. Ron, brimming with excitement, inquired, where's Hall? Draco composed himself, clearing his throat as he was momentarily terrified, fearing that Weasley had discovered his previous clandestine dealings with Hall. Hall has gone to see the headmaster. Draco recalled being roused from his slumber earlier by Hall, who had taken away his 400 galleons, his meager savings accumulated since childhood. He was resolute in his decision to forego the position of prefect next year. It was simply too expensive. Draco's countenance was laden with resentment as he resolved to have a serious discussion with his father upon returning home. If he were to continue as prefect, his allowance would undoubtedly need to be increased, or else he would refuse the role altogether. Draco held his head high, steadfast in his determination. Ron, oblivious to Draco's musings, momentarily let a flicker of melancholy cross his excited demeanor. After learning of his results, he had intended to share his joy with Hall, only to find him absent. You came to boast to Hall about your grades, didn't you? Draco remarked sarcastically, oblivious to what was so impressive about AB. Ron, taken aback, exclaimed, "How did you know my grades? Could it be that Draco Malfoy actually wished to befriend him?" The expression on Ron's face was unmistakably clear, while Draco's pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "What are you thinking?" he retorted, clarifying that it was Hall who had boasted about the results earlier that morning. Draco scoffed, his average grade being an A. Although his parents did not voice their disappointment, he was acutely aware of it. Ron, upon hearing Draco's words, broke into a silly grin. Draco rolled his eyes in exasperation and sought out Blaise to discuss their holiday plans, dismissing the fool who resembled a simpleton. Ron felt as if his heart were bathed in gentle springs, invigorated with joy, yearning to shout and express his elation. And so he did. He dashed outside, brandishing his report card, racing through every corridor of Hogwarts. "Was that a gorilla?" George queried, bewildered, to his brother Fred. "It truly seems so, huh?" Fred replied. The twins hastily quickened their pace to escape the scene, fearing that someone might recognize Ron as their brother, a fact they had consistently denied, going so far as to refuse acknowledgement of Hall as their sibling. Yet no one believed them, for their vibrant red hair was the most compelling evidence. In the magical realm, aside from the Weasley clan, who else possessed such fiery locks? Hall, clutching a notebook, traversed various offices in the headmaster's chamber. Headmaster, year-end financial summary. Quidditch training totals 1,800 galleons. Headmaster, year-end financial summary. Assistant fees amount to 172,800 galleons. Malfoy, at the year-end settlement, deliberated on the dividends from short-term and long-term potions. Hall made a note of a receivable, striking it off in his ledger. Ultimately, as every entry in the notebook was crossed out, Hall's pockets were nearly overflowing. Lucius Malfoy, in a bid to cultivate relationships, even proposed to assist Hall in establishing a dome at Gringotts, leveraging his connections, even if the matter was as trivial as a watermelon being underage. Hall, however, declined his generous offer, stating that if he were to open anything, it would not be under the identity of Hall Weasley. Should he proceed, the prominent families of the magical realm would soon learn of it, who had just opened a new grand dome at Gringotts. Although they could not ascertain the exact amount contained within, the size of the dome would certainly provide an estimate, unless one were to feign grandeur by utilizing a substantial insurance premium to establish an oversized dome. In the highest tower of Hogwarts, Hall found solace, observing the pedestrians below with an air of detachment, issuing commands in a calm tone. "Host, Hall Weasley, bloodline, wizarding bloodline, remarkably gifted. Magic, LV 30300. Physique, 810. Insight, 210. Talent overview. SS level ability, none. S level ability. Memory Palace, upgradable. Disguise Magus, upgradable. A level abilities. Potion crafting unfolding, spell unfolding. B level abilities. C level abilities. Quidditch talent, self-taught herbology talent, self-taught astronomy talent, self-taught history of magic talent, self-taught defense against the dark arts talent, self-taught transfiguration talent. Available galleons, 226,681 galleons. 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Hall regarded the panel with mild astonishment at the two small words following the A-level abilities, unfolding them. The system was rather considerate, anticipating his potential dizziness and neatly folding the information away. Upgrade by 300 points of magic, Hall instructed. Ding. Panel updated. Magic, LV 40400. Available galleons, 223,681 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Hall continued to enhance his magic by 400 points. Ding. Panel updated. Magic, LV 50500. Available galleons, 217,681 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. Hall persisted with upgrades of 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and finally 1,000 points of magic. Ding. Panel updated. Host, Hall Weasley, bloodline, wizarding bloodline, extraordinary soul-siphoning talent, inherited from his mother. Magic, LV 1101100. Physique, 810. Insight, 1010. Available galleons, 213,181 galleons, 6 sickles, 23 nuts. With an ever-deepening understanding of magic, Hall had become acutely aware of the significance of magical power. It could be said that magic and insight complemented each other harmoniously. These two have grown formidable, swiftly mastering new skills. Their innate talents can indeed be cultivated through self-study. The enhancement of one's talent signifies depth, an intricate understanding of a particular gift, while comprehension represents breadth and expansive awareness of the myriad applications of each talent. For instance, the acquisition of diverse spell types necessitates insight, which in turn requires magical energy. However, to amplify the potency of spells, one must elevate their talent level. Currently, Hall seeks to broaden his understanding, aspiring to confine the soul of Subject 2 within an entity devoid of life signs, a pursuit that leans towards alchemy. Hall's immediate objective is to augment his magical energy level, ensuring he possesses extraordinary insight, enabling him to delve into alchemy rather than being obstructed by its esoteric complexities. Yet, as Hall gazed at the text within the confines of his bloodline, he was struck with astonishment. Did Mother Molly possess the talent for soul extraction as well? Chapter 87. The long-awaited break. Freedom with spending money. Hall departed from the tower. The setting sun painted the horizon, and students congregated in various corners of Hogwarts. For they were to depart the following day. Carrying his belongings, Hall meandered leisurely toward the secret chamber. There stood the familiar grandeur. He tossed a small glass vial up and down, ultimately grasping it firmly. With a pop, he uncorked the bottle, revealing a single drop of crimson blood. Percy's. Hall smeared the drop along the door's intricate patterns. Unlike the swift opening that followed his and Ron's application of blood, the massive door did not budge immediately. Confusion clouded Hall's brow. How could this be? This outcome was entirely unforeseen. After what felt like an eternity of 4 or 5 minutes, Hall contemplated giving up. He grasped his wand, preparing to employ a slicing charm to force the door open. With a thunderous rumble, the great door creaked open at an agonizingly slow pace. Was it the scant amount of blood that caused the delay? Hall pondered, scratching his head. Exiting through the portal led him to his dormitory. He swiftly donned his school uniform and pushed open the dormitory door, making his way to the common room, where time was already pressing. The common room was bustling with first-year students. Draco, seated on a nearby sofa, was engaged in conversation, and upon noticing Hall's emergence, inquired, "When did you return? I thought you had gone straight to the Great Hall." Draco gestured toward Gryffindor's side, indicating that someone was seeking Hall. The demeanor of Draco suggested that the visitor was Ron. Their mutual disdain had persisted for quite some time, and Hall had no desire to intervene. As long as they refrained from disparaging one another in his presence, he would remain blissfully unaware. "I've been back for a while," Hall casually greeted his classmates. They lingered in the common room for a brief spell, and gradually, a few more individuals emerged. "Now that all the first years are gathered, shall we proceed?" Draco counted heads and rose to his feet. Leading all first-year Slytherins towards the Great Hall, Hogwarts boasts 4 distinct hourglasses, each representing a different house. These hourglasses continuously record the points for each house in real time, filled with various precious gems. The Gryffindor hourglass contains rubies. The Ravenclaw hourglass is adorned with sapphires. The Slytherin hourglass holds emeralds, while the Hufflepuff hourglass is filled with diamonds. Among these, Hufflepuff's diamonds are the least abundant, followed by rubies and sapphires, while the emeralds of Slytherin are far ahead. The hall buzzes with excitement as students settle into their seats. High above, the green banner representing Slytherin hangs majestically from the vaulted ceiling. A jubilant atmosphere permeates the room, and even the typically pretentious Slytherins exhibit the playful exuberance befitting their age. This day marks not only the annual celebration at Hogwarts, but also the awarding of the House Cup. The entire castle is adorned in the colors of the houses, and even those who only embrace their Slytherin identity when it comes to profit feel a sense of pride. Draco nudged Hall's shoulder, remarking on the splendor of the scene. Gazing at the green banner emblazoned with the Slytherin crest, he smiled radiantly. Hall, observing the joyful ambience around him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, green is a splendid color, except when Draco jestingly likened him to a watermelon. The professors on stage were all smiles. Even the normally stern Professor McGonagall wore a smile that curled at the corners. Not to mention the Slytherin head, Professor Severus Snape, clad in his usual dark attire. Hall felt that Snape appeared somewhat different today, though he couldn't quite pinpoint how. Glancing at the brooding figure, he realized with surprise that Snape had apparently washed his hair today. Hall heard a familiar voice and turned to find George, who was speaking just above a whisper, almost conspiratorially. Fortunately, he knew better than to speak loudly, lest he provoke the wrath of the entire Slytherin house. George squeezed himself between Hall and Draco, while Fred took a place on Hall's other side, effectively sandwiching Hall in between them. Feeling rather peculiar in this predicament, Hall wondered what their intentions were and helplessly covered his face. The two were casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders, seemingly preventing Hall's escape. Hall glanced up at Fred, only to realize his ears were nearly touching Draco's. Sensing that his eavesdropping had been discovered, Draco cleared his throat and turned to chat with Blaise nearby. Hall, We're looking for a place over the holidays to quietly work on our projects. Fred whispered conspiratorially in Hall's ear. So, Hall raised an eyebrow, suspecting these two might be seeking sponsorship. How about a little support? George chimed in, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Hall propped his arms on the table and took a sip of pumpkin juice before responding, "All right. Oh yeah. George and Fred sprang up, entirely ignoring the gazes of everyone present, and excitedly exchanged a high five. However, I have conditions. Hall rolled his eyes, for he had yet to complete his thought. Go on, say whatever you wish. We shall comply, George replied, his joy palpable as he settled back down. At that time, I will need to step out for a bit, and you must provide me cover. Hall inscribed a line of text upon the palms of George and Fred with his wand. They exchanged glances, aware that Hall was clearly on guard against someone. Without uttering a word, they nodded in agreement. Once their arrangement was made, Hall waved his hand, dismissing the two bothersome individuals. After all, amidst a sea of green, a mere splash of red was exceedingly conspicuous, although Arthur had claimed he would investigate the matter of lineage upon returning. Hall was well aware that he would likely uncover nothing of significance. It stemmed from maternal inheritance. As for Molly S. side of the family, Hall knew that her brothers had once been among the original members of the Order of the Phoenix, tragically slain by 5 Death Eaters during the war. Beyond that, he had not heard Molly mention anything more, likely for fear of stirring unpleasant memories. Such matters would have to be investigated by Hall himself. George and Fred had their advantages as well, for their personal belongings, including items pilfered from the Slytherin chamber, now had a place to rest. Hall pondered this. On stage, Professor Dumbledore was announcing the winning house of the House Cup for the year. Slytherin. The cheers of the crowd jolted Hall from his thoughts. Hall, we've won the House Cup, Draco exclaimed, yanking Hall up, though he found no success in moving him. He was unconcerned, for he had yet to encounter anyone who could challenge Hall's standing. He shouted in Hall's ear, the sound piercing, yet within the cacophony of cheers. It seemed entirely fitting. The jubilations echoed until nearly midnight. The following day, as they boarded the train home, though spirits remained high, dark circles adorned their eyes. Draco, caught up in excitement, neglected to manage his hair. A few platinum strands stood on end, mirroring his buoyant mood. Happy holidays, Hall. I can finally escape your clutches. I shall indulge in my pocket money to the fullest. See you in 2 months. The next day, at Malfoy Manor. Hello, Draco Chapter 88. An invitation for Hall to engage in business? Pruitt. This name may sound somewhat unfamiliar, yet belongs to a pureblood family within the magical world. It was also Molly S. surname before marriage, Molly Pruitt. Hall's visit to Malfoy Manor was motivated by the family's extensive collection of ancient tomes, a veritable treasure trove that might offer insights. The pretext for his visit was what? Hall is going to tutor me? Draco's face fell in despair. He was aware that his father was displeased with his grades, but he had no inkling of just how dissatisfied his father truly was. Even the Weasleys, whom he typically regarded with disdain, were invited solely because Hall was one of the 2 students to achieve an A this year. Another notable figure is Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. Achieving an A is no easy feat. This year, the potions examination set by Professor Snape has proven exceptionally challenging. Only a mere 10 students from the entire year managed to secure an A. Naturally, Draco Malfoy is among them. At this moment, Draco is languishing on his family sofa, appearing utterly despondent. He seems to have just risen from slumber, his hair tousled and sticking out in disarray, clad in a comfortable silver-green loungewear, with a bag of snacks in hand. This is decidedly uncharacteristic of a Malfoy. Draco, where are your manners? Admonished Lucius Malfoy, impeccably dressed in formal attire. Before turning to Horace with a disingenuous smile, Mr. Weasley, the study is upstairs. Dad, Draco exclaimed in displeasure. Am I starting my tutoring now? Lucius cast him a sidelong glance, stating, I have matters to discuss with Mr. Weasley. Your tutoring sessions will commence twice a week, starting next week. Oh joy, Draco exclaimed, leaping up in delight. Next week means I can still play for a whole week. He intended to take his broomstick to find Blaze and play Quidditch. Father had already promised him a place on the Slytherin Quidditch team next semester. How amusing. Lucius shook his head, expressing amusement to Horace. Yet his gaze towards the retreating Draco was filled with undeniable fondness. It was the first time Horace witnessed such a lively Draco, likely due to the comfort of his own home. Since home is a place of such joy, Draco surely wouldn't mind if he increased his workload. Horace followed Lucius Malfoy to the study. Aside from matters concerning the Board of Governors, Horace had not engaged in much conversation with Lucius Malfoy, so he was somewhat puzzled by Lucius's overture. However, Horace thought to himself that since Lucius had taken the initiative to approach him, It would be remiss not to profit from the encounter, regardless of Lucius's intentions. Horace was solely focused on financial gain. Lucius settled into an expansive armchair, gesturing for Horace to sit opposite him. He then waved his hand, summoning the house elf to bring forth 2 cups of tea and some pastries. The house elf's eyes were exceptionally lively, darting around as if assessing Horace. Horace had a fair idea of who he was, Dobby, an anomaly among house elves, perhaps a rebel. After delivering the tea, the house elf hesitated to leave, only departing after receiving a few sharp words from Lucius Malfoy, trembling slightly as he prepared to exit. Before leaving, he cast a gaze filled with curiosity and wariness towards Horace. Horace paid him no mind. He surmised what Dobby was contemplating, but it held no significance for him. He savored the rich tea and delightful cookies, adopting a posture that would lead one to believe he was in the comfort of his own home. Thus, they remained in a stalemate for nearly a quarter of an hour. Ultimately, it was Lucius Malfoy who broke the silence, having intended to probe Horace's background, but finding the young man remarkably patient. It appeared that the Weasley family had produced a remarkable individual. Mr. Weasley, Lucius Malfoy began. The potions you have crafted have met with remarkable success, irrespective of their variety, Malfoy extolled, even resorting to formal language. The achievement is largely attributable to your assistance. Hall echoed in a bureaucratic tone. May I inquire if you have any interest in engaging in other ventures? Lucius Malfoy, seldom one to speak so candidly, found himself before an 11-year-old boy who barely reached his chest. Even the most pretentious Lucius Malfoy felt an oddity in this formal discourse. It would be far more straightforward to speak plainly, for should the child fail to comprehend, the awkwardness would be his alone. What business do you propose? Hall gazed at Lucius Malfoy with innocent curiosity. Malfoy slid a map toward him, one he had prepared in advance. Hall reached out to accept it, momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a world map. It not only marked the magical realm, but also delineated the Muggle world with clarity. What do you mean by this? Is it not the Malfoy family that looks down upon Muggles? At that moment, Hall's expression likely betrayed his thoughts. While I harbor no fondness for Muggles, I possess a great appreciation for their wealth, Lucius Malfoy replied with a faint smile. The magical community has long engaged in small enterprises within the Muggle world. As he spoke of these modest ventures, Malfoy's face radiated self-satisfaction. Hall understood. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. It must be said, he truly lives up to being Voldemort's purse. Malfoy continued to operate a pharmaceutical company in the Muggle world, with business thriving. He laid a company brochure before Hall. I wish to collaborate with you. Lucius Malfoy pushed forward contract. Hall casually scanned it. In comparison to the Board of Governors' offer, this one was slightly less generous, with only a 40% share. However, Hall was acutely aware that this was the maximum Lucius Malfoy could offer. After all, the profits from the board largely contributed to the school's reserves, while this was entirely for the benefit of the Malfoy family. May I be so bold as to inquire what potions you seek? Hall's curiosity was piqued. If it were merely ordinary potions, any potion master could suffice, especially considering Lucius Malfoy's relationship with Headmaster Snape. Why not first consider him for such advantages? Hall knew well that even if these individuals recognized his true abilities, their collaboration would likely be tinged with ulterior motives. After all, he was but an 11-year-old child. What child wouldn't he wish to seize an opportunity? Therefore, if Lucius Malfoy sought him out, it must be for something only he could provide. Are you after the formula for the silence potion? Hall's gaze turned icy. Lucius Malfoy was coveting what he ought not to covet. Hall's wand had already emerged from his sleeve. To covet the formula was akin to severing his means of livelihood. Could he endure this?